Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. So second part, what if Umbridge went too far? Harry's life changed forever. Here is short summary. What if Umbridge's blood quill pushed Harry Potter past his limits? One detention sends Harry to the hospital wing, exposing the truth behind Umbridge's cruelty. The aftermath changes everything. Better guidance, a new role as a Hogwarts teaching assistant, and an unexpected romance that transforms Harry's future forever. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. Snape was currently working rather intently on the Wolfsbane potion. After the violent storm of emotions that had finally been released from the emotional control equivalent of the Hoover Dam had ended, he'd gone to his bedroom to press a cool cloth to his eyes and ended up falling asleep. He'd only woken a few minutes ago, long past the start of dinner, and rather than create a scene by arriving late, he'd asked a house elf to bring him some sandwiches and gone into his lab. His mind was a bit chaotic at the moment, but rather than meditating and reordering it, he was working on a potion because several good ideas had come up out of the swirling mess. Harry had waved goodbye to Hermione and Draco, not sure if they had noticed that he left, as they were totally captivated by each other. He hurried down the stairs to the dungeon and paused to catch his breath before he asked for admittance. He realized that maybe Snape wanted to be alone, but Harry needed to see that the other was all right. The portrait was more than used to Harry coming by now, and, as Severus had not said anything to the contrary, simply let him in without a word. Making his way further into Snape's chambers, Harry found himself in the lab where he watched Snape silently for a while, admiring the skill with which he worked. Snape made it all seem so effortless. Even though Harry knew it was an extremely complicated potion, he did recognize it from previous visits. "You missed dinner," he finally said. It took an effort not to jolt as he added rowan wood shavings to the potion when he heard Harry's voice. Snape had been so absorbed in the potion that he'd not noticed the teen enter the room. He cast a brief glance Harry's way and set about stirring the potion carefully. "I fell asleep and woke too late to make it down at an appropriate time. I was worried." Harry stepped further into the room, but he was careful not to get too close to Snape since he still didn't know how the other felt about him being there. "Are you okay?" Several long moments sighed as Snape fiddled and stirred and added things to the potion before it reached a point where it was to sit for an hour. Then he turned to the youth. "I should be asking you that question. You were the one who was faced with a revelation today." "Strangely enough, yeah, I am okay. As you said, I was faced with a revelation. With a little help from a lady, I know now that I only have to be me. I won't let anyone push me into a frame that doesn't fit." Harry took another step closer. "Thank you for telling me, I needed to know." The professor nodded and moved to a locked cabinet where he kept his most rare potion ingredients. He opened it and slid a panel aside, taking a box out. He set it down on the table, well away from the cauldron and potion ingredients, before locking the cabinet again. "Remember that the next time someone tries to press you into something outside school curriculum that you don't wish to do." He looked down at the box, resting his hand on it. Harry, thank you for what you said before you left." Letting the breath he had been holding out, Harry gave up on trying to keep his distance and stalked over to wrap his arms around Snape from behind, resting his forehead against the other's shoulder blades. "I meant it, you know. Whatever you did, you have atoned for it 1,000 times over. I was so scared that it was me you were avoiding now." The man froze and closed his eyes, savoring the feel of the arms wrapped around his waist. Perhaps, now, he could take a chance. Perhaps he could seek a relationship with the youth behind him. The hand knot on the box he'd taken from the cabinet touched the back of one of Harry's lightly. "No, I was not avoiding you. I only avoid people who irritate me. You are no longer grouped in that category." Harry snorted, but it had a bit of a desperate edge to it, and he kept his hold around Snape's waist. "Glad to hear it. You have become very important to me, Severus." A purely Slytherin smirk tugged at the corners of the older man's lips, and he turned around in Harry's arms and looked down at the youth. "Really? How so?" Harry blinked in surprise. "How so? You want the details? Maybe because I trust you more than myself most days. Or do you want to hear the dreams I have about you at nights? Making me have to change the sheets before the others wake up." The smirk more than tugged at his lips now, and Severus moved to back Harry up against the table, his hand coming to rest on either side of the youth's hips on the piece of furniture. Yes, by all means do go into detail. You have my unwavering attention. I have I? An answering grin played on Harry's lips. How about I just show you instead? He cupped Snape's face and pulled the older man down so that he could capture his lips with his own. He pussied the other for a moment, nipping lightly on Snape's bottom lip before pulling away, breathing into Snape's ear. It always starts like this. The dreams. A small shiver went up Snape's back as he turned his head to nuzzle Harry's ear in return. Do they? It would seem as though our dreams have something in common then, Mr. Potter. He nipped the soft lobe gently. A shudder went through Harry. He had no idea his ears were so sensitive. Gee, good. Having things in common is good. Feeling less than articulate, Harry decided to put his mouth to better use and claimed Snape's again, this time letting his tongue come out and play. A satisfied soft growl came from the older man as he opened his mouth and met Harry's tongue with his, welcoming it into his mouth. He very nearly purred as Harry explored his mouth thoroughly, but instead he pussied lightly on the slick muscle, trying to commit the taste to memory. It was the most brilliant feeling, right up there with flying. Pussying Snape gave Harry the same tickling sensations in his stomach as when he performed a flawless Wronski feint. A deep pussy slipped out and Harry's hands moved from cupping Snape's face into his hair, holding him close to him as their tongues duelled and played. Severus nipped playfully at Harry's tongue, then chased it with his own into the youth's mouth. This was, quite honestly, a greater high than creating a groundbreaking potion or a new spell. Pussying Harry, he suspected, would outshine even the moment the Dark Lord finally fell. One hand lifted from the table to stroke up the teen's side over the emerald sweater he wore, mapping out the subtle shift of muscle beneath the thick wool. Another pussy slipped out and Harry pressed closer. He felt hot and needy, and all he knew was that he wanted more. He wanted this wonderful feeling to last. Snape tasted like rain, fresh and clean and oh so addictive. The professor curled his hand around the youth's waist, resting it on the small of Harry's back as the pussy grew ever more heated. He was about to lift the younger man up to sit on the table when a throat was cleared politely to his right. Sorry to interrupt, but the headmaster is knocking. Snape lifted his head reluctantly with a soft curse that was unprintable and nodded sharply at the portrait that had informed him. Very well, give us a few moments. Harry's eyes were dazed and unfocused and his lips were pussy swollen to the point where they actually ached. Still, at first he couldn't understand why Snape had stopped, and he made to drag him back to press their mouths together when the portrait's words finally penetrated his mind. Oh crap. Harry tried to think about Dudley in his underwear to get rid of his insistent pussy. He reluctantly released Snape and breathed heavily in an attempt to regain composure. The older man took a few steps back and inhaled softly while thanking Merlin for loose robes. He moved over to a bookshelf and plucked a text from it, handing the book to Harry and nudging the youth over to a stool that would keep the area below his waist hidden. There wasn't much to be done about the swollen lips, but no matter what suspicions the headmaster might end up with, there was absolutely nothing he could truly do about it. We will talk after he leaves, Harry. Snape found himself brushing the wild black hair away from the youth's eyes before the sound of steps coming towards the lab had him moving back to stare into the cauldron and pretend to note down the most minute reactions within. Sitting up straighter, Harry pretended to be lost in the book in front of him as he waited for the headmaster to come in. He was glad that Snape wanted to talk later, but he hoped that the potion's master wouldn't say that it had been a mistake. Harry wouldn't let him say that because the two of them together wasn't a mistake, far from it. Dumbledore walked in and his bushy silvery eyebrows rose in surprise when he caught sight of Harry. Harry, my boy, this is a surprise, the last place I thought I'd find you on a school break. Harry just smiled faintly. You know me, I need all the extra studying time I can get. Dumbledore mused but didn't say anything else. And you, Severus, how are you? It's not common for you to miss a set time, even if it's only dinner. I am perfectly well. I did not wish to leave my potion, though I apologize if I caused any undue concern. There was very little sincerity in that statement, as there were only a few who he cared anything about that he did not wish to distress. The teenager he'd just ravished the mouth of being one of them. Well, good to know you're all right. Dumbledore beamed. Had to check, you know, you can't be too cautious these days. Harry felt a feather-light brush against the web he had risen to guard his mind, and he quickly tossed the trespassier out, shocked that Dumbledore would even try legilimency with him. I see studying has paid off. Good, good. Dumbledore straightened his GL pussies. Severus turned slowly to give the old man a stony stare, as he'd also felt the old wizard attempting to poke into his own head. Is there some other reason you came down, Albus? No, no, just checking in on an old friend. I will leave you to your potions now. Dumbledore's smile seemed a little strained. Good evening to you, and don't study too hard now, it's the holidays after all. Snape humphed and turned back to his potion with a dismissive, good evening. Albus bowed his head, making his long beard wiggle, and walked out of the room. Is it just me, or was that really weird, even for the headmaster? Harry asked and closed a book in front of him. It wasn't exactly as if he'd been reading it anyway. The professor held up a finger for a moment, waiting until Uriah popped into his frame and nodded, affirming that the headmaster had left. Yes, it was rather strange. He peered down at the potion, checked the time, and picked up a single ingredient, some kind of fine powder, and sprinkled it in, stirring clockwise with the silver stirring rod 7 times. The potion turned a brilliant vermilion, drawing a half-pleased hum from the potion master. I tend to err of the side of caution around anyone who can poke into my head, but as a rule Albus doesn't attempt it unless it's after a Death Eater gathering. That was quite unlike him just now. Harry nodded. Everything he said seemed forced somehow. Harry knew that the headmaster had his quirks, but he had never behaved like this before. It made Harry feel very uncomfortable, like one more foundation had been ripped from underneath him. Snape scooped up a small bit of the potion into a vial for testing and stored the rest in a large sealed ewer in case he'd succeeded in the brewing. He doesn't particularly like the dungeons, but he was a bit stiff even with that. He vanished all the potion paraphernalia with a wave of his wand. I wouldn't worry overly about it unless it happens again. You're probably right. Anyone can have an off day, I suppose. Still, there was something that wasn't sitting quite right with Harry, but he wouldn't obsess over it. There was nothing he could do anyway, and besides, Harry hoped that he and Snape would have more pleasant things to discuss. The older man met Harry's gaze. Shall we move to more comfortable environs? Flushing lightly, Harry held Snape's gaze and got up from the stool Snape had placed him on. That sounds like an excellent idea, sir. The professor lifted a brow and gestured Harry towards the door to his sitting room. I think, under the circumstances, you could continue to use my name when we are in a private setting. He followed closely behind the youth, close enough that he could feel the warmth of the other's body. In fact, I insist upon it. You insist? Well, in that case I have no choice but to obey. Harry looked back over his shoulder, a wicked gleam in his eyes. Severus. The name came out like a purr. Like that? Harry asked in mock innocence. An upward curve of lips, just a shade more wicked than the gleam in the youth's emerald gaze, graced the older man's face. I do believe that you, Harry, the way he drawled the teen's name made it sound as though it was exotic and sinfully forbidden, have a bit of a minx in your personality. A delicate pause came along with a subtle brush of fingers at the base of Harry's spine that directed him towards the small sofa in front of the fireplace. I have no complaints about that, so long as I'm the one getting the benefit of it. Well, I could have been in Slytherin, you know. The hat told me I would do great in your house. Harry shivered at Snape's touch even as he kept his teasing smile. All of a sudden, having been sorted in Slytherin didn't seem like such a bad thing. He was happy where he was, though. And believe me, you will benefit. Severus tugged Harry down to sit on the sofa, one long-fingered hand clasped loosely around the youth's wrist. The other hand went up to trace the pads of his fingertips over the planes and soft angles of the peach-pale face. An amused tilt came to Severus' lips when he felt no hint of stubble along the youth's jaw, even though he knew that Harry did end up with a 5 o'clock shadow every so often. Shaving charm. Yes. Harry grinned. Hermione had a hard time teaching it to me and Ron after we'd done our best to botch up our faces with traditional razors. He looked a bit sheepish. Thank Merlin for magic, I say. It may not be much, but it's the only face I have. Having Severus touch him was very distracting, and Harry knew he was babbling. He couldn't seem to stop though, even as he shifted in his seat to get closer to the other. Not much. Snape raised a brow. Harry, you are one of the most attractive young men I have ever seen. Don't sell yourself short. His thumb brushed across the edge of the youth's cheekbone. I find it quite astonishing that no one has snapped you up before now. Perhaps I've not wanted to get snapped up before. The blush on Harry's cheeks deepened and spread across his face and down his neck. He was certainly not used to being called attractive. I could say the same thing for you though. Harry took a hold of Snape's hand and brought it to his mouth, nipping lightly on the pads of his fingers. An almost purr came from the older man. The greasy git, the dungeon bat. My personality is quite off-putting to those who look beyond my unfortunate nose, and I've never seen much point in investing attention in those who balk at the first hurdle. Snape released Harry's wrist to stroke his fingers through to soft, wild black hair of the youth. Their loss, my gain, Harry said softly and moved to straddle Severus. He ran his fingers through Snape's hair and tilted his head back, placing pussies on his forehead, cheeks and nose before moving to pussy his lips lightly. Sue, my gain. Severus nipped lightly at Harry's bottom lip, one hand at the back of the youth's neck, the other on the base of his spine. I am pleased you think so. I give you fair warning, Harry, I am Slytherin to the core. That means I will be extremely possessive and likely to have bouts of jealousy. He nuzzled the edge of the teen's jaw. I am not a good man, Harry, but if I consider something or someone mine, I take care of it. You have nothing to worry about, nothing to be jealous about. Harry leaned him closer, continuing to pussy Severus. I don't mind being yours, in fact I want to be, but it goes both ways. You're mine too, Severus Snape, and now that I've got you I'm not letting go. The older man flicked his tongue over Harry's lip. Good, we're in agreement on that. I do have a question, however. His hand stroked lazily at the back of Harry's neck. What kind of question is that? Harry asked, his skin prickling into goose bumps as Severus caressed the sensitive skin of his neck. If Severus continued to touch him like that, there was a high risk that he would agree to anything. How do you wish to handle your friends? Snape's voice, while still soft, was serious. As well as the rest of the school. Harry pulled away a little and rested his head on Snape's shoulder, burying his nose against Snape's neck, breathing in his scent. I would like nothing more than to flaunt you. I don't want us to be a secret, but I will if you need it to be one. How will it work with your friends? I can't let you get in trouble. The professor grimaced. That would be the only reason to keep us a secret. If they find out, I would be expected to bring you before the Dark Lord, likely within a very short amount of time. Were it not for the Death Eaters, I wouldn't care, who knows. I guess it's best to keep it between us for now then. Until Spussyface is gone, but after that I will show you off and claim you in front of anyone who wants to look. Harry nuzzled the tip of his nose against Snape's warm skin. Hermione will know though. She'll know before I tell her. She's scary that way. She won't tell anyone. I trust her with everything. Snape pet the youth's hair. I'm not bothered by that, nor by the possibility of Draco or even Weasley knowing. For either Granger or Weasley to share any information with a Death Eater, it would likely be a sign of the apocalypse. As for my godson, he'd bite his tongue off and choke on the blood before pussyisting Lucius Ames now that his mother is away from his influence. Harry nodded. I'm shite at keeping things from my friends, so they will probably find out. Ron will have kittens, but he would never spill. Harry moved slightly so that he could run his lips up and down Snape's throat instead of his nose. We'll just have to make the best of the situation until we can be out in the open. Secret trysts in empty CL Pussy rooms. Me hiding under your desk during CL Pussy. Endless possibilities. A soft growl came from the older man and he tilted his head to allow Harry better access to his throat. You are surprisingly wicked. Why didn't you get sorted into my house if the hat wanted to place you in Slytherin? The hand on Harry's back slipped up under the sweater, stroking the skin beneath. I begged it not to. Harry let his tongue come into play, tasting and licking his way across the smooth skin of Snape's neck. In my defense, I had just heard that all dark wizards came from Slytherin, and I'd had a less than thrilling experience with a certain pointy-faced, blonde git. A soft chuckle came from Severus. Ah, I see. He SC'd his nails lightly over the small of Harry's back. Now I know better, of course, although Malfoy is still a pointy-faced git, but I'm glad you're not my head of house. If you were, I might feel awkward doing this. Harry pulled Snape's collar further down to pussyl at his Adam's apple before nibbling his way up Snape's jaw. Oh, Merlin forbid. Snape's sneaky little hand slipped down from Harry's back and up under the waistband of his pants to cup one firm globe of his pussy. I'd hate for you to feel awkward. Then I couldn't take advantage of this delightful position. The older man's voice had dropped an octave, growing husky as he arched his hips up against Harry's. Harry's back arched and he ground down, meeting Snape's movements, feeling the older man's pussy against his own even through all layers of clothing. That would be bad, so very bad because this position is glorious. Harry was panting now, the hand on the bare skin of his pussy was setting his entire body on fire. Harry leaned down and captured Snape's lips in a fierce pussy, all teeth and tongue and deliciously wet. Snape growled into the pussy and pushed Harry's hips down harder to create more friction as their tongues danced. His other hand found its way beneath the youth's sweater and stroked up the lithe body to tweak a nipple. The young man in his arms was a heady drug in taste and feel, and he had no problem with becoming addicted. Oh sweet Merlin! Harry shuddered. The tweak on his nipple was just on the edge between pleasure and pain, and Harry reveled in the sensations. He had no idea what he was doing. Wanking in a few less than satisfactory pussies had done nothing to prepare him for pleasure like this. The older man shifted, angling his head to bite down gently on the tendon in Harry's neck as he continued to grind against the teen and play with the nipple. Tell me, Harry, do you like this? Like it. Harry rocked and moved along with Snape, trying to heighten each sensation. I bloody love it, better than magic. Harry felt too hot all of a sudden and reached for the hem of his knitted sweater and pulled over his head, making his hair stand on end. A darkly amused chuckle came from Severus as he nipped and nibbled his way down Harry's throat to latch on to the spot where his neck met his shoulder and apply himself to making a vivid mark. Once he was satisfied with the dark purple hickey, he pussied his way down to the neglected nipple to flick his tongue over it and blew teasingly on the nub. In a surge of sudden movement he had Harry on his back, on the sofa, and was lying between the youth's legs. His hand slipped out of the back of the younger man's trousers in favor of cupping the tented front and pussyaging the hard bulge there. Harry tossed his head back, exposing his newly marked skin, and a ragged pussy escaped him when he felt Snape's hand on his pussy. Even through the wool of his trousers it felt wonderful, and he couldn't help but push his hips up into the glorious touch. The fabric of the sofa was scratchy against his back, but Snape felt amazing on top of him. It was like he belonged in the cradle of Harry's hips. His hands carded through Snape's hair before settling on his shoulders. Harry frowned. Why do you still have so many clothes on? Obviously I'm not doing my job right if you can form a coherent sentence. Snape nipped gently at the nipple before his mouth, echoing the action with a pinch from his fingers on the other. His hand shifted to draw down Harry's zipper and slip the waistband of the youth's underwear down just enough to have Harry's pussy freed from the cloth. He wrapped his fingers around the stiff flesh and stroked slowly, his thumb rubbing at the tip, smearing the bead of precum that had gathered there. Harry's air came whooshing out of him in a long unsteady sigh, and his universe narrowed down to Snape, his mouth on his nipple and his hand. Oh pussy, that glorious hand! Touching him where he wanted it the most. The chilly air of the room combined with the warmth of Snape's hand made each sensation even more noticeable, and Harry quivered, his pussy bobbed in Snape's hand. His hands tightened on Snape's shoulders and his eyes almost rolled into the back of his head. Snape shifted his own hips against the sofa, seeking friction to ease his own pussy as the delicious sounds Harry made inflamed him further. He made a sound somewhere between a purr and a groan as he stroked the youth's cock a bit faster and lifted his eyes to watch the pleasure flit over the other man's features. He was absolutely gorgeous like this, and Snape had every intention to see him sprawled pussed beneath him on a bed in the throes of Usian eventually. It was too soon for that to his mind, but there was more than one way to bring your partner to release. He was vaguely aware of the noises he was making, the whines, pussies and growls, but Harry was too far gone to be emberpussied. Harry had never had anyone touch his prick but himself, and sadly enough he knew that this wouldn't last long, not with the way Snape rubbed and stroked, touched and nibbled. It was too much, it made his entire nervous system short-circuit. He dug his heels into the sofa and arched up, pressing himself into Snape's touch as he climbed higher and higher, only to soar over the edge at one brilliant twist of Snape's hand. Harry thought that he shouted Severus' name when he came all over himself and Snape, but he couldn't be sure over the way his thundering heartbeat echoed in his ears. A smirk of satisfaction crossed the professor's lips and he lifted his head to watch Harry better as the youth came. The sight of Harry and the sound of him nearly screaming his name made his cock actually throb in the confines of his trousers. He shifted so that Harry was cradled in his lap as the youth slumped, panting to catch his breath. Severus pressed a pussy to one, still too thin shoulder and summoned a warm, wet cloth wandlessly to clean Harry off. Slowly Harry regained control of his senses. Well, mostly anyway. He blinked up at Snape, his GL pussies askew on his narrow face. That was, wow. He must have shouted louder than he thought because his voice came out hoarse and scratchy. But what about, you? A gentle chuckle came from the older man as he reached up to straighten Harry's GL pussies. Yes. What about me? If he hadn't been a sated, boneless puddle of goo, Harry would have blushed. He was not used to having conversations like this. Don't you want to release? What if Snape hadn't thought it was good? What if Harry wasn't enough to turn him on? All kinds of unpleasant thoughts started to run through his head and Harry felt himself tensing up. Severus snugged his chin on Harry's shoulder and gave the youth a small smirk. If you'll notice precisely what you're sitting on, it really wouldn't take much more than a few well-timed wriggles to set me off, Harry, but I didn't do that for me, at least not entirely. I did it for you, because I wanted to see you lost in pleasure. Now that he mentioned it, Harry did feel a hard bulge under him, and without meaning to he did wiggle, just to get a better feel of it. A small smile spread over his features. He was very happy that Snape wasn't unaffected. It felt brilliant, Severus, totally bloody brilliant. If you didn't gather that when I got lost, I'm telling you now. Snape groaned and shivered when Harry wiggled and nipped the youth's neck. Minx, I gathered it quite well. You make a glorious picture when you're in the throes of pleasure. Harry didn't know how to respond to that, so he just molded his body to Snape's and leaned his head against his shoulder, content to be near him and to be held. Next time it's my turn, though, to watch you come undone. I can't wait to see it. The older man slid his arms around Harry. You would indeed have done well in Slytherin, you little minx. He chuckled. I'll look forward to it. Me too. Harry snuggled closer into Snape's pussies. Right now everything was perfect. He could shut out the rest of the world and lose himself in Snape. Severus closed his eyes and buried his nose in the untamable mop of hair on the youth's head, breathing in the other's scent contentedly. He knew that sooner or later reality would intrude, but for now bliss was here in his arms and he could relax for a time. Neville closed his eyes and for a moment forgot what he was trying to do as the unique scent of Luna's Christmas rose perfume and ink from her journal of unusual creatures caught his attention. She'd taken to joining him in these private attempts to change into his animagus form in empty CL pussy rooms because, she said, she wanted to be the first to pet his fur. It always made him feel better. He'd been looked down on by so many for so long that having her solidly, constantly in his corner made him want to really and truly try and do better, and it always made him feel that he would succeed these days. He shook his head at himself and spoke the incantation, concentrating, as Sirius had said, not on becoming a badger but on becoming a more physical expression of who he was. Sometimes clumsy, a bit forgetful, loyal to family and friends, stubborn. Usually this was where the transformation sputtered out, but once more he caught Luna's scent and he remembered how he'd first really gotten to know her, and it reminded him that he could be savagely protective too, just like a badger. Sitting cross-legged on top of a desk, Luna watched Neville closely. He was so serious, so focused, and it made her admire him all the more. She treasured these moments when they were together by themselves. She didn't mind being quiet and sitting on the sidelines as Neville practiced. It was enough to be there, to witness the devotion Neville put into everything he did. Silence had never bothered Luna, and it bothered her even less these days because she knew that when she did have something to say, Neville always listened with an open mind. She watched and her light blue eyes widened as Neville seemed to be flickering and melting. Luna bit down on her knuckles to keep from shouting out in excitement. Neville was really doing it. It was an odd sensation, really. He felt he was growing and shrinking at the same time, magic tingling through him to every part of his body. He kept concentrating on who he was, though, remembering to add in the boldness that had him hexing two bullies and the calm logic that had convinced Ron to stop making excuses and reach for what he wanted, and soon the tingling stopped and he was looking at the CL pussy room from a shorter point of view. He opened his mouth to say something, but instead of words an very badger-sounding noise came out. Luna's blonde hair swept the floor as she leaned over the desk to watch the small animal on the floor. You did it, Neville. Her eyes were wide and shining and a brilliant smile lit up her features. Luna carefully climbed off the desk and crouched next to the badger. Gingerly she reached out her hand and ran her fingers over the surprisingly soft fur of his back. I knew you could do it. The badger nuzzled her hand and leaned into her stroke, eyes closing happily at her words. He wiggled just a bit in excitement, the thrill of knowing he'd succeeded making him want to dance. The soft chuffs of excitement amusing himself as he thought of his friend's reactions as well to his success. Oh, he couldn't wait to see the look on Malfoy's face. You were just too cute, like a bubble rump. Luna continued to pet the excited, wiggling badger. Neville was amazing and adorable in any shape. This was simply a new form to love him in, and Luna was really happy that she had been with him when he finally merged with his animagus self. It was something she would never forget. The badger made a happy noise, then started to flicker again, and soon Neville was there crouching in his human form, a brilliant grin on his face. He surged to his feet, his hands grabbing her around her waist, and spun her in a circle, laughing happily. It's because of you. You remind me that I'm more than what I've always thought. He set her down and pressed a pussy to her cheek. Luna laughed a bell-like laugh and wrapped her arms around his neck, placing a light pussy on his lips too, just a barely there brush of lips. You can do anything you set your mind to, Neville Longbottom, and don't you ever forget it. He brushed a lock of pale blonde hair out of her eyes. How could I ever forget it with my moonflower by my side? He laced his fingers with hers and his eyes took on a rare mischievous gleam. So do you want to be there when I show the others? And Malfoy's jaw hits the ground. She chuckled and squeezed his hands. No, I can imagine the look on his face just fine. I'll already witnessed your triumph, and that's enough for me. I bet we'll be seeing way less of Malfoy in the days to come though, while he's practicing to catch up. You're probably right about that. He tugged her towards the door. Now I think you mentioned wanting to go fishing for Glooping Plimpies, right? Let's get some poles from Hagrid. He left the room with her, the both of them having beaming smiles a mile wide. Hermione watched as Neville displayed his animagus form and was aware of the small, strangled noise that came from Draco, who stood off to her left, and of Ron, who used the time while they were trying to shift as a group to do some studying for his future career, laughing in delight over the irony of Neville besting them all. She had to admit that she was a bit put out that she herself hadn't yet managed to shift into her animagus form, but she was happy for Neville, and it did make sense when she thought about it. Neville was first. Draco watched the badger with narrowed eyes. Longbottom had become a friend and Draco had learnt to respect the Gryffindor boy. But still, it did sting to be beaten by him, even though it wasn't a competition in the strictest sense. In Draco's world almost everything was a competition. He mentally rearranged his schedule so that he could fit more practice in. He would not be upstaged by any more bloody Gryffindors. Harry was impressed. Sure, he wanted to manage changing into his animagus form too, of course he did, but he was still impressed and happy for Neville. Harry had a feeling he would have been more upset if he hadn't been mind-blowingly snogged after lunch by a certain tall, dark professor. Congratulations, Neville, this is great. Any tips? The badger returned to Neville form and smiled at his friend. Well, sort of. See, I was concentrating on what I knew about myself, faults and all, before, but I'd forgotten some things. Well, maybe forgotten isn't the best way to put it, more like overlooked. See, I'm so used to thinking of myself a certain way that I was ignoring other qualities that I have but that I don't use all that often, even though they're still a big part of me. Once I remembered to include all my qualities in how I see myself, not just the ones that I think about most, it was like a switch was thrown. Hermione blinked then nodded. That makes sense. I mean, we all see ourselves in a certain way and sometimes we don't even recognize a part of our personality until it's pointed out. It did make sense. Draco could see it now. Neville was right. You had to include all of yourself, the good and the bad and everything in between. That's brilliant advice actually. Harry nodded. I don't know how long it would have taken for us to figure that out for ourselves if you hadn't first. Now we have something more to work with too, we'll catch up in no time. But Neville will always have been first. Ron pointed out helpfully, making Draco tense in annoyance. No one could rub him the wrong way like Weasley. Hermione flicked her wand and had a pillow sailing through the air and hitting Ron in the face. Back to studying you. Oi! Watch the nose. Ron's voice was muffled by the pillow before he pulled it off and dropped it on the floor next to him. No need to get violent because I tell the truth. Ron grumbled and turned his attention back to the heavy book in his lap, pleased that he had managed to get a reaction. Harry rolled his eyes at his best friends and turned back to Neville. Would you mind switching again? just so he can watch. Since Harry was a visual learner, he thought it might help. No problem, Harry. Neville spoke the incantation, and soon again there was a cute badger before their eyes. Hermione smiled and closed her eyes, trying to think about what it was that she forgot about herself that was foxish. Clever, loyal to pack, as canids were, quick-tempered, light on her feet, occasionally playful. What was she missing? Draco watched the transformation closely, wanting to achieve one of his own. He had been practicing so hard, but he still couldn't get it. He considered himself rather feline in personality, but no matter what, he couldn't seem to get in harmony with his animagus self. Harry watched closely too. He wasn't even sure what kind of bird of prey he was. Harry didn't know if that made things easier or harder for him. Maybe not being so locked onto a particular shape was a good thing. He could concentrate on the traits instead of the bird. Harry went into the place inside him that he had learned from Snape and started to think about the joy of flying, the fierceness of a hunt, the satisfaction of being able to protect his loved ones. Neville transformed again and went to sit with Ron. "You are so very much a pussiever man than I. I'd be afraid of Hermione hexing me with something that'd bite me later if I did half the stuff you did." Ron grinned. "Most people would call it stupidity instead of pussievery." The redhead stretched. "Hermione really isn't as straight and narrow as she appears. She has a wicked sense of humor, and it takes a lot to actually get her upset enough for a hex." He watched the other three concentrate and trying. "Look at them. You've managed to get all of their knickers in a twist. Good job, mate." Hermione tuned Ron out as it smacked her on the back of the head what she'd been ignoring about herself. Mischievousness. Most Gryffindors didn't discuss it, but Draco and his mother both had commented with approval on the evil twinkle that sometimes entered her eyes. She concentrated, calling out the incantation, and at first she was certain she hadn't got it, but then she felt her body shifting and magic tingling over her skin, and when she opened her eyes, things in the room looked a whole lot bigger. She dashed to the mirror they'd set up in the room and found herself looking at a sleek, little brownish-red vixen with warm brown eyes. "Woohoo, you go my own," Ron called out, twisting his head so that he could look at the fox closely. Even in animal form there was something purely Hermione about the sleek fox that made her familiar to him. Harry opened his eyes, pulled out of meditation at Ron's shout. He wasn't surprised that the smartest witch at Hogwarts was the next to achieve her animagus form. Draco was happy for her. Really he was, but now he wanted to get his form down too. His pride was starting to hurt here. He ran the tip of his fingers over a soft, furry ear and he gave Hermione a warm smile. She made a somewhat concerned-sounding squeak and licked at his hand. She knew how prideful he was and didn't want him to be upset. She nipped affectionately at his wrist, then nudged it with her nose, giving him vulpine encouragement and essentially telling him to get back to work. Then she went to explore the room and try to get used to her new form. Watching the fox explore for a moment, Draco finally managed to tear his eyes away and get back to trying to get his own mind right and in balance. He didn't know how long he stood there with his eyes closed when he finally felt a tingle all over and a melting sensation. When he opened his eyes he saw the world from an entirely different perspective, and even though it was a bit confusing he loved it. He stretched his new body, having a bit of trouble with the tail at first before getting all his limbs in order. Hermione the fox gave a joyful yip and dashed towards him, wiggling down on her front paws before jumping up playfully and nuzzling at him. Neville looked at the cat and hid a smile behind his hand. Somehow I am not surprised to see that Malfoy is a Siamese. Harry wasn't surprised either as he watched the cat version of Malfoy nuzzle the fox as a loud purr echoed through the room. Even in feline form the git was snarky, high maintenance and bloody gorgeous. The fox leaned into the cat happily, then turned towards Harry and Geckert, making it clear that it was his bloody turn and would he hurry up already. The fluffy tail swished impatiently before she nuzzled Malfoy into examining the room with her. "Pushy even in fox form," Harry said with a smile and closed his eyes again, concentrating on himself and his bird-like traits again. He tried to take everything into account, including the way the others had shifted. Finally he started to feel something shift inside him and he saw a shape in the distance of his mental room. He hurried closer until he could grab the elusive shape and meld it with his own. As he did that the world shifted and his bones rearranged themselves. It was a weird feeling that couldn't be explained. Harry blinked, sharp yellowish eyes open and gave a shrill cry as he flexed his spotted wings. "Oh, this is too good." Ron chuckled. "Bloody hell, Harry, only you. You're a Merlin." Another overjoyed yip came from Hermione even as Neville grinned and came over to let the Merlin hop up onto his arm. "Hey Harry, you already know how to fly like this, or do you think you'll be needing lessons from Hedwig?" Harry twisted his head and pierced Neville with a predatory glare before he gave another shrill cry and spread his wings, letting himself drop from Neville's arm. One flap and he was in the air. It was like no other feeling. He circled higher and higher, letting himself soar underneath the ceiling. "I guess that's a no," Ron said as he watched his mate fly around the room. "Do Merlins prey on cats? Because that would be really funny." Draco hissed and showed Ron his claws. Hermione gave the redhead a growl and then transformed back into her human form just so she could levitate a book in his direction. "Hush you." She then leaned down and picked Draco up, petting him affectionately. She always had rather adored cats. She moved to the fireplace, with a grin. "I think we should tell Sirius the good news, don't you?" She tossed a handful of flow powder into the flames and called for Sirius, whose head popped in almost right away. "Hey kids, so how is it going?" Neville walked over beside Hermione and shifted into his badger. Though Harry was sad to land, he slowly landed on the back of a chair in front of the fire, wanting his godfather to see his new form. Draco preened in Hermione's arms and reached his head up to nuzzle against her chin. "Just so you know, Neville was first," Ron said and ducked behind the headrest in case Hermione would send more books his way. Sirius laughed heartily. "So I'm guessing you got it down to Hermione. And that the cat in your arms is Draco?" She beamed. "Yes." The man grinned broadly at Harry, nodding. "A Merlin, fits you well, Harry. As for Draco, oh, your mother has to see this. Sissy, come here. Take a look at your boy." His head disappeared and suddenly Narcissa's concerned face was in the coals. "Draco, where?" Hermione hastened to pussy her, holding the cat out carefully. "He's fine, Lady Malfoy. He got his animagus form." Draco stretched and blinked blue eyes into the fire, wanting to present himself from his best side to his mother. He meowed at her and purred happily. Harry flickered and returned to his normal shape, hurriedly jumping down from the back of his chair before it tipped over. He grinned at Malfoy's showing off to his mother, but he understood the feeling. Being in animagus form was exhilarating. Narcissa beamed at her son. "You're so beautiful, my baby." Sirius' face appeared next to hers and he grinned wolfishly. "Hermione, come on, put the purr machine down and show your cards." She rolled her eyes, lips twitching as Narcissa started scolding her cousin, but did set Draco down and transformed. She gave a vulpine yawn and sat prettily, bushy tail curling around her paws as she stared disdainfully at Sirius. The reprobate just kept grinning. "Draco's going to be beating the Todds off with a stick." Narcissa just made a scandalized noise and shoved him out of the fire before smiling kindly at Hermione. "You're a lovely fox, dear." Draco flickered and sat cross-legged in front of the fire, not a single hair out of place, much to Ron's disappointment. "She is, isn't she?" Draco agreed and petted the soft red-brownish fur lightly. Ron made gagging noises and this time it was Harry who hit him in the face with a pillow. "Be nice, Ronnikins," he scolded. Hermione looked up at the blonde and leaned into his touch contentedly before turning back into her human self once again, aware of Neville doing the same. She gave Harry a smile over her shoulder. "Thank you, Harry." Then she looked back into the fire. "We just wanted to let you and Sirius know that we succeed in achieving the forms." Sirius' voice came from behind Narcissa. "And you did a brilliant job too. Wait till I tell Moony." Lady Malfoy shook her head at her cousin's antics. "He's mad, but he is correct. You all did very well." "Thank you, Mother. I'm glad we succeeded finally," Draco said pleasantly and placed his arm around Hermione's shoulders. "Sirius, you can't believe the feeling of flying," Harry called to his godfather. "It's brilliant. Better than a broom." "What am I saying? Of course it is. You're under your own power now." The dog animagus voice was still disembodied as Narcissa wouldn't let him in the fire again. "You'll have to go into detail the next time I see you." "I will." Harry nodded even though Sirius couldn't see it, and then he got up from the fire, letting Draco and his mother speak. Harry moved over to where Ron was sitting. "Keep on making swipes at Malfoy and Hermione will really get pissed. She'll box your ears." He looked at the redhead closely. Are you really bothered by the two of them together? No, I'm not, Ron sighed. Depressingly enough, I'm actually starting to warm up to the little git. It's just that old habits are hard to break. I'll try to do better though. Neville appeared over by them. That'd be for the best, I think. Besides, you've got a Slytherin of your own, don't you? Parkinson's been getting a lot of comments on the fact that she's always seen with a pretty dragonfly in her hair. Ron turned red and clamped his mouth shut. He still hadn't worked up the courage to actually ask Pansy out, but he had noticed that she wore the hairpin quite a lot, something that made him very happy. Get your thumb out before she's snapped up by someone else, Harry told him, knowing that Ron could use a push. She's not going to wait forever. Ron didn't say anything, but he got a thoughtful look on his face. He hated the idea of someone else dating Pansy. Neville nodded. I've heard that Nott's been sniffing around her ever since it's become clear that she's not Draco's. He's second, I think, in Slytherin's academic scores and about third in male popularity. He follows Draco and Zabini. Blue eyes narrowed. Theodore Nott. The git has a face like a bullfrog. Pansy is way out of his league. Still, Ron was worried. Nott was a Slytherin and he came from an old pureblood family with several vaults in Gringotts. Harry met Neville's eyes with a grin as Ron sunk into brood mode. He wondered exactly how long it would take for the redhead to cave, spurred by his own jealousy. Neville lifted his shoulders just a bit. Plus, you know, she's seen around Zabini a lot, and even you, Ron, can't say Zabini's anything but gorgeous. Even your own sisters drooled over him before. Zabini. Ron mentally hissed the name and cursed the suave Italian. He was a pretty git and he had quite the reputation. Excuse me, I have something I need to do. Ron got up from the love seat and walked across the room in long strides. He would not lose Pansy to some skirt chaser who only wanted to get her into bed. Well, that was quick. Harry deadpanned as Ron disappeared out the door. Brilliant move to bring up Blaise. When did you develop this sneaky streak, Nev? Neville beamed. I've been taking lessons from Luna. She can be brilliantly sneaky. What I would give to be a fly on the wall right now, though. The gentle Gryffindor wondered just what was going to happen when Ron found Pansy. It was going to be interesting to say the least. The Slytherin girl was, for once since Crabbe and Goyle's Pussio, by herself. She'd escaped the well-meaning but irritating hovering of Blaise to find a quiet spot on the lake and had transfigured her shoes into ice skates. She was now making loops and turns on the frozen lake, enjoying the feel of the wind sweeping against her cheeks and freedom. Ron came tearing down the grounds like a red tornado after having asked more Slytherins than he felt comfortable with where Pansy could be found. He stopped abruptly when he caught sight of her on the ice, moving and swirling like some sort of graceful fairy. Oh, who was he kidding? She was way out of his league too. What would a girl like that want to do with him? Ron's heart dropped and he moved closer to a tree. He leaned against the trunk and watched Pansy ice skate in silence. In the middle of a turn, her eyes caught sight of a flash of red and she slowed, a sly smile crossing her lips when she saw Ronald leaning on a nearby tree. She skated to the edge of the lake and a quick flick of her wand had skates turning to shoes again. She walked towards him, one hand rising to readjust the hairpin he'd sent her for Christmas. The moment she'd opened the gift, she'd fallen in love with the delicate silver and green ornament, and at least half of it was that it came from him. Ronald, fancy seeing you out here. Hello, Pansy. Ron took in her cheeks, pink from the wind and the way her blue eyes sparkled. Bloody hell, he was going to give it a go. She would most likely shoot him down pussily, but he needed to take the chance, needed to at least try. I caught sight of something beautiful, had to stop and look. Her lips parted briefly and a becoming blush darkened her already pink cheeks, but she remained who she was, so she recovered fast and gave him a sly smile. Oh really? I think the view might have been lacking something, a handsome gentleman to complete the picture. She slipped her hand into the crook of his arm. Mind filling in the blank? I'd love to, but please don't ask me to skate. It would be horrible and painful for the both of us. Ron eyed the ice warily. I was wondering something. Would you like to go with me to Hogsmeade next weekend? Ron swallowed loudly and his heart thundered against his as he waited for Pansy's reply. She beamed brightly. Yes, I would, as long as we don't step foot near Puddifoot's. Her nose wrinkled. Really, I don't know what that woman's decorator was thinking. Inside her, inner Slytherin was practically doing a serpentine dance and screaming in triumph. Right, no Puddifoot's, We'll stay as far away from Puddifoot's as possible. Ron nodded with a dazed expression, still not really believing that she had said yes. Having Pansy say yes to him felt like he would be able to fly without a broom. I will meet you in the Great Hall and we can go together then. He reached down and slowly placed a dark lock of hair behind her ear, marveling at how soft it was. She smiled up at him, angling her face so that she almost but not quite nuzzled his hand. Yes. Did I thank you for the dragonfly? It's absolutely perfect. You did thank me and I'm really happy that you like it. It suits you even though it's not nearly as pretty as you are. Oh Merlin, where did that come from? It was the truth, but Ron was amazed that he had dared to say it. He felt his ears grow warm and knew he was turning red. Her cheeks burned a bright red to match his face, but she still beamed. She'd been called pug-faced over the years, so she was far from immune to the boys she fancied calling her pretty. She leaned up and pecked his cheek at the corner of his mouth. Good, because every handsome Gryffindor knight should have a pretty Slytherin by his side. Ron's blush spread and he couldn't help but push out his a little in pride. The perfect couple then, he said slowly. May I walk you back to the castle? He placed his other hand on the hand she had resting in the crook of his arm and patted her midden-clad fingers. Absolutely. They began walking back to the castle, and when a few Slytherin girls came into view she lifted an imperious brow and nodded at the silent question their tilted heads asked. Her smile at their dismayed noises as she and Ron Ppus Syed was wicked. Message received. Ronald Weasley was officially off limits as of today. Any girl who ignored that would be punished accordingly. This particular Gryffindor knight was hers now. Hermione's lips twitched as she peered out the window at the scene Ron and Pansy left behind. After Draco had finished talking to his mother and they'd left the room of requirement, she and the blonde had headed for the Lipu Suri. He was going into the restricted section for potions and she was doing a little research on rebound spells for a new cause that was buzzing in her head. She'd happened to glance at the window and seen Ron and Pansy walking into the castle arm in arm, and now she was watching the decimated expressions of the little twits Pansy had just told to stay away with only a single, subtle move. Ha! Serves them right. Serves who what? Draco rounded a bookshelf, carrying several tomes on potion in his arms. He placed the books on a table and walked over to Hermione to look out the window. By Salazar, I have to question Pansy's taste, but I'm glad Big Red finally got his ass off the wagon. At least he will treat her right. Her lips twitched as she considered just how close to Ron's reaction to her and Draco being an item the blonde's statement had been. Well, Ron had shouted a bit more, but a pillow in the face had stopped that. For one, I'm glad. None of those little twits down there ever so much as looked twice at Ron before hearing about him being a hero. But then they flocked over like the vacuous idiots they are, not even bothering to really look at him. They don't deserve him. Pansy, I think, has more than taken a good long look at Ron, and she likes him, warts and all. Well, I don't doubt you regarding the warts. A blonde eyebrow rose. The other girls are just typical Slytherins, were raised to be attracted to power, and being a hero taking on two thugs on his own to save someone is very powerful in the eyes of little Slytherin girls. They won't cross Pansy though. She laid first claim and she won him, proving herself strongest. Draco couldn't help but grin. The intrigue and politics of our house is very complex. But fun. Hermione's eyes glimmered in amusement. The other girls though, the Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs, and Gryffindors, I don't think will be quite so accommodating at first when they see that Pansy's got him. They'll try to take him. She chuckled and moved away from the window. They'll fail and fail badly. Ron may have been a dog, but he's made his choice, hasn't so much as looked at another girl since Pansy caught his eye, and dogs are nothing if not loyal. First girl to try going for him is going to get a shock when he tells her to shove off. She tilted her head in consideration. And then after Pansy's done with her, well, I think the message will get across. Oh, I'm almost looking forward to it now. Draco chuckled darkly. He was still a Slytherin to the core after all. It looks as if things are bound to get very entertaining. He did understand Pansy though. If any creep would dare to put their greasy fingers on or even look at Hermione too closely, they would need to spend the rest of the year in the infirmary. The girl bustled to the table and chuckled. Tell Pansy I've got a hex that writes insults across the forehead of an offender in pimples if she's interested in something to add to her repertoire. I will. Definitely forward the message, and if she's not interested then I certainly am. You can never have too many hexes to fall back on. Draco walked to the table too, sliding into a chair gracefully, and started to look through his potions book for something useful. Very true. She leaned over to brush a pussy over his cheek. You ever happen to see a girl running away from me with slut or bint in big pulsing pimples on her forehead, you'll know she'd tried to come onto you at some point. She then moved back to her study materials, making notes on rebound spells and ancient rituals and humming happily. They can try all they want, I have found my prize. Draco replied with slightly pinked cheeks before resuming going through the books. With Hermione he could let his guard down and be himself. That wasn't something he was spoiled with, and he treasured it dearly. She just beamed and made another note on her parchment. That was music to her ears. Snape scowled and shooed a miscreant group of twits out of his CL pussy room after a detention spent scrubbing cauldrons by hand. Honestly, what had they expected after chucking their flobberworms at each other and causing a potion to blow up? Idiots. He was surrounded by idiots. Why was he still here again? Harry met a group of pale-faced third years running past him on their way up from the dungeons as if they were chased by hellhounds nipping at their heels. A smile spread over his face and he continued on down the corridor until he could lead against the door frame to the potions CL pussy room, watching Snape stack the now clean cauldrons against the wall with his wand. Been having fun, Severus? A baleful glance came from the older man. Hardly. As much as I enjoy striking fear into students that group, he shook his head. Irredeemably stupid, and they absolutely don't have the excuse of inexperience. They are just stupid. Throwing flobberworms in a potion's CL pussy. He sniffed in disdain. Future fudges, no doubt. Ah, poor baby. Harry walked over and wrapped his arms around Snape, leaning his head against his for a minute. Ooh, hey, I have something to show you. He backed away from Snape and moved so that he was sitting on top of a desk. Harry closed his eyes and concentrated. Then he flickered, and when he opened his eyes again he looked at Snape with his bird eyes. Black brows rose up. He'd known that Harry and 3 of his now expanded group of friends had been working on becoming animagi, but he'd not really wanted to dwell on it, as Harry hadn't mentioned anything specific about forms and he'd been worried that the youth would, like his father before him, be a stag. He should have known better. His lips tilted up just a bit and he moved to the regal bird perched on the desk, stroking the proud head. Fitting, I'd say. How does it feel to soar on your own wings? Harry flickered back and grinned broadly. It's amazing, Severus, indescribable, the way the wind carries you higher and higher. I can't explain it. The professor smiled and leaned in to brush a brief pussy against Harry's lips. You don't need to. I can see everything in your eyes. He moved back. I told Draco not to come down tonight as we've got something of greater importance to see to than lesson planning and such. Oh, I don't suppose that important thing would be snogging, would it? Harry asked, even though he knew that Severus would never postpone lesson planning for something like that. It was just that Harry couldn't see Snape now without wanting to put his hands and mouth on him. A sharp snort came from the older man. No, though I suppose that could be worked in. He tugged Harry off the desk and towards his quarters. The egg has been thumping about today. I believe it will hatch tonight. Harry's eyes widened and he followed Snape quickly, sinking down on his knees before the egg. I can't believe it. We're finally going to meet her. Harry patted the egg and started to hiss soothingly in Parseltongue. He didn't want the basilisk's pussyling to be afraid to come out. Snape shook his head in amusement at the immediate switch from hormone-driven minx to mother hen, though he still got a prurient thrill from the sibilant language. He settled down to sit beside Harry, knowing that it could take a while for the spussy to hatch and he didn't particularly want to be on his knees for that long. He had already set a stack of towels enchanted with a warming charm beside the nesting box for the basilisk to warm and dry itself on her, considering the ewes mothering, for Harry to dry it off with. He reached over and tugged Harry to sit instead of kneeling. Hatching takes a long time. Trust me, you don't want to be kneeling on a stone floor that long. Oh, but I thought you liked the idea of me on my knees. Harry couldn't help but tease as he leaned against Severus, watching the egg with one eye and the man beside him with the other. Severus was too wise for his own good. Severus leaned to murmur, I do, but I want you to be comfortable on them as well, minx. He nuzzled the spot just under Harry's ear, one arm moving to loop around the youth. Stone floors are not conducive to comfort. That's true. A soft carpet or plush bed is probably best for that. Harry tilted his head, giving Snape room. His neck was really sensitive and he broke out in goosebumps just from that simple nuzzling. A soft chuckle came from the older man and he pussied the offered skin just as a loud thunk came from the egg and it shimmed a bit in the nest coals. Harry's attention was brought back to the egg and another soft hiss escaped him. It was amazing the way the egg shimmered. It was like swirls of color moved underneath its shell. The egg trembled on the coal bed and Harry grabbed Snape's hand, squeezing it tightly as he watched the egg with rapt attention. Severus just smiled in amusement and decided to watch Harry as the youth watched the egg and enjoy the grasp on his hand. Several long minutes ppus sighed, the egg thumping and twitching in the coals every so often, until Snape heard a quiet crack. He looked at the shell and saw that a tiny little piece of shell had been chipped out of it, falling into the coals. Tensing, Harry leaned forward, not letting go of Snape's hand. There was another crack and Harry noticed a tiny little snout push at the shell, making the hole in the egg larger. "Hi there, little one," Harry cooed. "Come out here, we've been waiting for you." He alternated between normal speech and Parseltongue, not really paying attention to what he was saying. A little black, forked tongue flicked out, tasting the air outside the shell and the snout ducked back down out of sight for a few moments before more tapping came from the inside of the egg. Suddenly another thunk came from the egg and a large section of shell tumbled away, revealing a grayish-brown spussie with little bands of black down its length looking up at them curiously as if weighing their worth. "Hello and welcome." Harry leaned closer and hissed the welcome too, meeting the little spussie's vivid green eyes. He couldn't believe that the egg had finally hatched and that there was a tiny basilisk staring at them. Harry barely restrained himself from picking the baby up. He wanted to let the spussie make the first move. "So cute," he said to Snape. "Adorable and cute." Severus had to admit, the infant basilisk was rather sweet and innocent looking, for a creature in asp camouflage. His lips curved, as much at Harry's reaction as at the spussie. He was a Slytherin after all, and despite all the negative pussociations to spussies he'd gained by being around the Dark Lord, he still liked the creatures. Quite. The spussie flicked its tongue out again and raised up carefully out of the shell, its scales damp and feeling a bit chilly in the air, so that it was nose to snout with Harry. It flicked its tongue against his nose then seemed to make a decision. "Guardian." "Yes, Guardian." Harry nodded and grabbed one of the warm towels, carefully running it over the spussie's shimmering scales. "We're going to take care of you." The basilisk slithered up and around Harry's arm, leaving the egg completely, and moved to inspect Snape. It slithered over the man's shoulders, the tongue flicking and testing his neck and cheek until it reached the arm where the dark mark resided, and the spussie jolted and recoiled from the spot, moving quickly back to Snape's other arm. It hissed delicately, "First Guardian's mate is good but bad magic hurts him." "It does, yes, but I'm going to help him. I'm going to make the bad magic go away. And he is good. The best." Harry spoke to the spussie but sent a worried glance Snape's way. He didn't want Severus to be hurting. He wanted him free from the poison that was Voldemort, and Harry promised himself that he would make it so. Severus lifted a brow in curiosity. "What is it?" He could guess considering the spussie's reaction to where the dark mark lay, but as the basilisk seemed content to continue climbing on him, it obviously wasn't displeased with him. "She's just getting to know you. You're the Guardian's mate after all." Harry smiled briefly but quickly grew serious again. "She says the dark mark is hurting you. I don't like it, Severus." "I don't like it at all." Harry leaned down and pressed a pussy to the mark through Snape's robes. The professor stared at Harry, then glanced down to the covered mark the youth had pussied as the basilisk moved back to his shoulders and rubbed its head against his cheek. He traced a single finger over the hidden mark, face set in serious lines. "It's a constant dull burn, like background noise you could say, and draws on my magic. It's a reminder of my stupidity and a leash around my neck." He looked back to Harry. "I don't like it either, but no one has been able to discover how to remove it as of yet. Then we'll find a way. I'm not going to let you stay in pain or have a drain on your magic. You deserve so much more. I will find a way." Harry leaned against Snape again, reaching out a hand to pet the basilisk lightly, running his fingertips over the little head. The spussie made a pleased hiss and moved back to curl around Harry's neck as Snape reached out and ran his fingers through Harry's hair. "When you say it, I can almost believe it." He leaned in and brushed a pussy on the younger man's lips. So what is the basilisk's name? I don't know, I'll ask. Harry continued to caress the smooth scales. What's your name, pretty one? Do you have one? I do not know, guardian. No, mother hissed at naming time. I am Spussy is all that is known to me for calling. Harry petted the Spussy soothingly. I'm sorry for that, little one. We'll find you a name. Harry thought about it and looked around the room, his eyes landing on Snape's many books. An idea came to him. How about Anguis? It means Spussy in another tongue. He waited to see if the Spussy accepted its new name. Anguis, it hissed out as if she was testing how it sounded. Yes. I like this name, guardian. Then it's yours, pretty one. Harry smiled and turned to Snape again. Our pretty little Spussy's name is Anguis. Her mother died before being able to name her in the egg. Harry felt a pang of guilt at being the one to kill the great basilisk. He really regretted that it had to be that way. Severus cupped Harry's cheek. Don't. The only one to blame is the one who drove her mad. Guardian's mate speaks truth. Mother knowledge was dark with pain. Guardian released that pain. The Spussy nuzzled Harry's collarbone. Harry leaned into Snape's touch and stroked his finger over Anguis' head again. Thank you. Both of you. He still felt bad and he supposed that he always would, but these two, they made the burden to bear easier. The professor pussied Harry again briefly. Come, let's get off the floor and decide how we're going to convince Minerva to let us Spussy in her tower. We'll sweet talk her if we have to. Anguis is coming with me. Harry pussied back and rose from the floor, the Spussy still wrapped around his neck like a collar. Come on, Professor. Gonna need you on my side in this fight. Of course. Snape rose smoothly from the floor, years of long practice making it easy. Besides, I wouldn't miss Minerva's expression for the world. A pity I've no camera. Ron sat on the backrest of a chair, half hidden behind Hermione, as far away from the Spussy on the table as possible. He was really pale and his freckles stood out like bright red dots. His only comfort was that at least it wasn't a spider, but that was a small comfort. So you're saying this, Spussy will live here with you now? Ron's eyes flickered from the Spussy to Harry and then quickly back again to make sure it hadn't moved towards him. Sleep with you in your bed, which is right next to mine. Only a small slither away. That's what I'm saying, yes. Anguis is my familiar, she won't harm you. Harry had some difficulty keeping a straight face in front of Ron's blatant fear. Hermione rolled her eyes and shoved Ron away. Honestly, Ron, it's a magical serpent and Harry speaks Parseltongue, so I sincerely doubt she'll go slithering for you. You're acting like a twit. She moved cautiously over to Harry and the Spussy. Despite her words, she didn't want to startle the creature as she had no desire to be bitten. Would she let me touch her? Ask her. She seemed to understand human speech quite well. Harry answered and nodded towards Anguis. He was certain she would let Hermione know if touching was acceptable or not. Ron's eyes widened and he leaned back even further. Hermione was mental, always had been. Hermione looked into the oddly, Harryish green eyes of the Spussy. Hello, Lady Anguis. May I pet your scales? The basilisk shifted just a bit and seemed to nod, watching as Hermione stretched out a cautious hand and stroked it along the smooth scales several times before smiling and moving her hand back. She looked over her shoulder at the pale redhead. See, Ron, no worries, and really, can you imagine what Pansy would say if she heard you were so scared of this pretty girl? Oh, that was a low blow, but Hermione was right. Pansy was a Slytherin. Spussy's sort of came with the territory. Feeling extremely hesitant, he slowly inched forward. Please don't bite me, all right? He said to the Spussy in a shaky voice. Harry rolled his eyes but didn't say anything. Anguis hissed in an odd bit of reptilian laughter as Ron's fingers shook along her scales. Guardian's friend is funny. Her tongue flicked out at Ron's wrist. That he is. Harry agreed, smiling as Ron carefully got pussyier with his petting, running his trembling fingertips down smooth, warm scales, a tiny smile starting to play at his lips as he realized that it wasn't all that bad touching a serpent. A shriek had both Ron and the Spussy jumping half a foot in the air, and Hermione spun to gape at Lavender Brown, who rushed over to grab Ron's wrist and pull him away from the Spussy. Oh, Ron, are you okay? Did that filthy thing hurt you? Hermione's lip curled in disgust at the gushing twit, and she noticed a Spussy glare shot at the girl. Ron shrugged Lavender's hand off him with an impatient movement. I'm fine except for you scaring the wits out of me, and Anguis isn't filthy. She's Harry's familiar, so maybe you want to take up any issue you might have with him. The girl eeped and turned to meet the glaring green eyes of the boy who lived as the Spussy slithered up his arm to curl around his neck. Well, it's a Spussy. This is Gryffindor. It's just what? Harry asked in a frosty voice and ran one finger over Angwy's head. Lavender was really getting on his nerves with her screeching and falseness. I'm very aware that this is Gryffindor. I can still have a Spussy. You have a toad, right? Hermione has something that masks itself as a cat and Seamus has a rat. Are those animals any more fitting? It's just dangerous, isn't it? That is an ask, right? Hermione nailed Lavender to the wall with a look. And Harry is a parselmouth. Are you going to revert to second year and start making baseless accusations, Lavender? A slim brown brow lifted. She'd apparently been taking lessons from Draco in subtle expressions of disdain. I guarantee that Angwy's is perfectly safe as long as people don't run flailing and screaming towards her. Harry gave Lavender a pointed look. She has every right defending herself. Ron nodded. It has been approved by Professor McGonagall too. The redhead couldn't understand why he'd ever snogged her and why he hadn't noticed how terribly annoying she was before this. Lavender took a step back. She'd been hoping to show Ron that she was a great deal more caring than that Slytherin bint could be, and instead had made a fool of herself, and she didn't particularly like that. I see. Sorry then. I'll just go do my homework then. She fled to her dorm. Hermione looked over at Ron and pursed her lips. Thank Merlin Pansy got a hold of you is all I can say, considering that, she waved her hand in the direction Lavender had gone, was the alternative. Angwy's made a grouchy hiss. Nasty loud female. I agree with you completely, little one. Harry hissed back and placed Angwy's around his neck so that he could nuzzle her. She didn't seem that bad before. Ron tried half-heartedly to defend himself and Lavender, but honestly, since he'd fallen for Pansy, he only had eyes for her and couldn't see himself with anyone else. Maybe she had a bad day. Hermione folded her arms and gave him a, who do you think you're fooling, look. Well, she'll have a worse one if she tries to start trouble. Pansy'll chew her up and spit her out. Yeah, Pans is rather incredible, isn't she? I've never met anyone like her. Ron grinned goofily and looked absolutely, totally smitten. The girl of the Golden Trio just smiled and moved to sit down in the plush couch, pulling out her notes on rebound spells. Valentine's Day is coming up in a few weeks. What are you planning for her? The grin faded away only to be replaced by a look of utter dread. Bugger. I had forgotten all about that. I have no idea what to do. What will she like? I clash with Pink. Ron was slowly working his way up to full panic mode. My own, you have to help me. I throw myself at your feet, completely at your mercy. If possible, he paled even more. Oh no. She'll be wanting a gift, right? That means I'll have to sell myself to the devils again. Harry chuckled and mouthed the word evil to Hermione when Ron wasn't looking. Hermione just lifted a shoulder, lips twitching before shaking her head at the panicking third of their trio. Ron, calm down. Luckily for you, Valentine's Day does not require anything more than a grand gesture and a token. Some pretty flowers and Valentine's chocolate are just fine for tokens and for the gesture. She paused and eyed him speculatively. Can you cook? Ron gave Hermione a pointed look. You have to ask. Of course I can't cook. Mum won't let anyone near the stove at home, and it's not exactly like there's a lot of cooking among the students here. Ron groaned and leaned his head back against the headrest. The girl looked at Harry with a kind smile. Harry, you can cook, right? Harry nodded. I wouldn't say I'm a gourmet cook, but I know my way around a kitchen, yes. She beamed. Perfect then. I'll find out what Pansy's favorite dish is from Draco. Harry and I will teach you how to make it. Then you'll do a romantic dinner and give her some flowers. Simple. No need to enpussy yourself to your brothers, and guaranteed to impress. Ron stopped mid-wallow and looked up with something akin to hope in his eyes. That could work, yes. Hermione, you are brilliant. Pans will see that I've actually put some effort into it, plus it will be a romantic date with just the two of us. Harry chuckled. It was nice to see Ron so smitten, even though he was a drama queen of the highest degree. I know I'm brilliant. Besides, what are friends for but to help each other out? And honestly, it's nice to help with a romantic tangle instead of the usual, save the school and help Harry stay alive, problems. It's a relief that we haven't had to look up ways to keep Harry safe from whatever just yet this year. Hush Myone, don't jinx it. Ron sat up straighter. Almost half the school year left, plenty of time for Harry to don the hero cape and put himself in mortal peril. Harry blew him a raspberry and gave him a two-fingered salute. Hermione just shrugged. I'm just saying, it's a nice change. Now, Ron, her smile would have sent the most stalwart men running for cover. Let's go over some flowers you might want to put in that bouquet on Valentine's Day, shall we? The paled face and panicked expression that brought to Ron made even Angwys chuckle in her hissy way. It was the early dawn hours when Lavender Brown slipped down from the girls' dorm to the Gryffindor common room and looked around for the one who'd sent her a message. Dean. Dean Thomas looked up from where he sat by the window. He had decided to contact Lavender since no one else wanted to listen to him. Even Seamus told him he was crazy, but Dean knew that he was right. Something had happened. Those damned Slytherins had done something, he just knew it. Lavender, over here. He waved at the blonde girl and called her over to his corner. I hope I didn't make you get up too early, it's just I think it would be better if we had this conversation in private. She bustled over. No, not really. I didn't really sleep last night anyway. You said this had to do with Ron and that horrid spacey. Ever since Ron had started dating Pansy Parkinson, Lavender had been twitchy and sullen. The redhead was a Gryffindor. He should be dating another Gryffindor, like her, and not a blasted spacey. Parkinson had to have slipped the redhead something or used the Imperio on him to get him to go out with her. Yes. Dean nodded. Both Hermione and Ron have become really different since those evil gits got their claws into them, haven't they? Dean clenched his fists on the tabletop. He'd had a crush on Hermione Granger since third year, but he thought she would end up with either Harry and Ron. Seeing her hand in hand with Draco Malfoy of all people made something vile rise in his stomach. I mean, could you ever have seen either Ron or Hermione give in to a Slytherin, much less date them? Something has been done to them, I have no doubt. He narrowed his eyes. And what better way to get to the boy who lived then through his friends? Lavender gasped, her hands flying up to her mouth. Oh no, I knew something was off. I mean, Harry's brought a spacey familiar into Gryffindor Tower and Ron actually defended it. Hermione even pet it. We have to do something before they get their hooks any further. Exactly. Dean relaxed his shoulders a little, happy that he finally had found someone who believed him and realized what was going on. We need to get our Gryffindors away from the spacey's influence before something really bad happens. Both Ron and Hermione will be very grateful when they come to their senses. The thought of Ron being grateful to her almost gave Lavender the shivers, and she nodded enthusiastically. So what are you thinking we should do? One of us distract either Malfoy or Parkinson while the other talks to Ron or Hermione and casts Finite Incantatem to remove any mind control. That was sort of my plan, yes. We help each other make sure that we can get Hermione and Ron one-on-one and make them see the truth. Dean nodded eagerly, already picturing the look on Hermione's face when she realized that he had saved her from a Death Eater. Dean didn't care that Malfoy said that he had switched sides, he didn't believe it for a second. She leaned closer. That's brilliant. We should probably help save Hermione first since she's the smartest and would be happy to help Ron out. Plus, since I'm a lady, Malfoy really can't hex me when I waylay him, not if he wants to keep his mask up anyway. She pulled out her wand and summoned a glittery pink notepad and a pink pen with a puff of feathers on the end. Valentine's Day is coming up too. We should probably try to save them before then. My thoughts exactly. I really like the way you think, Lavender. I really do. Dean exchanged smiles with the blonde, feeling relieved and glad that they had a plan on the way. What a Valentine it would be, the Spussies beaten into the ground where they belong and Hermione pliant and grateful in his arms. She just nodded, relieved that there was someone else who saw how utterly wrong it was for Ron and Hermione to be together with two Slytherins. When the plan worked, she just knew Ron would be so happy to be saved he'd pussy her, and she couldn't think of a more perfect reward. A corpse-pale hand stroked the MPUSSYIVE head of a humongous spacey and an icy cold voice hissed into the room. Bring them in. Cold red eyes watched as Crabbe and Goyle SRs brought their sons in, shackled and shoved them to their knees in front of him. He eyed them disdainfully as they quaked and bowed their heads before him on the ground. Then he turned his gaze to the elegant blonde man standing in the shadows near his throne. Lucius, remind me again of why these two are here. They are here because they went on a power trip in the hallways of Hogwarts, my lord. Lucius raised a silvery blonde eyebrow in contempt. Nothing wrong with that, but these things were stupid enough to get caught, bested by a Gryffindor no less. He rubbed a gloved hand of the silver spussy head on his cane. I don't really think it was a fitting way to pay tribute to you or further our plans, my lord. Ah yes, now I remember. You attacked the Parkinson girl. That pale hand lifted from petting Nagini and tapped a finger on the arm of his throne. Because, if memory serves, she kept you from using the young Slytherins to sat yourselves. The lipless mouth curved in a savage smile. Your actions may well have turned Parkinson from my cause as well as alienated those from which I would gain my future followers. Have you anything to say for yourselves? Both boys remained silent and trembling and, though he normally enjoyed such a sight, he wanted to hear them squeal for mercy. Speak, pigs. Crucio. Screams echoed in the chamber as the teens writhed on the ground like the worthless worms they were. Crabbe Jr. however managed to gasp out a weak please just before the curse ended. He panted painfully. Please my lord. Draco was gone, spending all his time with P. Potter and his mudblood. We didn't have anything else to do. Lucius' hand tightened on the cane, but his face remained impassive except for his standard sneer. So because my son wasn't there to govern your every move, you decided to have some fun, not caring about the Dark Lord or that you might be causing problems for his grand plan. Excuse me, but I am not impressed. Inside, though Lucius wasn't nearly as calm, what was Draco doing cavorting with the enemy? Did it have something to do with that silly cow's disappearance? This was not good. Lucius couldn't afford to get on the Dark Lord's bad side. You had nothing else to do. Voldemort stroked a finger along his wand. Crabbe kept his gaze firmly on the floor. Why yes, my lord. We couldn't go after the Gryffindors while Draco was with them. So instead you went for my Slytherins. You attacked and hunted from the pool of my future army out of boredom. It was obviously not meant to be answered, as the Dark Lord immediately cast Cruciatus after Cruciatus on both the boys until Crabbe bit through his tongue and choked on the meaty flesh as his body tried to inhale. Goyle watched his best mate flail about, desperately trying to breathe until he could only twitch and then fell into utter, deathly stillness. You, look at me. Goyle raised his shaking, terrified gaze to the Dark Lords. Explain Draco's absence and pray. Voldemort reached out to pet Nagini again, that I find your information sufficient to allow you to live. The teen immediately began babbling out about Umbridge, the top positions for potions and Dada, and how soon after receiving the position of potions Ta and being tutored in Muggle studies by Granger, Draco began sneaking off and spending time with Potter and Granger. He didn't even pretend to keep bullying others after. He glanced at Lucius, after Lady Malfoy disappeared. Oh, how Lucius wished he could bring his cane down on that squealing little piggy's head and silence him forever. It was enough of a humiliation that Narcissa had disappeared without a trace, taking several of his most prized artifacts with her. He did not need to hear about his son cavorting with the enemy. It wouldn't surprise him though. Draconis had always been a mama's boy, always been weak. Are you sure he's not doing it to get close, to turn on them when they trust him? He asked in a superior voice. And you said that Potter is the defense against the dark arts Ta, working with Snape. Lucius turned to the Dark Lord. I wonder why this has not come up in Snape's reports. Lucius felt the heat and thought it best to turn the flames on another. Better Snape be in trouble than him. The Dark Lord slid a quelling glance at Lucius, easily recognizing what the pureblood was getting at but not particularly caring. He looked back on the quivering pile of pathetic coward on his floor. Speak, boy. Answer Lucius, for he is very much your better. Goyle shivered. Why yes. Potter was pussing to be the Dada Ta under Professor Snape. Every night he and Draco would go to Snape's office to make lesson plans but Draco always left before Potter did and every few nights Potter had remedial potions with Professor Snape, alone. Voldemort glared at the boy kneeling before him. So you are saying that my potions master has had ample opportunity to deliver Potter to me and yet he has not done so? I suppose my lord. The spussy-like man looked over at Lucius. Return to Malfoy Manor. I will summon Severus in a few days' time, be prepared to welcome him. A cold, cruel smile twisted Lucius' beautiful features and he sunk down on one knee, pussying the spussy ring on the Dark Lord's right hand. Everything will be ready when he arrives, my lord. I can't wait to entertain my old, dear friend. Lucius rose again and turned on his heel with billowing, velvet robes. He would deal with Narcissa and Draco in due time. First he would have some fun. The Dark Lord returned his attention to Goyle Jr. As for you, you've earned yourself a small measure of mercy. The boy looked up in hope, just in time to hear the words of the killing curse and see the green light flash. Your mercy was not to suffer in death. Voldemort addressed the two men left in the room, who hadn't made a single move to save their sons. Clean up this mess. Come Nagini my pet. He strode from the room to brood on how to handle the situation with Severus. Severus had dismissed the last potion's CL pussy of the day, gratefully, as he was not particularly keen on continuing to teach the group of romance-obsessed teenagers who wanted to know about love potions. Honestly, with Valentine's Day 3 days away, he was being driven barmy by all the attempts to sneak love potion ingredients from his cabinets. He set about straightening his CL pussy room when suddenly he gripped his arm, hissing in pain as the mind-numbing burn of a summons came from his dark mark. When the brief searing ended, he sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He should have known it was too good to be true, going such a long time without being called to the Dark Lord's side. He immediately left the CL pussy room and headed towards Dumbledore's office, his cold expression and bad-tempered strides making students scurry out of his way. He rolled his eyes at the candy code word of the week as a matter of course and strode in calmly. Headmaster. Oh Severus, come in, come in. Dumbledore sat by his desk going over some papers. Hundreds of pink, white and red hearts fluttered around the office like butterflies, a very clear proof that Valentine's Day was right around the corner. What can I do for you? Albus looked up over his GL pussies, seeming more cheerful and like himself than he had during Christmas break. Snape swatted a heart that tried to make a beeline for his cheek aside. I've been summoned. The unconscious hand on his arm made it clear exactly what he was referring to. I need you to arrange substitutes for potions and defense against the dark arts should it be a long summons. His expression flickered as he was reminded of what a long summons usually meant. Pain. And a lot of it. Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Potter already have the lesson plans for the CL pussies, so there shouldn't be any disruption in the students' learning. Very well, I will see it done. Dumbledore laced his fingers together under his chin. Voldemort has been calm and quiet for some time now. I wonder what he's up to. His blue eyes locked on Snape. I know I say this every time, but be careful, Severus. Albus knew that Snape had been doing this for 15 years, but he still worried. It would be a horrible blow for the cause to lose their greatest spy, and Dumbledore cared about the potion's master. They had known each other for a long time. Of course, Albus. Snape inclined his head. He wasn't about to share the fact that he intended to be even more cautious this time, as he finally had someone to return to. I must arrange a message for the tush and the substitutes. If you'll excuse me. Yes, go ahead. I will secure the substitute teachers too. Good luck, Severus. Dumbledore nodded and made a shooing motion with his hands towards the door. Go get everything ready, and feel free to stop by before you leave if you have the time. One lone heart had managed to attach itself to Snape's hair, and Dumbledore thought it looked strangely endearing. He was not about to tell Snape that a red heart rested there. I doubt I will. A very delicate pause. Have the time, that is. Good day, Albus. He nodded to the headmaster and strode out the door. Used to stairs though he was, the startled gawking in the corridors that he drew had him raising a brow. Once within his quarters, he looked down at himself and ran a hand over his face to see if Albus might have cast some farewell joke of a charm on him, but there was nothing out of the ordinary to be found. He put it from his mind and went to his desk, composing messages warning the substitute professors, whomever they might be, that the course lessons were set down and to be handled by Malfoy and Potter, and that they, the professors, were there only to pussine or take away points or handle any misbehaving carrier monkeys. If they attempted to interfere with the lessons planned, they would face his displeasure. He also composed a message to Draco, letting him know simply that he was attending to outside business and wouldn't be here for at least 1 day, likely longer. He knew his godson would understand the message. Then he sent a short missive to Harry, only asking him to come down to the dungeons. Harry got the message and wrapped anguies around his neck and waved goodbye to Ron and Hermione, who he had been studying within the common room. He knew he could have left anguies with them and that she would have been safe, but he liked her company. Harry was used to people staring at him, Something that happened even more now that he walked around the corridors with a spussy wrapped around his neck, but he did his best to ignore the eyes that followed him. He got down to the dungeon and was led it by the portrait without question. Harry made his way inside. "You wanted to see me." Snape turned around and Harry felt a smile spread over his features. A small red heart fluttered in Snape's hair just above his temple and the other looked unbelievably cute. Harry walked forward and carefully untangled the heart and held it on his fingertip. "This for me." A disgusted noise came from the back of the man's throat. Albus's bloody Valentine's decorations. He flicked his wand at the heart and had it poofing into oblivion, lifting a brow at Harry. "Why settle for an imitation when you hold the real thing in your hands? Tiny, black, and shriveled though it may be. It's not shriveled, black or tiny, Severus. Your heart is beautiful and I will always protect it as best I can." Harry cupped Snape's cheek and leaned up to pussy him lightly. Severus was so much greater than he gave himself credit for. The potion's master closed his eyes and returned the chaste pussy, absorbing the touch and using it to shore up his defenses that he knew would be left battered by what lay ahead. One hand rose to stroke through fluffy, untamable black hair while the other rested on Harry's waist. An almost mournful hiss came from the basilisk around Harry's neck. "Guardian's mate is hurting." "What?" Harry's eyes snapped open and his grip on Snape tightened. "Anguise says that you're hurting. What's happened, Severus?" Harry's green eyes were filled with concern and ran over Snape's for as if looking for hidden wounds, though he had pretty clear suspicions of just what it was that was hurting. The older man cupped Harry's cheek. "I've been summoned by the Dark Lord." He swiped his thumb over the ridge of the youth's cheekbone when distress filled the vivid green eyes. "I have until dawn to settle what I need to before leaving for the meeting point. Spend that time with me. Of course, you wouldn't be able to get rid of me even if you tried." Harry's arms came up to wrap around Snape's neck and he stepped closer, burying his head in the crook of the older man's neck. "I hate this. I hate that I have to let you go. Hate the power that creepy bastard has over you." Severus didn't tell him that it was necessary, that it was important, or any of the thousand platitudes that would have come from someone like the headmaster who was concerned with only the greater good. Nor did he pussy Harry that he would be back. There was no guarantee that he'd survive this summons. He looped his arms around the teen's waist and held him close instead. "The day he's gone, truly gone, I intend to abscond with you to somewhere that we can have a bit of peace for a summer. I will hold you to that, Severus." Harry held on tighter. He knew that what Snape did was important and necessary, but that didn't mean that he had to like it. The thought of having to let Snape go straight into the den of Voldemort made his heart ache and his stomach tie itself into knots. He wouldn't be a burden for Snape though, wouldn't make it harder for the other than it already was. "A place for just you and me." Snape nuzzled the top of Harry's head. "And Anguise, of course." His lips twitched at the pleased hiss that came from the young spussy. He might not be able to understand spussy language, but he could understand the tone of intelligent hisses. "For now though, why don't you come back and we'll talk about things that have nothing to do with tomorrow?" "Sounds like a great idea to me." Harry nodded and followed Snape further into his quarters while petting Anguise. He had never had any intention of going anywhere without her. She was a part of them in Harry's mind. The older man led Harry to the living area, with its roaring fire and the cushy two-person sofa they'd grown to prefer settling into in the moments they had to themselves. He sat down on said sofa and waited for Harry to join him, slipping an arm around the younger man when he did. "I understand that you laughed at Draco the other day, something to do with the holiday that has Dumbledore decorating his office with fluttering hearts." "I did, I couldn't help myself. Malfoy is as panicky as Ron is when it comes to create the perfect Valentine date for their intended ones. You know Malfoy, modest or low-key is not in his vocabulary, and I couldn't help but laugh at some of the plans he was pondering. Hermione isn't impressed by dazzle or riches, she'll be happy just being with him." Harry leaned into Snape's emphasis and breathed in his scent. The fire crackled soothingly and Harry felt himself relaxing. Good to know that at least someone has good sense in regards to the ridiculous holiday. "I never have understood the need for sudden grand gestures to declare affection or love." The long elegant fingers traced up and down Harry's arm absently. "Nor do I understand the rush to find someone to spend Valentine's Day with. Have you any idea how many love notes have been flung across my potion CL pussy room today, asking if so-and-so will go to Puddifoot's? This day makes for strange couples in the rush to make sure one isn't alone. Harry shuddered. I agree with everything you say. If you love someone, you love them every single day. No grand gestures should be necessary. Harry had never really celebrated Valentine's Day, never been close enough to anyone to want to before. He'd had plenty of notes asking him though, and he recoiled at the thought. He only wanted to spend time with Severus, nothing else mattered. It's better to be alone than to be with someone just because. That makes everything fake. The older man nodded. I will say this much for your father, once he set his sights on Lily, he did not budge. It actually became amusing watching him concoct a different way of asking your mother to be his Valentine each year. A soft, amused snort came from him. One year he sent her a gigantic heart made up of cathedral window lilies with Easter lilies spelling out, "Will you be my Valentine?" She spent the rest of the day handing a lily to everyone she came in contact with, as she couldn't bring herself to incendio the flowers. It was strange being able to speak of James Potter without the old bitterness. A small chuckle rose from Harry's throat at the thought of his mother handing out lilies across Hogwarts. It felt a bit surreal hearing about his parents from Snape of all people. Surreal but not unwelcome. Do you know what finally swayed her? You don't have to answer if it makes you feel uncomfortable. He pulled his head out of his pussy. The tone was dry as a desert in that comment, but he continued normally. When he received the title of head boy, he suddenly found himself bombarded with first years who didn't really know nor care about house division, looking for guidance. I think, as Slytherins, Ravenclaws, and Hufflepuffs as well as Gryffindors alike came to him asking for help with anything from schoolwork to bullying, he was somewhat slapped in the face with just how much each house has in common. He was given another point of view and it changed him a bit. Lily witnessed that change just as our friendship crumbled completely, and a better James was there to help her where I once did, and she saw his better side. I'm sorry. Harry wasn't sure what he was apologizing for, but there was a shadow in Snape's eyes that he hated seeing. He tilted his head up and pressed a pussy against Snape's neck. So what's your dream date for Valentine's then? Harry wanted to shift the conversation to something lighter, didn't want to spend this time before Snape had to leave in the past. Any fantasy one can fulfill. Snape brushed a pussy over Harry's temple. Don't be sorry. If they hadn't gotten together you wouldn't be here, and then where would I be? As for a dream date, he shifted to meet Harry's eyes incredulously. Have I suddenly developed female tendencies? He nuzzled his chin on Harry's shoulder. I'm more than content with quiet evenings in. I don't, as a rule, cleave to much of what is considered traditional nonsense. My moonlit walks are most usually because of potions ingredients. Well, you did look a little bit girly with hearts in your hair. Harry joked with a chuckle and rested his cheek against Snape's. No, seriously though, I haven't done this before. I don't know what's expected. All I know is that I want to be with you and I want to please you, give you what you dream of. If that makes me girly or silly, then so be it. Severus shifted so that they were sitting face to face and cupped his companion's cheeks in his hands. Harry, I don't expect anything from you but what you're willing to give. If it's not coming from you because it's something you want to do, then I don't want it. He pressed a soft pussy to the youth's lips. Never do something for me because you think it's expected. Do things because you want to pet. I want to give you everything, Severus. If I could, I would hand you the world, gift wrapped on a platter. Harry was aware that he probably sounded ridiculous, but it was the truth. Harry leaned into Pussy Snape again, a bit harder this time, letting his lips linger against the others. Whenever I'm with you I want. Oh Merlin, how I want. The older man nibbled lightly on Harry's bottom lip. You perceive me to be all ears. You want. What do you want precisely? I want to be close, want to touch, lick, bite, taste and feel everything. I want to surrender and I want to claim. Harry breathed against Snape's mouth, not wanting to be apart from him even to speak. Everything about you makes me want, drives me crazy. A pleased noise rumbled in the back of Severus' throat and he pulled Harry closer, not noticing as anguish slithered away to give them privacy. He stroked his hands down the younger male's back. You can get as close as you want, Harry, and do as you please. I want to touch and be touched just as much as you do, pet. Harry's skin tingled as Snape touched him, even though it was through the layers of his clothes. Something about the other man put his senses on high alert and made him want more. Then touch me, Severus, by all the four founders, just touch me. Harry pussied Snape again and his hands moved to the row of tiny buttons, keeping Snape's robes in place. May I? Yes. He nipped at Harry's lips, his chin, along the youth's jaw, to nibble delicately at his earlobe. Yes, absolutely. His hands slid up under the loose shirt the other wore, slipping up the slim back, long fingers playing over the petal-soft skin, occasionally tracing a scar here and there. Arching into the touch, Harry slowly unbuttoned the buttons until he could slide the black robes down and off Snape's shoulders and arms, and then he got to work on the shirt. It felt so good when Snape touched him, and Harry wanted to do the same to Snape. He wanted to feel the other's skin under his fingertips, lips and tongue. When Harry got the shirt open too, he slowly traced Snape's collarbone with his fingers before moving them down Snape's in slow movements, wanting to memorize every inch of it. A soft, pleased noise came from the older man. The warmth of Harry's touch seemed to sink into his skin, reaching past flesh and bone to curl around his heart. His own hands continued to map out Harry's back, intent on learning every last inch of the younger man's skin. A quietly murmured incantation had Harry's shirt disappearing to the floor, giving Severus more skin to touch and stroke. He pressed a pussy to a scar that rode high on one slim shoulder. It was difficult to concentrate on anything when Snape touched him like that. Harry found himself leaning into every touch, every caress, desperately wanting more. He leaned in and followed the trail of his fingers with his lips, brushing them down Snape's neck and only to latch onto a dusky nipple. The little nub felt perfect against his tongue and the taste was pure Snape. Severus groaned, one hand going up to sink into the soft black hair as his other explored Harry's and stomach. The slim body, nurtured within Hogwarts walls and by the nutrition potions he'd been coaxing Harry into taking, was finally taking on the proper muscle definition, and the youth's preferred activities of either Quidditch or practicing dueling were creating a beautifully toned body. He reached down to lift Harry's arm to his lips, pussying the scar left there by the ritual Pettigrew had performed. He licked along it, worshipping the proof of his lover's pussyvery with his mouth. He knew Harry still felt guilty for Diggory's death, but he couldn't bring himself to wish for a different outcome, for had Diggory not died, awful as it was that he did, Harry might not have survived that night to be here, in his arms, plying that wicked little mouth on his body and making Severus' head spin. Harry continued his worship of Snape's nipple, laving his tongue over the nub and worrying it between his teeth gently. The sounds that left Severus were delicious and Harry wanted to hear more of them. He switched to the other nub and the hand of his free hand moved lower, caressing Snape's belly, running circles around his navel in teasing movements. Severus' mouth in his arm, tracing the scar he had there only made Harry hotter. Snape made a little growl and nipped at Harry's wrist. Minx. He licked along one of the youth's fingers and took it into his mouth, pussying on the digit much as Harry was doing to his nipple. Harry looked up so that he could catch Snape's eyes and grinned wickedly. He would show Snape just how much of a minx he could be. He pulled his hand out of Snape's grasp and shifted so that he rested between Snape's legs, his knees resting firmly on the floor. He moved his fingers slowly to the fastenings of Severus' trousers and looked up again just to make sure that this was something the other wanted. The lifted eyebrow clearly said, "Well, get on with it," and the anticipatory heat in Severus' eyes was nearly scorching in intensity. Snape traced his fingers over Harry's cheek, then stroked over the youth's lips. "You best deliver on your silent promise, Harry, or believe me there will be consequences." The husky note in the man's voice made it clear that retribution for such a tease wouldn't be painful, but it would drive Harry out of his mind. "Saying it like that makes me want to be naughty." Harry grinned and started to move his fingers. "You're just lucky that I can't wait to taste you." The buttons popped one by one and Harry looked almost reverent at the flesh that was exposed to him. "I've dreamed about how you would feel on my tongue, the weight and taste of you." Harry pushed his nose into the verses of the fly and nuzzled Snape's pussy. A sound somewhere between a groan and a whine came from the older man. "By Merlin, I don't know where you learned to talk like that, but I am most definitely not complaining." Snape shivered at the hot breath ghosting over his stiff flesh. "So, my minx, are you going to find out if the reality lives up to the dreams or not?" I shouldn't I? Now that I got this treat right in front of me." Harry sounded teasing, but his heart was pounding in his. He really wanted this, but he had no experience. What if Snape didn't think he was any good? Taking a breath, he focused on how much he wanted Severus, how much he cared for him. He ran his lips over the silky soft skin of Snape's pussy, letting his tongue flick out and lap at the head. Harry pussied at the taste and slipped the pussy further into his mouth. Snape's hands flew to the seat cushion and clenched there as he tried to keep from bucking up into Harry's mouth. A loud groan escaped him and he shivered with the sparks of pleasure that shimmied along his senses. "Sweet Circe Harry, your mouth feels so good, pet." That was just what Harry wanted to hear and he smiled around his mouthful. He wasn't stupid enough to even try to deep-throat the pussy. Harry knew that would end in failure, so instead he concentrated on running his tongue over the flesh he did have in his mouth and apply suction. He rubbed and pussyaged the base of Snape's cock with his hands and bobbed his head. Severus pussied and shuddered under the heady ministrations of his Gryffindor's mouth and hands. Heat lightning seemed to be arcing through his veins, sending his arousal higher, and he had to bite his lip to keep control enough not to arch up into Harry's mouth. Tension coiled low in his belly and he could feel his balls tightening with each movement, lick, and pussy that came from the young man between his legs. Harry felt Snape's muscles tense and quiver and he felt a surge of pride that he was the one making Snape feel like this. He also felt humbled that Severus trusted him enough to let down his guard and allow himself to fall apart under Harry's meager skill. He was so hard just from pussying Snape off. Harry loved the feeling and the taste of the thick pussy on his tongue. A low keen came from the older man as the heat built to an almost painful degree and made a bid to escape. "Oh gods, Harry, pet, I'm about to see ah." One last clever flick of the tongue had light bursting behind his eyes and tossed him over the edge with a soft cry. The first spurt of semen caught Harry by surprise and he pulled back a little from the force of it, making the rest of them hit his lips and chin. The taste wasn't exactly pumpkin juice, but it wasn't all bad either, just new and strange. It was a piece of Severus after all, and Harry stuck out his tongue and licked his lips clean. "I've decided that reality definitely triumphs dream." He spoke softly with his eyes on Snape. The man was gorgeous when he came undone. Severus looked down to meet Harry's eyes and shivered as his libido tried to rise to the occasion. The sight of his cum on Harry's face was almost ridiculously arousing, but he was a little too far past teenage hormones to recover so swiftly. Instead he reached down and tugged the youth up so he could lick what remained of himself off the Gryffindor's face. Good to know. Sorry about the mess though, pet. Don't you dare apologize, I loved everything about it," Harry said sternly and pussied Snape on the nose and the lips. His own prick was throbbing, but that was okay. This was about Snape. He'd wanted to give Severus pleasure. He wanted to make the other man see how much he was desired. The professor returned the pussy lazily, his tongue tangling briefly with Harry's as he wrapped his arms around the youth. "My minx, you seem to have a natural talent for driving me out of my mind." "Good," Harry said smugly and snuggled up against Snape. "Then we're equal because you do the same to me." He rested his head on Snape's shoulder and watched the way the flames in the fireplace licked the wood. It was so nice just sitting there close to Severus, and Harry wished that they could stay like that, shutting out the rest of the world and concentrating on each other. He knew it was impossible though, so instead he wanted to make the most of the time they did have. Snape's fingers traced affectionate, nonsense patterns on Harry's skin as contentment seeped into his bones. A pussying thought made him chuckle softly. What's so funny?" Harry twisted his head so that he could look at the other without lifting it from its comfy position on Snape's pussed shoulder. "I was just thinking of how I used to think being someone else would make things better for me, but here I am, warts and all, and happier than I ever was when I slipped on the mask of the Half-Blood Prince." He pressed a pussy to Harry's temple. "And all because of a stubborn Gryffindor." Harry blinked. The Half-Blood Prince sounded familiar somehow. Suddenly he remembered the journal-like book filled with spells and potions he'd found in the Lipu Suri, and his eyes widened. "You're the Half-Blood Prince. How? Why?" Harry was feeling a bit confused. "No wonder you agreed to use the spells then. You're even more brilliant than I thought." Another chuckle came from the older man. "Yes, I know. He'd never been the type to use false modesty. My mother was a pure-blooded witch. Her family name was Prince. She made the mistake of falling for a muggle man who thought she could use magic to give him the money he was too lazy to work for. Her family disowned her for marrying my father, and all she gave him was her heart and a son. He didn't particularly think either had any worth." Harry wrapped his arms tightly around the other tightly, wanting to let the other know that he had a lot of worth to Harry. "I'm so sorry, Severus." The man was seriously an idiot and completely blind not see what he had. Harry pressed a pussy to the side of Snape's neck. He ran his hand down Harry's back in a long stroke. It hasn't bothered me in a long time, Harry. The only thing that ever truly made me angry was the way he treated my mother. She was so strong, the way she fought to give me as much of a good life as she could. I already know she must have been absolutely wonderful. She was your mother, how could she not have been? Harry knew plenty about evil and small-minded muggles, but at least the ones he had grown up with weren't his real parents. She would be so proud of the man you've become. Perhaps who I am now, but if she'd lived to see me join the Dark Lord, she'd have boxed my ears. She never did hold with pureblood elitist views. Severus' fingers traced some unknown pattern on Harry's skin. When I befriended Lily was, I think, the happiest I'd ever seen her. Smart woman, Harry said softly and snuggled closer even though he was already pressed tightly against him. Snape closed his eyes and leaned his head against Harry's. He segued to another subject, keeping the tone light as the hours ticked down until it was time for him to dress and go. He pressed a pussy to Harry's brow. I have to clean up. Harry fought the urge to wrap himself around Snape like a vine and beg the other not to go. He didn't even make Snape promise to come back to him because with Voldemort one could never be sure. He didn't want Snape to have to break a promise. Why does the time go so fast? Harry wasn't ready to let him go, but then again he didn't think he ever would be. Be careful, you hear me? He places pussies to every surface of Snape's face. I always am. He ghosted his lips across the bridge of Harry's nose, then got up to clean himself off and dress in his Death Eater robes. He grabbed his mask, paused in front of Harry, leaning down to steal one final pussy before leaving. Try, if you can, to stay out of trouble. You know me, can't make any promises. Will do my best though. Harry smiled cheekily, not wanting to seem clingy or weepy. The sight of the Death Eater robes made Harry recoil and feel slightly sick to his stomach. They made him remember the night at the cemetery in vivid clarity. Harry rose and called for Anguise. He didn't want to stay here when Snape left. He would be worried enough without brooding on his own. The basilisk curled herself around Harry's neck and nuzzled him comfortingly as Severus gave them a final nod, then stepped into the fireplace grate to flow to Malfoy Manor, settling his mask on as he did so. He stepped out of the ostentatious fireplace, frowning when he didn't see anyone. Well, hello Severus, how nice of you to join me. The voice was smooth and low as it purred into Snape's ear before Lucius brought his cane down over Snape's head, watching as the other man crumpled to the floor. It felt pussyless to beat him over the head to knock him out, but sometimes the simplest things were the best. He cast a levitation spell on the knocked out man and levitated him down several sets of stairs until they ended up in the Malfoy dungeon. Well, it had been a dungeon once, now it was so much more. It was Lucius' personal playroom. He looked at the different hooks, chains and toys lovingly as his chains rose with a flick of his wand and wrapped themselves firmly around Snape, chaining him to cold stone floor. Lucius felt almost giddy trying to decide what he would start with. The Dark Lord needed Snape alive, but he hadn't said anything about Lucius not getting to play. The blonde stroked his fingers over a wicked-looking hooked knife with a tender smile. It had been such a long time since he'd been allowed to play, and he would make the most of it. Hermione bit the inside of her cheek as Ron tried, for about the 20th time, to make a white Alfredo sauce. He had cooking the chicken and noodles down, but the sauce was causing problems. Ron's hair stuck up in red tufts all over his head, and he had a wild gleam in his eyes as he watched the lumpy sauce with seething hatred. It looked like something that had already been eaten and regurgitated. What in the bloody bollocks of Salazar am I doing wrong? Harry hid his grin. He had a feeling Ron wouldn't take his amusement kindly at the moment. The girl cleared her throat and vanished. The latest disaster. I think that time it was the cheese, it didn't melt all the way. Let's try again. Ron grumbled something about the cheese having it in for him, but went back to the stove all the same and started by adding flour and butter in the pot. Now don't be in too much of a hurry and remember to keep stirring to keep the sauce from burning, Harry said as he watched Ron's progress, or rather lack thereof, from where he was perched on the counter. Hermione nodded. It just takes a little patience is all, and just think of how much Pansy will like that you went to all the trouble. She better, because it will be the bloody death of me. Death by sauce torture. Ron continued stirring and adding ingredients, his eyes not leaving the pot for a moment. Come on Ronnikins, you can do it. Don't let a sauce best you. Harry called out in a teasing manner, chuckling at Ron's answering growl. This time Hermione had to giggle. Harry, be nice. She leaned on the counter next to the brunette and watched as Ron stirred carefully, added the cheese a little at a time and slowly, bit by bit, finally managed to make a successful Alfredo sauce. There's success. Ron watched the sauce in disbelief for a moment before raising his arms in victory. Woohoo! Take that, you evil piece of cheese. I am a sauce-making god. Well done, your godliness. Now you only have to make it again on the actual day. Harry applauded the redhead lazily. Thank you for bursting my bubble, you git. Ron lowered his arms and glared at his friend. And what's with the snark? It's like you're channeling Snape or something. Harry flushed lightly and kept his mouth shut. Hermione suddenly busied herself, cleaning up the mess so as not to give the house elves more work. Harry's always had that little streak of snark, Ron, he just doesn't use it often. Ron didn't look entirely convinced, but he let it go, too elated by the fact that he had finally managed to make the sauce. Now sit down and eat up. I've pussed over this food and you two better bloody well enjoy it. Now who's channeling? I could swear Molly was right in this room. Harry's smirk was back in place. And is that how you plan to invite Pansy to the table too? Harry ducked as Ron pelted him with the dish rag. Hermione laughed at her friends as they all sat down. She thumped Harry's arm when he pretended to poke suspiciously at the food, then struck up a conversation about the latest article in the Daily Prophet. The Ministry kept trying to pull their irons out of the fire but only managed to dig themselves deeper. Ever since the interview with Harry, people had been asking questions about strange happenings that the Ministry weren't able to sufficiently answer. Plus the whole Umbridge debacle had lowered Fudge to persona non grata. Things were looking up for once in the fight against Voldemort and also in their personal lives. Let's hope it stays that way. Lavender glanced around the corner and nodded at Dean. Malfoy's walking with her. I'll ask him about the potions homework while you handle Hermione. Right, we'll stick to the plan and we'll have them away from those Slytherin's poisonous claws before you know it. Dean nodded and waited for Lavender to get rid of that blonde prince of darkness so that he could get to Hermione. She was so sweet and she desperately needed saving. Dean was happy that he would be her savior from the clutches of evil. Lavender walked up to the blonde taw and twirled a strand of hair around her finger, aiming to look innocently confused. Hey, I have a question about the potions homework. Draco looked at Lavender and narrowed his eyes. This was a first. Brown had never cared about potions before and Draco considered her as intelligent as a chewed piece of gum, but he couldn't ignore her when she asked for help. Okay. He reluctantly removed his arm from around Hermione's waist and focused on Brown. What is it that you're wondering? Hermione brushed a pussy over his cheek. I have to get to arithmancy. I'll see you later. She nodded at Lavender and bustled down the corridor, feeling somewhat sorry for leaving Draco to deal with Brown. The girl was not really what you'd call bright. Dean waited until Hermione had turned a corner and was well away from the evil git before he pounced. Hermione, could I please have a word with you? Dean herded her into an empty CL pussy room. His palms were sweaty, but he looked forward to breaking the spell that had been placed upon her. The girl blinked in surprise then frowned. Dean, what on earth? She peered closely at the dark-skinned boy, wondering what was going on. We're worried about you, Hermione. Something needs to be done. Dean watched Hermione with sympathetic eyes and pulled out his wand, pointed it at the brunette and yelled a stern, finite incantatum. He watched Hermione closely to see if something would happen. One brown brow rose incredulously. There had better be a very good reason you just pulled your wand on me, Dean. A very good reason. She had her own wand out. She'd automatically pulled it the minute she'd seen his, and now she watched him as one would a rabid animal crouched to strike. Why wasn't anything happening? The magic the Slytherins had used must be too dark for normal spells. Dean straightened his shoulders, even more determined to save Hermione. Now Hermione, don't panic, but you have been put under some sort of spell. We only need to figure out a way to end it. Haven't you felt different, strange lately? Dean, I don't know why your pussyin has suddenly ceased functioning, but I am not under any spell. Where in the world would you get the idea that I'm under a spell? There's no other explanation for it. Maybe it's a really strong Imperio. Dean was talking more to himself than to Hermione. Why else would you be with the enemy? Let them touch you. Both you and Weasley have been enchanted by those evil cretins. How many times have they been out to hurt Harry? I know you would never choose one of them out of your own free will. Her jaw dropped. You think I'm under a spell because I'm dating Malfoy? Have you taken leave of all your senses? First, if I was in any way, shape, or form enchanted, Harry and Ron would be the first people to hunt down the culprits and turn them into fertilizer. Second, I know things about Draco that are none of your bloody business that prove he is not the enemy, as you put it. And finally, I certainly don't need you to try and play the hero when I am more than capable of protecting myself, so shove off. Dean gaped and sputtered as he took one step away from the suddenly very scary girl in front of him. We're only trying to look out for you, he pleaded. Ron is under the same spell as you are, and Harry spends almost every free minute down in the dungeons. Something has happened and we want to put it right. Dean needed to get this out there, needed to make her understand. People like that never change. They are tainted by darkness and it's a stain that will never wash out. Her hair felt like it was bristling. Why you? The only thing that has happened is that we're not blinded by prejudice anymore. I honestly don't know how you got such a stupid notion in your head, Dean Thomas, but let me make this clear. I'm not under a spell. Ron is not under a spell. Harry spends so much time in the dungeons because he has to make lesson plans for Dada. He has to learn the spells he doesn't know before he can teach them to us, you ruddy twit. Now move out of my way. I have a CL pussy to get to. Dean reluctantly moved out of the way and watched Hermione storm by. Even he could tell that it was time to back off. Hermione was livid and Dean didn't want to get hexed into something unrecognizable. This whole thing hadn't turned out very well and now Dean didn't know what to think. If it was a spell, then it was something much too strong for him to handle on his own. The girl stalked down the corridor into arithmancy, mentally cursing stupid boys the entire time and muttering under her breath. Under a spell just because I'm dating Draco, honestly. Draco had finally managed to shake Lavender Brown. He didn't understand why she had even stopped to ask him when it was clear she didn't even have a clue what potion she was supposed to study up on. The whole thing had been a waste of time and it left Draco annoyed. He really didn't mind teaching, but there just weren't any excuse for stupidity like that. He cast a Tempest Charm and cursed when it became clear that he would be late for CL Pussy. If Brown's bubble for a pussy and landed him in detention, he would hex warts all over her face. Dean exited the empty CL Pussy room and saw Malfoy rushing down the corridor and moved to block his path. His lips pulled back in a snarl. Malfoy. Yes, Draco was not in the best of moods. What was with all these annoying Gryffindors popping up out of the ground? I don't have time for you right now, Thomas. I'm late for CL Pussy, if you'll excuse me. He tried to move around the other boy. Dean pussindished his wand and continued to block Draco. I don't know what kind of spell you've got Hermione under, but I won't let you keep taking advantage of her. Draco stopped mid-step and locked cold, gray eyes on Thomas. What? Take advantage of her? Spell? Have you been filching the house elves' mushrooms? What are you on about? You're absolutely unhinged. You've obviously put Hermione under a spell. There's no way she'd ever go out with a dirty Slytherin like you otherwise. You're just using her to get close to Harry so you can deliver him to your master. Well, I won't let you keep using her. I'll save her from your clutches. In a flash, Draco was behind Dean, pressing the tip of his own wand harshly into the dark-skinned boy's neck. Now you listen carefully. The only reason you're still standing is because despite you obviously having pussy and rot, you're in Hermione's house and I don't want to upset her. I don't have a master, and if it's Voldemort you're talking about, I don't care about that loon enough to piss on him if he was on fire. Harry is more than capable to take care of himself. I don't need any nefarious plans regarding that. He pressed the wand harder into soft skin. If I was evil, I can guarantee I would have you all cowering before me before you could even call for your mother, and you would love me for it and beg me for more. I'm a Slytherin. Now get the hell out of my way and stay away. This is the only warning you will get. She deserves better than a dirty spussy like you. Dean shook, fear making his knees weak, though it wasn't enough to shut him up. That's probably the only thing you're right about. She does deserve better than me, but for some reason she has chosen me and I will never willingly give her up. Now get away from me. Oh, and Thomas, I would watch what I eat or drink from now on. Potion genius, remember. That was the tipping point. Dean slumped to the floor in a dead faint. Lavender was twitching a bit all through divination. She hadn't seen Dean since she'd waylaid Malfoy, but she felt that she really couldn't wait to try and help Ron, so she'd just corner him as soon as divination was over. The CL pussy ended, and though she normally stayed around to talk to Professor Trelawney, she practically jumped out of her seat and rushed out to catch the redhead. Ron grimaced slightly but stopped anyway and waved Harry away, watching his best mate run down the stairs to meet up with Hermione and Draco for lunch. "Yes, Lavender, what can I do for you? I need to talk to you. It's really important." She tugged him off to the side. "Listen, I think you're in trouble. You've been bespelled by Parkinson." Ron choked on air and coughed desperately as he looked at Lavender disbelievingly. "Come again. What are you on about? I have most certainly not been bespelled. Though she is rather enchanting, isn't she? She's a cow. You've never before so much as looked at a Slytherin twice, except to glare at them, but now you suddenly like one. And the worst one at that." She pulled out her wand and cast Finite Incantatem. "There, that should take care of whatever spell she's cast on you." She stepped closer and placed a hand on his, eyelashes batting a mile a minute. "How do you feel now, 1-1? What the hell?" Ron recoiled in horror. The first thing that comes to mind is scared, followed closely by disturbed and somewhat disgusted. "And what is wrong with your eyes?" He took another step away from her. "Just because Pansy is 10 times the woman you will ever be in every single way doesn't give you the right to backtalk her or make wild, unwarranted accusations. Get over yourself and grow up." "But Ron, this isn't like you. I'm only thinking about what's best for you." "No, you're not. You're thinking about what's best for you and how not having me follow you around like a puppy anymore might be inconvenient. I have found someone I really care about, someone fierce and strong and independent. You should do the same, Lavender. I'm just not that person. It's not because of a spell or charm. It's because I just don't like you that way." 1-1. "His name is Ronald. Get it right, Brown." The cool tones of Pansy Parkinson's voice interrupted whatever else Lavender might have said to the redhead. Both Ron and Lavender turned to look at the Slytherin girl, Ron with adoration and gratitude and Lavender with fear. The blonde actually eeped at the sight of the pissed brunette. "Pans, am I glad to see you?" Ron called out happily. She sauntered over and leaned up to pussy his cheek. "I can see that. Ronald, why don't you head on down to the Great Hall for lunch? Lavender and I," she pinned the other girl with a look, "need to have a little girl talk." "Okay. Don't be too long, I'll save you a seat." Ron looked between the girls and thought it best to run, as fast and as far as he could while he still had the chance. Lavender cowered against the wall as Ron left, taking the stairs with long steps. He was definitely under a spell. He had just left her there with an evil Slytherin pussy. Her 1-1 wouldn't do that. Pansy smiled at the cowering girl. "Normally I'd ignore this stupidity, but if you, with your pussyin, have the guts to go after my boyfriend, others might as well." So she pulled out her wand. "I'm going to make an example of you with a handy little spell I learned from Granger. Though to really make my point, I do believe I'm going to put a little more behind it." "What are you going to do?" Lavender eyed the Pansy's wand fearfully. "Hex me and Ron will never forgive you. He'll see what kind of trash you really are. Brown, the only reason Ronald didn't hex you himself is because you're a girl and he's a gentleman. He knows who I am. He knows that I am Slytherin to my core, and that means that I do not like others trying to steal what's mine." She stepped closer, wand still out. "Ronald is mine and I have no intention of letting a pussy-inless little bint like you take him away from me." She flicked her wand, casting the spell Hermione had taught her. The word slut wrote itself out in large pimples across Lavender's forehead, and the extra oomph she put into it made sure that every available inch of skin on Lavender developed a horrendous case of acne. "Stay away from my boyfriend, Brown, or next time I'll do much, much worse." Lavender slowly brought her hands up to touch her face gingerly, a look of pure dread on her features as she traced the enormous pimples on her forehead. She caught sight of the acne on her hands and arms too and let out a toe-curling scream before bursting into a storm of tears. How could Pansy threaten to do worse? What could ever be worse than this? Her looks were ruined. Who would ever want her now? She gave Pansy one last fearful glance and covered her face in her acne-covered hands and hurried down the stairs. Lavender needed to hide. She couldn't let anyone see her like this. Pansy's smile was self-satisfied as she tucked her wand away. Brown would find that she was stuck with those pimples for at least a month thanks to the sticking charm she'd used along with the hex. Now to head down and eat lunch with her boyfriend. Ronald, where are you taking me? Pansy fidgeted somewhat uncomfortably as her boyfriend led her through the school. He'd blindfolded her, with her permission of course, and said he had a surprise for her. She'd been expecting him to do something. Honestly, as the closer it came to Valentine's Day, the more nervous he'd gotten, and she was incredibly curious as to what he'd come up with. Patience, Pansy, it's just a little bit further. Ron guided Pansy carefully up the last set of stairs and down the corridor that led to the room of requirement. It had been a battle, but Ron had managed to secure the coveted room before anyone else got to it. He opened the door and took of the Slytherin scarf that had served as a blindfold. Ron had set the room up with care, and he really hoped that Pansy would like it. There were white linen tablecloth, the gleaming china, and crystal GL pussies. Candles were lit everywhere, long slender ones that reached for the ceiling along with short round ones burning merrily in GL pussy jars. One end of the room had transformed itself to a small kitchen, and Ron's food was there, spreading its aroma throughout the room. A vase of baby's breath and white lilacs stood on the middle of the table. I have, cooked. Ron rubbed the back of his neck nervously when Pansy remained silent. Will you have dinner with me? Pansy easily recognized the smell of her favorite dish even as her lips parted in surprise at the beautiful setting. This is beautiful, Ronald. She turned and pressed a brief pussy to his lips. Thank you, and of course I'll have dinner with you. A relieved smile lifted the corners of Ron's mouth, and he led her over to the table and held the chair out for her before he went to get the food. He brought it and served them both, and then took the seat opposite her at the small table. Pansy looked absolutely beautiful in the candlelight, and Ron felt like the luckiest bloke in the world that she was there with him. Please tuck in, I hope you will like it. She lifted the crystal goblet in salute to him before taking a delicate bite of the fettuccine alfredo, and her eyes fluttered closed. She chewed and swallowed, then met his eyes. It's delicious. While she would never be glad that Crabbe and Goyle had attacked her, she was glad it had led to this. To her, seeing the truth of Ronald Weasley, her very own lion-hearted knight. I'm glad. Ron positively beamed and picked up his own fork while he started to tell her about the battles he'd had before he won over the evil cheese. There wasn't a sound sweeter in the world than Pansy's laughter, and Ron knew he would happily spend the rest of his days making sure that she had a reason to laugh and be happy. Hermione looked up from her notes on the rebound spells she'd been researching as she heard a familiar throat clear. Her lips curved up at Draco standing in between the stacks. Good evening. Come to join me. Actually, I've come to ask you to join me. Draco held out a warm, fur-lined velvet cloak along with a furry hat and soft leather gloves. Here, put this on. We don't want you to be cold. She got up and sent her materials back to her dorm with a flick of her wand, then let him help her get the cloak on. She tugged the gloves onto her hands and felt him settle the hat over her hair and looked up at him curiously. Lead the way then. Draco grinned and pulled on his own cloak and gloves, taking Hermione's hand, and led her through a narrow passageway that the twins had shown him until they ended up outside. He knew he was taking a bit of a chance with this, since he knew that Hermione wasn't exactly fond of flying. Draco just wanted to show her why he loved it so much. Draco acioed his sleek, top-of-the-line broom, straddled it and held out his hand. Are you coming? He was quite proud of himself that his hand wasn't shaking. She eyed the broom with skepticism. Flying truly was not her thing, and really the ride on Buckbeak hadn't helped, but her gaze rose to his and she took his hand, letting him guide her into sitting sideways on the broomstick in front of him. He slid his arms around her, making sure she was secure, and grabbed the broom handle in front of her and slowly kicked off the ground. Draco kept them close to the ground to begin with, flying them in lazy circles over frozen fields and trees glittering with frost. The sun was setting and Draco brought them higher just as the first stars lit in the sky. I will never let you fall, Hermione. I just want you to see the world the way I love to see it. She had made a little eep as they'd gone higher and hidden her face against his, hands clutching the edges of his cloak. She knew he was excellent on a broom, almost as good as Harry, and that he'd hex himself to oblivion before he let her come to harm, but a lifetime of nerves regarding heights was a little hard to overcome. Still, he was trying to do something special for her, and he did have his arms securely around her, so she peeked cautiously from her visual safe haven and caught her breath at the sight of the world all covered in white, with the stars and the moon twinkling merrily away and the trees and shrubs looking a bit like toy models for a train landscape. It's the best feeling in the world. When I fly I can leave everything that troubles me behind and just be one with the sky. It's vast and never-ending and it always welcomes you." Draco spoke softly in her ear as he guided them higher yet, showing her Hogwarts from the sky. He circled the astronomy tower until they reached the top and then landed there. There was a blanket already laid out and a large basket was waiting for them. Draco had cast a warming charm on top of the tower so the air there was pleasantly toasty. "Are you ready for a picnic under the stars?" She smiled and let him help her sit down. "I like the sound of that." She pursed her lips in consideration. "Do you know, I think that is the first time I've been up in the air without there having been any crisis being the reason I'm in the air." "It was about time then," Draco replied and pulled off his gloves with his teeth so that he could set up the food from the basket. It was nothing extraordinary, just sandwiches and butterbeer, and eclairs of course. Draco loved desserts. "Me and Blaze used to sneak up here and get drunk on fire whiskey. I must say I like the present company better though." Draco smiled and handed Hermione a sandwich. Rather than scold him she shook her head and chuckled. "You, breaking rules. Say it isn't so." She bit into the sandwich, eyes twinkling in amusement. "I know, it's almost unthinkable but alas it's true." Draco put on his most angelic and innocent expression, making him look very much like a wolf in sheep's clothing. "I blame Blaze, he steered me down the wrong path and took advantage of my innocence." She nearly choked as she swallowed at that before bursting into laughter. "Well, I can't say I've never broken rules either. I do believe I've shattered one or two even. I even stole from Professor Snape's restricted potions cabinet in second year to make Polyjuice potion in Pussying Myrtle's bathroom. I'm shocked beyond belief. I don't know what to do with this information." Draco put his hand over his heart with a stricken expression that quickly turned into a grin. "Out of curiosity, who were you? I know the dynamic duo were Crabbe and Goyle. It didn't take much to figure that out once I found the two trolls sleeping in that broom closet, but where were you?" She groaned and covered her face in with a hand, her cheeks turning red in emberpussiment. "In the hospital ward. I tried to get a bit of Millicent Bulstrode's hair but, well, she's a lot sharper than I thought then. I never could get so much as a strand from her head. I thought I lucked out when I got a hair from off her robe." She peeked at him from between her fingers. It turned out to be a cat hair. Draco burst out laughing. He laughed so hard that his ribs ached. "You got hair from Sugarpaws, oh you poor thing." Draco pictured Hermione in cat features and laughed even more, though he filed away the idea of cat ears for later use. She had to laugh too, the way he did so with such abandon, so rare for him, invited it. So a giggle slipped out even though her face still burned red. "I suppose it was a funny sight. I was so emberpussy though and poor Ron and Harry were horrified, before they started laughing anyway. Luckily Madame Pomfrey set me to rights and even agreed to keep quiet about it." She loved seeing him with his eyes shining in happiness. All too often she'd see Draco looking much like Harry did, as if the weight of the world was on his shoulders, so it was wonderful to see him laughing and carefree. "I'm glad Madame Pomfrey helped you. I do believe I prefer the non-furry version." Draco still had a huge smile on his face as he leaned forward and pussied her softly. She leaned into the gentle pussy, lashes fluttering down for a few moments before it ended. She moved a bit of hair out of his eyes and traced her fingers down his cheek. He still had the pointy nose and chin and the arrogant air that was positively bred into his bones, but there was absolutely not a more beautiful man to her in the world than her Draco. "Thank you for showing me the good in flying. Thank you for trusting me enough to get on the broom." Draco buried his hand in her wild curly hair and pulled her closer for another pussy. Everything about Hermione was warm, soft and beautiful. When he was with her, Draco could actually believe that maybe he could become a good man one day. As long as she believed in him he could do anything. Happy Valentine's Day. Anguise hissed at her guardian as he was about to pull down another book from the shelf in the old Lipu-Suri with carvings of the old ones on the bookcases. They had been down here since waking and it was far past time for rest. Guardian needs sleep, not more reading. Harry blinked and realized how late it actually was. He had taken refuge down in Salazar's Lipu-Suri to get away from the hearts, candy and all the coupley stuff. He wasn't exactly in the mood for Valentine's Day with Snape gone with the Death Eaters. "I'm sorry little one, we'll go back to the tower." He placed the book back on the shelf and turned out the lights. Are you hungry? No, I found some plump juicy mice not long ago. Nest now. The basilisk gave an exaggerated yawn. Good. Go to sleep if you want to, I'll go straight to bed myself. Harry picked her up and wrapped her around her neck as he slid into his invisibility cloak and slunk up to the Gryffindor tower. He still didn't want to run into anyone, so he quickly got ready for bed. Anguise made a happy hiss to be up against the warmth of her guardian. Dungeons got cold. After her guardian had slid under the covers, she slithered to curl up on his contentedly, falling into a light doze. Harry tossed and turned in restless sleep, his occlumency barriers weakened by his worry, his scar ached and he was covered in cold sweat. His mind was invaded with images, horrible scary images of Severus chained to a cold and dirty floor. Lucius Malfoy standing over him with a smirk on his features and blood dripping from the silver spussy head on his cane. Harry tried to cry out, but he had no voice, he couldn't do anything except watch in horror. A silent scream left his throat as black robes billowed and he saw Voldemort himself stand in front of Snape, grabbing his hair and tilting his chin up, showing what a mess Snape was, bruised and bloodied but not broken. Lucius returned with a bottle and Harry caught whispers of Veritaserum as they forced Snape's mouth open and forced the potion down his throat. Harry woke screaming. Harry! Hermione hovered worriedly at his side, Ron and Neville just behind her. Harry's familiar had fetched them and brought them here just as he sat bolt upright screaming. What is it? He's got him. Oh God, Voldemort has him, he knows. Harry's eyes were wild and unseeing and he was breathing harshly, voice hoarse from screaming. She put her hands on his shoulders and made him focus on her. Harry, look at me. She waited until recognition bloomed in his eyes. Who does Voldemort have? Harry slumped against Hermione. Severus. He's got Severus chained to a floor. They've hurt him, beaten him, and the last thing I saw was them forcing him to drink Veritaserum. They are going to know everything. Severus being a spy, Draco changing sides, and Narcissa being with Sirius. They're going to kill him. My own. Harry's eyes were tortured. Ron furrowed his brow. He understood that this was really bad news, but he had never seen Harry this broken up about anything or anyone before. Hermione inhaled sharply. She'd suspected that Harry had fallen for their potions master, of course, but seeing it was a punch in the gut when it was this tormented heartbreak. Then we'll have to get to him before they do. She glanced over her shoulder at Neville. Neville, go get Pansy and Draco. They may have an idea where Professor Snape might be held. Right. He was out of the room like a shot. The girl met her friend's eyes. Harry, we will not let him die. It will take time for Voldemort to question him about everything, and I doubt even that madman will want to lose even the slightest bit of information that could prove useful. Veritaserum only compels answers to questions asked. I can't lose him. Hermione. I can't. Ron's mouth opened in a silent gasp of surprise when he finally got it. Harry and Snape. Snape and Harry. Ron couldn't wrap his head around it. Snape was so old and grumpy and evil, and Snape. Picturing them together was not pleasant. It actually kind of made Ron's skin crawl, but still, as he watched his best friend looking so broken and so sad, Ron knew that he would walk through fire to get the slimy old git back to Harry. Hermione's voice was strong and firm. You are not going to lose him. We won't let that happen. She straightened and looked over at Ron. You two get dressed and get your wands. I'll do the same and then we'll head to the common room. Ron nodded and coaxed a nearly catatonic Harry out of the bed and made him get dressed in worn jeans and a soft sweater. Come on, Harry, get a hold of yourself. Turn on the hero powers. We're going to save him, but it won't work with you in this state. Pull it together. Ron didn't want to be cruel, but Harry really couldn't afford to fall apart right now. Harry glared but then gave a soft sigh and nodded. He knew that Ron was right. The redhead got dressed too, grabbed his wand, and the two of them made it down to the common room as quickly as they could. Anguise was already down there waiting, and she slithered up to curl around Harry's neck, hissing comfortingly to him. Neville came in, followed by Draco, Pansy, and Luna as well. He took a look at the two boys dressed and nodded. Be right back. Then he dashed up to the dorm room to toss some clothes on himself and grab his wand. Pansy moved over to Ron, somewhat pale and worried. Neville said that you know who has Professor Snape. What's going on? Well, Snape's been a spy for the Order of the Phoenix. The good guys for the longest time. Now it seems as if he's been found out, and you know who has him captured. Ron whispered quietly to Pansy, trying to fill her in. Draco was pale and tense. Snape was his godfather and he cared more about the man than he did his father. Snape had been the one he could come to with all his troubles and questions. They were told the short version of Harry's dream and Draco tensed even more. Chained to the floor, you say? I think I know where he is. He's at the manor. That room has Daddy Dearest written all over it. Hermione settled the hip bag she'd brought down with her more firmly around her waist, her jaw tight and eyes positively infuriated. She'd like to have free rein to hex Lucius Malfoy into oblivion. What's the best way to get in and out then? I somehow doubt Lucius is the only Death Eater about there, so we'd better be ready for a nasty fight. The manor is unplottable and heavily warded. Besides this place, it's probably the most secure place in Britain. Draco sighed. As long as Father hasn't changed the wards, I should be able to get us in. The best bet we have is coming by air. Maybe we can make use of our animagus forms too. Ron raised a hand. And the ones that doesn't have any animagus forms, what about us? As I said, by air. I hope you all have your brooms ready. Draco had started to pace around the room. Harry was very quiet and still, but he was listening intently to everything that was being said. His whole being called out for Severus, and he would get to him even if he had to tear the manor apart brick by bloody brick. Pansy frowned. I don't think the brooms will be fast enough. What else could we fly? Luna stepped forward. Why don't we ride the Thestrals? They are fast and they can carry our weight without problems. Thestrals? Ron asked questioningly. Yes, the horse-like creatures that pulls the carriages from the Hogwarts Express to the school. Luna nodded. Hermione nodded. Right. Hagrid had a lesson on them. Remember, Ron? You and I couldn't see them, but Harry could. So we take the Thestrals. We really don't have time to make a long complicated plan, so let's keep it simple. We are just going in to get Professor Snape and then get out as fast as we possibly can. No doing anything stupid that might get us killed, captured, or hospitalized. And no claiming vengeance. She pinned Harry and Draco with a stern look, in and out. Got it, got it. They both echoed and eyed each other warily, causing Ron to chuckle despite the seriousness of the situation. Then let's go, Harry said. He was antsy and he just wanted to get going. If anything happens, we'll just have to wing it along the way. We can't afford to lose any more time. Severus doesn't have much time left. Hermione nodded sharply. You've got the Marauders map. Filch may be busy interrupting the trysts all over the school, but we need to get out of here fast and I don't want to risk him waylaying us. I've got it right here. Harry waved the parchment in the air. They looked at it closely so that they would be able to avoid Filch as they made their way out to the forest where the Thestrals were. They all crept carefully through the castle and out through a secret pussy-age way and then ran to where the Thestrals were pinned up. Hermione and the others who couldn't see the animals had a bit of confusion on where and how to get up on them, but Luna, Harry, and Neville helped them before mounting a Thestral each. The creatures spread their wings and took off into the sky, somehow knowing precisely where their riders wished for them to go. They landed not far from a horse paddock outside a large manor and dismounted, creeping as close as they dared risk without fear of being caught. Hermione looked around at them all and nodded before turning to Draco and whispering. All right, you're up. Be careful. Draco nodded and slipped forward. He was fairly confident that Lucius hadn't altered the wards. If he had, they wouldn't even have made it into the paddock. Lucius was power-mad and paranoid. He liked to have his back free and know he was untouchable. He made it into the antechamber from a back door and managed to alter the wards so that the alarm wouldn't go off for any of the Hogwarts students. Draco wasn't a Slytherin for nothing. Of course the wards was only one of their problems. The Death Eaters patrolling the manor was a much bigger one. Draco sent a Patronus to Hermione to let the others know that the wards were down. It didn't take long for them to slink into the antechamber and join him. Neville looked around nervously. Any idea how many Death Eaters are here? I don't think it's too many. Luna answered. Not if you think logically. Lucius is still trying to keep up good appearances in front of the ministry. My guess is that it's only you-know-who's personal guard. Oh well, lovely. Neville looked decidedly green. Hermione grimaced. The best of his rats. Well, we'll just have to try to avoid them and go for a quiet hex when we can't. Draco, where's the dungeon? Why, in the basement, of course. Where all the dungeons worthwhile are placed. Draco was feeling nervous and on edge and reverted back to snarkiness. The door that leads down there is located in Father's study. Oh, that's just great. That will make getting down there so much easier. Ron's voice dripped with sarcasm. Pansy's lips twitched despite her nervousness. Let's quit nattering on and get to it then. Draco, you know the way, start leading. Draco rolled his eyes but started to lead them down the lavish antechamber and into a winding corridor. The mansion was surprisingly light and airy for a place that held so much dark magic. It was huge and empty. It didn't seem as if anyone was actually living there. To Draco it was as if all personality of the house had disappeared along with his mother. They made it to the study quickly and they all snuck in the unquiet feet. Harry was going crazy. He was in the same building as Severus and he still felt helpless. He knew this was the way to go, but that didn't stop his urges to draw his wand and just blast his way to Severus, consequences be damned. Hermione brushed her hand over Harry's shoulder as Ron locked the door quietly behind them all, offering silent comfort and also a reminder to keep control. She whispered to Ron, Pansy, Luna and Neville, you four stand guard here in case one of the Death Eaters tries to get in. If that happens, send a Patronus to warn us. She looked at Harry and Draco. We'll go down. Draco, can you deal with Lucius if he's still there while Harry and I get Professor Snape unchained? Tensing a bit, Draco nodded. He would have to deal with Lucius sooner or later, so why not just get it over with? I'll do my best, he replied with a stern nod. The others nodded too, taking up positions where they could guard the door and be prepared if someone was to enter. Good luck and don't do anything stupid. Ron called to the three of them that was going down to the basement. Hermione looked at him with a brow raised as if to say, stupid. With me there. Same to you, Ron. She nodded to Draco and then the three of them crept down the cold stone stairs, along a corridor, and paused, leaning against the wall just beside a stone archway. Voices echoed from the chamber and Hermione shivered as the cold, not quite sane voice of Voldemort hissed clear as crystal. So you've been Dumbledore's since I announced which child I would kill. You, my most loyal, faithful servant, turned your back on me. For what, Severus? The twisted parody of a man reached down and traced his fingers along the cut that had lay Snape's cheek open, coating the corpse-gray fingers in crimson. For a worthless mudblood, Severus, despite being bloody, bruised, chained to the floor, and in obvious pain from the numerous torture spells used on him, lifted his chin stubbornly. For a friend I knew you would not spare. The spussy-like man sneered. A friend, Severus? You call Lily Potter a friend? A woman who turned her back on you. Who, using your allegiance to me as an excuse, refused to forgive you for a single insult spoken in a moment of bruised pride and pain. Even after you put aside that pride to literally beg her forgiveness. A woman who chose to become the wife of a man who had tormented you thousands of times without cause. A woman who became a dear friend and confidant of a man who nearly caused your death. Who even years after your argument still refused to forgive you. You call that a friend, Severus? One worth going through this? Voldemort gestured at the battered potions master, to protect her son. You're protecting the son of a cruel mudblood whore, not a friend, my dear Snivellus. Snape inhaled sharply and spat at the Dark Lord, blood-tinged saliva splattering on the freakish cheek. You can and will go to hell, Tom Riddle. Tell me how many of the others know that you're a half-blood who never even knew magic was real before Dumbledore showed up at the orphanage. A venomous hiss came from the Dark Lord. Insolent traitor. He whipped the back of his hand swiftly against Severus' wounded cheek, the crack echoing sharply. Harry tried to rush forward instantly, but Hermione and Draco held him back. He wanted to get to Severus, wanted to get him out of there so that he wouldn't be hurt anymore. Also his mind whirred with the things that was said about his mother. Was it really true? Had she shunned and refused to forgive Severus for just one mistake? Had she been that petty? Harry was losing faith in both his parents and it hurt. No matter that he had never known them, it hurt to have his illusions crushed. Draco nodded to a small niche just out of sight of the men in the dungeon and they quickly made their way to it, still with a firm hold on Potter to keep him from rushing forward. Hermione looked at Draco and lifted her wand, angling her head toward Lucius. Then she gripped Harry's shoulder and made sure both boys were looking at her before mouthing, "Wait until I have a clear shot at Voldemort." Once they'd nodded, she turned her attention to the scene before them again. Lucius stood watching Snape bleeding on the floor with a disgusting smirk on his face that made her want to hex him herself, but she'd leave that to Draco. Then she spotted something slither out of the corner of her eye and nearly cursed out loud when she saw a humongous spassi looking in their direction. Their time had officially run out. Voldemort shifted just as Nagini began to hiss something at him and Hermione flicked her wand, Reducto, sending the vile bastard flying into the stone wall. Stupefy! Draco shouted as he pointed his wand at his father and stunned him. Lucius' surprised and angry expression gave way to a blank look as the elder Malfoy hit the floor. Harry was firing spells around him, trying to get all the Death Eaters even as he made his way to Severus and cast an unlocking charm on the chains that bound him. Hermione reached into the hip bag she'd strapped on and retrieved 2 phials, one which she threw down at the feet of a pair of Death Eaters who tried to charge them. It exploded all over the 2 and in a puff of yellow smoke they weren't Death Eaters any longer but turtles. The other she handed to Harry to give to Snape. It's a mild healing potion. It'll take care of his wounds enough that he'll be able to walk with support. Then she ducked a beam of green light and cast a Sectum Sempra at a pair of other Death Eaters. As soon as the chains had fallen off, Snape had tried to stand, hissing when his knee gave way from an earlier blow from Lucius Cane. The sudden pussio on the Death Eaters had shocked him but not nearly as much as the sight of worried and near infuriated bottle green eyes. His voice was rough from screams and lack of water as he scolded his lover. You realize I fully intend to plunge Gryffindor's house points into the negative for this stunt, correct? You can do that all you want as soon as we get out of here. Harry replied as he held on to Severus tightly, not willing to let him go even for the chance to take a shot at Voldemort. Snape was more important. He was the most important person in Harry's life. Here, drink this. Harry handed Snape the healing potion after having uncorked the phial. Draco had cast a rope charm on both Lucius and Voldemort, binding them tightly, but he didn't know how long it would hold them. We should get out of here as quickly as we can, he called with a worried look to the bound dark wizards. Hermione yelped as a Death Eater grabbed her arm, then she spun and kicked him or her hard in the groin and added insult to injury by casting a Stupefy curse on them. No kidding. Ignis Degluber. The fire whips lashed out at several Death Eaters at once and gave Hermione the opportunity to grab another phial from her bag, throwing it to turn another group of Death Eaters into newts that scattered like frightened sparrows. Oh, I hope someone drops them in a cauldron. Snape drank the potion. Adequate, but it won't fix everything. He held out his hand and concentrated. Accio wand. His wand flew into his grasp and he cast a powerful stunning spell at the remaining Death Eaters. Let's go, now. Sweet Circe. Hermione's scream came at the sight of the large hybrid spassi lunging for Snape and Harry. Anguise suddenly struck from her coiled position around her guardian's neck, leaping forward off the youth and sinking her fangs into the freakish familiar of Voldemort. Being smaller, she was able to dart away from any retaliation just before the other spassi began writhing in pain. Evil spassi gives us a bad name. Hermione dashed forward and scooped Anguise up. Okay, time to go. Draco, help Harry with the professor, and I swear if one more Death Eater pops out at us, I'm turning them into a rat and letting Anguise eat them. Severus limped after the Gryffindor girl with Harry and Draco's support and chuckled in amusement. I'm loath to admit it, but I'm impressed. Thank you, little one, you did very good. Harry hissed at Anguise even as they made their way as quickly as they could up the stairs away from the dungeon and its many threats. You really didn't think that I wouldn't come for you, right? Harry asked Severus, and Draco turned his face away to give them at least a little privacy. Snape grimaced as his ribs protested the fact that he was moving. I didn't think you would know what had happened. How did you? I might have had a teeny little vision. Harry replied somewhat sheepishly. He couldn't regret that though, not when it showed him that Severus was in trouble. They got up to Lucius' study again and was met with 4 wands pointed at them as they opened the door. Ah, good, you've got him. Now let's get out of here. This place gives me the creeps. Ron lowered his wand. Hermione looked at the open study door and the Death Eaters either unconscious or incapacitated just beyond it. She frowned at 4 of the cretins who looked to be tied up with. Are those vines? Neville gave her a sheepish smile. It's a small hybrid of Devil's Snare. Hermione shook her head. You, Neville, are one of a kind. She looked back at the 3 wizards just behind her, frowning in concern at the blood dripping down Snape's torso from a wound near his collarbone. Okay, let's go. They all headed out as fast as they could towards the paddock where the Thestrals waited. Neville helped Harry and Draco set Snape up on one of the creatures, then went to mount his own. They had all gotten on when they heard a furious roar come from the manor. Pansy turned white. "I think that's our cue." All of them nodded and motioned the Thestrals into the air. Harry was seated behind Severus, unwilling to let him go even in the air. "I think Voldemort found his pet," he whispered in the potions master's ear as they soared through the air towards Hogwarts as quickly as the wind. "More than a pet, I think. He's always been disturbingly close to that monstrosity." Severus kept hold of the Thestral with one hand, but his other was stroking along Harry's arm, drawing emotional strength and a feeling of safety from the youth. "You were mad to have come, but I am glad you did." "I had to come, you understand that, right? There was no way I could have left you there." Harry wrapped his arms tighter around Snape, being careful not to jostle or hurt the man more. "Blimey, he really loves the git." Ron spoke softly to himself. He had accepted that Harry had feelings for Snape more or less, but now he saw that his friend truly did love the other. He didn't really understand it himself, but he would support Harry to his last breath. Merlin only knew that the kid deserved to love and be loved. Severus turned his head to brush his lips against Harry's chin, a little fuzzy from blood loss and adrenaline rush, just enough not to care who saw. "I know. I would have come for you were our situations reversed, so I know." "I know you would have." Harry nodded and nuzzled the man's tangled hair. "Now, let's get you home and up to Poppy so that you can be all fixed up." Harry nudged the Thestral to go faster, and he was relieved when the ragged silhouette of Hogwarts came into view. Snape had been growing heavier and heavier in his arms, and Harry knew that Snape was fighting unconsciousness even with the pain potion he had taken. Days of torture were bound to take their toll. Hagrid's eyes went wide when he saw the Thestrals and their pea-pussy angers as he was putting some slop in the trough for the pigs kept for Hogwarts feasts, and he dropped the bucket and ran towards them. "Harry, what in the name of Merlin's pants are you? Is that Professor Snape?" Severus looked wearily at the half-giant. "Hagrid, could I impose on you to pussiest me to the infirmary?" "Oh, of course, Professor." He lifted the potions master with a gentleness that would surprise those who didn't know him and began striding towards the castle. "You lot take care of the Thestrals as you've taken them out then." He glanced down at his side where Harry was half running to keep up with him but didn't ask what was going on. Not yet. It was more important to get Snape to Madame Pomfrey. Luna watched them go and calmly picked up a raw steak from her bag and divided it to give it to the Thestrals as a treat for carrying them as they slowly walked back into the forest. "Did you know that your girlfriend walks around with raw meat in her purse?" Ron asked Neville, looking just a little bit shocked. Neville just smiled. "She likes to feed the creatures she finds, and they're not all herbivores." He went to join Luna in feeding the Thestrals, leaving Ron and the others staring in his wake. Pansy moved to snug into Ron's side. "Match made in heaven, that I suppose. No one else would just shrug that off, I think." "You're right about that," Ron answered and wrapped his arm tightly around Pansy. He still looked a little queasy. "I'm glad they have each other." Ron pussied her temple. "And I'm glad I have you. You were brilliant back there, by the way. That nose-breaking spell was bloody amazing." "And efficient." She smiled. "You weren't too bad yourself. Had you held a sword in your other hand, I'd have thought I was seeing Godric Gryffindor reincarnated." Hermione chuckled at them and headed for the shed connected to the paddock. She pussy-amed there would be blankets for the Thestrals in there, and really, considering all the creatures had done for them this night, they deserved to be warm at the very least. Once inside though, she found herself slumping to sit on a bale of hay, rubbing her shaking hands over her face as the adrenaline finally caught up with her. God. Gray eyes watched her from the doorway of the shed, and Draco hurried over, knelt by her side and wrapped his arms tightly around her. "Hey, it's okay, we did it. You hexed you know who into a wall so forcefully that he ppus Syed out. That was fantastic." He rocked her slowly. "We made it out and Snape will be okay." Draco fell silent and just kept holding Hermione. He would never be able to go home again. His father was not the forgiving kind, and Draco had raised his wand against him. That equaled a death sentence. It didn't matter though, or at least that was Draco-like to tell himself. They had gotten Snape out and none of them had gotten hurt. That had to be worth something. She turned into him and slipped her arms under his to cling hard. "I know, and I've known that the fight's been coming for a while. That why I had those files, but..." She pressed her face hard into his shoulder. "We were lucky, Draco, and I am not about to pretend otherwise. All Voldemort's true best. aside from the little worm that is Lucius, are still in Azkaban, and if that Spussy had noticed us sooner we wouldn't have gotten through. This so lightly. That was a very lucky reducto, but he's going to be worse now. She leaned into him. I'm afraid, for you and your mum, for Harry and Ron and everyone else I care about. And ooh, if he didn't have a reason to hate Muggleborns before, boy does he have one now. You're right about everything you say. I'm worried too, but on the other side I think we scared him. Now he knows that he can be beaten, and I think it scares the crap out of him. Draco nuzzled her soft brown hair. We'll make sure your parents are safe and the rest of us. We'll train and watch each other's back until this bastard is nothing but dust in the wind. She closed her eyes and let his presence calm the storm shaking her inside and out. I wish Barty Crouch Jr. wasn't just a soulless husk so I could hex him without feeling guilty. She sighed softly. Whatever Voldemort does now is bound to be very, very ugly, but you're right. We'll see each other through it. She pulled back lightly so she could look at his face. Once we get indoors we'll have to flow your mum and Sirius and let them know what happened tonight. They'll need the forewarning. Draco grimaced. Oh Merlin, I do not want to have this conversation with my mother. She can be very, very scary, you know. Draco rose and pulled Hermione up by her hands. It was time to leave the shed and return to the castle. Outside, Ron, Pansy, Neville and Luna were waiting for them so that they all could go to the castle together. Ron was just about to open his mouth and say something entirely inappropriate about how they had spent their time in the shed when Pansy shoved her pointy elbow in his side and made him close his mouth again with a loud snap. Hermione smiled in gratitude at the girl. Come on, I know we've all got people to write or flow before we get some rest after tonight. Pansy nodded. Plus I want to check on the professor. He looked awful when Hagrid took him. I've got a question though, Granger. The Gryffindor tilted her head in curiosity. What is it? When the bloody hell did he and Potter get together? Hermione saw Neville and Ron both nod in agreement to that question, and her lips twitched before she burst into outright laughter. Oh, I needed that. I'll tell you what I know. On the walk back, I first really noticed it on Yule night. The group made their way to the castle as she told them about the mistletoe pussy and other signs she'd noticed since that gave a rough point of when the two former antagonists had become so much more. She just hoped that Snape was going to be all right. There was no telling what he'd been through while down in that dungeon. Poppy had outright shrieked at the sight of Snape before snapping into a flurry of motion to take care of him. At first she'd tried to shoo Harry out, but he'd refused to budge, and the fiery gleam in his eye had made it clear that trying to move him would only result in serious failure. Since then she'd been setting broken bones, pouring blood replenishment potions down his throat and closing wounds. She'd set the broken fingers, and a spell was knitting the bone back together quickly, as she knew how important full use of his hands was to Severus, and was now tending the severe lash marks that scored his back, tutting all the while. Harry was sitting right next to Snape's cot, watching every movement worriedly. He wanted to take a hold of one of Snape's hands, but he refrained from it because he didn't want to hurt the other. That was the last thing he wanted. Still, he hoped that Severus could feel his support, that he was at least somewhat comforted by Harry's presence, because there was no way that he was leaving. Suddenly the doors to the infirmary bust open and Dumbledore stomped inside with billowing nightshirt and dress robes. What in the name of all the founders are going on here? Poppy gave the headmaster a dirty glare and snapped, What does it look like, headmaster? Severus has been hurt and I am healing him. Keep your voice down and don't you dare disturb my other patients or I'll toss you out myself. Severus' lips twitched in amusement at her scolding the man before he met Dumbledore's gaze steadily. I'm afraid it was a trap, Albus. The younger Crabbe and Goyle apparently were brought before Voldemort to explain why they were expelled, and let it slip that I could have easily brought Potter to him with the amount of time he now spends in my company. His voice was still rough and weary. He resorted to Veritaserum. I am sorry, Albus. Dumbledore looked troubled for a while but then sighed and straightened his GL pussies. You have nothing to be sorry for, Severus. We both knew that it was only a matter of time. The thing that troubles me most is several students suddenly vanishing from their beds in the middle of the night. The school cannot turn a blind eye to that. Harry raised his chin defiantly. He would not apologize for leaving to save Severus. He would do the same thing all over again if he had to. Oh, what's done is done, I suppose. Dumbledore sounded resigned. I will turn more attention to the objects I spoke to you about, Severus. I have a very good lead to where one of them resides. Albus. The potion's master snapped at the man. The bloody term is Horcrux, use it and do not give me that look. I already told Harry about the bloody prophecy, so unless there's more to it then you let me know after I came to you. He knows. Stop hiding things, you're just as bad as he is. Severus. Dumbledore looked absolutely shocked. I'm nothing like him, it's just that Harry here is still a child, there's so much he doesn't need to be burdened with yet. I'm not a child, headmaster. Harry argued, sitting up straighter. With all due respect, I'm the one who has been fighting Voldemort for close to 5 years now, and every secret you keep only makes it harder for me. I'm telling you all you need to know. Dumbledore replied stubbornly. Very well, Severus, I see that you're in good hands and I will speak to you more when you are feeling better. Albus wrapped his robes around him and glided out of the room without another look. Snape cursed vilely as the old bastard left. Senile, half-mad old idiot Gryffindor. Pansy's face poked around the door just then. Glad to hear you feel better, Professor. You must if you're insulting the headmaster again. Miss Parkinson, were you sent to see if the way was clear? Oh no. Ronald, Draco, and Longbottom are getting yelled at from various flows by their mothers, well, grandmother in Longbottom's case, and I escaped before Lady Malfoy could turn her attention to me. She looked over at Harry. I expect you'll be receiving a howler or two, Potter. Great, Harry said sarcastically. Thank you for the warning, Pansy. I should be getting used to them by now, but for some reason they are just as unpleasant every single time. He turned green eyes on Snape. And what's with the Gryffindor bashing? I'm a Gryffindor, remember. Severus' lips turned up to a soft smile. True, but you're a Gryffindor with some small measure of sense, some of the time. Pansy laughed and moved over to press a pussy to her head of House's cheek. I am very glad Potter had that vision, Professor. Slytherin House would miss you greatly. Besides, we all have a little Gryffindor in us from time to time. She then moved to Harry and pussied his scar and gave him a hug, whispering to him, thank you, for loving him and saving him. She stepped back and gave them a cheeky grin. I'm going to tell the Spussies that you're back, Professor. Then she left the hospital wing. Harry was flustered and blushing after Pansy's words. At the same time, it felt really good to have it all in the open. Harry was not ashamed of loving Snape, not at all. I'm glad you're okay too, that you're safe for now. I couldn't do without you, Severus. The older man met his eyes. That goes both ways, so next time you indulge in your hero complex, keep that in mind. It was said lightly, a gentle tease meant to elicit a smile. Poppy finished with the wounds on his back and helped him to lay down, hiding her own smile at these two idiots. The bone knitting spell will finish in an hour, until then don't even move your hands. Mr. Potter, I pussy you can attend to his basic needs then. Absolutely, I will make sure he doesn't move as much as a muscle before he's allowed to. Harry answered seriously but with a gleam in his eyes as he watched Severus. I'll get him anything he needs and I promise to come get you if you're needed, but for now I wouldn't want to keep you from your bed any longer. Good lad. There's a pair of Hufflepuffs over there, she pointed to a corner that was curtained off, who ran afoul of Bubo Tuberpuss, so don't talk too loudly. She reached out and pat him on the head before bustling off to get some sleep. Harry dragged the chair even closer and leaned his head so that he could rest it on Snape's. He looked up at the face of his loved one and felt a tremor of fear at how close he had come to lose him forever. I guess we're not much of a secret anymore. I'm glad. I want to show you off and love you in the open, and know you have no reason not to let me spend the nights. Harry gave him a smile tinged by just a bit of naughtiness. Everything came crashing down now that he knew that Severus was there and that he would be okay. Harry felt both giddy and emotionally drained, and it left him feeling almost high. The older man gave him a smile. Minx, come up here. Smiling back, Harry moved his head so that he could press his lips softly against Severus. This will have to do until you're fully healed. I'm not going to hurt you more. Harry whispered more pussies over Snape's face. Severus turned his head to capture Harry's lips a second time, nipping at the youth's bottom lip. There, that should hold me. He nudged the edge of Harry's jaw with his nose. I intend to rest, you do the same, Harry. I will, Severus. You just sleep and get better. Harry got up from the chair he was sitting on and transfigured the rickety thing to a large, plush armchair. He curled up in it and pulled his robes around him like a blanket, making sure that Anguise was warm and comfortable where she lay wrapped around him. Harry took one of Snape's hands in his own and finally allowed his eyes to fall shut. The next morning Hermione poked her head into the hospital ward, smiling at the sight of Harry's head resting on the bed beside Snape and the professor's long fingers carting through her sleeping friend's hair, the normally icy cold black eyes warm and soft on Harry's face. She looked back over her shoulder at Draco and nodded, signaling him that it was okay to come in. They'd not come last night because Lady Malfoy had actually flowed through to chew them both out, though she had also been oddly approving after the maternal backlash had been released. Narcissa's chewing out had been nothing compared to the strip Molly Weasley had torn off Ron nor the cold fury Neville's Gran had displayed, though, so Hermione counted them lucky. Draco's mother had ordered them both to bed immediately after the biting off of their heads, so this was the first chance they'd had to check on Snape and Harry. However, Draco followed Hermione through the door and forward to the bed where his head of house was resting. They walked softly so that they wouldn't disturb the other people resting in the infirmary and made it to Snape. "It's good to see that you're feeling better, Professor," Draco said formally, though he was extremely relieved to see that his godfather would be okay. The dark man eyed Draco with amusement. He did look much better. The worst of his injuries were healing with no difficulty and his fingers had knit perfectly. It would seem as though all he would be left with was a few new scars, including one where the gash rested high on his cheek. "Well, you remain in one piece, how surprising. I was certain Narcissa would skin you alive." Mother was not happy, although it could have been much worse. "I believe she was proud too. I know she wanted you saved and there is no love lost between her and father." Draco smiled at the potion's master. Harry awoke with a start and stumbled to his feet ready to fight before he blinked several times and realized that there was no danger. He sat down again a bit sheepishly. "Oh, good morning." He spoke to them all but his eyes were resting on the man in the bed. Snape lifted a brow and reached out to trace his fingers over Harry's cheek. "Good morning, Mr. Potter." A gentle teasing light was in the older man's eyes. "I'm glad you did get rest." Anguies slithered grumpily out from Harry's shirt and curled around and around the potion master's arm, up to his shoulder, flicking her tongue out and testing his scent. "Guardian's mate needs to get out of this sick room soon. Not good for Guardian to be sleeping in the small chair." "It's okay, little one, I'm okay. The chair was just for one night." Harry answered Anguies as he stroked his finger along her back. "I'm sorry I was asleep when you woke. Do you need anything?" "Oh Merlin," but Potter was smitten. Draco almost felt emberpussied just watching the love that shone in his eyes as he watched Snape. He was happy for them, but it was slightly disturbing watching his godfather and childhood enemy making moony eyes at one another. Hermione chuckled and looped her arm through Draco's, leaning up to pussy his cheek and knowing exactly what he was thinking. "I'm sure you'll grow accustomed to it eventually." Severus shook his head. "No, I'm fine, Harry. The bone knitting spell's finished and no, it is only a matter of time for the Dittany and salves to do their work on the cuts. Do not apologize for getting rest, you were exhausted. And considering the insane little rescue operation that he took part in, so should he be." Narcissa Malfoy clipped in with short steps and stood over Harry, hands on her hips, and looked down at him with narrow blue eyes. Green eyes widened almost comically and Harry shrunk back in the chair. "Hello, Lady Malfoy. How lovely it is to see you again." Harry gave her a shaky smile. "Mother, what are you still doing here?" Draco's voice was baffled. He had to admit though that the sight of Potter cowering from his mother was highly amusing. She gave her son a sidelong glance. "Professor Dumbledore feels it would be safer for me here than at Grimmauld Place considering recent events." She turned her piercing gaze back to Harry and studied him for several long moments before reaching out and taking him into a gentle emphasis. "You rush in where angels fear to tread, Harry, but I am glad you were able to save Severus." She released him, then turned her attention to Snape, hands on her hips once more. "Well," Snape reached over and picked up the water gel pussy on the bedside tray, taking a sip. "What is it you're asking, Narcissa? How you got caught off guard after swearing to be careful, you Burke." She then went into a tirade over him getting captured in the first place. Harry was shell-shocked from the hug. He had expected to be yelled at and maybe even worse. Now he wasn't sure how to react. "Oh mother, you can't blame Snape for being caught off guard like that. How could anyone have known that Crabbe and Goyle had told?" Draco's eyes dimmed. He mourned them in a way. He mourned the people they had been. She humphed. What I would like to know is how they got away from the Aurors. Attempted as a serious offense, they were escorted by Aurors to the Ministry jail. Yes. Snape nodded. Yes, and that is a very good question. They should have been. He broke off with a sharp hiss as pain suddenly tore through his body, originating from the dark mark on his arm. Are you all right? What's happening? Harry was by his side in an instant, stroking his fingers through Snape's hair and watching him worriedly. Ow. Snape doubled over, clutching his arm. Narcissa moved to his side and exposed the dark mark, inhaling sharply when she saw the sickly green lines that were leading from it up his arm. She looked up at her son and Hermione. Draco, get the headmaster now, tell him to bring his phoenix. Hermione, you go get Flitwick. Harry, you can get into Severus' quarters and lab. Yes. Harry nodded, his face stark white as he watched the poison green lines spread further. Tell me what you need. Draco and Hermione were already on their feet, running to get Dumbledore and Flitwick as quickly as they could. From the look of things, every minute counted. Narcissa cast a spell to slow the spread of the killing magic leaching from the dark mark into Snape's system. Size 4 cauldron, gold stirring rod, fully stocked preparation station, basilisk skin, if he has any from an adult that would be best, but a juvenile will work, Hellebris niger, silver rowan leaf buds, blue sea salt, scarab husks, and unicorn horn shavings. Got it. Harry was off his feet and out the door almost before Narcissa had finished speaking. It wasn't long before Draco and Dumbledore came rushing in. Dumbledore looked unusually grim as he approached the bed, Fawkes perched upon his shoulder. Draco watched Dumbledore and Narcissa talk as Snape writhed in pain and he cursed Voldemort and his vindictiveness under his breath. Hermione rushed in with Flitwick, who was by Snape's side faster than anyone thought he could move. Lady Malfoy, what am I needed for? You are the best at charm work. If Dumbledore and I can get the poison magic neutralized, we need to get the dark mark removed or it will kill him one way or another. I've sent Harry for potion supplies from Severus' lab, he should be back soon. My son will help me prepare the potion. The small wizard nodded and moved to examine the mark. Dumbledore was looking at the mark too as he waited for Harry to come. It did not look good at all, there wasn't much time left. Harry burst through the doors, out of breath and carrying the burden in his arms. He dumped everything on the floor by Snape's bed and sorted through the ingredients to make sure he had remembered everything. What can I do now? Narcissa interrupted Dumbledore before he could tell Harry to go. Sit behind him, talk to him, hold him. Keep him fighting. She created a potions table and quickly put everything to make the antidote potion on top of it. Draco, come here and help me. Grind the sea salt into powder while I slice the skin. Hermione gnawed on her bottom lip and wrapped her arms around herself as organized chaos bloomed in the space around Snape's bed. There wasn't anything she was capable of doing here and she felt awful just standing around while her best friend could lose the man he was in love with. Hermione, can you help me here? Keep the bowls steady and help me keep the measurements. I have to make sure it's the exact amount. Draco called out to her and blew his blonde hair out of his eyes as he ground the salt into a fine sparkly powder. Harry was brushing the sweat-soaked hair out of Snape's face and whispered loving words into his ears, begging him to fight and not leave him. Hermione practically leapt to pussiest while Flitwick frowned at the diagnostic spell he'd pulled up for the mark's composition. Severus could barely register what was happening around him, the agony worse than even the cruciatus, but he could feel the gentle hands of his lover and hear his voice, though his mind was too clouded by pain to understand the words. Narcissa sliced, dropped things into the potion, stirred, and carefully created the complicated brew. At the very end, when she'd stirred a final time, she turned to the phoenix and inclined her head. Please, some tears for the potion. The bird leaned its beak over the edge of the cauldron, letting a few tears drip into the potion, turning it a stunning silvery white. Narcissa scooped a dose up into a crystal phial and went to the bed. Harry, tilt his head back and help me get him to drink this. Nodding, Harry gently tilted Snape's head back, caressing his cheeks as he did it. Come on, Severus, drink this now, it will make you better. Harry spoke softly and poured some of the potion into Snape's mouth. Just swallow. Draco wrapped his arm around Hermione's waist and pulled her close as he watched, feeling completely helpless. Fawkes released a note of Phoenix song and Severus found his throat relaxing, the cool potion making its way down. He shivered as more was given him and then fell unconscious in Harry's arms. Narcissa looked to Dumbledore. Can you freeze the spell causing the poison, or is it only the removal of the mark that will stop it? I fear it has gone too far for a freeze spell. The best I can do with that is slow it down minutely. Dumbledore sounded very somber as he ran his fingers through his long beard. We need to find a way to remove the mark, a way that won't kill Severus as we do it. Harry looked up in fear. Kill him. Yes, my boy, the mark is not meant to be removed. Lord Voldemort is not one to give up what he sees as his. Narcissa shook her head once, fiercely. I am not going to let him die. Professor Flitwick, your thoughts? The almost dwarfish man frowned. It is based on a protean charm, but there are other spells laced with it. Loyalty charm, compulsion charm, a power drain charm, and a backlash spell. I can't see the way they intertwine the way a spellcrafter can in Headmaster. No offense intended, but your ability to look at the magical fabric has been impaired. Dumbledore looked as if he wanted to argue for a moment but settled for nodding shortly. Excuse me, professors, maybe I can help. Harry spoke up. He had no idea if he was ready for something like this, but he wasn't going to just sit by as Severus slipped away. He had to try. Professor Snape has been teaching me a little bit about spell weaving and how you see spell fabrics. With your help, Professor Flitwick, maybe we can figure it out together. Everyone looked at Harry in shock. Then Flitwick asked carefully. You can see the weave of a spell. Can you manipulate the fabric threads? You mean move them around? Untangle them and weave them with others? Harry thought about his mental web and how he saw the threads. I should be able to, yes. With a bit of luck. Dumbledore's eyes were narrowed. They might have use for it now, but he wasn't too fond of being surprised like this. Flitwick nodded. Good then. That will help. I'm afraid we'll need all the luck we can get for this. Harry, look at the dark mark, at the spellwork of it, and tell me exactly what you see in detail. Harry grasped Snape's arm and looked at the dark mark, concentrating on the spells behind the slithering spassi and grinning skull. The web looks fractured, the threads twisted against their purpose. He saw the threads in colors of green and black with flashes of crimson woven in here and there. It sort of looked as a ruptured spider web linked together with spell threads in the broken places. All right, we need to stop the backlash spell first. It should be a crimson thread. You need to untangle it and slip it free of the web. Harry nodded and gritted his teeth as he slowly, very slowly started to inch the crimson thread out of the weave. He was careful not to jostle the other threads, making sure that they stayed in place as he untangled the red one. Okay, it's loose. What do I do now? Narcissa looked down at Severus' arm, smiling when she saw that the vivid green poison lines were retreating and the potion's master was relaxing even more. Next is the draining spell. That is what keeps the mark anchored to Severus. Without it, the mark can be removed and cancelled with finite incantatum. It will be a thread that actually wraps around the magical vein in Severus' arm. It should be a sickly violet color. Straining, Harry tried to find the violet thread and finally found it hiding behind the other threads, twisting itself in and out of the weave almost everywhere. This thread was much more difficult to untangle, and Harry felt sweat pour off him as he worked the thread as carefully as he could. There were several times when it felt as if it would snap, but he managed to keep it whole by backing off and starting from the beginning again. After what felt as forever, he had managed to separate the violet thread from the others. It's done, he gasped out. Flitwick inhaled slowly. Are you sure? I'm sure. Harry opened intense green eyes and locked them on the tiny professor. I would never gamble with Severus' safety. I believe that you wouldn't, but I would be remiss not to double-check. The charms professor held his wand over the dark mark and took the plunge with a swish and flick. Finite incantatum. The mark seemed to peel off Severus' arm and dissipate like some sort of foul smoke, leaving only unmarred pale white skin behind. It's done. Harry slumped back in relief and pressed a pussy against the pale skin where the mark had been. He was so tired that the world was spinning, but all he felt was relief. Will Professor Snape be all right now? Draco asked, feeling a little impressed against his will with Potter's skill. Narcissa moved to coax Harry to lay down beside Snape, shooting Dumbledore a vicious look that warned him not to make so much as a peep against that arrangement. She pressed a pussy to Harry's forehead. Rest, Harry. You've more than earned it. She then turned to look at her son. It depends on how successful we were in getting the potion into him before any permanent damage was done. We'll know when he wakes, but for now, we should all leave them to rest. Flitwick nodded. Yes, sleep under Poppy's watchful eye is what they need now. Narcissa flicked her wand at the temporary potion setup and had it moving out of anyone's way. When Harry woke, she'd help him bring the materials back to Severus' lab, but for now, let's go, all of us. She proceeded to shoo all the human beings out of the room. Fawkes, much to everyone's surprise, flapped over to perch on the railing of the bed and would not be moved after a brief stare down with anguish that ended in the both of them accepting the other's presence. Is it really proper to leave a student like that? Wouldn't Harry be more comfortable in his own bed? Dumbledore tried to speak up but was soon quieted by Narcissa and a slightly vicious glare from Poppy. With a sigh he left the boy where he was and left the infirmary. Harry heard them go, but he didn't have the energy to say or do anything. He just shifted his head so that he could hear the steady thumping of Severus' heart and felt his eyes drift shut. Fawkes cooed a soft sweet melody to ensure sweet dreams for both the exhausted warriors and settled himself to Pusius the basilisk in standing guard. Neville gawked at Hermione as she finished telling them about what had happened in the infirmary. Merlin, can't they ever get a break? It doesn't seem like it, but maybe we should have seen it coming. Draco replied, you know who isn't known for forgiveness, and we did sort of make a fool out of him. Ron nodded slowly from where he lay with his head in Pansy's lap. He had wanted to go see Harry the moment he was told, but Hermione had managed to talk him out of it. Is anyone more than me afraid that this is only the beginning? Hermione leaned back into Draco's arms. We all know more is coming. He's going to be even more determined to destroy the ones opposing him now. I mean, he just got his backside handed to him by a small group of teenagers, plus his pet was killed. I think it's safe to say he's out for blood. I'm not saying that we should bury our heads in the sand, but we can't obsess over it either. Draco wrapped his arms around Hermione tighter. I think we should continue to live our lives and be ready for him when he comes. If we start to live in fear, he has won. Neville nodded, running his fingers through Luna's hair gently. You're right, not to mention it would be like spitting in Harry's face if we were all to start cowering. I mean, he's been working his bum off to teach us all how to protect ourselves, and even more, he's spent the last 5 years on the front lines to protect us all. I for one don't want to let him down, and it's not like he has the option of chucking it all in and running. So he has to stand, and I'll stand with him. Well said, Luna said approvingly and almost purred under Neville's touch. I for one will stand there right with you. Yeah, me too. Ron nodded. I've done it so far. It's not like I'm about to turn tail and run the other way now. I believe we're all in this together now, for better or worse. Draco was surprised by his own words. Here he was, of all people, preaching unity and fighting will. Pansy smiled, carding her fingers through Ron's hair. Where my lion goes, so shall I. Plus I can't leave my house brother all the glory now, can I? Hermione rested her head on Draco's shoulder. So we're all still in it, and in it together. Moony, I've got to say, this is positively heartwarming, don't you think? I have to agree, Padfoot. Spussies, lions and ravens working and loving together in harmony, it does warm an old wolf's heart. Ron's head whipped around on Pansy's knee and he gaped at the two new voices. Hermione gaped at the two men who strode into the room, wide grins on their faces, then ran forward to give them welcoming hugs. Sirius, Professor Lupin, what are the two of you doing here? She was half worried that they were here to scold them for the rescue of Snape. Sirius' grin widened. Oh, we came by to help Sissy move her things in and to take care of a little marauder business. Ron scrambled up from his comfortable spot on Pansy's lap and shook the older men's hands. Well, it's great seeing you again, it's been a while. He grinned at them brightly. It's good seeing you too, it's been too long. Remus replied. Now where's Harry? The werewolf looked around. We have to say hello to him. The group quieted and no one was really comfortable meeting the Marauder's eyes. No one wanted to be the one to feel the two of them in on Harry and Snape's relationship. They could only imagine what the reaction would be. Neville coughed a bit. Well, he's sitting with someone in the infirmary right now. Had a bit of a scare for them. If you need him for this Marauder business, then I'm sure he'll come round later. Sirius nodded. Oh yes, Harry absolutely has to be here. It's required. Remus looked somewhat thoughtful at the mentioning of Harry and the infirmary. His gaze slid over Hermione, Ron and Sirius, but he didn't say anything, only pulled at his light brown hair a bit. Ah well, I suppose we have to wait for Harry to have time first then. For now, why don't you tell us all about your latest adventure? Hermione moved back to her boyfriend's side. Well, it was really kind of stupid to rush in the way we did, but we sort of rated. She sent the questioning term to Ron and got a shrug and a nod. Malfoy Manor, while Voldemort and some of his lackeys were about. Draco almost laughed at Sirius' expression. The man looked absolutely gobsmacked and just a little bit envious too. We should probably scold all of you and tell you never to do it again, but we won't. Remus was serious. We would probably have done the same for someone that we care about. You were lucky though, really lucky, because this raid of yours could very easily have gone very wrong. Hermione nodded. We know, especially since it was short notice and we really didn't have time to prepare, but we couldn't leave him there. If Voldemort had killed him, I think it would have killed Harry, would have broken him, and we couldn't let that happen. We were lucky though, surprising them gave us a heavy advantage and Voldemort hit the wall just right, thank goodness. Sirius raised a brow. Hit the wall, you should have seen it. Draco gushed. Hermione threw a reducto spell you know whose way and he smashed right into the wall and ppus sighed out. As I said, really, really lucky. Remus. Tone was dry. So is the person Harry is with the same person you saved. I wonder who has grown that important to our little Harry. He, you said. Neville answered the former professor. Yes, he. It's up to Harry to tell you who he is though. Sirius sidled over to where the quiet boy sat with Luna. Ah, come on, not even a little hint. After all we've done for you kids. You'll know when Harry is ready for you to know. Luna answered, amused by the man's eager expression. Is that flutterflies in your hair? She leaned in closer to look. He is a mutt, but I don't really think he has fleas, Luna. Ron said, trying to hold his laughter in check. Pansy smirked at Black's affronted expression. You never can be too sure. I think maybe his head should be shaved, just to be sure. It'd be too hard to check under that wild, messy mop. Hermione had her hand over her mouth, holding in laughter as Sirius jumped away from the dreamy blonde girl with a yelp and put his hands over his hair protectively. You are not touching my hair. It's just fine how it is and I do not have fleas. Hermione giggled. Oh, I don't know, with all the time you spend as Snuffles that might not be accurate, and really, you could actually use a trim. As much of a dog as he is, Sirius does not have fleas. I can vouch for that. Remus had a bit of trouble hiding his own smile. The hair could use a trim though, Siri. You are sporting somewhat of a caveman look. Draco sniggered and hid his face in Hermione's hair. He had been a bit nervous as Remus Lupin had entered the room. Draco hadn't been very nice to the man when he taught defense. Fortunately, Lupin didn't appear to be one to hold grudges. Sirius pouted and went to plop his butt down next to where Remus stood. Traitors, the lot of you, traitors I say. And Moony, I may be a dog but I'm yours. He leaned his head on the other man's leg. You know you're the only one I'll let put a leash on me, metaphorically I mean. Hermione chuckled. What about Lady Malfoy? Sirius shuddered. Sissy doesn't use a leash, she uses a whip. He looked up at Remus with the most perfectly pitiful puppy eyes. Remus, you're going to be around to protect me from her from now on, right? Almost of their own will, Remus. Fingers went into Sirius' hair. Well, since she's moving in here for the time being you won't need protection, but yes, I'll be around from now on. I've done what I can in regards to the wild flocks out there. He ran black tresses through his fingers. Despite the light tone it had hurt being away from his mate, and Remus was relieved to be back with him. Being parted from a mate was a real physical ache. Woo-hoo. Quick as a flash, Sirius had managed to tug Remus down to snuggle beside him. Okay, so what else happened? Oh, Malfoy Manor. That means Lucius was there. Oh, please tell me someone hexed his balls off, please. I'd settle for a Levicorpus, but castration would be so much better. Hermione laced her fingers with her boyfriend's. Draco subdued Lucius. He also did really brilliantly against the other Death Eaters in the dungeon. Oh please, none of us hold a candle against you. Draco turned to face the people of the room. You should have seen her. She was absolutely incredible against the Death Eaters. She showed no fear whatsoever as she took them straight on. She turned some of them into sparrows and fluffy little things, and she had these fantastic hexes. I have never seen anything like it. She was truly amazing, and there's no way any of us would have gotten out of there without her. Wow. Ron didn't really know what to say. He knew Hermione was brilliant, but to hear Malfoy talking her up like that, That was unexpected. Neville just nodded sagely, knowing how formidable Hermione could be when she felt it was needed. He still remembered that total body bind in first year. Pansy just saluted the bushy-haired girl in respect. Hermione had won her respect ages ago with how well she treated Draco. Hermione herself turned a bright red and ducked her head shyly, mumbling, "It wasn't that special. I just had to keep you all safe." Sirius roared with laughter. "Not that special," she says. She knocks Voldemort out, turns some of his prize Death Eaters into fluffy creatures. Well, there were newts and turtles too. Even better, turns them into creatures that can barely defend themselves, leads a charge into and out of one on the most heavily warded, heavily guarded, dangerous houses in the wizarding world, and all with minimal casualties, and it's nothing special to her. Moony, we need to make this girl a general in the order. She certainly has the courage for it. Remus agreed with a smile. We've always known you're brilliant, Ms. Granger, your wit only outmatched by your courage and the size of your heart. Draco nodded eagerly, agreeing with everything that Lupin said. Hermione felt like her face was about to catch fire. Well, she gave a wan smile, Gryffindor, you know. Pansy barked out a laugh. It's not the House Granger, it's you. Even I've got to admit that you are a special person. I even had to admit it back when we were still enemies, and Crumb took you to the Yule Ball. Potter has some brilliant taste in friends, I have to say, picks the best of the lot. She slid a smile at her own boyfriend. Ron smiled back and leaned back until he was resting in her lap again. You are quite special yourself, Pans, despite being Slytherin, that is. He chuckled and avoided the swat she sent his way playfully. We're all great, we kicked Death Eater pussy. To everyone's surprise, that statement came from Luna. Neville smiled and brought her hand to his lips, pussying the knuckles softly. If I hadn't known better, I'd have sworn I was looking at a Valkyrie instead of my Moonflower during our own fight. I think they saw a delicate little girl they could easily deal with, and that was very much their mistake as they got hexed out of their minds. That's only because you were right there with me, all fierce, valiant and protective. Luna nuzzled closer to Neville, smiling dreamily at him. Remus smiled to himself, his fingers still running through Sirius' hair. Ought to be that young again. Sirius grinned and murmured quietly. You remember when we were like that, Moony? I do. Remus bent down lower and buried his nose in Sirius' hair. I remember it like it was yesterday, both the good and the bad. I guess we've gotten old, but you know what they say, love ages like fine wine. Ours is the perfect vintage. Oh, we have a few years left in us before we can be called old. And I will always love you, because you're you and you're everything that's right just for me. We're getting sappy, Moony. Sirius moved so that he could plant one on his mate, his everything. Good. It's nice to know we still can. He rolled to his feet. Well, I think Moony and I are going to go grab something to eat, I'm starving. Remus got up too. Yeah, I'm hungry too, and it's quite late. Besides, I should at least try to keep the doggy out of trouble. The werewolf nodded goodbye to the gathered youths and followed his mate out of the room. Sirius snagged the werewolf's hand in the hall. Come on, let's head to the infirmary and see who Harry's boyfriend is. He began tugging an amused Remus down the halls towards the infirmary. I wonder why Harry hasn't said anything to me about having a boyfriend yet. There's no way he'd be worried about me reacting badly to him liking a guy instead of a girl since he knows about us. He's 16, Siri. Did you tell the grown-ups around you about your crushes back then? Remus chuckled, but following Sirius willingly, he was curious about Harry's boyfriend too. Maybe he's from Slytherin. Both Ron and Hermione has found partners from that house. I'm a much cooler grown-up though. I'm like the uncle who gets to know all the dirt 'cause he's the confidant. Slytherin. Maybe. Why would he keep that a secret though? I mean, I didn't have any problem with Draco being added into the group mix. They reached the infirmary and, after making sure Pomfrey wasn't about, snuck towards the end of the ward where the only curtained-off area was. Apparently the bubo tuber victims had been released. He reached out to pull back the curtain to peek. I don't have a problem if he goes for a spacey. I mean, it's not like he'd be dating Snive. The sound Sirius' voice ended on was somewhere between a squeak and a gasp as he saw what lay behind the curtain. Remus stepped forward, wondering what could possibly have made his mate let out such a sound, and his own eyes widened to the size of saucers as he watched the two people lying entwined behind the curtain. Harry's arms and legs were wrapped tightly around Snape and he still rested his head over the other's heart. Green eyes shot open when he felt he was being watched and he looked at the two people at the edge of the bed blaringly, seeing only shadows since he wasn't wearing his GL pussies. Sirius wheezed out in a questioning whine. Pup you and Snape, Snuffles. Harry felt around for his GL pussies and placed them on his nose. He looked at Sirius and Remus questioningly and a smile spread over his features at seeing them. Then he took in their shocked expressions and he remembered where he was and who he was with. Harry's cheeks pinked a little but he shifted in front of Severus protectively. He wouldn't let even them hurt him. The dog Animagus grabbed the chair near the bed and plopped into it, face still utterly surprised. Harry, you and Snape. Seriously, I need plain-spoken confirmation here. Remus petted Sirius back awkwardly though he was as shocked as his mate was. He couldn't imagine a more unlikely couple. Yes Sirius, me and Severus. Harry met his eyes straight on. I love him. Well, hell. Sirius blew out a breath and ran a hand over his face. I guess that means I'm gonna have to learn to put up with him, doesn't it? Don't expect like. Not for a long time, way too much history for me to like him off the bat, but I can be civil. But just because you love him. If he was just a shag I'd be scandalized and nasty. Harry got out of the bed slowly and walked over to Sirius. At first he just looked at him but then he wrapped his arms tightly around his godfather in a warm hug. Thank you, and I really do love him. Good boy, Remus whispered in Sirius' ear. He was extremely proud of his mate for taking the high road. It proved just how important Harry was to him. He better be good to you, Harry, or else he'll have both a wolf and a grim on his tail. If I were Snape I'd be more worried about Lil's ghost. Sirius gave a half grin as he pat his godson's back. But yeah, he ever hurts you, let's see. A wolf, a grim, a harpy. Here he coughed out Narcissus' name. A fox, a badger, an entire herd of redheads. What's her name dating Ron, and Neville's little Valkyrie. He'd be insane not to be good to you. He is good to me, very good. No reason to worry or go all growly. Harry slowly released Sirius and went back to the bed, crawling into it next to Severus again. Now if he would only wake up. Voldemort activated some sort of poison through his dark mark. Professor Flitwick managed to remove it but we don't know the damage yet. Harry's voice was small and his fingers trailed lightly over Severus' cheek as he spoke. He'll be fine, pup. I doubt the Grim Reaper himself could take Snape as he wasn't ready to go. He's the second most stubborn man I've known. I hope you're right, Harry replied, but he was still worried. He had come so close to losing Severus several times now, he was just scared. Siri is right, he'll be okay. He has you to stick around for, Remus said softly, and even if he did kick it, your mum would send his ass back in short order. Sirius let the humor fade from his tone. Really, I don't like him and may never, but if he's entered into a relationship with you, Harry, he'll crawl over broken GL pussy to stay with you. He won't let Voldemort win. Harry simply nodded, feeling comforted by his godfather's words. Come on Siri, let Harry and his beau have their rest. We can talk more tomorrow when everyone is feeling a little more awake. Remus smiled at Harry and grasped his mate's hand and started to pull him away from the bed. I really could use some of that food you spoke of earlier. See you later, pup. Sirius walked with his mate from the hospital ward and headed for the kitchens. Harry and Snape. Merlin, it's going to take time to wrap my head around that. Remus nodded slowly. It really would take some time to get used to their little hairy pup being in a relationship with Severus Snape of all people. Love is strange, was all that he said as he followed his mate. Harry listened to them go. The meeting had gone better than any expectation he could have had and he was happy. He had no illusions that Sirius and Severus would suddenly become bosom buddies, but they were both extremely important to Harry, and as long as they didn't tear each other apart on sight was progress in Harry's eyes. He shivered a bit at the chilly air of the infirmary, and pulled a woolen blanket up over himself and Severus, and then he placed his head back on Snape's, being lulled to rest by the steady and comforting thumps of the man's heartbeat. Wake up soon please, I already miss you, Harry whispered. Hermione slipped into the infirmary with a loaded school bag and a tray of food from the kitchen, then walked back to where Harry sat reading in a chair beside Snape's bed. She set the tray down on the bedside table and reached over to fuss with Harry's messy hair. It had been 2 days since the Dark Mark had tried to poison the potion's master, and though his body was healing brilliantly from the injuries incurred in the Malfoy dungeon during that time, he hadn't so much as twitched otherwise. Still no change. None. Harry shook his head and gave Hermione a weak smile. He only looked at the food before shoving the tray a bit further away from him on the table. He wasn't hungry at all. Dumbledore had been up several times, asking Harry to leave, to return to his CL pussies in his dorm room, but Harry absolutely refused. There was no way that he would leave Severus' side. He was starting to get scared though. Nothing that anyone did had any reaction. It was as if it was only Severus' body there, not his mind. What if he never wakes up my own? Harry looked at his friend, deep purple shadows resting under his eyes. What if I messed up and took too long working the threads of the spell? I don't know what to do. She wrapped her arms around him, drawing him into a comforting hug. Shish, I don't think you messed up, Harry. The mark was poisoning him, and even with the antidote poisoned is a number on the body. I don't know if you ever got the chance to sneak about to see any television programs or read about health stuff with the Dursleys being the hideous things they are, but in the Muggle world, even with antidotes and antivenoms, it can sometimes take weeks for someone to wake up from being poisoned or bitten by a venomous creature. Knowing Voldemort, that was a very nasty poison, probably modeled off a spussy venom. It's not surprising that he hasn't woken up yet. He will, if only to scold you for not taking care of yourself and starting to fall behind on your CL pussy work. Anguis, who had taken up camp next to Severus' head, made an agreeing hiss. Guardian's friend is correct. The mate is still healing, but he hears and will be very upset if Guardian makes himself ill. I'm not making myself sick. Harry answered both of them at the same time, since he knew Anguis understood human speech. I'm still doing my homework. I'm still doing the lesson plans for Severus. CL pussy too for his substitute to use. He ran his hand through his hair, making it stand at all ends. I'm just worried. Hermione lifted a brow and pulled a mirror out of her bag, holding it up in front of Harry's face, showing him the dark circles under his eyes and the sharp edges his cheekbones made in his pale face, as well as the awful mess, worse than usual, his hair was in. Only 2 days and you've already lost weight, Harry. Not much, but still. You're not eating and barely sleeping. You are going to make yourself sick. But I understand how you feel, so I will make you a deal. I'll come down each day and help you study, and you will eat the breakfast, lunch, and dinner trays brought to you. If you don't, I will stupefy you so Madame Pomfrey can keep you under until Professor Snape wakes. Understood. Understood. Harry nodded and pulled the food tray back towards him, where he lifted the bread and took a bite out of it. He had to admit that he did look like crap, there was no denying that. He didn't want Hermione to hex him either, and he believed that she would if she felt forced to. Good. I may enlist Draco for potions lessons help for you, since he's the one teaching it. The substitute is, well, he's pathetic, a complete dishrag. Even the Gryffindors have almost voted that Draco be allowed to deduct house points, as this wet cloth absolutely won't. He just tuts and hovers and then spends a solid lesson drinking who knows what from a black bottle on the desk. Dada is much better, as the headmaster is having Professor Lupin do the substituting there, but I miss you and Snape in the lessons. Remus is wonderful, but a bit too gentle on us all, I think. Remus doesn't have it in him to be mean in human form. Besides, I think he knows that the smallest growl out of him in front of a student would lead to more protest letters about a werewolf being allowed to teach their precious young. Harry was proud that he had managed to keep the bitterness almost completely out of his voice. I miss teaching too, I really do, but I can't leave Severus alone. I need to be here for him, even if he doesn't know I'm here. She pat him on the shoulder. I'm sure he does know though. That you're here, I mean. She moved to sit on the floor Indian style and pulled out the Transfiguration text and summoned a footstool. Now, first lesson. Today it was turning a footstool into a rabbit. She settled into lecture and explain mode as he ate, figuring more would get down his throat if his attention was focused elsewhere as he ate on autopilot. Harry gulped the food down as he listened, not really tasting it, but that didn't matter. He pulled out his books from the bag resting at his feet and his wand from his back pocket. Is there any situation where you're really pressed to know how to turn a footstool into a rabbit? Oh, and tell me, Ron wasn't able to turn it back at the end of CL Pussy, was he? I know how he feels about small fuzzy things, even though he'd never admit it. She giggled. No, he wasn't. He actually snuck it out of the CL pussy, though I've no idea what he did with it from there. As for purpose, the idea I think is to start introducing us to size differential for inanimate versus animate. The footstool is a lot larger than a little bunny. Eventually we'll be making small inanimate things into large animate things, so this is an introduction to that. Building blocks, you could say. Okay. Harry still didn't get the purpose completely, but he knew that Hermione did and he trusted her. Let's do this then. Hermione smiled at him, and the empty tray, and began walking him through the steps until they had a pretty white rabbit bouncing around the ward. They went through all the CL pussies he'd missed during the few days Snape had been in the hospital ward one by one until Hermione was satisfied that he'd grasped each lesson perfectly. Just before dinner another pair of footsteps made their way towards them and the curtain was drawn aside to show Draco Malfoy, looking severely put out and carrying 3 dinner trays. One tray was handed to Harry, one to Hermione, and he sat beside his girlfriend on the floor with the third. The girl tilted her head. Bad last CL pussy. Bad doesn't even begin to cover it. Draco stabbed the potatoes viciously with his fork. The idiot just smiled and nodded when Padma Patil added the newt tails early and caused the potion to become a wart draft. Who does that? The poor bint of a girl drank the stuff and I had to spend 2 hours after CL pussy brewing a counter potion for her. Another stab with the fork. I got a little upset, and believe it or not, but the bloody git of a so-called teacher ran out in tears. Harry hid his smile behind his goblet of pumpkin juice. He had been of the receiving end of Malfoy's scathing tongue on several occasions during the years, and he could believe that it could cause a weaker person to cry. Malfoy had learned from the best after all. Harry tossed the still sleeping Snape a fond look. Oh dear. Permanently ran out. Hermione's voice was half hopeful. I bloody well hope so, because there is no way I'm letting the loon back into that CL pussy room. This time Draco stabbed the poor potato so hard that it bounced right off the plate. Hermione watched the vegetable skitter over the floor. Professor Snape would agree with that sentiment, especially after he tried to rearrange the potion ingredient cabinet. I'm surprised Snape didn't feel the disturbance in the Force before you stopped Pugglepoint. Harry snorted into his juice at Hermione's comment. Draco, on the other hand, was completely clueless regarding the small joke and just nodded in agreement, which only caused Harry to laugh more. Well, hopefully we have seen the last of Pugglepoint now. Draco added and dug into his steak now that his potato had escaped. Hermione hummed. True, but the headmaster won't let a student, no matter how good you are, have free reign over a CL pussy room, so let's hope Snape recovers by next CL pussy. If not, then you'd better have a substitute suggestion at the ready until he does finally throw the last bit of the poison's effects off. Well, I hope Snape will wake up, of course, but it really doesn't matter. No one can be worse than Pugglepoint. Draco had finished attacking the food, feeling a little bit calmer now that he was in his girlfriend's presence. Oh good lord, never say that. Don't you know what happens when you say that something or someone couldn't be worse? Hermione's eyes were wide. It becomes worse. A rough, wheezy voice came from the hospital bed. Harry's tray went crashing to the floor and he was next to Snape in an instant. Severus. He stroked his finger down Snape's cheek and looked worriedly at him. Draco looked up with wide eyes too, almost afraid to believe that his godfather had finally woken up. Hermione rose to her knees to watch as the professor struggled to open his eyes, and then the dark orbs were on Harry's face. You've not been eating right. Hermione had to press her face into the back of Draco's shoulder and muffle her laughter into it at that. It just figured. The first, well, second, thing out of Snape's mouth was a scold to Harry. Oh shush you, you're not one to talk. Harry replied softly and leaned down to press his lips against Snape's for just a second. I've been eating just fine. Welcome back. Weak. The dark eyes searched Harry's face. Where's Poppy? I'll go get her. Draco jumped up from his seat on the floor and hurried out of the infirmary. She's just down in the hall having dinner. Malfoy will have her here shortly. Harry stroked Snape's hair soothingly. Severus closed his eyes and took comfort in the hand gently petting his hair. The mark. It's gone, Severus, completely gone. Harry answered softly as he continued to stroke and caress Snape's hair. It wasn't long at all before Draco burst through the doors again, followed closely by Poppy. The Mediwitch bustled over and efficiently began scanning and examining Snape. She asked him if he felt this or could move that, making the normal hums and HMMs that doctors tended to do before nodding once, decisively. No long-term effects that I can determine. You're very, very lucky, Severus. You'll be bedridden for another 2 weeks and then are to take it easy for another 2 afterwards to let your body and magic recover. You'll need to suggest another potion substitute as Mr. Pugglepoint has decided to leave us. Pugglepoint. Weak and raspy though it was, you could still hear the disbelief in Severus' voice. That incompetent fool. What was Dumbledore thinking? Well, do you have a better suggestion for the duration of your convalescence? Poppy propped her hands on her hips and stared down at him. Narcissa, she can keep the pussies in line. Though it took more energy than he liked to admit, Snape fixed a smirk on his face. Mother, Draco gaped, feeling rather ridiculous that he hadn't thought about that himself. Narcissa Malfoy was the one who had taught him from a very early age after all. I think Lady Malfoy would love having something to do. She doesn't strike me as someone who likes being idle. Harry said, it's a great suggestion, Severus. She will look after your potions CL pussy just as Remus will look out for the Dada one. Lupin. Where he goes, so does the Fleabag. Hermione coughed to cover her amusement, especially considering the conversation a few days previous. He does have Snuffles with him, used him as a rather brilliant demonstration of a grim. Her eyes twinkled merrily as she hooked her arm into Draco's. Speaking of Professor Lupin and all, Harry, he wants to see you soon. Poppy rumphed from where she was marking a medical chart. He'd better see him soon. She swished the quill at Harry. No more haunting my infirmary now that he's conscious, do you hear me, Mr. Potter? You will go to CL Pussies and eat your meals in the Great Hall, and sleep in your dormitory from now on. You are free to visit as your schedule permits, but no more staying throughout the night. I trust I make myself clear. Harry wanted to protest. He was not ready to leave Severus for such long periods of time, but one look at Pomfrey's expression showed him that this was a battle he couldn't win. Perfectly clear, madam, he answered. Harry wasn't too worried. He had his map and his cloak. There was no way he would spend the nights anywhere but by Severus' side. I'll go see Remus and Snuffles later, I promise. Harry turned his head and answered Hermione. Hermione smiled and tugged on Draco's arm. Come on. Let's give them some time to themselves before Harry comes up for the night. She knew, of course, that nothing short of the apocalypse would keep Harry away from Snape tonight, and probably not even then either, but still she felt they need their privacy now. Madame Pomfrey sighed and nodded. Eat something, Potter, and make sure Severus drinks the potions. She pointed at the 2 bottles on the table, and if you can, do something about that bird. She pointed at the phoenix, which had been napping up to this point, that lifted its head, trilled a note and fluffed its feathers happily when it saw that Snape was awake. Harry nodded pleasantly at everything Pomfrey said and took a breath of relief when she finally moved away to her little office, giving them some alone time. Hi. Harry pulled his chair as close to the bed as he could get it. I've missed you. He brought the 2 potion bottles closer and uncapped the one closest to him. Here, drink this. He put his arm under Snape's head and raised it a bit so it would be easier to drink. Fawkes hasn't left your side. I think I have a rival for your affections in that one. Snape swallowed the nutritional potion with a little difficulty. Once it was down, he wrinkled his nose. Other way round. Fawkes worries over you. Me. Harry's eyes went to the fiery bird. Why on earth would he worry about me? He placed the empty potion bottle back on the table and reached for the other one. Here you go, just one more. And just so you know, your position first in my heart. Completely unthreatened, the older man drank the other potion, a purification potion to clear all traces of poison from his body. Silly Gree, F. Findor. Know that. He closed his eyes. You don't take good enough care of yourself. Especially when you are worried for someone else. Have to fix that after I get better. You do that. Harry smiled and put away the other bottle too. For now though, just rest and concentrate on getting better, no worrying about anything else. Harry pussied him again, just as softly as before. I love you. Love you too. Severus closed his eyes. Tired. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow, sleep now. Harry ran his fingers through Snape's hair one more time and pulled away from the resting man. He pointed his wand at the tray of food that had crashed to the floor earlier and vanished it to the kitchen. He might as well go and visit Remus and Sirius and make an appearance in the common room before sneaking back for the night later on. Will you watch over him while I'm away, Angwys? He asked the young basilisk who still rested on Snape's pillow. Of course, Guardian. The fire bird and I will guard your mate well. The Spussie shifted to slide the smooth scales of her head affectionately along the uninjured skin of Snape's cheek. Thank you, little one. Harry walked over to Fawkes and ran a hand over almost glowing feathers. And thank you, Fire Singer. He slung his bag over his shoulder. I'll be back later. Harry cast one last look at the sleeping man in the bed and turned away before the urge to stay would be too strong. Sirius looked up from where he and Remus were sitting in the room of requirements, talking with the teens that had joined the rescue for Snape, when Harry walked in. Pup. He lunged to his feet and went to grab Harry into a hug. Good to see you out of that dismal ward. So the bat's woken up, huh? Good to see you too, Snuffles. Harry hugged his godfather back. He's woken up and fallen back asleep, but a normal sleep this time. He's still very weak though. Harry looked over Sirius' shoulder and waved to the rest of the people gathered in the room. Neville lifted a hand. Harry, good to see things are going to be okay. Pansy nodded from where she was snuggled with Ron, having used his shoulder as a hanky when she let out a few relieved tears and not about to move out of his lap. Normal sleep will heal him just fine. Sirius nodded and clapped his hands together. Yup, the old dungeon bat will be back to flapping about and scaring students anytime and now. Thank you, Harry said to Remus as the older man had hit Sirius across the head with a rolled-up newspaper. He only smiled at Sirius' put-out expression and walked over to where the others were sitting and sunk down on a soft pillow. So what have you all been up to lately then? The dog Animagus grinned and exchanged a look with Remus, then suddenly moved to push Harry back up as Remus directed Neville and Hermione to stand before the big false fireplace. Well, we came to the conclusion that it was time to PPUSSY the torch. Oi, Malfoy, get up here. Sirius waved Draco along in front of himself and Harry as he pushed and prodded his godson to stand next to Hermione. Then Sirius went to stand next to Remus across from the 4 teens. Yes, as Siri says, it's time for a new era now. Are you ready for it? Remus' smile almost cracked his face in two. Ready for what exactly? Draco looked very confused where he stood alongside 3 Gryffindors. Sirius grinned proudly. You'd have thought he was holding his firstborn for the first time or something. Ready to become official marauders, of course. Not that the others here aren't marauder material. He gave a salute to the other 3 teens still seated. But the Animagus form, or lycanthropy, is somewhat a requirement to becoming one. It was something we set down as a rare rule we wouldn't break, as the roots of the marauders were born in being there for Moonier. Animals. The 4 new Animagus standing in front of the fire straightened up a little in pride, but Ron was practically rolling on the floor with mirth. Oh, please tell me that they are going to get catchy nicknames like the ones you have too. I can picture it already. Malfoy as Whiskers, or Major Meowser, or what about Fluffpaw? Ron, really? Remus scolded the redhead lightly, but Ron only kept chuckling regardless of Draco's icy glares sent his way. Pansy pinched her boyfriend in the side. Behave. Though I am curious, do they get nicknames as well? Sirius grinned. Well, of course. Can't be a marauder if you don't protect your identity now, can you? Draco looked highly suspicious and excited at the same time at the thought of being named by someone else. Well, to someone else's, old Gryffindors to boot. At the sight of Draco's expression, Ron burst out in new chuckles. So are you all ready? Remus chose to ignore the cackling redhead and let his girlfriend deal with him. Neville nodded, somewhat nervously. Hermione just gave the 2 old reprobates a smile. It's not like it'll be any harder than storming Malfoy Manor. Sirius gave a bark of a laugh. Are you sure, little fox? After getting confirming nods from Harry and Draco, Sirius summoned the Marauders map and activated it. All right, hands out all. The 4 about to be initiated reached out their hands and placed it on the old parchment that made up the map. Harry felt excited. He'd been carrying the map for several years now, and it felt a bit special that he along with his friends would be a part of it. Even Ron sobered up, wanting to what would happen. Sirius pulled out a thin dagger and pricked his finger, then pricked Remus, vanished the werewolf's blood from the dagger, and the both of them let a drop of blood fall onto the map in the same spot. The remaining marauders, Messrs. Padfoot and Mooney, bring 4 more into our number. We welcome Mr. Quills, the son of Prongs, to the marauders. He quickly pricked Harry's finger and let the drop of blood fall onto the parchment. The blood drop bloomed out on the parchment before it sunk into the map and disappeared. Remus and Sirius moved over and pricked Neville's finger. We welcome Mr. Digger, a pussy's soul and as true and loyal as they come. Neville couldn't help but grin as they moved on over to Hermione. Sirius pricked her finger and as the drop fell he said, we welcome Miss Swiftpaw, a lady sharp of mind and big of heart and courage. She blushed as they moved to stand before Draco. Sirius smiled. This is a red-letter moment, the first marauder not of Gryffindor House, and I can honestly say I wouldn't want it to be anyone else. Diaresis. Draco flashed him a grin, quite caught up in the moment. They pricked Draco's finger. We welcome Mr. Sphinx, cunning, regal, ambitious but with a bigger heart than maybe he himself knows. Draco's grin widened and he tossed the ginger a look. Sphinx was definitely a nickname he could live with. Sirius took out his wand and motioned for the new additions to do the same as he and Remus touched the map with their wands. Remember to remain loyal to each other, his gaze darkened a bit there, and help out each other's causes. Stand proud together as marauders and always have a sneaky little idea in your back pocket. All 4 youths took out their wands and pointed it at the map too, feeling a slight tingle run through them as their wands connected with the paper. It was almost as if a part of the map became part of them and they a part of the map. It was a weird feeling. Sirius grinned. All together now. I solemnly. Hermione smiled as they all chorused along with the words to activate the map. Swear that I am up to no good. Ink swirled to life on the map. And Harry watched the familiar words of how the Marauders map welcomed Messrs. So and so. It was a bit surreal to see a Miss welcome to and then to see his own name flare across the map. It was great. Harry couldn't help the huge grin that spread over his face. He felt closer to his godfather than ever and he loved that he got to share it with his friends. Hermione had to smile wider. Never thought I'd be proud to be included in a list of legendary troublemakers, but I am. Me too. Harry nodded. And I couldn't be happier about the company I'm in. He looked at his mates and at Sirius and Remus, hoping that they realized just how much this meant to him. Remus turned to the trio left sitting. We do consider you marauders too, you know. You are a very important part of the group. Luna beamed at him. None of them felt left out and they were happy that they had gotten to witness the initiation. Pansy chuckled. Well, of course we are. We provide the getaway distractions. Bloody right you are. Ron cheered and placed a loud pussy on his girlfriend's cheek. Neville laughed. Fred and George will be heartbroken they missed this. Ron nodded. They will be, but I'm glad. Who knows what kind of weird things they would have done to that poor, innocent map. I don't know how innocent it is judging by the grin Snuffles is sporting. Harry said after looking at his godfather. Sirius just shrugged and chuckled. All that's been done is added your knowledge of the school to what we already had on the map. For example, we never learned about the Room of Requirements, so it was never on the map, but now it is. It's an amazing map. No wonder I never managed to catch Potter sneaking around when I knew he was out after hours. Draco grumbled but smiled at the same time. It was still difficult to believe that it was only a short while ago that he spent most of his time trying to bring the Golden Boy and his cronies down. Sirius smiled and tapped the map with a mischief managed again, then ran his fingers over the parchment. Yeah, some of our better work, let me tell you. And really all thanks to Mooney. He swung his arm around his mate's shoulders. He did hours of exhaustive research, spellwork, and other stuff to help us create it. Mooney was sort of our Granger, only much manlier. Our enabler. He laid his head on Remus' shoulder. But so much more to me. Enabler. You do realize how that sounds, don't you? Remus' voice was stern but his eyes were very soft when they locked on his mate. Ah, but you do enable me to be a better man, Mooney. Sirius' tone was teasing but his eyes were utterly serious. He did mean it. Remus was the reason he did over half of the good things he did instead of the easy ones that would create a shitstorm. Without Remus there to keep a leash on him, Sirius would easily go off the rails. Remus didn't say anything but his eyes spoke volumes. He knew how Sirius felt and it was the same for him. Sirius was his whole world, the thing that kept him grounded and the thing that gave him wings. His mate was his other half. In every possible way, the years Sirius had been in Azkaban had been pure hell, each second agony. Sirius reached out to bring Remus, lips to his, connecting them in a gentle chaste pussy. Hermione looked away and herded the boys off to the side with the 3 other teens in the room to give the 2 men some measure of privacy. "So Harry, are you prepared for tomorrow's CL pussies?" "Yes, my own, I solemnly swear that I have prepared and studied." Harry grinned with a slight roll of his eyes. He loved Hermione and he loved that she cared enough to nag him about schoolwork and taking care of himself. She was part of his family. "Good. I know I went over you about everything just a little bit ago, but I just wanted to make sure." Pansy chuckled. "That and you're trying to give the snogging men some privacy to be mushy." "Yeah, you weren't very stealthy there, but I'm sure they appreciate the effort." Ron added with a grin. "We did, and it would have worked without you cheeky youngsters," Remus said, his hand clasped firmly in Sirius. Hermione grabbed a pillow and whacked Ron over the head with it. "You're still a complete dog. Ouch, watch it with those fists of steel." Ron grumbled and put his hand up to rub at the sore spot on his head. "I may be a dog, but I am a loyal one." He fluttered his eyelashes wildly at Pansy. "Really, Pans?" It had to be him. Draco's voice was slow and drawling as he pointed at Ron. "Shut it, Whiskers. Pansy knows quality when she sees it." Ron replied easily and went back to flirting with his girl. Pansy giggled just a bit as Ron pussied her knuckles and looked at her blonde housemate. It absolutely had to be him. "I don't go for anything second-rate, and I've got the best lion there is." Draco looked somewhat queasy but bit his tongue. He didn't need to get on Pansy's bad side, and as bad as Weasley was, he did look at Pansy as if she was his whole world. Harry watched all the couple things in silence. It made him want to return to the infirmary so much more, and he started to wonder when he would be able to sneak back. Sirius clapped his hands together. "All right, it's coming up late and I'd hate get you in trouble before curfew. Any decent marauder knows you have to get in trouble after or it doesn't count. So off to bed with you crazy kids." Luna got up from her seat and moved over to Neville. Ron groaned but got up too. He knew it was time to leave. "Thank you for this." Harry stepped up to his godfather. "It means a lot that you thought us worthy of joining you as marauders." The dog Animagus reached out and pulled Harry into a hug, ruffling his hair. "Don't thank us, pup. No others could possibly do the marauder name better." He whispered into Harry's ear, "Not even the Weasley twins, but let's keep that to ourselves, it would break their hearts." Chuckling, Harry hugged Sirius back tightly. "No worries, my lips are sealed." He released his godfather and went to gather the map. He would need that during his sneakouts to stay with Severus. "Good night, Snuffles. See you soon, yeah." "Of course. Remus is around as long as Snape is laid up, and where Remus goes so too shall I be. I'm not letting my mate out of my sight for a good long while." Sirius paused, tapped his foot, then seemed to come to a decision. "Give your bad my best when you see him tonight." "I will." Harry smiled and gave in to his urge and hugged Sirius again. "Thank you for being good about this, it means more than I can say." "I love you both." Harry grabbed his back and went to Hermione and Ron, who were waiting for him by the door. "I'm proud of you," Remus whispered in Sirius' ear. Sirius tilted his head back with a grin. He hadn't done it for praise, but it was nice to hear, plus he wasn't above capitalizing on it. "Does that mean I get a treat? Throw a dog a bone." "Bad dog." Remus chuckled low in his throat. "Let's just get back to our room and I will show you a bone." The other man just whooped and transformed, giving a playful bark before galumphing out of the room, confident that Remus would be close on his heels. The problem, Snape decided, with being in the hospital wing was not so much the fussing or the visits or the occasional idiots who were brought in after doing something they should not. No, it was the mind-numbing boredom. 2 weeks since he'd woken and, aside from Harry's sneaking out and staying with him whenever possible, he was stuck staring at the wall or listening to pubescent twits come in for cure to their idiocy-induced ailments. It half made him want to dive out the window, screaming for freedom. "You all right there? You have a bit of a scary look on your face." Harry poked his head around the curtain set up around Snape's bed. For once he was visiting during Poppy's designated visiting hours. He walked closer, leaned down to pussy Snape and sunk down in his usual chair next to the bed. "I am losing my mind from boredom. I swear every second I am here I can feel my intelligence quotient drop. He looked at his significant other, taking in the much healthier appearance as well as the ruffled wild mop of hair and the affection those bottle-green eyes held only for him. And how are things with the barbarian horde? Even if your intelligence quotient would drop, and it's not, you would still be the smartest person here. Harry grinned and caught Severus' hand in his. And the horde is fine, no trouble there. Good. I would hate to think all our good work has been undone by the wolf Softshoe. Speaking of the pair that induce fleas to hop about in mad delight at the prospect of lunch, how is your dogfather and his wolf? The first 3 times Harry had come with messages giving him the 2 old marauders, best, he'd racked his pussyin for a trick, a trapdoor, something. Now it had become an odd part of the routine not only to hear that his old enemies wished him well but to inquire after their health. Strange things abound after one has a near-death experience. Sirius and Remus are both doing well, thank you for asking. Even having to be stuck in dog form most of the time, Siri still have more freedom here. He doesn't have to be locked up in Grimmauld Place all the time. Harry smiled gently. They sent their regards as usual. Severus hummed and tapped his finger on the arm of his chair, thinking over something. Harry, you know that when you come into your inheritance you will pussy the Potter Lordship, yes? I haven't really thought much about it, but I suppose so, yes. Harry furrowed his brow. Does it mean anything? It means you would have the political power to force the Wizengamot to hold an honest trial for Black. Testimony under Veritaserum alone would clear him, to say nothing of pensive memories. There was no trial before. I'll be able to do that. The thought of being able to give his godfather his freedom was exhilarating. It also made Harry more bitter towards the Ministry. Everything they did was a farce, their only interest was their own gain, and Harry despised it. Thank you for telling me. I do not hold much concern for the Mutt, but his happiness will make you happy. A faint mottling of Snape's cheeks could be seen, and he looked away to hide his reaction to the fluffy sentiment before attempting to subvert any possible accusation of being more than a selfish Slytherin. Besides, if Black cannot be allowed to live his life free, what hope would I have? Harry saw straight through Snape's pretenses, and if it was possible he loved the other even more. You make me happy, and I will see to it that you are free to do whatever you want to. Just know that where you'll go I will go with you. Harry bent over the bed and pressed another pussy to Snape's lips. Severus grabbed the front of Harry's robes, holding him in place for a long and proper pussy. He slipped his tongue into the younger man's mouth and explored thoroughly, hungrily claiming the youth as his before pulling back. Know that is better than any medication Pomfrey could force down my gullet. Then I suppose it's a good thing I am releasing you today, isn't it, Severus? Harry turned his head towards Madame Pomfrey's voice, and a blush crawled up his cheekbones. Only a tiny bit of it was due to Emberpussy meant, the rest was due to the want and longing he felt whenever Snape pussied him like that. He gets to go home? Harry asked just to make sure, hope shining through in his tone. The Mediwitch merely bustled in, checked the potion master's vitals, and nodded. Yes, Mr. Potter. As soon as I verify his reactions and vitals are all within normal parameters, he is free to go and cease telling me how to do my job. I still say that tincture of pennyroyal would have been a better choice for her. A little bit of discomfort might prove to be a firmer reminder not to be so careless a second, or third time as the case might be. Poppy sniffed. Then it is a good thing you are not the Mediwitch, for all that you are a registered healer, isn't it? Harry grinned. He was aware that he probably looked like a loon, but he didn't care. Don't worry, Madame Pomfrey, when he is released I will do my best to keep him out of your hair for a very long time. Harry's grin grew a little predatory as his eyes roamed over Severus. The woman actually chuckled. Oh, I do not doubt that. Just remember, he is not to be doing anything strenuous for another 2 weeks. Oh, and Severus, the man known for striking terror into lesser people, eyed her warily. Yes, Poppy. I will remind you of something you were so fond of saying when a student in trouble shows up. She checked the dilation of his pupils, using the opportunity to lock eyes with him. Termination is not a replacement for prevention. His cheeks mottled brightly with red. Poppy. Harry looked between the two of them, having a feeling that he had missed something important, and then the coin dropped, leaving him as red as Snape. What? His voice was a squawk. Harry had never even considered something like that possible. Poppy tilted her head and pursed her lips. Didn't you know that wizards are capable of getting pregnant? She moved away from Snape and began marking things down on his chart. So long as the wizard is sufficiently powerful and old enough, natural pregnancy is very possible, Mr. Potter. I get several muggle-raised wizards in here a year who didn't know it was possible and suddenly find themselves best friends with the chamber pot. Considering your and Severus levels of power, I would suggest you learn contraceptive charms, or there are always the muggle methods of prevention, which oftentimes work even better. Harry was gaping, giving his best impression of a fish as the words Poppy said sunk in. Once again he cursed the fact that there were no wizard studies for muggle-borns, leaving people like him to stumble around blindly. At the same time Harry was excited too. He wanted children someday, a family to love, and the knowledge that he could have that with Severus made him happy. Snape's face felt as if it was flaming, a very rare occurrence, as he coughed into one hand. I had intended to inform him myself. Later. Before things got quite that far. I'm fairly certain you did, dear, but one thing you fail to take into consideration. Poppy looked up. You're a man, so is Potter. The goddess only gave you dear creatures blood enough to operate one head at a time, and the lower one trumps the upper more often than not. Even Snape had to admit at that moment that he would have been quite happy if a hole had opened up in the ground and swallowed him. Harry was looking anywhere but at Pomfrey or Snape. He really didn't know what to say, and he felt horrifyingly emberpussied. Am I disturbing anything? I just wanted to come and see Severus off. Dumbledore came in with his usual smile on his face, carrying a small basket of drops in his hands that he handed to Snape. The potions master took the basket gingerly with a small expression of mild disgust. Thank you for your interest in my well-being, Albus. Poppy returned to her no-nonsense persona. No, headmaster, you're not disturbing anything. I was just about to release our potions master into Mr. Potter's capable custody. I am certain he can keep Severus from doing anything too exercising for another 2 weeks. Yes, Mr. Potter. Yes, madam. I will keep him out of trouble and make sure he takes it easy. Harry answered, the blush finally starting to go down. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Dumbledore twinkled. It will be good to have you back in service, Severus. Ah yes, I am certain the carrier monkeys are positively clamoring for my return. The dry, sarcastic tone should have made the Snark Hall of Fame. I will restrain myself only to observation during the next 2 weeks, however, as I am certain actively teaching is something Poppy considers too exercising. Among other things, she signed off on his chart and gave a nod. You are free to go. Mr. Potter, take good care of him. Then she bustled off to another curtained area to deal with a student who'd been brewing an unsanctioned potion that had caused him to sprout donkey ears and a tail. I will leave you in Mr. Potter's hands then. Dumbledore nodded merrily and turned on his heel to walk back out of the infirmary, leaving Harry to shake his head. Come on then, let's get you home and settled all right. Harry smiled. Please, yes. Severus stood from the bed, taking a moment to examine his balance and stability, then changed into his robes that were over a nearby chair. I do believe we have more than a few things to discuss beyond the ears of others as well. I think we do, yes. Harry agreed, carrying the small pack of Snape's belongings as they made their way down the many stairs to the dungeon, taking it slow so that Snape wouldn't get tired. The portrait nearly whooped with joy at the sight of Severus and swung to the side with a loud welcome back. That leads me to wonder how many have tried to slip into my quarters while I was gone. Which also leads me to wonder how many detentions I will be giving out once I return to my post. He moved quite gratefully into the sitting room and settled on the short sofa. Harry hurriedly grabbed a soft blanket and wrapped it around the other before sitting down next to him. Ah, maybe the portrait just missed you. As for detentions, I'm sure you can figure out reasons to give them to your heart's content. He grinned wickedly. Of course I will. He pulled Harry into sitting more comfortably against him. Someone has to clean the cauldrons after all. He nosed Harry's soft shaggy black hair. Oh Merlin, cleaning your cauldrons is a disgusting job. I've certainly done it enough. I don't envy the poor bastard that annoys you enough to get stuck with that chore. Harry let out a content sigh and leaned more firmly against Snape. I'm so glad you're well enough to go home. You scared me there for a while. I was rather scared myself. He lifted his hands, holding them in front of both of them, and studied them over Harry's shoulder. He flexed his fingers. They were the first part of me Lucius attacked. He knew exactly how important my hands are to my work and just how important my work is to me. I am very lucky Poppy is as skilled as she is. He curled his arms around Harry again and pussied the younger brunette's temple. And I am grateful you are a recklessly pussive and learn as quickly as you do, else my hands would have been the least of my worries. I wanted to kill him. Harry's voice was just a whisper. When I saw what he had done to you, how he had hurt you, I wanted to turn around and end his miserable life, and I would have done it with a song in my heart. The only thing that stopped me was that you needed me more and that I didn't want to kill Lucius in front of Malfoy. I wanted to though. Gods, I wanted to. Severus closed his eyes and held Harry close. There is nothing wrong with wanting to rid the world of a monster, pet. Voldemort may look the part, but Lucius is just as much a monster as his master, if not more. He stroked a soothing line up and down Harry's side. But it makes me feel like a monster too, to realize how easy it would be to end a life, how little it would take to actually do it. Harry burrowed even closer, seeking warmth and comfort from his loved one. He felt safe enough to tell these things to Severus. He was the only one he could completely be himself with. Others saw him as the golden boy, the light to counter Voldemort's darkness, but he was only human. He had his flaws and plenty of them. The older man stroked the youth's hair. But you're not a monster. You have never wanted to take a life solely for the purpose of taking one, nor have you sought to end an innocent life. True, it is all too easy to take a life, but it is the reason behind the action that dictates a monster. You would only take a life to protect those you care for, Harry. It's not in your nature to be a murderer. I would imagine that you would even offer Voldemort mercy if he were to ask for it and show remorse. Harry clung to him and let himself be repoussiered. He had been more worried about this than he had realized, and it felt really good to get it off his. I love you, thank you for listening. Snape stilled. Had Harry said that before? He couldn't recall, not clearly, and he wasn't certain he could pry the words off his own tongue. Not that he didn't feel them, he did. Deeper than he thought he could. But there remained a part of him, the terrified child, the rejected friend, that feared returning them, feared that they would one day be thrown back in his face. So he would not yet speak them in English while he was coherent. He honestly didn't think he could yet, but he could speak them in another language. It is not a hardship to listen to you, my Merlin. Te amo. Harry had been holding his breath since he said the L word, and Snape stilled. He had been afraid that he had misread things despite exchanging words of love when Severus was ill, but now he exhaled softly, rubbing his nose along Snape's neck. I'm still thankful. It's not easy, talking about how you feel at times, the things that worry you. You make it easier. Harry startled when Fawkes came swooping in only to perch on a small lamp next to the couch. I think he has adopted you, Harry said as he nodded towards the phoenix. Snape turned to look at the bird, aware of the way it and Anguise, who'd slithered over to rest on the warm stones of the hearth, eyed each other for a few moments before they settled. I can't imagine why, unless Dumbledore has been ignoring him in favor of his favorite game, playing chess with people's lives. Fawkes gave a sad trill and flapped his wings before settling comfortably on the lamp. Maybe he just sees that you need looking after. Everyone does, no matter how strong or independent they are. Harry said softly and eyed both Fawkes and Anguise. We are lucky to have those willing to look out for us. The older man sighed and nestled his chin on Harry's shoulder. I suppose I will have to invest in a perch for him then. I guess so, Harry replied with a small smile before going back to his favorite pastime, nuzzling and pussying Severus. Snape ran his fingers through the soft, fine black hair on his love's head. Harry, when we first came back from Malfoy Manor, do you remember Dumbledore trying to talk around objects, and I told him to call them as they were? Harry pulled away from mouthing at the small hollow behind Severus' ear and looked at him. Now that you mention it, I do, yes. My Pussian was somewhat focused on you at that time, but I do remember it. Horcruxes, you said right. Harry frowned as he tasted the word. What are Horcruxes? Darker magic than anything that should be fooled with. A Horcrux is an object that a wizard or witch has sealed half of his or her soul into. It is considered some of the darkest magic in existence because to split their soul a wizard must first perform the most heinous act of murdering an innocent. Also, when a soul is split, the mind is affected. Most wizards who create even one Horcrux go mad. Voldemort has created 7. The professor met Harry's gaze, trailing his fingers along the youth's jawline. Said jawline just clenched as Harry looked at him with a mortified expression. 7. So no matter if I would actually manage to bring the bloody bastard down, he can come back 7 times. Have I gotten that right? Harry felt a chill run down his spine. It was no wonder that Voldemort seemed reckless and cocky. He knew that Harry had no chance to win. Severus ran his hand down Harry's back. 5 actually. You destroyed one of the Horcruxes in your second year. I did. Harry thought back, trying to figure it out, but his mind was blank. All he could think about was the horror of splitting your soul that many times willingly. The diary. It was his second Horcrux and held a full quarter of his soul. He was highly displeased with Lucius for its loss. Good. Harry had not forgiven Malfoy the Elder, and he didn't think he ever would. Of course, the diary of Tom Riddle, that made a hell of a lot sense when he thought about it. Snape brushed a pussy over the bridge of Harry's nose. Of the 6 others, 3 once belonged to a founder. He got some perverse satisfaction in tainting the relics of great magic users, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Slytherin's locket. One is part of a trio of objects known as the Deathly Hallows. It is called the Resurrection Stone. One is always kept beside him, Nagini his familiar. Anguise took care of her. Did you hear that, little one? You destroyed a Horcrux. Well done. Harry sent the baby basilisk a loving look even as she preened. No wonder Voldemort was so pissed at the manor. Harry felt a grim satisfaction about that. He counted the Horcruxes Snape had mentioned and the numbers didn't add up to him. Even with the ones you have mentioned, there is still 1 Horcrux left. Severus grimaced. He did not want to be the one to impart this bit of news. The last is one he himself doesn't know of. The night he killed your parents, he unwittingly split his soul, and when he tried to kill you and failed, that fragment of his soul that was split off, he lifted a hand and brushed Harry's hair back from his forehead. It embedded itself into your scar. Harry stilled completely, and he felt a new wave of loathing towards his scar that almost left him sick. So I'm carrying a piece of the bastard inside me. He's part of me. To kill him forever, all Horcruxes have to be destroyed. I have to be destroyed. He gave a humorless chuckle. Well, isn't that just bloody brilliant? No. Snape's arms closed firmly around Harry. A Horcrux made from an object, such as the diary or the locket, must be destroyed. For an object there is no other option. But for a living being there are options. They're ancient and often need special knowledge, but there are options. Severus, it may be cowardly and unheroic, but I really don't want to die. Harry had always known that dying would be a possibility, but not like this, and not now, not when he had finally found something to really live for. You won't. Severus' voice was firm and unyielding. I am not about to let you go, no matter how selfish it might be. There are 2 purification spells I know of. They both need special ingredients and use a combination of potion, ritual rune circle, and verbal spellwork, but they would work. The spell ingredients are rare, however. We'll just have to find them then. Harry said with confidence he didn't really feel. But maybe we should concentrate on the other Horcruxes first, to see if there's even a point of a purification spell. That will certainly provide plenty of time to retrieve all the ingredients. No one knows for certain where the others are hidden. We have to find them before we can destroy them. One can only guess where a madman like Voldemort has hidden away the pieces of his twisted soul. I will find them though, and I will destroy them all. Harry slowly relaxed and leaned back against Snape again. He had never had much luck, and this was just one more obstacle. At least he wasn't alone anymore. He had Severus, his friends, Sirius and Remus. Maybe he was lucky after all. Severus frowned and looked at the fire. If we can, we might try and see if Black's house elf knows anything. Regulus died under some rather dodgy circumstances. Voldemort claimed he'd betrayed him, but even then traitors to his cause were dealt with publicly amongst the Death Eaters, yet we never saw Regulus in the punishment circle. Punishment circle? Oh, Voldemort just keep climbing the charm ladder, doesn't he? Harry made a face. Creature isn't really the easiest to talk to, but maybe Sirius can order him to speak. Since Sirius is Lord of the House of Black, Creature can't refuse him even if he doesn't like Sirius. Perhaps, but Narcissa might be a better choice. Creature might like her, as she has always been rather kind to him. He was almost obsessively loyal to Regulus, who also treated him well. Your Miss Granger is correct in her thoughts that house elves should be better treated, if only because good treatment is more likely to inspire willing loyalty than cruelty. Harry nodded. I agree with you fully, and I think you may be right that Lady Malfoy could be a wiser choice. I love Sirius, but he's not exactly tactful or patient. I feel bad for Kreacher. I don't think he has experienced much in the way of kindness. Not since the death of your dogfather's brother, at least. He closed his eyes, feeling a bit tired. It may be a dead end, but it could lead us to something important as well. I'll have to meet with Albus soon, as well as he said he had a lead on one of the Horcruxes. We can sort everything out later. Harry noticed the tired lines on Severus' face and felt a bit guilty. Severus was supposed to take it easy and not get upset. For now you should just rest and concentrate on getting yourself stronger. Everything will work out sooner or later. Harry took a hold of Snape's hand and rubbed his knuckles with his thumb. I'll be fine. You worry too much. He moved to rest his face in the crook of Harry's neck, pussying the skin softly. But yes, everything will work itself out eventually. Harry moved his hand to Snape's hair and stroked it gently, content to lean his head against the backrest of the couch, feeling the comforting weight of Snape's head against his shoulder and watching the fire burn. Fawkes gave a soft trill that somehow eased Snape into a deep, dreamless sleep. Sirius gawked at Harry and Snape after they finished explaining why they needed to talk to Kreacher, or rather why they needed Narcissa, who was also in the room and looking rather irritated by the reaction of her cousin. So you think that crazy thing will know about one of these Horcruxes? We don't know, but it can't hurt. We need to follow any lead, no matter how small. Harry looked at his gawking godfather. Please, Lady Malfoy, can you speak to him? Narcissa nodded. Of course. Kreacher is a bit unstable, I will give you that, but I believe it's mostly because he's been alone for so long. She gave Sirius a narrow-eyed glare. And some people's treatment of him doesn't help. The dog Animagus grimaced. Narcissa had nearly pussied him with a fireplace shovel a few times when she saw him being so harsh to Kreacher. She was right, and he knew it. He'd been unfairly taking his displeasure over being stuck in Grimmauld Place out on the dotty old elf. Remus had actually growled at him once when he'd snapped at Kreacher, so he knew he was showing his pussy in regards to the house elf. He ran a hand through his hair and nodded. All right, I don't think you'll get much out of him, but we'll try. Kreacher. It took a while for the ancient house elf to come shuffling into the room, glaring at them while mumbling under his breath about blood traitors and half-bloods. Master wanted to see Kreacher even though Kreacher was busy dusting Mistress' portraits, since Master is neglecting to keep his magnificent mother clean. Beady eyes glared at Sirius as Kreacher wiped spindly fingers on the ragged dish towel tied like a toga around his shrunken body. Sirius had to bite his tongue to keep from insulting his own mother or saying something that would have Sissy hexing him into next week. He nodded. Yes, Narcissa would like to ask you some things. Kreacher turned towards Narcissa and his expression softened somewhat, although it was hard to tell. What would the little Miss Black want to ask of Kreacher? In Kreacher's mind the name Black trumped Malfoy any day, even though both families were purebloods. Nothing could compare to the noble house of Black. The blonde woman smiled at him and crouched down to his level. It is about Regulus, Kreacher. I know you cared a great deal for him, that he was a great master to you. I need to know the truth about how he died. Master Regulus was a great master, a great Black, but Kreacher can't tell you how young Master died. Kreacher made a promise and Kreacher keeps his secrets. Narcissa frowned, biting into her lip. Can you tell someone else? Someone like Severus or Harry? Kreacher could, if Kreacher wanted to. The house elf answered, making it clear that he wasn't very interested in spilling his secrets to two half-bloods. Will you, please? It would mean a lot to me. Never let it be said a Slytherin could not pull off puppy eyes, because the ones Narcissa used just then were downright lethal. Kreacher twisted his fingers into the dish towel, clearly at odds with himself. Little Miss Black is a good mistress. Kreacher will do it for her. He turned towards Snape and Harry. Young Master Regulus received his dark mark when he was very young, before he realized what it meant to follow the Dark Lord. Great Mistress Black was very proud, but it didn't take long before young Master to see that he had made a mistake. He learned about the Dark Lord's Horcruxes. The Dark Lord was even here once, preparing one. Almost killed Kreacher, but young Master saved Kreacher. The house elf dabbed his eyes with a corner of the towel. Young Master was very pussy. He defected and started to plot the Dark Lord's downfall. He stole one Horcrux from the Dark Lord and hid it. He died before he could destroy it though. Kreacher misses the young Master. Narcissa had to turn her head aside and dab at her eyes, especially at the stricken look on Sirius' face. The old marauder had always thought that his brother's death had only been painted as a defector from Voldemort's ranks to paint him in a brilliant light and to give their mother yet another reason to call Sirius the scum of the earth. Knowing otherwise, hurt more than he could have suspected. Snape closed his eyes. He'd suspected as much. Creature, do you know where any of the Horcruxes are? We are trying to find them so we can destroy them. Creature eyed Snape suspiciously. Does Master Prince promise to finish young Master Regulus' task and bring the Dark Lord down? Sirius' eyes shot wide open and he damn near gawked at Snape. The greasy-haired bat really was of the Prince line. Severus nodded. I swear to you, creature, the Dark Lord will fall. Already 2 of his Horcruxes that we've known the location of have been destroyed. The rest of his soul pieces will be as well. Creature gave a nod and shuffled out of the room without another word, leaving the ones still there to look at each other questioningly. After a few minutes he came shuffling back and placed an object in Snape's hand, a large oval locket made of pure gold. A specie in the shape of an S decorated the front in glittering green stones. Severus looked at it, eyes wide. Salazar Slytherin's locket. He bowed his head. Thank you, creature. Narcissa moved to envelope the old elf in a brief hug. Yes, thank you. Creature looked positively terrified before moving skinny arms to wrap around Narcissa's shoulder minutely before pulling away. Masters and mistress are welcome. Just finish young master's work. Snape inclined his head and put the locket in a bag. We'll need Anguise to destroy this one when we get back to Hogwarts. Her venom is one of 2 readily available methods. Sirius fixed his gaze on an empty spot on the wall. Creature. Yes, Master Black, what can Creature do for the Master? Creature walked over to him even as Harry nodded to Snape and told him they would bring the locket to Snape's quarters where Anguise was waiting while they were away. Would you see to it my brother's portrait is cleaned and hung above the mantel in the main entry hall? Creature bowed so low that his pointy nose almost touched the ground. Right away, Master Black, thank you, Master. Creature was out the door quicker than anyone could have believed the old house elf to move. Narcissa moved over to her cousin, placing a delicate hand on his arm. Sirius. He moved jerkily towards the fireplace. Not now, sissy. I need Moony. That said, he grabbed the flow powder and was through the grate before she could blink. Harry moved closer to Snape, tangling his fingers with the other. Poor Snuffles. This must be really hard for him. Remus will know what to do though. Harry's heart went out to his godfather. Severus looped his arm around Harry's waist, nodding. As irritating as I find him, even I find myself sympathetic for him in this instance. We should give him a few moments to find his mate before we follow through the grate. Back at Hogwarts, a quick transformation, a few sniffs on the air and a furry black blur later found Sirius hunting his mate down just outside of the Forbidden Forest. He caught sight of the scarred werewolf and rushed towards him. Remus. Eyes widened as he was practically tackled by his mate. The werewolf could smell Sirius' distress and was instantly worried and protective. What is it, Siri? What has happened? He checked his mate over for signs of injuries or struggle. It was nowhere near the full moon, but Remus still felt the urge to shift and protect his mate from any harm. Sirius whined pitifully and nosed at Remus, knowing he couldn't transform here where someone could see him, but he needed his mate to hold him. He needed to tell him what had happened too, but again, transforming out here was a big no-no. He almost gave in to a brief irritated desire to bite at Remus for being somewhere other than their quarters. Kneeling down so that he could wrap his arms around the large dog, Remus gave him a short hug before rising up and moving deeper into the forest. No creature in the Forbidden Forest would lift an eyebrow at seeing Sirius Black, and no one would bother a werewolf and his mate if they wanted to live to see another day. As soon as they were deep enough to make Sirius feel secure that they'd remain undiscovered, he shifted back to human and wrapped his arms tight around his mate. Moony, my brother Merlin, I was so wrong about him. Remus held him tight, trying to make sense of what Sirius was telling him. Shush baby, slow down, tell me from the beginning. What about Regulus? Sirius moved closer, his face finding the hollow of Remus' shoulder, and let what creature had revealed and his own old opinion of his brother pour out. For years I've been so bitter and hateful because our mother favored him over me. I didn't even go to his funeral, Remus. I didn't think he deserved all the wailing and gnashing of teeth everyone displayed. I was so wrong, so wrong. The last time I saw him I even told him I hated him and that Death Eaters should die. The shame of that one venomous exchange hit him hard and he made a soft whine in the back of his throat. It's okay, Ciri, there's no way you could have known. Your brother was certainly a very loud speaker for all that was right and good with Voldemort's rule. Remus kept holding him, wanting Sirius to know that he would never willingly let him go. We all made mistakes back then, it was such a chaotic time. Regulus would have forgiven you if there had been time, you know that. Sirius let the scent and hold of his mate ground him. I don't even know why it's hitting me so hard. I never get all emotional like this. I punch things, Moony. I don't sob out my sorrows into your shoulder, wide and comfy though it is. He was your baby brother. Despite everything you both said and did, you loved him and you never got a chance to grieve, not with everything that happened with James and Lily just after. It's no wonder it's affecting you. Remus placed a pussy on top of Sirius' head. His mate's scent had shifted somewhat and it worried Remus that this had made Sirius upset enough for that to happen. I still feel stupid. He nuzzled the skin of his mate's neck. If I wasn't such a selfish bastard and way too happy here with you, I'd be forced to agree with Mother. She always said it should have been me instead of Reg. Was probably her deathbed statement. Don't you dare say that again. Remus growled and pulled Sirius' face up so that he could look him in the eyes. You think it better if I was left alone? That Harry would have lost his godfather too and have absolutely no one. The Order would have no safe house and I would be completely lost. Don't you bloody dare saying something as idiotic and untrue as that ever again. The amber gold of the wolf was in his mate's eyes and Sirius felt like kicking himself. No, he cupped Remus' face. No, I don't think that. Not really, I just heard it so much before. I'm sorry, Remus, I shouldn't have said it. He bumped his nose against his mate's chin in affectionate apology. Remus closed his eyes and tried to rein his wolf back in. I thought that I had lost you once. Please, Ciri, please don't ever make me go through that again. He tangled his fingers in Sirius' wild hair and slanted his mouth over the others. The dog Animagus opened his mouth, letting his mate's tongue into play with his and offering silent pussyerance that he didn't intend to go anywhere. He was here with his wolf to stay, no matter what. He pulled back to scatter pussies over the scars on Remus' face. I won't. Remus, my Moony, my mate. I'm sorry too, I love you, need you. Always. Remus clung to his mate, just feeling the need to hold him close and feel that he was really there with him. Remus would fight to his last breath to keep him there. Forever, Moony. Sirius closed his eyes and leaned his weight on Remus, knowing the other man was more than capable of supporting it and would, in fact, need to feel Sirius solidly with him. I'm not going anywhere. You're stuck with me. Bloody right I am, and I want it no other way. The werewolf supported Sirius easily. The wolf in him was still very close to the surface, leaving Remus with the need to take and to claim. Come on, Ciri. Let's go back to our room. The forest is no place for what I want to do with you. The other man gave a happy, playful growl, nipped at Remus' chin, then moved back to transform, bounding a few paces away, then looking back at his mate with an impatient bark. Remus grinned and followed his dog back towards the castle with long, swift steps. Severus stepped into his quarters with Harry, shaking his head when he saw that Fawkes was, once again, inside on the perch he'd picked up from an old acquaintance. He moved to his potion lab and set the locket on the table there, pleased to get it out of his hands. He could feel the negative drain on his emotions just from carrying the blasted thing in his pocket. You all right? Harry asked worriedly and hovered next to Severus. He looked at the locket on the table. Will Anguise have to bite through it, or will her milked venom be enough? I refuse to put her at any risk. Harry's hand was stroking over Snape's back absent-mindedly. That thing is extremely foul. He leaned back into the gentle stroking. I think her fangs will have to pierce the open locket, as much as I would rather her not have to get that close. Will she be okay? I can't imagine Voldemort just infuse it with a part of his soul and then leave the locket unprotected. It was almost as if Harry could feel the murderous intent coming from the locket just by them talking about destroying it. He knew that it was his own imagination, but it still made his blood run cold. Snape tapped his finger on the table, peering at the locket. No, he wouldn't leave it unprotected. A second option would be one of the adult basilisk fangs, as they've still got some venom within them. Or there is also Gryffindor's sword. Either way, one of us will face whatever is in that locket to destroy it. The only question is what measures he used for its protection. Its very negativity may be one of those measures. There's no question about it. If one of us have to face it, then it's going to be me. I won't put you in harm's way again when you have just started to recover. Harry's tone was low and calm. He didn't want any argument. I've used Gryffindor's sword before and I'm sure I can do it again. I can't open the locket in any case. Salazar's locket can only be opened using Parseltongue. See, no question, just as I said. Harry flashed Snape a grin that was only a little tense around the edges. This he could do. This was what he had been doing for years already. Severus pulled him close, pussying his temple lovingly. That secluded cottage is looking better daily. It really does. Harry agreed with a sigh. He allowed himself to stay close to Snape for a while, just basking in the closeness before he pulled away and looked at Locket again. I can't help to wonder what the founders would have thought about having their property, something that defined them, used for something like this. He pulled on the hair in bangs nervously. Do you think I should open the locket now, or should I wait until we have decided on a method to get rid of it? Snape raised a brow. I think you're pussyin' just cramped, pet. The latter, of course. Harry flushed and looked at Snape sheepishly. I'm sorry, I know you're right. It's the Gryffindor in me, wants to rush headlong into it and get it over with. I don't like the idea of the locket lying there oozing its negativity. It's the last thing you need here. Well, you're certainly right about that, but... A sudden pounding on the door interrupted them and Hermione's voice called through the thick oak panel. Harry. Professor Snape. Hermione. Harry called back and rushed over to open the door. Has something happened? The bushy-haired girl was distressed and flushed, as if she'd run the length of the castle to get here. It's awful. She held up the Daily Prophet, where the headline clearly displayed, WHO returns to free his servants from Azkaban. Ministry attacked. No answers forthcoming from Minister Fudge. There was a rather hideously clear picture of Voldemort on the front page tossing a curse at an Auror. Bloody wart-filled bollocks. Harry grabbed the newspaper from Hermione and read the article. Several of Voldemort's most feared and devoted Death Eaters had been broken out and was now on the loose along with their lord. Pussying fantastic, this was just what we needed. Harry crumpled the newspaper in the corners, holding on to it so tightly. Why couldn't they ever catch a break? Severus carefully slipped the paper from Harry's grasp and scanned the article and, despite the dureness of the situation, he felt a grimly satisfied smile tug at his mouth when he read, "This reporter wonders what Mr. Harry Potter feels about this turn of events, as he did warn us last year that he who must not be named had returned only for the ministry to refute his statement. This reporter also wonders what that says about the integrity of our ministry." He grimaced, however, when he came to one particular name on the list. Of course Voldemort would have freed her. No other Death Eater was as fanatically loyal nor as insanely vicious. Miss Granger, does Narcissa know about this? Hermione nodded. Draco saw the article first and ran for her. They're both badly shaken. Know about what? What has them shaken? Harry looked between Snape and Hermione. In a short time Lady Malfoy had become important, and he even cared about Malfoy too, as much as he was loath to admit it. The potions professor turned the paper to a picture of Bellatrix. Bellatrix Lestrange is Narcissa's sister. She's also Voldemort's most insane and loyal supporter, as well as his master torture mistress, and now she's free and her sister and nephew have betrayed the Dark Lord's cause. The good news just keep coming, don't they? Harry eyed the picture of the dark-haired witch laughing manically in the photo. She didn't look anything at all like Lady Malfoy. If anything, she resembled Sirius more. I, for one, would also not want to be the one to tell your dogfather about this, especially not if Lupin is in the vicinity. Snape sighed. On a more optimistic note, now those who doubted you know you've been speaking the truth. I wish I could feel more excited about that, Harry answered, thinking about the Aurors and prison wizards that had been caught in the Pusio. They must have had families and loved ones. The older man slipped his arm around Harry's shoulder and drew him close, pressing a pussy to the top of his head. Come on, let's go see if there's anything Narcissa or Draco need us to do, and then we'll check on the mutt. Harry nodded, leaned his head on Snape's shoulder for a second, and then followed his love and Hermione out of Snape's quarters and down the corridors to where Narcissa was situated. After the knock on the door, a paler than usual Draco opened the door and let them in. Draco took a hold of Hermione's hand and pulled the girl close to him, as if seeking comfort. Hermione slipped her arms around her boyfriend and pulled him with her to sit on the sofa, where his mother was already perched, sipping tea for all the world as if she had no cares. Severus knew that to be a fairly large warning sign. "Narcissa, you're looking calm." "Yes, well, I am not Lucius. I've reason to be calm, at the moment." "At the moment is right," Draco said. "As upset as Auntie Dear is with Father, she will not be happy with us and the choices we've made lately either. I rather put off this particular reunion as long as I'm able. As would I, but I see no reason to bury my head in the sand. We will come in contact with her eventually, and it would be best to use this calm to prepare for that encounter. You have only seen her in Azkaban, subdued by the Dementors. She will be much, much worse now. I almost pity your father." Narcissa took another sip of tea, her jaw flexing. She had loved Lucius once, and no matter that her love for him had died years ago or that she'd have cheerfully poisoned him herself, she would not wish Bella's tender mercies on anyone, not even Lucius. Draco knew his mother was right. On the few forced visits to Azkaban to see his aunt, she had been both restrained and subdued. "I wish I could pity Father, but I find it hard to," he said softly. Lucius snarled and pulled on the chains that left him chained to the cold stone wall. His arms were stretched wide to the sides and the chains were fastened so high that Lucius had to stand on his tippy toes. His entire body was aching, but that was nothing compared to the burning humiliation he felt. "What is the meaning of this? I have always served our Lord without question." Little Lucy, but you've been serving him rather badly these last few years." The whispery, sing-song voice preceded the few soft footsteps that brought his sister-in-law into view. Bellatrix Lestrange née Black stood, her hair wild, the single gray streak in it a mark of her time in Azkaban, with her head tilted, her eyes bright, and her hip cocked just a bit. "First you lose the object he put in your possession, for protection, to the blood traitor's daughter, which resulted in its destruction. She tsked. Sloppy, and rather stupid Lucy. Then last year you ran from our Lord's mark in the sky." She walked forward and cupped his cheek, her hand cold as it stroked his skin. "You ran like a frightened little mudblood rather than stand proudly. And now, your most recent transgressions. Shall we start with the complete mess your house became, right under your nose? Your son, your heir, not only sides with Potter but is seen on a date with the little mudblood. And then there is my sister, my dear, dear sister, who until now was a most faithful follower to our cause. Whatever caused her to leave it behind?" She stroked her finger down his cheek, then dug the nail in to leave a thin, bloody line behind and leaned in to whisper, "I know what you did to Sissy and the little dragon. You drove them away from us and you will pay for that." She inspected her bloody nail and licked it clean. "And of course the crowning glory of your incompetence, Severus escaped before our Lord had even finished the questioning." "Really, Lucius, you are slipping." Bellatrix's eyes shone with a strange sort of fire, and Lucius would never admit it out loud, but she scared him. She had always been intense, but it was as if she's released all bonds with sanity now. "Maybe if the Dark Lord had pressed upon the importance of that particular object I would have taken more care with it." Lucius worked very hard to keep his sneer and his calm collected voice. "As for running, better to run and be able to serve our Lord again instead of letting oneself get caught and be herded away to be locked up and useless." He looked her over with disdain even as he felt his own warm blood run down his cheek. "The Lord requested my manner to question the traitor. He was here himself along with his personal guard, and I didn't see them stop the intruders either. I did my part, always. You dare try to pawn your failings off on our Lord." A sharp crack echoed through the dungeon as she slapped him, splitting his lip. She grabbed his hair and yanked his face forward. "I am going to relish making you scream, Lucius. Your cries will shake the very stones of this house until your throat is so raw you can't even whisper for mercy." And she snapped her fingers and had a masked Death Eater shuffling forward with a cart of metal implements. "I will not even allow you the honor of pain inflicted through magic. You will scream, Lucius, and it will be because of Muggle methods. Now, which of the four main groups of torture should we start with? Blunt, sharp, hot, or cold?" Her hand lingered over a fine scalpel, noting his shudder. "Ah yes, excellent choice. Blunt works so much better after slicing and burning." Slate-gray eyes were wide as they followed the hand holding the scalpel. Cold sweat ran down Lucius' neck and back, and he bit the inside of his cheek so hard that blood soon filled his mouth, but he didn't want to give the crazy crone the satisfaction of letting out a sound. She tapped his cheek playfully with the scalpel. Now, don't be shy, Lucy, do tell us all how you're feeling." She gestured at the group watching from along the walls, smiling proudly back at the glowing red eyes of her master. She always did love working in front of him, wringing the most delicious screams out of those at her mercy. She slid the flat of the blade down his cheek, over his throat, and to his before slipping the cutting edge into his skin, smiling at the blood that welled from the shallow cuts she slipped through bundles of nerves. Lucius couldn't stop his body from jerking with every sharp cut and every burst of searing pain, but he still hadn't let out a sound. He knew that they were all there, all the Death Eaters, just waiting for his downfall, and he wouldn't make it easy for them. He was a Malfoy, he had his pride, and he was better than all of them. Lucius would not let himself forget that. "It's sad really, Bella, you didn't get anything, did you? Looks, intelligence, and charm all went to your sister. It's no wonder you had to settle for Lestrange. Tell me, when you married, had that nasty wart problem cleared itself up, or did you get more than one wedding present?" Her gaze slid up to his and her lips curved in quiet insanity. "Oh dear brother-in-law, surely you remember, Rudy dear suffered a bit of an accident before our wedding night." She slipped the blade over his lower belly in a teasing, bloody pattern. "I am afraid he was unable to perform his husbandly duties. Such a pity really, but the Lestranges do continue through his brother, so no worries about no Lestrange heir. That is, unfortunately, not something you will be able to say much longer, Lucy dear." "What do you mean by that?" Lucius found it more and more difficult to keep the tremble out of his voice. The cuts were still shallow, but the blood flowed freely and he was starting to get lightheaded. She set the scalpel aside and picked up a nifty little muggle gadget known as a wood-burning tool. "Well, you see, dear Lucy, we can't exactly allow Draco to get away with betraying us now, can we? I am afraid my sweet little nephew will have to die, and as for you, dear brother-in-law, well, after today you won't be creating any more Malfoys. It's for the best really, you do seem to have lost quality if you and Draco are the examples to go by. Now, do tell me if this burns." She pressed the tapered, heated tip of the wood burner to the cuts she'd made with the scalpel. She didn't want him pussying out from blood loss after all. "My son may be weaker than I would have wished. He will still see you in the ground though. Despite his obvious faults, Draco is Malfoy and you're just an old, worn delusional pussy." Lucius' voice was hoarse and he spit the blood collecting in his mouth at his tormentor. She simply swiped the splatter of saliva and blood from her cheek. "Oh now Lucy, you forget something. I am our Lord's favored torturer." She held the woodburner over his genitals. "Nothing you say is anything I've not heard before, darling. Now, scream for mommy." She pressed the tip of the hot metal into his testicles. Lucius screamed. Sirius chuckled from under his mate and nipped at Remus' shoulder. "Hey, I'm hungry and you've only sated the one appetite." Remus rolled off Sirius with a playful grunt. "I suppose I will have to let you go for now then, though we are nowhere near done." He ran his fingers through disheveled hair. "Do you think there's any chance for meat?" "Rare." The animagus stretched where he lay, then moved off the bed, sliding into a pair of trousers and a robe. "I'm pretty sure the elves can arrange some nice thick bloody steak." He leaned down to brush a pussy over his mate's lips before an irritable hoot caught his attention. He chuckled at the owl sitting on the curtain rod, glaring balefully at them with the newspaper in its talons. "Well, give it over then." The bird flapped its wings, took off and dropped the paper into Sirius' hands before flapping out the open window. Sirius just shook his head and unrolled the paper before paling at what he saw. He read the article and managed to get to Bellatrix's picture before his eyes rolled back in his head and he dropped to the ground in a faint. Panicking wildly, Remus shuffled over to put his mate on the mattress, trying to get him to wake up, but to no avail. "Remus!" Heart was in his throat as he jumped into the closest pair of pants and sunk down in front of the fireplace, flowing the only one he could think of that could help him. He only hoped that Snape would be there to take the call. If not, he would take Sirius to Poppy. Consequences be damned, he was not losing his mate. There was no answer at the flow. A pathetic wolf-like whine rose from Remus' throat and he hurried over to the bed again, wrapped Sirius in the soft sheet and picked him up. He ran the stairs 2 steps at the time and cursed Dumbledore for not allowing flow travel or apparition within Hogwarts grounds. He slammed open the door to the infirmary. "Madame Pomfrey, please, please help me." Poppy gaped at the frantic werewolf in front of her with a sheet-wrapped human-sized lump in his arms. "Remus, what on earth? Help him." Remus's eyes shifted from amber to brown and back again without his control, and he clutched Sirius close to him. Everything was fine, he was hungry. Then he read the paper and just collapsed. "I can't get him to wake up." Poppy herself almost collapsed when she saw who it was Remus was carrying, but then her healer training took over and she ordered Remus to place him on one of the back beds. She drew the curtain around it and pointed at the chair beside the bed. "Sit, and stay there, not so much as a peep unless I ask a question. Which there will be plenty of later." She then set about examining the escaped convict, jumping when he began stirring on his own. Sirius' eyes went wide when he saw the familiar face of the Mediwitch looking down at him. "Oh shite, indeed, Mr. Black. No, do not even think of sitting up until I know why you fainted in the first place." She took out her wand and cast a diagnostic spell, brows lifting halfway up her forehead when she read the results. "Huh, well, what is it? What's wrong with him?" Remus was still struggling to keep control, but he was extremely relieved that his mate was lucid again. "You scared me, Siri, scared me so bad. Sorry." Sirius reached out for his mate's hand, taking it and trying to calm his wolf even though he was fairly upset and disturbed himself. Poppy folded her arms across her. "Am I to pussy you two are mates?" Amber eyes flashed towards her and Remus edged closer to Sirius protectively, holding his hand tightly. "We are, yes." She looked up at the ceiling as if seeking strength from a higher power. "1 year. 1 sweet fine year I will finally be able to spend an entire school year without facing something outside the norm." Then she looked back down at her patient and his mate. "There is nothing wrong with Mr. Black. He is in perfect health." "Then why did he faint like that?" Remus looked at his mate. "Believe me, Poppy, when I say that my mate is not the swooning kind, not matter how upset he is." Remus didn't know if he could trust the Mediwitch's words that nothing was wrong. Not when his mate fainted on him like that. "There is absolutely nothing wrong with your mate, Daddy." She paused and waited for the last word to sink into the werewolf's mind. It obviously sank into Black's immediately if the silver dollar-sized eyes were anything to go by. Remus frowned, wondering what the heck Poppy was on about when it finally hit him and his jaw hit the floor. Pregnant, a baby. Part of Remus was scared to death and the other was more excited than he had ever been. A child with his mate, after Azkaban and everything that had happened, neither of them had thought it a possibility. A family, Siri, our own family. Remus grabbed his mate in a fierce pussy before his howl of joy echoed throughout the castle. Moo mmmmmmph. Sirius melted into the pussy and very nearly purred into his mate's mouth, though he'd never admit to ever making any noise that could be considered feline. He gripped his mate's shoulders and let Remus' touch wash away the wave of utter terror that tried to rise. A loud throat cleared and had Sirius pushing Remus back with a whispered, "Later." Then they turned their gazes on Poppy Pomfrey, who tapped her foot and pointed at Remus. "All right, you. I know you well enough to know that, mate or not, you would not aid someone who helped kill Lily and James, so someone had better tell me why I have a pregnant escaped convict in my infirmary." Now, Remus explained all that had happened. Wormtail's betrayal and Sirius' imprisonment and escape with some help from Sirius himself. He told her that Dumbledore knew of Sirius' innocence and allowed him to stay with Remus in the castle as long as he kept in his animagus form in public. "We're doing the best to prove his innocence, but the Ministry isn't exactly interested in admitting to another mistake at this time." Heavy bitterness shone through in Remus' voice. She shook her head. "You two are a mess." She summoned a few pamphlets and handed them to the two parents-to-be. "That is information of do's and don'ts. If Severus knows of your presence and innocence, go to him directly for prenatal nutrition potions, if not I will arrange for them. You," she pointed at Sirius, "I want to see you in here once a month. You can continue to transform into that great beast of a dog and back again without any harm to the baby until the 7th month, as it's a magical transformation unlike the lycanthropic transformation. After the 7th month, or more accurately the 27th week, however, remain human, unless you want to have a puppy instead of a baby for a year." No, I think I'll stay human after the 27-week mark. Sirius grimaced. I agree with Siri there, as fond as I am with Padfoot, I really would like a babe and not a pup. Remus was still teetering on the line between fear and absolute joy. Siri, imagine Snape's face when he finds out. The animagus snorted. He'll choke on his own tongue. Be nice. Remus replied with a chuckle and ran his fingers down Sirius' stubbly cheek. Thank you very much, Madame Pomfrey, for treating him with an open mind even when you didn't know the truth. Not many people give us a chance. Muggles are not the only ones who are bound by a Hippocratic oath. Remus. I always did wonder about his guilt in any case. Now take your maid back to your quarters or for a walk or something and out of my infirmary, go shoo. She flapped her apron at them, smiling when they scurried out. Sirius transformed and stuck close to Remus, sighed, nipping at the werewolf's heels and angling his head towards the dungeons. He wanted to get the nutrition potions taken care of as soon as possible so he could then spend some quiet time with his mate. Remus followed the large dog and nodded his head as they made it down the many stairs towards the dungeons until they reached the potions master's door. Remus knocked briskly and hoped that Snape had returned since he hadn't answered the flow call earlier. The door was pulled back and the dungeon bat was indeed in residence once more. Lupin, he glanced down at the dog, mutt. Come in. Harry was concerned when we went to your quarters and you didn't answer. Well, there was an event. I tried to flow you earlier but got no reply. Remus walked in close to Padfoot. Snuffles, Moony, good to see you. Harry smiled and waved from the couch where he was sitting, stroking his fingers over Angui's gleaming scales. I was worried something had happened. He looked at the dog closely, Snuffles seeming even more bouncy than usual. The dog immediately shifted to human form and went over to ruffle Harry's hair. Pup, something did happen in a way. Nothing bad, so don't get that panicky look on your face. What has happened then? Harry leaned into his godfather's touch with a smile. You were very upset when we left Grimmauld Place and then the newspaper. I know you can't be happy about that. Well, I sort of fainted and Moony panicked and took me to Pomfrey, and now we've been sent down here to get some prenatal nutrition potions for me. He grinned and waited for the reactions. Rather than swallow his tongue as predicted, Snape stared for a few seconds, then raised his hand to cover his face. Dear Merlin, they've spawned. Remus glared at Snape and stepped closer to Sirius just as Harry got it. You're pregnant. His green eyes were saucer-wide as he looked at his scruffy and very manly godfather. He knew now that it was possible for wizards to get pregnant, but it was still a bit much to take in. I'm going to be an uncle. That's brilliant. Harry got up from the couch and threw himself at both Sirius and Remus to hug them tightly. This will be the most spoiled child ever. I'm so happy for you. Sirius laughed and hugged Harry tight. I'm counting on you to babysit when we need it, Quills. Even Snape, as masterful as he was at concealing his emotions and expressions, couldn't help but crack a very, very tiny smile at the happy little tableau. He moved over into his lab and went to the completed potions cabinet. He calculated roughly how long it would take him to brew a prenatal nutrition potion specifically for the mutt. Black still suffered somewhat, from what he could see, from his time in Azkaban and on the run, so he'd need a heavier duty potion than most if he was to carry to term. He gathered up 4 of the basic prenatal nutrition potions, put them in a small container, and carried them back out into the sitting room. He handed the container to Lupin. Come back in 4 days for more, then monthly diaresis. Thank you, Severus. Remus was truly grateful. It was still surreal and he wasn't sure he had been able to take the news in completely yet, but he knew that the coming months would become difficult, an adjustment for the both of them. Remus already knew that his protective and possessive instincts regarding his mate would almost explode in strength, and he also knew that Sirius wasn't some weak creature that would allow himself to be handled. Having a brilliant potions master close by would be a huge relief and take away at least one problem. Snape watched Harry talk animatedly with his godfather, with occasional grimaces thrown in. You might like to know, I've adjusted the Wolfsbane formula. I haven't completely tested it yet, but it should prove much more effective. Remus wasn't able to completely hide his surprise. Then it seems that I have even more to thank you for. Harry bounded up to them, still grinning. I'm just making a run to the kitchens. We need cake to celebrate. Please don't kill each other while I'm gone. He disappeared out the door and promised to be back shortly. So many bad things were happening and Harry felt that when something happy and good did happen it should be celebrated properly. Severus watched the young brunette trot into the kitchen, a small smile tugging on his lips. When he glanced at Black again he saw an odd look on his face. What? Well, being as I find myself in the condition that I'm in, I feel it necessary to pussier myself. You are using contraceptive charms, aren't you? Snape's eyes widened and his cheeks mottled. By Merlin, Black, is tact a foreign language to you? The dog Animagus grinned. Why yes, you great bat, it is. So, Siri. Remus meant to sound chastising, he really did, but it came out more amused than anything. Don't ember pussy Severus like that. Besides, I don't smell their scents mingled in that way, so I don't think you have to worry just yet. Ah, but Moony. Sirius tilted his head playfully. It's my solemn duty to make sure that Batty doesn't get Quills in trouble, and to sick you on him if he does before I have our cub. Then who am I to stop you? Just don't run behind me for cover when Harry finds out about you badgering Bat. Severus and decides to shave your fur. Remus couldn't help himself. Seeing the normally composed Snape being flustered was highly amusing. Back, what did I miss? Harry backed into the room carrying a tray with several kinds of cake on. The house elves had been more than accommodating. Sirius just shrugged. Nothing special. Just talking to your favorite dungeon dweller. Being nice, I hope. Harry's eyes were sharp and green as he looked at the three older men in the room. He placed the tray on the table. Come on and choose your cake. What flavor does Mommy want? Sirius chuckled and pretended to peruse the cakes before choosing a humongous chunk of chocolate ganache cake. Mommy is going to get big as a house, but so long as Moony doesn't mind, I'm happy to gorge. He grabbed a fork and dug into the cake. Why would I mind? You're here with me, you can get as huge as you want and I will worship and love every inch of you. Remus smiled and chose a more moderate-sized piece of strawberry shortcake. They were so cute together, Harry felt his heart warm. Usually Sirius and Remus weren't very big on public displays of affection and Harry loved seeing them like this. What kind of cake do you want, Sev? Harry moved closer to his own loved one. The professor chose a small sliver of carrot cake. You realize this technically ruins your dinner. Teasing amusement glimmered in the dark gaze, hidden from all but Harry. Oh no, however, will I cope without proper nutrients for one night? Harry's eyes were wide and mock innocent as he pussied on his fork full of chocolate fudge cake. It is a good thing there are all kinds of nutrient potions. A bit of white frosting somehow managed to get onto the professor's finger and, in retaliation for the sensual little play Harry had just done with the fork, he carefully and quite deliberately licked his finger clean, eyes fixed on Harry's. Sirius raised his brows, looked over at his mate and murmured so just the werewolf could hear him. If their scents aren't mingled yet, it's not far off. Remus nodded. I think it's a good idea to eat and run. I do not want to be witness to any scent mingling. He noticed how Harry's eyes had grown dark and dilated as he watched Snape. Oh yes, I'm so lucky to have a potions master to keep me healthy when I misbehave. Harry's voice had grown husky. See what I mean? Remus whispered. Sirius shuddered. Ew Moony, why would you be so mean as to put that image in my head? He pouted at his mate and forked up his last bite of cake. Almost puts me off my chocolate. Sorry baby. He pressed a pussy to Sirius' temple, hiding his grin against his mate's wild hair. I think it's time for us to take our leave though. To celebrate in private. The former Azkaban inmate turned and nipped the edge of Remus' jaw. I love the way you think. He got to his feet, drawing the attention of the other two in the room. Moony and I are heading back to our quarters, it's been a busy day. Harry tore his eyes away from Snape with difficulty and moved over to give his godfather and Remus another hug. Okay, thank you for coming and thank you for telling us. Congratulations again. Remus waited until Sirius had transformed and then he opened the door and waved goodbye to Harry and Snape. Severus, who'd already begun making his way back to his lab, called out, Black. The dog paused and looked over his shoulder at the potions master. Congratulations. Brief canine surprise was followed by a happy bark before Padfoot and Moony left. Harry smiled at him gently and put down his cake plate to walk over and wrap his arms around the older man. Thank you. Have I told you today that you're wonderful? The hook-nosed man smiled and slipped his own arms around Harry. You may have mentioned it. Don't thank me for congratulating the mutt. Any child is a precious gift. no matter who the parents are. He pressed a pussy to the top of Harry's head. Now would like to help me brew your dogfather's potion? Yes I would, just make sure I don't stuff it up. Leave me to chopping or something like that. He had become better, but Harry was still well aware that potions was not a strong point of his and probably never would be. That was my plan. Severus chuckled and led Harry into the potions lab, pausing to move the locket from hell into a special box designed to block energies. Most certainly do not need the thing left out and about. Any thoughts on how to deal with it? He put the box up on an empty shelf. I was thinking that I could go to Professor Dumbledore's office and ask if I could borrow Gryffindor's sword. I don't think he would mind since it's to destroy a Horcrux. Then my plans were to open it and stab it, I suppose. Harry rubbed the back of his neck. I know we could do all kinds of spell checks and counter curses on it, but sometimes it's better to just go for it. Severus reached out and trailed his hand over Harry's back. We'll go next weekend. He's bound to be insanely busy over the next week considering what's happened. It's not as though it won't keep for that long. You're right. Harry eyed the box. It's kept for all those years at Grimmauld Place, 1 more week. Shouldn't matter. He let out a sigh and turned towards Snape. Now, direct me to my chopping, peeling and stirring. Snape chuckled and started bringing together the ingredients for Black's customized potion and told Harry what to do. Deep in the bowels of Malfoy Manor, Voldemort smirked as he watched Bellatrix continue her torment of Lucius. She had kept to her promise to make him scream so loud and long he could barely manage whimpers from his raw throat now. He always did love seeing her work. No matter what methods she used, Bella turned torture into a high art form. He slid his glance briefly over at Rodolphus Lestrange. Even before she'd so gloriously spoken of her loyalty to his cause, she'd been a favorite and he'd seen her engaged to another favorite, at the time. He had been most displeased to discover that Rodolphus had been so undiscerning in his previous bed partners that he'd contracted a venereal disease that would have been PPUS Syed onto Bellatrix had she not been so clever at avoiding it. It was a mistake he did rather regret, as, looking at her now, he'd have been much better off wedding her himself. Bellatrix had returned to cutting into Lucius' body, going beyond the surface cuts and instead actually vivisecting him after she'd dislocated several joints, her favorites having been his knees. Wrenching the knees out of joint always prompted such wonderful screams. She'd broken a few bones as well, mostly ribs, with the sand-filled leather sap. Now flaps of skin were pulled back, exposing the muscle of her brother-in-law for all to see. My Lucius, I must say you do have rather good muscle tone, but then you always were a rather delicious specimen. Such a pity. Lucius could barely lift his lids enough to look at his insane sister-in-law. His voice was long gone from screaming and thankfully he had started to grow numb. She could still make it hurt, but the exploding bursts of pain had ebbed away. If it had been anyone other than himself hanging from these chains, Lucius might even have admired her flair. Now he only hoped that she would grow bored soon and finish him off. Rather hang here that have why you touch me in any other way, you crazy pussy. His words were accompanied by a wet gurgling sound. One of his broken ribs had most likely punctured a lung. Well, I can't say as I'd have put up with you as well as Sissy did, so that's certainly for the best. Her blade slicked down a layer of muscle. No, I can do far, far better than you, Lucius, should I ever wish to continue my own line. Besides, why would I want the child of an idiot? The knife nicked an artery. Oopsies. Oh, I'd better fix that before you bleed out. She reached for the woodburner to cauterize the blood vessel, but the raspy voice of her master stopped her. Leave it. She turned, eyes wide, and watched as her lord rose from his seat and walked over to her, cupping her blood-spattered face. He's of no more use to us, and really, he's not providing good value for you any longer now, is he, my dear? She turned into the cold hand as a kitten would turn into a stroke. Well, he has grown rather boring, my lord. I'm sure I could get him to weep though, if it pleases you. No, dear Bella, as enjoyable as I find watching you work, this worm is no longer worth your skills. Lucius felt nothing but relief as the world started to dim in the corners. He half expected to see his life rush by and to be filled with regret, but he wasn't. If he had had the chance, he would have lived his life the same way all over again. Despite the snag at the end of it, Lucius liked his life. The only thing he wished was different was the fact that he had been stupid enough to allow himself to fail without having a scapegoat. He honestly didn't care which side won. Now that he wouldn't have any personal profit in the outcome of the war, but he wished with all his heart that he would be able to greet Bella in hell soon. The world dimmed even more, the noises disappeared and everything turned black. Voldemort sneered at the corpse hanging from the wall even as he looped Bellatrix's arm through his, then spoke to her husband. Rodolphus, dump this mess in front of the ministry. The rest of you, comb the manor for dark magic objects or tomes, take only the dark magic objects and books. If any of you pillage for your own purposes or gain, I will learn of it and you will pay. Dear Bella deserves to have live creatures to keep her skills honed on after all. She beamed up at her master. My lord is too good to me. He pat her hand. Impossible. After we finish here we must leave. Malfoy Manor will belong to Narcissa and her son after Lucius is found. It is no longer a safe haven for us. He led Bellatrix from the room having given his orders. Draco was sitting with Hermione in the Lepousserie when Filch came to tell him that he was wanted in Professor Dumbledore's office. Draco tried to ask what for, but the grumpy man had already shuffled away, mumbling about the good old days when corporal punishment was the norm at Hogwarts. Shrugging, Draco swallowed around the sudden lump in his throat and squeezed Hermione's hand before he packed up his books and got ready to leave. I don't know what this is about, but would you come with me? It took a lot to allow himself to be vulnerable even in front of Hermione, but it felt worse going to this unknown meeting without her. She smiled and put her things away, taking his hand when she stood. Of course. She squeezed his hand in encouragement. Worry was in the back of her mind though. Whatever this meeting was about, considering all that had happened lately, she doubted it was really good news. Keeping his fingers laced with hers, Draco and Hermione walked towards Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle statue was shifted to the side and the pea-pussage up to the headmaster's tower was open. The knot of worry in Draco's stomach grew as they climbed the spiral staircase and entered the office. The headmaster was there along with a middle-aged wizard wearing formal-looking robes. Ah, Mr. Malfoy and young Ms. Granger, I see. Dumbledore greeted them. Please take a seat, both of you. This errand should not be discussed while standing. The unknown wizard frowned. Headmaster, this is a Malfoy family matter. It is most unusual to have another person present. Only Lady Malfoy should also be here, but as you said, she went into hiding from her husband. We are unable to locate her. Hermione felt Draco's hand tighten on hers and she moved to hold it within both of hers. This was sounding far too much like a visit from a police officer informing a family of bad news. You don't need to address me. I pussier you that Mr. Malfoy is more than capable to speak for himself. I can pussier you that whatever is said here, Ms. Granger will find out as soon as the meeting is done. I'm only saving time. Dumbledore laced his fingers together and watched the wizard from behind his spectacles. What is this meeting about really? Draco asked carefully. The formal-robed wizard spluttered at Dumbledore for a moment before turning to Draco. It is my unfortunate duty to inform you that your father was found deceased early this morning. Draco's face became an unreadable mask and his back straightened. His grip on Hermione's hand tightened almost to the point of pain. I see. Any information on how my father met his demise? I am afraid that he was murdered by Death Eaters. From the circumstances he was found in, it appears he had somehow betrayed them. Hermione barely resisted, scoffing even as she ran her thumb soothingly over Draco's knuckles. She didn't know how Lucius had died in specific, but she did know he didn't possess the backbone to turn on Voldemort. I see. Draco said again. I will of course see to it that the funeral is handled. Is there anything more I should know? Draco was quite proud that he managed to keep his voice completely detached and cold. He really did not care what this wizard thought of him or his apparent lack of emotions. Upon reaching your 17th birthday you will become Lord Malfoy, with all the privileges and responsibilities thereof. Until that time the lordship is to be held in trust by your mother. The reading of the will, to accommodate your schooling, will take place a week hence here in the headmaster's office. If you choose to have your father buried rather than a pyre funerary service, would also not advise an open casket. The wizard coughed into his hand and looked away from the young blonde, his face a little green. Hermione's eyes widened at that comment and she tried not to imagine what state Lucius' body might have been in when found. I understand. Draco nodded. All necessary preparations will be made and I will be ready for the meeting next week. Now if that is all. He couldn't do this. he couldn't sit here and speak to someone who really didn't care. Of course, if you could, perhaps find a way to get a message to Lady Malfoy, however, it would be most appreciated. Her presence is needed at the reading of the will. The wizard bowed shortly to Draco and then to Dumbledore. I will take my leave of you. He disappeared out the door rather quickly, having imparted everything he needed to and having other things he had to get done that day. I am sorry for your loss, Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore spoke softly. Is there anything that you need? Thank you, Headmaster, and no, I don't require anything at this moment. Draco squeezed Hermione's hand and got up from his seat. Now if you excuse me, I need to go find my mother. He had no idea what he was supposed to feel, how he should be reacting. All Draco felt was numb. Hermione wasn't quite sure what to say or do as they left the office. Draco's hand still held hers in a tight grip, and she knew that same grip was being applied to his emotions. Once they were far enough away from the headmaster's office, she stopped and tugged him around to face her. Her eyes searched his for a few moments before she stepped close and just wrapped her arms around him, holding him close. Draco remained stiff and ramrod straight for a moment before he let out a breath and held her back tightly, leaning his head on her shoulder. What the pussy am I supposed to do now? My father was a bastard of the highest degree and he deserves to rot in hell, but he was my father. I have no idea what to do, how to behave, how I should feel. She stroked her hand down his hair. I can't tell you how to feel, Draco. I'm a bossy know-it-all, but even I have my limits. She leaned her cheek against his head. You've lost something you've had since birth. Whether you liked him or not, it's still a sudden hole in your life. There are no set rules on how you should behave, not really. You see to his funeral and you accept the condolences of idiots who know little or nothing about you. Considering the idiots associated with your father, I'd probably check for curses and such before opening any written condolences or packages, and you seek comfort in those who know and care for you. That's all you can do. Oh, the joy, even after death he continues to bring spice to my life. Draco smoothed brown curls away from Hermione's face and pussied her forehead. Thank you for being there, it means more than I can say. He sighed deeply. Now, I have to go and tell Mother that the man she married, the man she once loved, has been slaughtered. Good times. He placed another pussy on her cheek. It's better if I do this alone, thank you again. One more pussy, to the corner of her mouth. She placed a pussy of her own on his cheek. I'll be in the room of requirement. Give your mother a hug from me. She lifted his hand and placed a pussy in the center. Just a little something to hold on to until I see you later. Draco nodded and closed his hand as if holding something precious. Yes, I'll see you later. Gritting his teeth, Draco continued down the stairs to find his mother. Hermione watched him go, biting her lip hard at the stiff set of his shoulders. She wanted so badly to stay with him and help him through everything that happened next, but she understood that some things he had to do alone. So while he was doing his duty by his mother, she'd head to the room of requirement and set about finding other throwable potions that would provide an edge in the battles to come. Narcissa shook her head at Severus, who was making pithy remarks about the essay one of the Hufflepuffs had turned in almost obscenely late. Late and apparently highly incompetent. In 2 days her old friend would once more be reigning supreme over the potion CL pussies, and he seemed to be gearing up for the childhood idiocies, as he liked to put it. Only Severus. Draco knocked on the office door and opened it as he got the all clear. He saw his mother smiling and he hated the fact that he was going to be the one to make that smile disappear. Professor Snape, Mother. He bowed his head to both of them and clenched his fists. I need to speak to you, Mother. There has been an incident. Snape took in the clenched fists and hard control Draco was exerting and nodded towards the back of the CL pussy room where the door to his office was. Feel free to use my office. You should be undisturbed. He looked down at the essay. I'm going to procure more red ink. Narcissa looked at her son and felt her mouth go dry even as Severus swept from the room. She walked with Draco in measured steps to the office, and once the door was closed and locked she immediately demanded, Tell me. Apparently Father's faux pas at the manor wasn't forgiven. The ministry found what was left of him yesterday. Draco didn't sugarcoat it. His mother was the strongest person he had ever met, and Draco knew she wouldn't want to be coddled. They didn't release any details, but from the way they discouraged the use of an open casket I guessed that Auntie Dearest had a finger in the whole thing. She closed her eyes and nodded. Very likely so. He was gone. Never would he again threaten her or Draco. All opportunity for him to change, as tiny and improbable as that had been, was gone as well. She felt a bit a fool, but somewhere, deeply buried, she'd always hoped that the Lucius she'd fallen in love with would return one day. That would never be now. A single tear slipped from beneath her lashes and trailed down her cheek. Draco's arms were around her in an instant. "I'm sorry, Mother. I'm so sorry." He had never experienced a loving moment from his father, but he knew that something had to have been there once. Narcissa would never have looked at him twice if there hadn't. She let herself hold tight to her son for just a few moments. Her precious child, who was all the best of herself and the man Lucius had once been, and also so much more because he had lifted himself out of the expectations he'd been raised to. She pulled back and brushed his hair out of his eyes. "Oh, my baby, you have nothing to be sorry for. I mourn for who he once was, a man who left us long ago, but not for what he became." "No, it's difficult. Mourning the man he became." Draco agreed. "I'm going to see to it that the funeral is arranged. The man from the ministry said that the reading of the will is next week in Professor Dumbledore's office. Your presence is wished for." Draco breathed deeply. He knew precisely what was going to happen. The Daily Prophet would have a field day. The Malfoy name was not very well liked, but the family was as old and as powerful as they came. Everyone would relish in Lucius' downfall. Everything about them would be splattered all over the news and on everyone's lips. Draco hated the thought of being the scandal of the week. He would spare his mother from as much as he could, though. "Mother, I don't think you should go to the funeral. Aunt Bella is still out there, and now that she's finished with Father, I doubt she's very pleased with you turning away from Great Master Spussyface." A delicate blonde brow lifted. "Oh, so you're simply arranging the funeral. You won't be attending." "No, I will be there. I just don't think you should be." Damn his mother for being so perceptive. He should have known that she would see straight through his reasons. "Draco, I will be there. I was weathering scandal before you were even thought of." She bussed her son's cheek. "And I would not leave my son to defend against the vultures or the wolves alone. I only wanted to spare you. You know the schadenfreude will be limitless." Draco brushed a butterfly pussy over his mother's cheekbone. "My sweet baby, they do not bother me, they never have." She leaned away to straighten his hair and tug his robes into better alignment. "My only worry is how they will treat you and Hermione. Does she know of this?" Draco nodded and let his mother fuss as she wanted. "She does. I was studying with her in the Lepus Serie when I was told to go to Professor Dumbledore's office. I asked her to come with me, and I'm glad I did. It's hard though, opening up to someone." He looked down at his shiny leather shoes. "I have been wretched to her for years, a true git. It's like I keep waiting for her to realize that she is much too good for me. Oh sweetheart, it is not what you did in the past that matters to her, but who you are now. And of course she's too good for you." She smiled at his shocked look. "That's how it should be, the lady being too good for the man, and he knows it. So long as you remember that and treat her like the treasure she is, she will never leave you. She's made her choice, my little dragon, and I don't think Hermione is the kind who changes course midstream. Believe me, I will never forget how wonderful she is or how lucky I am." Draco flushed a soft pink. It was a bit ember pussying speaking of such things with your mother, but at the same time it felt really good getting his worries out there. "Then you will never have to worry about her walking away." She met his eyes, a softer, more silvery gray than his father's. "You are not your father, Draco. You have a well of compulsion that he never possessed even at the start of my relationship with him. He was possessive and made me feel wanted more than anything, but never compulsionate." "Thank you, Mother." Draco hugged her again and then took a few steps away. "I suppose we have a lot of things to decide now, starting with the funeral and then the manor. What should we do with that? And all the house elves and other servants?" Draco wasn't turning 17 for another 4 months, but he could still feel the burden that being Lord Malfoy was weighing him down. "The manor needs to be cleared of dark enchantments. I would suggest letting the Aurors clear it. All dark objects and books that I didn't take with me would have been taken by the Dark Lord, but there is no telling what sort of spells are there. Even I do not know. As for the house elves," her eyes twinkled in amusement, "well, what would you imagine Hermione would say about them? Free them, hire them, and give them proper pay." Draco grinned as he recited SPEW's motto. "As for the manor, there are plenty of Aurors in the order, one of them should have some idea what we should do and how it can be purged. I want to go back there someday, but not while things are the way they are." She nodded. "Of course. We need to bring light and laughter to those halls. As to the other servants, offer them the chance to stay or move on, and we'll give glowing references to those who choose to leave. We should do much the same for the house in France, the villa in Italy, and the summer home in Spain." Draco nodded. "I'll start looking into it and begin to compose letters so that it's ready after the reading of the will." "Good. Now, go find your girl and get this out of your mind for a while." "Will you be all right, Mother?" As much as Draco longed for Hermione right now, he wouldn't leave his mother if she was in any way upset. After a nod, Draco gave in, and with one last hug Draco practically ran up the stairs until he reached the room of requirement. Draco stopped to catch his breath outside the door before he turned the knob and entered. Hermione looked up from a recipe she'd been perusing, one that made agonizing boils pop out to cover every inch of the victim's skin, and offered him a smile. She closed the book and held out a hand. "Hey, hi." Draco took the offered hand and brought it up to his face to press it against his cheek. "I missed you." He closed his eyes at the calm he felt just by being close to her. In a really strange way, it felt like coming home. She stroked his cheek and moved away from the table to step closer, the study room she'd conjured suddenly melting away into a Quidditch pitch complete with brooms and beautiful summer weather. "How did it go?" "As well as expected. Mother is strong, much stronger than me." He hugged her close and looked up at the brilliant, clear blue sky. "It's finally starting to sink in, that Lucius is really gone." She looped her arms around his waist and laid her head on his shoulder. "And what's going through your mind about that then?" "Relief is the first thing that comes to mind, as bad as that sounds." He ran a hand over Hermione's curls in a motion that probably soothed him more than her. "Followed by resentment that I'm going to have to be the one to clean up the mess that he's made." She gave him a squeeze. "You won't be doing it alone, you know. You've got me, your mom, Professor Snape, Harry, Ron, and with him come the small army of his family. Pansy, Luna and Neville will all be here to help if you need or want it." Draco's eyes widened at an army of red-headed weasels helping him. "Times were most definitely changing. I know, and I'm very grateful for it. It still seems a little daunting though. I've known that I would one day become Lord Malfoy with all that entails one day, but right now it seems like all other options have just vanished." She pursed her lips. "Well, you could always donate the estate to some higher cause if you really wanted to make your own way in the world. Then there's a proxy. Choose an estate manager and be free to do as you bloody well please between quarterly meetings." He ducked his head in shame. "You are completely right. Don't mind me, I just got hit with poor little rich boy syndrome. I'm too much of a Malfoy to even consider donating the estate, and I have too much pride to let anyone else manage it when I know I could do a better job of it myself." She chuckled and pressed a pussy to his cheek. "It's a lot all at once. You're entitled to a brief attack of poor me. I'm lucky to have you to ground me when I go off on a high and mighty stint." "Thank you." Draco turned his head so that he could pussy her properly. He claimed her soft lips and cupped the back of her neck gently. Her hands came up to rest on his shoulders, gripping them lightly as her eyes fluttered shut and a soft hum sounded in the back of her throat. His lips moved against hers gently, and she marveled at the way it made her feel, as if she were flying with both feet on the ground. If his pussies were that good, she could only imagine what it would feel like when they went further. Hermione was pliant and warm in his arms, and Draco felt like he could continue doing this forever. Every pussy was amazing, and he felt it throughout his whole body. Draco wanted her so bad, but right now it was enough to have her in his arms and be allowed to pussy her like there was no tomorrow. One hand moved up into his hair, threading through the pale blonde silken strands as she pressed closer, going up on tiptoe. She took his bottom lip between hers and nibbled lightly before sweeping her tongue over it, blushing like mad at her boldness. Draco groaned and his arm tightened around her waist as he accepted what was offered and slipped his own tongue out to play. He lapped at her mouth and chased her tongue into it, relishing in the taste of her. A soft came from her as she welcomed his tongue into her mouth, flicking her own against it shyly before growing bolder and letting her tongue dance fully with his. He pussied her like he was drowning for a while before he reluctantly pulled away. There was a prominent problem in his trousers right now, and Draco really didn't want to push her. This was not the time or the place for taking things further. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips slightly damp and a bright pink as she looked up at him, one hand still holding tight to his robes. Wow, yeah, Draco was flushed too, but he smiled at Hermione. That was brilliant. He shook himself out of his robes and placed it on the now pussy-covered ground and invited her to sit. She settled beside him on the ground and leaned her head on his shoulder, taking his hand with a smile and threading her fingers with his. She watched a match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw start on the Quidditch pitch, and she couldn't help but chuckle as she saw that an illusory Draco was playing Seeker for Slytherin as Cho Chang played for Ravenclaw. She hoped he destroyed Cho. Draco squeezed her hand and breathed deeply to regain control of his body. He watched the game with her and felt just a little sliver of irritation that the imaginary Draco probably was a better Seeker than the real one. He would have to work on that. Hermione watched as Draco and Cho both went into a dive, feeling a bit odd as the real Draco was right there beside her as she watched his double. Oh. The imaginary Draco swooped out of the dive, gold glinting in his hand as Cho actually plowed into the ground. Yes, she turned bright red at her outburst. Go Slytherin. Chuckling Draco pulled her close and pressed a pussy to the top of her head. Oh Merlin, I love you. Her eyes went wide. He'd never said that before, and then they took on a suspicious sheen. She'd been half afraid he didn't return her feelings. After all, he was a pureblood and she was just a muggle-born bossy know-it-all. She wrapped her arms around him tight. I love you too, Draco. Draco let out a breath of relief. Despite everything, there had still been a sliver of fear inside him, fear that Hermione would reject him, that she didn't feel the same way. He wrapped his arms around her and held her like she was the most precious thing in the world. As long as he had Hermione in his life, Draco felt that he could do anything. She smiled and snuggled close, happiness swirling through her. Their world might be at war, a funeral might be needing to be planned, and dark wizards might be out for their blood, but right at this particular moment, everything was perfect. Narcissa sipped at a cup of calming tea, watching her son pace like a caged panther in the CL pussy room they'd had the will reading in. Only she, Draco, and surprisingly Severus, had been present as they were the only beneficiaries, and now only her son and herself remained. The clause Lucius had put in his will regarding all monies, stocks, and properties not directly linked with the Malfoy lordship was just like him, and really she should have been expecting it, but it had come as a shock, an unwelcome one. A witch of proper breeding, stature and power. What the hell does that even mean? Draco hissed and threw his arms out to his sides. And marriage no less than a month after I come into my majority. That's only 5 months from now. 5. Draco was almost sad that Lucius was dead, but only because it robbed him of the chance to kill the bloody bastard himself. He had nothing to gain from this clause, nothing but the joy of tormenting me and keeping me under his thumb even after death. His mother took another sip of tea and carefully set the cup down when she noticed her hands shaking in anger. That is true. As for the requirements, breeding means a part of a family of pureblood status, stature means one who is in high regard in whatever endeavors she undertakes, power is a witch who can stand strongly by your side and fight at your side should it be needed. Bloody pureblood crap. Draco slammed his fist into the wall, wincing when his knuckles split. I've already found the one I want to spend forever with, she's everything I want. It doesn't matter if she had fit all these twisted criteria though, I could never force marriage on her like this. Tie her to me at 17. Narcissa's eyes sharpened. She knew her son was very attached to what their wealth brought. So you're going to let the deadline PPUSSY and everything not tied to the lordship go? If I have to make that choice, then yes. Draco's mouth was set in a grim line. He didn't like the thought of having to let everything go, but he hated being forced into something even more, and he couldn't put Hermione through it. It wouldn't be fair to her. As much as I loathe the thought of Lucius winning in any way, I am happy to hear that and so proud of you for it. Draco flexed his bleeding knuckles. I hate the very thought of that bastard having the last laugh, but I love Hermione more. He walked over to the desk where the tea tray was and filled a cup, wishing that it was something stronger. The lordship vault will have enough to maintain Malfoy Manor until you can establish yourself in whatever you choose, so that's no real concern, and we still have our Slytherin cunning. We'll come out on top eventually. She would dearly like to get her hands on Lucius and wring his neck though. It was small compensation to know that he was rotting in hell. I'm sure you're right, we're both brilliant, you and I, so we'll make it out on top. Even better than we are now. Draco tried his best to sound cheerful, but he was doubtful that he succeeded. Draco liked money. He liked being able to live comfortable. It was all he had ever known. She stood up and went to give him a hug. Go do a bit of flying, dear. You'll feel better. I think I'll do that. He hugged her back. Oh, and mother, you won't tell her, right? Draco knew that she wouldn't, but he just had to say it. He really didn't want Hermione to find out. He nodded to his mother when she shook her head in the negative and went in search of his broom. Arthur Weasley's jaw hadn't quite recovered from its drop as he returned home from work. The leak over Lucius' will had caused quite a scandalized stir within the Ministry, but he himself was worried as he knew from the letters Ginny sent that Hermione and Draco were quite enamored of each other. This would devastate them. He stepped into the kitchen and saw his wife, humming happily while preparing dinner, and couldn't help himself. He went over and wrapped his arms around her in a hard hug from behind, burying his face in her cloud of graying red curls. Well, what brought this on then? Molly tried to turn in his grip, waving the wooden spoon in her grip in the air. Her husband was always loving, but it wasn't often he came to emphasize her like this anymore. Molly placed a pussy on his narrow nose, the one that both Charlie and Ron had inherited. She caught the worried look in his eyes and tensed up. What's wrong, Papa? The details of Lucius' will leaked into the Ministry. He had an inheritance clause about Draco. Anything not attached to the lordship is to be given away unless Draco marries a witch of proper breeding, stature and power no later than a month after he reaches his majority. Arthur leaned his brow against Molly's. If Draco doesn't find a witch of pureblood family to marry, he'll lose everything but the vault kept for upkeep of the manor. I know Ronald says he's changed, but what if he's not changed enough to give that wealth up? This could tear him and Hermione apart. Rage, strong and true, boiled up in Molly, and she started to pace the kitchen, wielding the spoon like a sword. What kind of cowardly waste of a wizard put a clause like that in his will? No matter how the littlest Malfoy has acted before, he doesn't deserve to be put in front of a choice like this. And dearest Hermione, I wonder how she feels about it. We need to talk to her, to make sure she's all right and coping. She's at Hogwarts, Molly. We can't exactly pop in and see her. We'll have to send an owl. He stepped back just a bit. When his wife got like this, it was best to simply stand out of her way before you got run over. I know she's at Hogwarts, Arthur. I haven't completely lost my marbles yet. Molly turned and waved the wooden spoon in her husband's face. I was thinking of a flow call, but maybe you're right. A regular letter may be better. It will give Hermione a chance to read it and reply in private. She stalked to the table. Go rouse Errol. I'll write the letter. He went over to her and pussied her cheek. Of course, dear. He went to the little warmed roost they had for Errol and Pig when Ron was here. Hermes also used to share the roost, but then Percy had moved out. He sighed. After the attack on the Ministry, he'd hoped Percy might be willing to at least speak with them again, but he'd not even looked at them when Arthur and a frantic Molly had gone looking for him in worry. He knew it very nearly broke his wife's heart and made him very angry with his son. Families had differences of opinion, but they didn't stop being family. How could Percy do this? Arthur shook his head and reached out to Errol, running his hand over the feathers. Hello, old friend. Feel up to a letter delivery? He smiled when the owl hooted groggily and opened his eyes to nip softly at his fingers before stepping onto Arthur's arm. Molly's in a right tizzy, so I hope the air currents will treat you well so it can be a swift delivery. I'm fairly upset about this as well. You know, I never did understand how some families can put such expectations on their children when they're so young. He walked back to the kitchen, talking companionably to Errol. Molly had written the letter and was now editing out most of the profanities that had some way had slipped in there. She was just so upset and angry on Hermione's behalf. On the little Malfoy's behalf too. No one had the right to control you from the grave like that. When she was pleased with the letter, she folded and sealed it. Thank you for getting him, dear. He pussied Arthur on the cheek. Fly swift and true. Okay, so she felt a little bit dramatic. Molly felt she had the right to. She led her to Errol's clawed foot and released him. I hope they will figure out a way to be together. It's so unfair. No one should stand in the way for young love. Molly cuddled close to Arthur. Remember my father when we first started dating, all that yelling about us being too young. And look at us now, still together. He slid his arm around her and pussied her cheek again. And I love you even more now than I did then. It grows every day, and you still know just the right things to say, you charmer you." Molly's cheeks flushed pink and she ran a hand over his cheek and thinning hair. "Now you can help me rinse the peas and dinner will be ready." She stalked back to the stove to check on her stew. He just smiled and moved to do as she directed, hoping in the back of his mind that everything would turn out well. Hermione sat with Ron and Harry in a little warmed atrium talking over various little nonsense things. It had been a while since they'd sat together and talked, just the three of them. As happy as she was that their group of friends had grown, she also felt the need to have moments for just their trio. A flutter caught her attention and she looked up to see the Weasley family owl flapping haphazardly into the atrium, and right towards her. Errol landed in her lap, hooting in exhaustion. "Oh my." She took the letter off his foot, blinking when she saw it was addressed to her, then handed Errol to Ron. "Poor thing. What in Merlin's knitted knickers are you getting a letter from home for?" Ron blinked in surprise even as he ran his fingers over Errol's soft feathers and reached into his pocket from some owl treats. No matter how much he complained about Errol's slowness and incompetence, he really did love the old owl. He had been a part of the burrow for as long as Ron could remember. Harry petted the owl too and sat quietly as Hermione opened the letter. He was a bit curious too, to tell the truth. She opened the letter and began reading, going utterly still from the first line, then slowly turning pale. Her hand began shaking by about midway through the letter, the paper trembling in her grasp. Her mouth was dry and she could hear her blood rushing in her ears and feel her heartbeat in her as it sped up. "Hermione, are you all right?" Harry moved closer and placed a hand on her trembling arm. "What's wrong? What's happened?" Ron was worried too. He squeezed the owl in his lap until Errol hooted in alarm and Ron let up. "Has something happened at home?" It looked as if the girl was about to faint and Ron felt his stomach knot in worry. She shook her head, horror, pain, and anger battling for supremacy in her emotions until anger won and she surged to her feet in a rush. "What in the hell?" She paced, her shoes clicking on the atrium floor, her hand shaking the letter in her fist. "Why hasn't he said anything? What is that ferret playing at keeping this to himself?" She flung the letter onto the seat and continued pacing, temper flashing in her eyes, and muttering under her breath, a great deal of it unrepeatable in mixed company. "Ferret," Ron mouthed to Harry, who only shrugged in confusion. Ron, being who he was, couldn't resist picking up the letter and reading it. "This is daft, I can't believe it. Do you really think it's true, Hermione? Maybe Dad misunderstood somehow." Hermione turned towards Ron. "I somehow doubt that, but I'm going to get clarification right now." She turned in a huff and stalked from the atrium, intending to hunt down either her boyfriend or his mother for some answers, and heaven help Draco Malfoy if he tried to dance around the issue. Harry was left feeling very confused and he took the letter from Ron's hands, his mouth forming an O of understanding as he read. Draco was sorting through the potion ingredients, making sure that everything was there for the next CL pussy when a shiver went down his back. He looked around for a draft but everything seemed normal. Shrugging, he wrapped his robes tighter around himself and went back to taking stock. Snape was almost humming as he marked essays in glorious red ink. He was quite happy to be back at his post and no longer having to take it easy, so happy he'd almost smiled at students and scared them into running away. He marked through a particularly painful bit of idiocy and then his head shot up as the door to the potions CL pussy room slammed open and Hermione Granger stood there, cheeks blazing with what was obviously temper. Now Snape wasn't a fanciful man, but if he had been he'd have said Granger looked quite a bit like a Phi Queen ready to blast an incompetent minioner, as her eyes were firmly on Draco, a foolish lover to dust. He set his quill down and sat back, hand on his wand just in case whatever was about to happen got out of hand. Draco's head shot up at the slamming of the door and he was instantly alarmed by the look on Hermione's face. The only expression close to this one he had seen on her was when she almost broke his nose back in third year. What's the matter, pet?" he asked cautiously and took a step backwards. "Is it true?" Her voice rang loud and clear as a bell. It even echoed just a bit as she stepped into the room and walked towards her boyfriend in short, measured steps that shouted, "Trouble ahead, all sane men turn tail and flee." Is what true? Draco fought the urge to back up even further. Something had obviously happened but Draco couldn't for the life of him think of what it could be. He had behaved for months now. "Is there an inheritance clause in your father's will that states that you must marry a witch?" of proper breeding, stature, and power, no more than a month after your 17th birthday." Snape's brows rose in understanding and just a bit of exasperation. His godson hadn't told her. He took his hand off his wand. This would be one time when the boy was on his own. He summoned a cup of tea and sat back to watch the scene unfold. Gray eyes widened. "How did you find out about that?" Even Draco realized that that maybe wasn't the best reply. "I mean, it's nothing, it's being handled. There's no reason to bring it up or worry about it." Severus nearly groaned at the sheer idiocy of that statement. Draco was digging himself quite a hole here. Hermione's eyes flashed. Being handled. The statement was slow, as if she were rolling the words around in her mouth to get a feel for them. "Handled how?" "Handled in the way of in a few months I'll get an invitation to a wedding between you and some pureblood society twit. Or handled in the way of next year you'll suddenly appear at Hogwarts in second-hand robes for some mysterious reason. I would never do that to you, plan a marriage contract behind your back. Do you really think I'd do that?" Draco felt somewhat hurt by the comment. "And second-hand robes. I wouldn't go that far. I'd still have money to clothe myself and mother. I think. You wouldn't plan a marriage contract behind my back, but you'd keep something like this from me." Underneath the anger in her gaze was injury. The fact that he'd kept something like this from her hurt a lot. "I didn't want to burden you with it, that was the only reason I kept quiet." Draco started to reach out for her and then pulled back, not sure his touch was welcome. "I know you. You're a noble Gryffindor to the core. I didn't want you to leave me so that I could keep my money. And if there was a way to marry you, I didn't want you to do something like that out of pity. Or worse, think that I told you I loved you just so that I could save my fortune." He ran a frustrated hand through his hair. "Don't you see? The money doesn't matter. I can make more money on my own. There would never be another you though. I can't lose you, Hermione. Nothing is worth that." "You idiot. I love you. You really think I'd marry you out of pity? And I may be a bloody noble Gryffindor, but I'm also a marauder and selfish enough not to let you go. And I'm told I do have some moderate intelligence. You told me you loved me before the bloody will was read. I'm not so stupid as to think you can see the future." She stepped closer and poked him hard in the, "It's not about the money, it's about the fact that this was a very big issue and you didn't tell me. I had to find out about this through a letter from Ron's mother. Do you have any idea how that made me feel? I'm reading a letter from a woman who's like a second mother to me, and she's offering me comfort over trouble the man I'm in love with hasn't bothered to tell me about." Her voice was strained, as if tears and fury were fighting for space to be heard. "I'm sorry, I really am. I did not want you to feel like that. I wanted to protect you. I wanted to be someone you could be proud of." Draco's hurt. He hated the thought of Hermione upset, and he hated the thought of her being sad even more. "I should have told you, and I apologize that I didn't, but believe when I say that it wasn't that I didn't trust you or that I liked keeping secrets. I really believed this was something I could handle on my own." She thumped a fist lightly on his once, then let it rest there, just over his heart. "For such a cunning Slytherin, you really have the most horribly severe moments of idiocy. I already am proud of you and very proud to call you mine, despite this appalling slip into pussy-in-lessness." He let out a breath of purest relief and took a step closer so that he could wrap his arms around him. "I am yours and I'm very, very sorry. I promise that I'll never keep anything like this from you ever again." She leaned against him. "You'd better not, or I'll be investing in a ferret cage. You have my word." He pussied her gently. "No blasted ferret cage will be needed." Draco turned to his godfather. "You've had your fun now. The least you can do is offer us some of that tea. You are quite capable of summoning your own." Snape lifted a brow at his godson. "Then again, perhaps the idiocy you indulged in lingered, so it might be best if Miss Granger did it." Hermione bit the inside of her lip, her cheek light pink in emberpussiment. She hadn't realized Snape was even in the room. I beg your pardon for making a scene, Professor. No need, Miss Granger. Stupidity, after all, must be dealt with when one finds it, otherwise it grows and spreads." 5 points to Gryffindor for ending Draco's madness. Draco had to bite his tongue as not to reply with a scathing remark. Instead, he conjured his own steaming pot of Darjeeling and sipped the perfect tea while glaring at his head of house and offering Hermione another delicate cup. She took it with a small smile, though she was just a tiny bit thrown by Snape's teasing. Yes, during the Yule celebration and around Harry she'd seen a softer side to the potion's master, but never like this. She didn't know if he was changing due to the removal of the dark mark and his enpussement to Voldemort, his relationship with Harry, or if this was just how he was around family, but it was a pleasant change. Snape studied the two teenagers calmly. If we are quite done with the saccharine sweetness for the moment, perhaps the issue at hand would be better addressed. I have but one question that needs answering before we delve into the foul workings of wizarding law. Do the two of you intend to marry at some point or no? Yes. Draco was bumbling like the idiot Snape accused him of being. I mean, we haven't discussed it, but for me, I would very much like to marry Hermione someday. He gave her a shy look and hurried to take another sip of tea, only to burn his tongue. Hermione looked over at him and spoke softly. Yes. Whenever he asks, my answer will be yes. Then might I suggest that you simply go through the legalities of it, unless the two of you think you'll fall out of favor with each other. Snape took a sip of tea to wait for the reaction to that. Are you daft? Draco turned to Snape, eyes narrowed and practically hissing. Fall out of favor? Who's the idiot really? I will never want someone else. I found the best of the best and there's no way I'm letting go. Hermione nodded. I honestly cannot see myself in the future without Draco. No matter how angry we're likely to make each other at some point, he's it for me. Snape nodded. Then marry. There is no need to wait in regards to the legality of it. The will only states that he must be married. It does not say you have to live together, sleep with each other, or any other such trapping of marriage until the two of you are ready for that. Severus, I would marry Hermione today if she'd have me, but there's still this pesky little clause to think about. As much as I hate to say, and I really do hate it, Hermione doesn't fulfill the breeding part of the clause. Draco looked down at the floor, feeling ashamed even for mentioning it. She reached over and took his hand in hers, letting him know she wasn't bothered by his stating the truth. And it was the truth. She was no pureblood witch. Not yet, she does not. Snape took a sip. To be considered of proper breeding in accordance to the will, she need only be a part of a pure-blooded family. It does not state in any way that she must be born as a pureblood. He waited for the other shoe to drop in Draco to realize what he was getting at. Hermione frowned briefly before her expression cleared and she beamed at Snape as she got the implication. It wasn't long after that Draco got it too, and his eyes narrowed in consideration. Clever. Very clever, Uncle Severus. You do have your bright moments buried underneath all that snark. Now we only needed to find a willing family. Draco scratched his cheek as he thought. Mother can't adopt you. I know all the jokes going on about purebloods and inbreeding, but I do think even the ministry would frown upon sibling incest. Even the adopted kind. Snape took a sip of his tea. And considering the hole they are already in, the ministry is not likely to be feeling very gracious at the moment. Hermione frowned, tapping her chin. So who should we ask? Outside the door, Ron started to grin manically, causing Harry to raise an eyebrow. You don't even feel the slightest bit guilty about following Hermione and listening into you? Nope. Why should I, mate? Just think of the entertainment we would have missed, groveling Malfoy. I think I'm going to replay it in my mind over and over again. Ron's grin grew even wider. Besides, I think this will give me a chance to be the hero, saving the day again. It gets sort of addictive, doesn't it? Harry bumped him in the arm. You're starting to get scary. I think your Slytherin is corrupting you. Hey, let he who is without Slytherin cast the first stone, now come on. Ron grabbed Harry by the arm and pulled him into the potions CL pussy room. Snape merely lifted a brow. Somehow I am not surprised to see the two of you here. Hermione turned towards the door. Recognizing a gleam in Ron's eyes, she pointed a stern finger at him. You listened in, didn't you? Of course we did. Ron nodded. Harry was so worried when you left all huffy like that, and so to ease his mind and protect you, mind you, we found it our duty as your best friends to follow you and make sure you were okay. Harry rolled his eyes. I am a very protective brother, Hermione. You better get used to it. Ron grabbed her pointed finger and placed a little pussy on her fingertip. I've been dealing with you for 5 years already, so, did you say brother? Snape's lips twitched and he met Harry's eyes, sharing the amusement. Harry smiled softly back and winked at him. Well, come on, my own, you're practically a Weasley already. Ron smiled at her and actually cackled when Malfoy growled when he didn't let go of the finger he had pussied quickly enough. You know Mum will welcome you into the family officially with open arms and enough hugs to keep you unable to breathe properly for a month. We're a right brood already. You think one more slip of a little girl is going to make a difference? The bushy-haired brunette squealed and leapt at Ron, giving him a hard hug. You really mean it? You're sure you parents would agree? And oh dear. She pulled back from the hug, chewing on her bottom lip. What about my parents? You know that both Mum and Dad will be all over this like a bear on blueberry jam, and as for your parents, this really doesn't change anything. I'm not even sure a wizard adoption is recognized in the Muggle world. Ron looked at Snape questioningly. Do you know the law regarding this, Professor? The dark-haired man nodded. It's recognized, but there have often been clauses such as Draco is facing in various contracts in the past, so it is treated much as split families are in the Muggle world today. Both sets of parents have equal rights in regards to a minor child, but, if memory serves, Miss Granger has already reached her majority, so there should be no legal issues. What Miss Granger is thinking of, I believe, is her parents' feelings. Hermione nodded. How on earth do I go about telling them this? She turned to Draco. And they'll want to meet you and your mother. How do we do that? They can't come to Hogwarts or Hogsmeade, and it's dangerous for you and your mother to go into Muggle public while Voldemort and your aunt are out there. Even Diagon is risky. She flopped back into her seat next to Draco, brow furrowed in thought, mind already picking apart options and ideas. I'm not sure, but we don't do anything until you have spoken to them. Draco took her hand in his. And this is much more important than Voldemort, Death Eaters and crazy aunts. Of course both Mother and I will go into the Muggle world to meet your parents. Snape cleared his throat even as he got up to start rearranging a few things on a shelf. That may not be particularly necessary. Hermione looked at him, stopped before she could pussy Draco's cheek for being a darling. Sir, I have a home in Spinner's End. Though it sits in a Muggle neighborhood, it is, for all intents and purposes, a wizarding house. It is heavily warded, connected to only Hogwarts by flow, and is the second most secure residence of its kind in England. You can arrange for the meeting to take place there. Hermione's mouth dropped open and she stared at Snape's back as he continued to busily arrange potion ingredients that were already perfectly organized. Had Professor Snape truly just offered to let his home play host to her parents' meeting the Malfoys? Thank you very much, Severus, this means a lot. Draco squeezed Hermione's hand. He was truly grateful to his godfather. Harry was impressed too and had to stop himself from throwing himself at the potion's master right there. Suddenly something dawned on Draco and his already ivory skin paled. Oh Merlin, I'm going to marry a Weasley. Ron looked extremely triumphant. Hermione's lips twitched at the horror in that statement. Apparently so. She leaned back in her seat. Funny, I always wanted an older brother, now I'll have 4. Ron, you don't count because I'm older than you by a few months, and I'm not claiming Percy until he pulls his head out of his. She cleared her throat delicately. Well, you know. Well, since Perk is nothing but a gigantic ass, there's not much he can pull his head out of. I wouldn't hold my breath if I were you. Ron's grin slipped away when he thought of his idiot brother. During the holidays he had heard his mother cry about the fact that Percy had sent all his gifts back unopened. The girl gave him a gentle look, understanding where the smile had gone. If you like, I can hex him into a tortoise. Molly can keep him in the backyard. I'll keep that in mind. Maybe we could present him to Mum with a ribbon around his shell for her birthday. He smiled at her. Let's just work of getting you into the fold first. Draco groaned. Hermione poked him in the side. Quit that. Better to have me as a Weasley than not at all. Yes, it's definitely the better choice. I will never wear the jumper though. Draco said. Don't worry. Mum only knits for people she actually likes. I think you're safe. Ron replied. Stop it, both of you. Harry fought to hide his grin. Ron, gloating like that is not an attractive quality. And Malfoy, be grateful. Hermione gave him a nod. Thank you, Harry. Snape shelved a book. In any case, if Draco does end up getting one of the Weasley sweaters, he will find himself wearing it. Molly has a way of exerting that sort of control. Draco didn't say anything more. He knew when he was beaten. And he wasn't really upset, not truly. If the Weasleys would help him get his happily ever after, then he would be eternally grateful. Hermione stood up. I need to go write my parents. She pointed at Ron. You will write Molly. She leaned down to bus a pussy on Draco's cheek. And you do go tell your mother please. She marched up to where Professor Snape stood. Sir. He turned. Dark brow lifted in question and found himself gawking at her when she gave him a short, hard hug. Thank you so very much. Every male in the room watched her clip out of the room with reactions varying from Snape's utter shock to a form of mild terror-spiced adoration. After the silence had stretched out for quite some time, Draco cleared his throat. Right, so Weasley, we should probably go and do as we're told. I'll find Mother and you'll write Molly. Ron nodded and the two boys practically fled the room, leaving Harry to grin happily at his loved one. So you're running around getting hugs from women now. Should I be worried? The older man sniffed and moved to lean on the podium at the front of the CL Pussy room. Hardly. I have done my good deed for the year. Now I am free to be as foul-tempered and evil-natured as I like. Harry walked over and leaned closer to Snape, breathing against his neck. Lucky me then. I like foul-tempered and evil-natured. I like it a lot. Severus tilted his head just a bit, allowing Harry better access, despite the high collar of his robes. One long hand fell to the youth's waist, its owner smiling at the fact that it was finally a proper waist and not far too slender for his significant other's age and activity level. Good, because this particular foul-tempered, evil-natured bastard has no intentions of letting you get away from him. And I have no will to get away. He swirled his tongue in the hollow behind Snape's ear. Harry leaned his hands on the podium behind Snape, pressing himself even closer to the other. He loved every moment he could steal with Severus. Well as were in accord, Snape turned in a handy little twist and had their positions reversed, Harry up against the podium and himself pressing against the younger brunette. He slid his hands along Harry's sides, nipping underneath the outer robe to map out the contours of lean t-shirt-clad muscle. He slipped his thigh in between Harry's and pressed up softly. Harry's head fell back and he rocked against Severus with a soft pussy. I do like that, being in accord is very nice indeed. Harry fisted his hands in Snape's robes until he could capture the other's lips. An approving growl came from Snape as he let Harry claim his mouth. He was more than happy to let his younger lover take initiative, as a matter of fact he relished it. His hands slipped down to cup Harry's pussy as their tongues tangled together and they forgot precisely where they were. Harry had just hiked his right leg up to wrap around Snape's waist and pussied loudly into his mouth when there was an eep behind them and the sound of books hitting the floor. Snape's head shot up and he looked over his shoulder at the third year who was standing gape-mouthed staring at them. Just that fast the evil potions professor made himself known as he snarled at the student. Get out. The student looked wildly from Snape to Harry and back again before turning on his heel and sprinting out of the room, leaving the dropped books behind on the floor. Harry buried his burning face in the crook of Severus' neck. He wasn't emberpussied at having been caught with Snape, but being caught practically dry-humping said man was a little daunting. We've scarred that poor soul for life. The older man's hands moved to much more kosher territory and pressed a pussy to Harry's head. I somehow doubt that. You'd be surprised what I find some first years getting up to in the corridors. And neither Slytherin nor Gryffindor has the most offenders. First years. They're 12 for Merlin's sake. Harry looked shocked as he took a small step away to straighten his robes. I bet it's Hufflepuff that are the fiends, the calmest water and all that. Harry was aware that he was babbling, but it was getting more difficult to stop each time. He was a healthy teenage boy and he was very attracted to his lover. However, did you guess? Snape only had to make a couple of simple tugs on his robes and his prominent problem caused by the impromptu make-out session was successfully concealed. I believe it is a Muggle saying, it is always the quiet ones, that best sums it up. Harry shuddered at the thought of tiny yellow puffs getting it on, but at least it helped to cool down his blood. Well, I should probably let you get back to work. I have divination next and we can't let Professor Trelawney miss out on a chance to prophesize my gruesome and untimely death now, can we? He grinned crookedly. It would ruin her day, no matter how wrong she repeatedly is. Snape let his gaze trace Harry's features. Do try not to get yourself into any life-threatening situations before dinner. I'll try to be good and you better not get yourself kidnapped either. Harry walked up and pussied Snape quickly and then walked towards the door. I'll see you later. He waved and slipped out of the CL Pussy room. Snape had to wipe the smile from his face before another little twit came in and saw him as less than the terrifying potions master that they all feared. Draco walked down the winding corridor towards the Great Hall and dinner when he was suddenly grabbed and pulled into a dark, empty pussy room. Flailing for his wand, Draco's mind was filled with Death Eaters and his aunt. Chuckling reached his ears and Draco stilled. He recognized those voices. "Oh, look at him, Gred. Such a cute addition to the family, don't you think?" I really think so, Forge. There has been a distinct lack of blonde little rodents in the Weasley clan." "What's this?" Draco pulled his robes out of the twins' grip. "We'll miss dinner. This is just a little bit of a little bit on an initiation. We're going to be brothers soon, Drakelling. What sort of people would we be if we didn't welcome you into the family?" Draco paled. Fred exchanged a grin with his brother. "Plus, what kind of brothers would we be if we didn't offer just a tiny bit of a warning in regards to our darling, clever new little sister?" He pulled out some sort of hat, and then smiled at Draco. "See, we know you love Hermione, but it's our duty to make sure you know just some of what you'd face if you ever did get stupid enough to hurt her. Here now, put this on, little brother, and be a good boy." George's grin was almost feral as he pressed the hat onto Draco's blonde hair with the help of his brother. "No, stop it, what are you doing?" Draco felt a tingling sensation go through him and he was suddenly very, very worried. "What do you think, Forge? Almost an improvement according to me." George tilted his head as he looked at Draco. Fred slung his arm around his brother's shoulders. "Yup, Gred, loads better. Why, Charlie would think it's the best, wouldn't he?" He grinned at Draco. "Just remember, little dragon, Weasleys get mad and Evan. He gestured at himself and George, would mostly just turn you into our personal guinea pig. Charlie, Bill and Ron, however, well, can you say skinned, hexed, and buried alive?" Draco looked down at his scaly hands and felt a heavy dragon's tail flail behind him. He nodded vigorously. He did not want to get on their bad side if this was simple teasing. "I would never want to hurt her, she's my everything." "As it should be," George answered. "You'll be fine as long as you remember that." He clapped Draco harshly on the shoulder. Fred reached out and tweaked the long trailing whisker-like appendage that Draco had sprouted. "Welcome to the family, Draco." He then turned to his brother. "Now come, Gred. Dinner is calling our names. Let's go then, Forge, I'm famished." The redhead grinned wickedly, slung his arm around his twin and started for the door. "Oh, and we'll see you down there, no way out of it." The smile was pleasant but the voice cold as George addressed Draco. The Weasley twins left the room and Draco cursed under his breath, trying his best to remove the damned hat but to no avail. Maybe it was better to just take it. If he did this, he showed that he was prepared to make a fool of himself for Hermione's sake. He ran his fingers over an antler-shaped horn and sighed deeply before he grit his teeth and walked down to the Great Hall. Neville was taking a sip of his pumpkin juice while listening to Ron describe Draco's reaction to the fact that Hermione would be a Weasley through adoption when he spotted a scaled, tailed, horned, whiskered, good God, was that Malfoy. His pumpkin juice spewed out all over Ron in his utter shock. "Is that Draco?" Ron's eyes widened as he watched the Malfoy's journey towards the Slytherin table. Then his face turned redder than his hair and he broke out in mad laughter. He laughed so hard tears were streaming from his face. "It is. Oh, this is brilliant, more than. Colin, where's your camera? This needs to be preserved forever." Draco squared his shoulders and sunk down in his spot between Blaze and Pansy. "Not a bloody word." He hissed at them and filled his plate with supper, keeping his gaze firmly fixed on the table. Pansy had to cover her mouth to keep from laughing just as loudly as her boyfriend was. "I had been momentarily struck dumb by the sight of you with a tail, but..." She couldn't keep the giggle completely restrained and that triggered Blaze into a small fit of snickers. It slowly gathered force until the entire Great Hall, minus a few notable exceptions, was laughing at the now silvery scale-covered dragon-esque Malfoy. Snape was not laughing though. If you looked closely you could see his cheeks mottling with the effort to contain himself, and he noticed that Harry seemed just too dumbstruck to laugh as well. McGonagall too was apparently restraining herself from laughing at the poor teen and Luna was seen ducking her head to avoid looking at Malfoy. Hermione was the only one in the entire hall who seemed not in the least bit amused by the sight of her now half-dragon boyfriend. As a matter of fact, she turned to blazingly irritated eyes on Fred and George that promised retribution on her fiancé's behalf. The she stood up, somehow managing to whack Ron on the back of the head from clear across the table, and marched over to sit next to her boyfriend at the Slytherin table. A sharp, baleful gaze roamed up and down said table, daring them to continue laughing, that soon swiftly put an end to it. Blaise moved further to the side, letting Hermione have more room beside Draco. He watched the silent support she offered with something aching to jealousy. Maybe he should find a Gryffindor of his own. They certainly seemed loyal and feisty enough if his friend's choices were anything to go by. "Thank you for coming over." Draco's voice was very soft and he still didn't look up from the table. He felt emberpussied that Hermione had to see him looking like this, and he had already started a mental toll of the people that had laughed the loudest. He hadn't mellowed completely, he was still Slytherin enough to want revenge. He did appreciate Hermione's support though, even if he didn't completely know how to show it. "You don't have to thank me. Besides, you'd do the same if I was being emberpussied by the entire Great Hall, that or you'd just hex a few outright." She took a bite of chicken before poking at the hat, her eyes narrowing further when it didn't so much as budge. "Oh, they're dead." She paused speculatively before smiling just a bit evilly, or maybe not. She cast her gaze back to the Gryffindor table, giving Fred and George a sweetly innocent smile before waving. Neville grimaced and looked at the twins. "Fair warning, I'd run and hide now if I were you." George gulped and hurried to shovel in the last of the mashed potatoes on his plate. "I think you're right, Neville." He turned to Fred. "I sort of regret giving away the map now. If we had it, we could at least hide and avoid her because we would see her coming." Fred made to hastily swallow his pudding and pat his brother on the back. True, but Harry needed it more. It was nobler to let him experience the joys of Hogsmeade than to keep it to ourselves. Right now though, I'm thinking that discretion is most definitely the better part of valor. George slung his leg over the bench at the long table and got ready to flee. "If you're not done soon, I'm leaving you behind." Brotherly loyalty only goes so far when it comes to the wrath of a woman. He cast another look at Hermione and shuddered at the look she had in her eyes. "Let's get going while we still have our parts intact." The other twin looked longingly at his pudding for a moment. Before shrugging, "They could always raid the kitchens later." "Agreed, Gred." He hopped up. "Shall we?" Hermione watched the two miscreants flee with a sly, decidedly vulpine look on her face. "It's almost nice to know that they're more scared of me than Ginny, and I've yet to hex them." "I'm not surprised in the least about that. You are much more formidable than the she-wees. Ginevra. Even those two cretins have some small amount of intelligence, so of course they are scared of you." Even as a half-dragon, Draco retained his haughty tone. She took a sip of pumpkin juice. "I am only going to say this once, and only because I'm surrounded by Slytherins who won't bother to share it unless it will profit them in some way, but the twins are actually rather brilliant. It takes more than half-mad ideas to create their products, and if they weren't so focused on opening their joke shop, then they'd have some of the highest scores in their year. But don't tell them I said that. It will go to their already sizable heads." She sighed. "Even if I didn't plan to hex all their pants, I'd still have to hunt them down for the counter to the sticking charm they put on that hat, as I don't think I can figure it out." Draco drooped at those news. He really wanted to return to his normal self. If he had to, he could live with the scales and whiskers, but the tail was a bloody nuisance, especially when sitting down. "I don't particularly care how brilliant they are right now, they're still cretins." He poked around his peas listlessly. She laughed and leaned into Pussy his scaly cheek. "Absolutely. Want to help me hex every last article of clothing they own to feel like they're full of nettle powder." Draco's eyes narrowed speculatively and he sported a Fangee smile. "Oh, I would very much like to help with that. A Malfoy doesn't take any shite without getting even and then some." He almost chuckled darkly at the thought of making the twins as miserable as he was, being stuck with their ridiculous hat on his head. "That's my dragon." She beamed and continued to eat, not even noticing the way that even the most vocal pureblood supremacy advocates at Slytherin table looked at her with respect. Severus walked with Harry to the astronomy tower so they could ask Dumbledore about using Gryffindor's sword to destroy the locket. With everything that had happened, it had ended up being put off longer than either of them had wanted. Problem was, the headmaster hadn't even been in his office all day, and whenever Harry checked the Marauder's map, he was always in the astronomy tower. "Must we go up? He has to come down for dinner or some such thing eventually." Snape did not like heights. He could use a broom for travel if pressed, but it was far from his preferred mode of transportation. He much preferred keeping his feet solidly on the ground. I think we'd better go up. I can go by myself if you want to. Harry scratched his scalp. The headmaster hasn't come down for breakfast or lunch. I wonder what he's doing up there that's taking so long. Harry was baffled, although Dumbledore had acted somewhat strange lately and he always seemed very distracted. We shouldn't put off destroying the locket any longer. No, you're right. It's past time it should be destroyed. As for the other, I gave up understanding Albus' motives and actions long ago. Snape sighed as they began the climb up to the tower. I do wonder though, why he's been so odd lately. It's highly unlike him. Harry nodded as he followed Snape up all the stairs that led to the tower. When they got closer they heard the muffled sounds of voices. Harry raised an eyebrow and checked the map. I wonder who he's talking to. According to the map he's up there alone. Something uneasy slid up Snape's spine and he murmured softly, I don't know. Something's strange here and I'm not sure I like it. They walked up the last set of stairs and opened the door to the top of the tower. Dumbledore was standing by the faraway edge, gesturing with his arms and talking to thin air. You're right, Gel, of course you're right. I should have listened to you back then. It couldn't be helped. Harry exchanged a look with Snape and took a tentative step forward. Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore whipped around, his eyes large and pussy. Ah, James, how good it is to see you, dear boy, it has been far too long. The professor walked across the tower to envelop Harry in a harsh hug. How's Lily? Have you decided on a place to settle down yet? Harry didn't know what to do. He looked to Snape for help. A chill went through Severus, who reached out to catch Dumbledore's arm, pulling him away from Harry protectively. The eyes of the, never completely linear, man made him uneasy. There was no twinkle nor any real hint of sanity within them, and it created an uncanny valley reaction in Snape to get the danger away from his lover. Albus, what are you going on about? This is Harry, James and Lily's son. The headmaster practically hissed and pulled away from Snape's grin, grabbing Harry again by the cloth of his robes and started to pull the brunette away from Snape. Traitor. The old man pulled his wand. This one can't be trusted, James, he will betray you. If you're not careful, you and sweet Lily won't make it. The traitor needs to be stopped. Snape stilled, the wand pointed in his direction, a clear and present threat that he had to keep watch on before he could get Harry away from the headmaster, who had obviously finally toppled over whatever edge was in his mind. He held his hands up in clear view so as not to agitate the old man. Albus, look at him. He is not James. James does not have green eyes nor that scar on his brow. Don't you remember Harry, Albus? Harry. For a second it seemed as if there was a glimmer of clarity in Dumbledore's eyes, but then he shook his head. Gellert, make them stop. I don't like being confused like this. Professor, please let me go. Put down your wand. This is Snape. He's your friend, your greatest ally. I'm not my dad. I'm just Harry. Please, Professor, remember. Stop this foolishness, James. I would never be friends with a traitor and murderer. Dumbledore strengthened his grip on Harry. I need to take care of the traitor now. He needs to be stopped for the greater good. The insane man raised his wand to deliver the final curse, the most forbidden one. Severus stiffened, his eyes connecting with Harry's. He glanced sharply over to the side, silently pleading for Harry to get away from the headmaster. If he was to die here, then he wanted Harry safe, not within the grasp of a man who'd clearly lost all sense. He snapped at the old wizard, a distraction, nothing more. Albus, stop this. Lily and James have been dead for 16 years. Lies. All lies. They're not dead, and I'm going to stop you right now so that the horrible things you speak of never will come to PPUSSY. Dumbledore was shouting now. Harry was panicking. He struggled and pulled on his robes before he finally just slipped out of them, running towards Snape in his shirt. Dumbledore had snapped completely, but there was no way that Harry was going to let him hurt Snape. James, get back here where I can protect you. The traitor needs to die. You must understand that. Albus sounded pleading. Feline eyes widened in alarm. Minerva had followed Snape and Harry up to the tower in her animagus form to try and coax the headmaster down from the tower. She had no idea that this was what would greet her. Something had happened to make Dumbledore completely lose touch with reality. She watched as Dumbledore raised his wand again to cast the killing curse at Snape, and she struggled to get a hold of her emotions, to focus enough to be able to shift back to human form. Harry couldn't breathe. He felt his heart beat a million beats per minute and he was shivering, but he couldn't let this happen. He couldn't. When Dumbledore raised his arm again, Harry raised his own wand and screamed out, "Expelliarmus!" Somehow the charm was too strong. Harry had charged it too much. Dumbledore's wand flew out of his hand and the man himself was pushed back by the force of the spell until he took a step out in thin air and tumbled over the edge. Harry watched in horror as Dumbledore slipped over the edge and he sunk down to his knees just as Minerva came running, her heels clicking madly against the stone floor. Severus was immediately by Harry's side, wrapping his arms around the youth even as he watched Minerva look out over the edge of the tower, obviously hoping the headmaster had caught on some pad or some such thing. When she turned, eyes still wide and somewhat horrified, he knew that such wasn't the case. He stiffened jaw and spoke firmly, knowing that shock would be the reaction of both the others in the room. "Minerva, block access to the tower and cast a ward around the headmaster's body, then call Moody and Tonks. No one but them. They will do what must be done, but they will ensure that it is kept out of the media. Go now." McGonagall nodded and hurried down the steps to do as Snape had told. She still couldn't believe what had happened. It seemed like a bad dream. What could ever have possessed Albus, a man she had known and admired all her life, to act like that? Harry was still kneeling, staring out into the air with unseeing eyes. "I killed him. I killed Albus Dumbledore, the only man Voldemort was afraid of. I'm worse than Voldemort. I'm a murderer." Snape turned Harry's face to his harshly with a hand on his chin. "No, you are not. You had no idea the Expelliarmus would be that strong. You had no intentions to kill anyone. Don't you ever say you're anything like that monster again, do you understand me? Look at me," he snapped when Harry's eyes remained GL pussy and turned towards the spot where Dumbledore had last been seen. "You are not a murderer, Harry, and I want to hear you say that. I want you to understand that. I'm going to be sick." Harry pulled himself out of Snape's arms to run to the opposite side from where Dumbledore had fallen to empty his stomach. He'd heard what Snape said, but he couldn't believe him. The Dursleys had been right after all. He was rotten all the way through, and now he had proved it by killing one of the greatest men the wizarding world had ever known. Severus waited until Harry had finished retching before pulling him back into his arms. His tone was low and soft as he spoke into Harry's ear. "Harry, answer me something. If you hadn't cast the Expelliarmus, what would have happened? Why, you would have died. He would have cast Avada Kedavra at you." "I didn't want to kill him though. I swear that I didn't mean to." Harry buried his face in Snape's robes, trying his best to blink away the hot tears that threatened to fall. Snape's hand carded through Harry's hair gently. "Shish, I know, pet. It was just an Expelliarmus. No one could have guessed what would happen. Harry, if it hadn't been Dumbledore, if it had been Voldemort, or Bellatrix, or even a random stranger, would you still think like this?" The older man knew the answer, but he wanted Harry to come to the conclusion himself. Harry shook his head but didn't remove his face from its hiding place. Logically he knew that he hadn't done anything wrong, that he had done his best to defend the one he loved, but that didn't help with how he felt. He felt carved out and hollow. He felt like the worst person in the world at the moment. Hesitantly his arms came up to wrap around Snape's waist. He felt that he really didn't have any right to touch Severus anymore after what he had done. Severus barely restrained himself from hissing in frustration. He couldn't leave the tower with Harry to do what he needed to break his love out of this. They had to wait for an investigation to commence and be done with. He'd hex Mad Eye into the next century himself if the man had decided to fly by broom and go about his insane usual backtracking to throw off pursuers instead of apparating into Hogsmeade and taking the Thestrals here. Just then he heard the familiar step thump coming up the stairs, and he looked up as the Auror came into sight, his roving eye already having noticed Snape and Harry curled up. The grizzled man looked at them, nodded once, then spoke gruffly. "Tonks is better warding on the ground. Shacklebolt and a few others are pulling together for an immediate autopsy, and an emergency session of the Wizengamot is being put together right now. Snape, Mr. Potter, you'll both need to come with me. We'll flow to my office in the Auror department so I can ask the questions I have to." Harry nodded numbly. He half expected to be carted off to Azkaban and locked away without a trial. He untangled his arms from Snape's waist but took a hold of the other's hand instead. He knew that he would break down completely if he was removed from Snape. The fact that he was holding it together by a thread was only due to Severus' calming presence. I suppose you'll need this. He held out his wand to the seasoned Auror. The Auror took it solemnly. For now. It'll be returned to you after this is over with. That simple statement made it clear precisely where Moody already stood in personal opinion on this. Now it was only a matter of doing his job. Snape sat beside Harry as both a co-defendant and legal representation as the Wizengamot debated and murmured and discussed the death of their former chief warlock and its ultimate cause. Due to a silencing charm, neither he nor Harry could hear what they said as they discussed the evidence that had been presented. They'd taken pensive memories and veritaserum statements from himself, Harry, and Minerva. The coroner had presented a surprising evidence of mental disease that had been found in the jellied remains of the headmaster's Pussian, as well as traces of an illegal dream potion meant to bury the user in dreams of their deepest desires that had been found in Albus' system. A warden from a German prison had come forward and given a statement about having earlier that day informed Albus Dumbledore of the death of one Gellert Grindelwald at the hands of Voldemort. The warden had mentioned that it had seemed to hit the headmaster hard and that every summer Dumbledore had been a constant visitor to Grindelwald. The reasons why were unknown, but plenty had been implied. More than enough to have Snape realize what had sent Albus over the edge in his sanity. Now it was a waiting game to see what the Wizengamot would decide. Harry sat stiffly next to Snape. He was pale and he had lost weight again. The trial had quickly turned into a media circus, and the part of the Ministry with Umbridge in the lead that wasn't too fond of Harry had jumped at the opportunity to paint him out as a cold-hearted calculating killer. It was funny that despite the fact the trial was supposed to be behind closed doors, plenty of it leaked out to the papers, and even more that wasn't true in the slightest. It was tough waiting for the verdict. Things had been so crazy, and during the time the trial went on he hadn't been allowed to see Severus except for when they were in court. It was starting to get to Harry, and now he just longed for it all to be over, no matter the outcome. Amelia Bones stood up, presiding over everything as acting chief witch and lowering the silencing spell. We, the members of the Wizengamot, have come to a conclusion in the case of Albus Dumbledore's death. After going over the evidence, we have come to the only conclusion we could honestly and truthfully reach. Headmaster Dumbledore was mentally compromised due to emotional turmoil and a badly brewed, illegal potion, and became trapped in past memories. Due to this he attempted to kill an innocent man. Severus Snape and Harry Potter acted in defense of Mr. Snape using a non-lethal spell. The death of Albus Dumbledore is ruled, officially, as an accidental death. Harry Potter and Severus Snape are free to go, as the secret proceedings of this trial have already been made public due to the indiscretion of some of our members. She pinned those responsible with a steely gaze. The media will be informed of all details of this trial as well as the investigation and trial that will proceed afterwards. In regards to the breaking of the secrecy clause, all Wizengamot members are required to agree to at their entry into this noble body. As we have spoken, so mote it be. The members in the room all echoed her final phrase, and the Wizengamot were dismissed. Severus stood up and held his hand out to Harry. Let's go. Harry took the offered hand gratefully. Yes please, let's get out of here. I can't breathe in this place. Severus' hand was warm and comforting, and Harry could almost feel strength pussy from the other man into him. Merlin knew he could use a bit of extra strength right about now. Severus walked with Harry out of the chamber and paused in the hallway when Moody stepped before them. The old grizzled Auror held Harry's wand out to him. I told you I'd be giving this back to you. Thank you. Harry accepted the wand and looked at the gleaming piece of wood as if he had never seen it before. Thank you for taking care of it for me. Moody nodded and put his hand on Harry's shoulder. We, all of us in the Order, had faith in you, lad. You did what had to be done. Nothing more. He looked at Snape and let a clear message of, take care of him, pussy from his eye before he stumped away. Snape led Harry through the corridor until they got past the anti-apparition wards, then he sidelonged his mate to his Spinner's End home. Is this your home? Harry looked around the small cottage-styled house. It's nice, very much you. He still clung to Snape's hand, reluctant to let go, not knowing what would happen if he did. Yes, this is my home. Severus drew Harry closer, pulling him into his arms as he had not been able to do for far too long. Harry sighed and leaned into Snape's emphases, wrapping his own arms around Severus in return, holding on as tightly as he could. I've missed you so much. The older man's arms tightened and he pressed a desperately tender pussy to Harry's brow. I've missed you just as much. No more. I am not letting you out of my sight for the next month. A tiny but genuine smile lit up Harry's features and he rested his head on Snape's shoulder. I like the sound of that. I'm not really willing to let you out of my sight or touching range either. There's still a month of CL pussies left, but Minerva, Phileas and the others will simply have to put up with a hovering dungeon bat in their CL pussy rooms. He stroked a hand down Harry's back. Mine, always, forever mine. I am yours, body, soul and everything in between. Just as you are mine. I'm staking my claim, Severus Snape. There's no way that you'll ever get rid of me now. Harry held on tightly. The fact that Snape was still here, that he still wanted him, did more for Harry than any court decision could. Severus slipped his hand under Harry's chin and tilted it up so he could look into the vipescent green eyes he'd come to adore. No going back, pet. From here on out we belong to each other, no matter what. He leaned down the scant few inches to cover Harry's mouth with his in a soft, possessively tender pussy. No going back, Harry agreed, breathing the words against Severus' lips as he moved his hands to wind them around the other man's neck. He tilted his head up to meet those tempting lips again and he did his best to deepen the pussy. The older man opened his mouth and let his tongue out to play with Harry's, his hand sliding around to cup the back of the younger brunette's head and his other hand resting at the base of Harry's spine. He explored Harry's mouth lazily, taking note of the most sensitive places that brought out the best reactions, then coaxed the younger man's tongue into his mouth, pussying on the slick muscle. Harry pussied into the pussy. Everything inside him went white hot at Severus' touch and he couldn't get enough. His hands moved restlessly on Severus' neck and shoulders before he brought them forward to begin fiddling with the tiny buttons on Snape's robes. Too many bloody buttons. How will I ever get you pussed this way? Harry growled into Severus' mouth and continued unbuttoning the robes at a frustratingly slow pace. The older man chuckled and began pussying along Harry's jaw, murmuring a soft spell that had their robes off, leaving only trousers and the white linen dress shirts behind. So impatient, pet. We have all day. He nibbled lightly at the spot just under Harry's ear. And I'd rather have you in my bed than my living room for this useful spell. You have to teach that one to me sometime. Harry tried to smirk but his breath hitched as Snape did something positively wicked with his tongue. As long as you'll actually have me this time, I don't really care where it happens. Harry tilted his head to give Severus better access, his hands running over the soft white shirt to sneak their way underneath and touch Severus' silky skin. A bed could be nice though, I agree with that. Snape made a soft sound of approval at Harry's touch and slid his own hands down to cup Harry's ass, then gripped the back of the younger man's thighs and lifted, urging him to wrap his legs around his waist. He supported his lover like that as he headed for the stairs, still licking, nipping, and pussying on Harry's neck with such dedication one could confuse him for a vampire. Nothing short of the apocalypse could stop this today, pet. I am going to have you in my bed first, then we'll see about the shower and any other surface that may strike our fancy. I like the way you think. Harry squeezed his legs around Severus' waist as they made their way towards the bedroom. His hands gripped Snape's shoulders and he ground his pussy into the other man's flat stomach. Severus growled and nipped more sharply at Harry's neck, his hands squeezing the firm lobes of the younger man's delectable pussy. He pushed the door to the room open with his foot and made directly for the bed, wasting no time in laying Harry down on it before his hands went to the task of divesting the youth of his shirt. His fingers worked the buttons free expertly until he could push the edges of the shirt away and reveal the delicious skin of his lovers. He licked a long line down Harry's throat, nipped at the collarbone, and scattered pussies over the pale expanse of flesh. His hands ghosted over ribs that had begun showing again. You haven't been taking care of yourself again. Whatever am I going to do with you, Harry? The words were soft, both teasing and tenderly serious. Harry wanted to argue that he was completely all right, he really did, but he knew that he would be lying. He wasn't okay, not yet, but he thought that with Severus' help he would be. Well, I think you should just keep on doing what you're doing. He wiggled underneath Severus, smiling up at the other. Your hands and mouth felt pretty damned brilliant. The older man tsked. Impudent pusset. The two words were filled with a wealth of affection rather than the hostility they'd once contained. He dipped his head again and brushed his mouth over one of Harry's dusky brown nipples, tracing his lips against it before taking it into his mouth and pussying softly. His hands explored any exposed skin they could get to and soon had Harry's shirt completely off. His fingers mapped out the younger man's arms, pausing to caress the scar from the horntail on the one and then the lines Pettigrew had cut into the other that same year. He knew there were worse scars on Harry's heart, mind, and psyche from that year and wished he could wash those away with a handy potion just as easily as he could prevent scarring with Dittany. But I'm your impudent pusset, all yours." Harry gasped out and arched up against Severus' mouth that sent such piercing pleasure straight through him. His hands clenched in the duvet before moving to Snape's hair and neck. He didn't seem able to stop touching the other. It was like Snape was a magnet and Harry was helplessly, impossibly drawn straight to him, and he didn't want it any other way. Harry was still in awe that Severus was his to touch and hold. "Now let's get your shirt off too. I want to feel you against me. Please." The potion's master didn't reply verbally, too preoccupied with playing with the hard little nub of flesh in his mouth, but he shifted and soon had his shirt shrugged off and tossed to some corner of the room. He lifted his head and claimed Harry's mouth, pressing down against his lover, giving him what he'd asked for. It was amazing, better than anything Harry had ever experienced in his life. Feeling Severus's warmth against him, feeling his heart beat intact with his own, and feeling Severus' tongue stroke and curl enticingly against his. Harry pussied low and long and spread his legs, allowing Snape to sink further into their cradle as he ran his hands up and down Snape's back, wanted to feel as much of the smooth skin as he could. Severus purred into Harry's mouth, nipped gently at his bottom lip, then shifted to brush his lips over his nose, cheeks, and chin. He took Harry's right hand and brought it up to his mouth, to pussy the word scars that had been carved into his hand because of Umbridge. Then he brushed his lips over the scar Pettigrew had inflicted. He moved to pussy the scar on the opposite bicep, then up to brush his lips over the lightning bolt on his forehead, wishing that just a simple pussy could free Harry from his burden. Another pussy was placed just over Harry's heart, where the worst scars resided. "My battered Merlin." He slid his cheek over the younger man's. "I wish I could take you away from all of this." Harry tangled his fingers in Snape's silky hair and pulled the other's head up so that he could look him in the eyes. "You do, Severus. Just being with you, no matter where we are, makes me feel free. You are my escape." He leaned up to pussy Snape. "We both have our scars and plenty of them, but you make me better, make me a better person, and I love you. I love you so much." Harry's hands were tender as they ran over Severus' back and shoulders, but they still held a hint of urgency as his want was not forgotten. The older man sank into the pussy briefly, one hand cupping Harry's cheek, before raising his head and finally managing to say the words in English rather than another language. "I love you, my Harry, my own. You give me reason to be more than I have been." He pussied the hollow of his lover's throat. Escape sounded like perfection at this moment, and as they couldn't literally escape their responsibilities permanently, they'd escape for a few sweet hours into each other. He pussied his way down Harry's body, pausing to nip at the ribs in slight chastisement, chuckling at the jump and giggle that revealed Harry was ticklish. His tongue dipped into Harry's navel, then swirled around and around it before slipping down, the coarse hairs of the youth's treasure trail prickling against it. He reached his lover's waistband and stroked his hands down, then up clothed thighs, his fingers going to the button and zipper to unfasten them as he nuzzled the tent in the trousers. His lips curved at the green cotton of Harry's boxers revealed in the V of the open trousers. He hooked his hands in the trousers and underwear and placed a pussy above them. "Lift up, pet." Harry looked down at Snape, his pupils blown so wide in need that his eyes looked almost as dark as his lover's, and he dug his heels into the mattress so that he could lift his hips so that Snape could pull his trousers and boxers off. He hissed when the soft cotton of his underwear caught on his pussy, and then his cock slapped up against his stomach as it was finally released. Harry was trembling, he couldn't help it. Severus made him want like he never had before. His hands moved from the bed to stroke over Snape's hair, then to rest on his own stomach, and then back to fist in the blankets. He didn't really know what to do with them or where to keep them. Severus placed a pussy on Harry's hip as he finished removing Harry's clothes. He looked at the flushed pussy, aware of his own straining behind his fly at the gorgeous sight his lover made, laid out before him. His hand stroked up the younger man's torso and he flicked his tongue out against Harry's scrotum, then up the hard shaft. His breath caught in his throat and Harry's entire body jumped in pleasure. He couldn't tear his eyes away from Severus' face, watching every detail hungrily. Oh Merlin, feels so good, so good. Again his hands moved to thread through Severus' hair. The dark velvet of the older man's eyes looked up at Harry's face as he wrapped his fingers around the hard shaft, then swept his tongue over the tip. You taste divine, pet. You don't mind if I just eat you up, do you? Without waiting for an answer he sank his mouth down over his lover's cock, humming around it, satisfaction filling him at the cry Harry made. Oh gods, he was melting from the inside out. Harry's fingers tightened in Snape's hair and he had to focus to stop from thrusting up into that amazingly tight, hot wetness. Nung, oh Severus. Harry wanted to say something flippantly, to tease back, but every word stuck in his throat. Snape fluttered his tongue on the underside of the shaft, then pulled his mouth off to say, I love the way you say my name, pet. Say it again. He took Harry's cock back in further this time, bobbing his head a few times before sinking his mouth down, the whole thing down to the root. He swallowed around the thick flesh just to hear the incoherent babble that broke from his lover's lips. He reached up to trace his fingers over the beautifully formed lips that were making such delicious sounds. Opening his mouth, Harry pussied those long, beautiful digits into his mouth, pussying on them just like Snape pussied on him. Groaning, pleading and mewling sounds rose from his throat and Harry couldn't have stopped them no matter how he tried. The things Severus was doing to him were too blindingly wonderful to hold anything in. A groan of his own came from the older man to vipusite against the cock he was feasting on so hungrily, and he could feel himself throbbing and leaking in his own trousers. He wordlessly spelled them off as the constriction was becoming just a bit painful, making a soft pussy in relief as he pulled his mouth off Harry's cock to tongue at the younger man's balls. He slid the hand not occupied by Harry's mouth over the edge of the bed, reaching below the mattress for the unbreakable bottle of oil he kept there as any red-blooded man with a drive and pussy and did. He pulled the cork out with his teeth, moved one of Harry's legs to D over his shoulder, and dribbled a thin stream of the oil over the pucker revealed. He took his fingers from Harry's mouth and brought them down, pussyaging the ring of muscle and spreading the oil over them. Harry's was heaving and he couldn't wait to feel Severus' fingers inside him. He was greedy to feel them there, to feel them stretching him and opening him up. You know, I've been using my own fingers, at night. Pretending it was you, touching me deep inside. Harry shifted and spread his legs even wider, showing his lover all that he was. A rough sound, somewhere between a growl and a groan, came from the older man and he nipped the inside of Harry's thigh. Minx. He slid a single oil-coated finger into his lover. Do you also touch yourself then? Do you stroke your own cock imagining it's my hand while also thinking of me filling you, taking you, making you mine? He thrust his finger in and out teasingly as he purred the words. Yes, oh pussy, yes. I imagine it's you pussying me riding you, everything you could ever think of, I've imagined it. There was a slight burn as Severus moved his finger, but it was nothing against the pleasure and joy that Harry felt. I've been wanting you for so long now. Harry's muscles strained as he kept his thighs spread wide open. Please Severus, more. Shish. The older man pressed a pussy to one tense thigh. I'll give you more, pet, I'll give you everything, but I won't hurt you in the process. Just a little patience. He pressed on the tight inner walls until they loosened and relaxed enough that he could slip a second finger in alongside the first. You keep me up at nights, do you know that? I spend hours thinking about how you taste, how you sound. Thinking about how it would be when I finally got you here, but nothing I imagined, no fantasy one created, holds up to the reality. He spread his fingers inside his lover, stretching him as he moved them in and out. Then we've both been awake, wanting and longing. So much time wasted. Harry's skin was turning slick and hot with perspiration and he arched his back completely off the bed with a strangled cry when Severus touched something deep inside him. He had managed to nudge his prostate with his own fingers at times, but it had felt nothing like this, nothing like being struck by lightning and turned inside out at the same time. So beautiful, pet. Someday I'm going to watch you as you pleasure yourself, and then, after you come the first time, I'll lick you clean and bring you up again. He carefully added a third finger and licked the tip of Harry's pussy to distract him from any possible discomfort as he twisted his wrist to corkscrew his fingers inside his lover. Just watching Harry and feeling his tight body gripping his fingers inflamed his arousal. He could hardly wait to push inside his lover, to feel Harry tight and hot around him. Enough. It's enough now. I promise I'm ready. Severus, please, I want to feel you inside. I want to feel you. Move. Harry stretched his arms towards Snape in a clear invitation. I want to make you feel as good as you make me. Please, please Severus, enough preparation. Just come here and pussy me into the mattress before I go insane. Harry's eyes flashes a brilliant green and he wiggled his hips in impatience. Severus didn't particularly wish to wait any longer himself, so took his fingers out of Harry and levered himself up, pouring oil over his pussy. He brought out his wand for a moment, meeting Harry's eyes with a wry smile. Contraceptive spell. He flicked his wand and murmured the incantation, then tossed the wand and the bottle of oil to join their clothes on the floor. He lowered his hips, lining his slicked cock up with his lover's hole, and bent to capture Harry's mouth in a sweet, slow, tender pussy as he pushed forward slowly. It stung, no question about it, but Harry had felt pain much worse than this. The knowledge that it was Severus, the man that he loved, that was entering him was a heady and wonderful thought. He lifted his hips and locked his ankles around Severus' waist. His arms did the same around his lover's neck and Harry pussied deeply into the pussy. The older man drank in the pussy as the heat and tightness of Harry's body took him in until he was seated to the base. He ran a hand over Harry's side and flank, stroking the leanly muscled thigh. He closed his eyes and sought the control to wait until Harry had adjusted before moving, but by Circe it was hard. He wanted to thrust in and out of the willing body under his until they both screamed out their release. He lifted his mouth from Harry's to pussy along his jaw. Okay. Harry nodded and willed himself to relax. Better than. He could feel Snape's balls resting flush against his pussies and his cock spreading him wider than anything had. Harry moved his hips, rocked against his lover experimentally and pussied when burst of pure white pleasure shot through him. Please, move. Severus shuddered just a bit as he pulled back and pushed in slowly. You feel so good around me, pet, so tight and hot. A perfect fit. He nibbled softly on Harry's ear and pussied on the lobe as he kept his thrusts shallow and slow. Harry pushed up against him and growled into his ear. And you're big and hot and pussying perfect, so just stop treating me as if I'm made of china and pussy me like you mean it. The older man growled back, be careful what you ask for, minx. He began thrusting harder and faster, his control slipping its leash now that he'd been granted leave to. He gripped Harry's hip roughly and pulled him into the thrusts. Move with me, show me you're not fragile, Harry. Yes, this was how it should be. Harry pussied and tossed his head back and forth on the pillow. He lifted his hips and met every thrust, eagerly moving and rocking with Severus movements. Oh, you like it when I'm demanding. Admit it. A heated groan was muffled against Harry's neck at the long drawn out S, and he nipped the skin before his mouth. I admit nothing, and don't hiss like that. You might not like the consequences. A snap of his hips punctuated the comment. Harry chuckled darkly even as his breath hitched at the forceful thrusts. My beautiful Severus Slytherin SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSY to the core. Slipping into Parseltongue was becoming easier and easier, and Harry really did like the effects it had on his lover. He unwrapped his legs from Severus' waist and dug his heels into the mattress for leverage as he used his entire body weight to flip them over. Harry sat up on top of Severus' hips and looked down at his lover, admiring how striking he looked, flushed with Usian and with his dark hair sprawled across the pillow. My, what am I going to do with you? Know that I've got you at my mercy. Harry started to move softly, riding Severus with long, smooth strokes. The older man smirked and gripped Harry's hips in his hands, yanking the youth down as he arched his hips up at a different angle, nudging his lover's sweet spot. Who's at whose mercy? Oh gods, yes. Harry tossed his head and arched his back, pussysing his hands on Severus' thighs. If you continue doing that, then I don't give a bloody pussy about who's at whose mercy. Severus made a hungry growl at the sibilant syllable and repeated his actions, pounding into the younger man riding him. Fire raced through his veins and tension coiled low in his belly with each thrust, and he could feel himself approaching orgasm. Touch yourself, pet. Stroke your pretty cock for me. Harry tipped his head forward again so that he could keep his hazy eyes on Severus as he pussied himself with one hand on Snape's thigh and brought the other to his weeping pussy. He stroked himself firmly and felt Severus fill him, it was almost more pleasure than he could handle. Heat pooled in Harry's stomach and spread throughout his body until even the tips of his fingers and toes were tingling with it. Harry moved his hand faster and ground down on Severus' cock, his movements jerky and frantic. "Oh gods! Oh Severus, I'm about to come." The older man rolled his hips on the next thrust and purred, "Come for me then, pet, let me see you go over." His eyes devoured the sight before him like the most decadent, sinful buffet. Harry's thighs trembled and his muscles strained as he worked himself towards completion. His hand was a blur on his own cock and he squeezed around Severus as his orgasm rolled through him like a giant wave. A keening wail and a broken version of Severus' name left his lips as he spilled hot seed over his hand and Snape's stomach. A pleased growl came from Severus as he raised and lowered Harry's hips a few more times before following the younger man, his orgasm sparking through him. Every nerve felt electrified and he arched up into Harry as he spilled himself into his lover. He reached up and pulled Harry down into a rough pussy, growling his pleasure and the younger man's name into his lover's mouth. Pussying back, Harry sunk down on top of Severus in a boneless, sated heap. He didn't think he'd ever been this relaxed in his life. Harry could feel Severus' heartbeat against his own and he could feel every breath the other took. They were still connected and Harry felt loved and safe. "Love you." Severus' hand stroked affectionately down Harry's back and he pressed a pussy to the younger man's temple. "I love you too, Harry." He reached over and grabbed the edge of the coverlet, pulling it up over the lean body atop his. "Rest, pet, we both need it." Snape felt himself smirking in absolute evil glee as the examiners came out from testing all the students in defense against the dark arts looking positively gobsmacked. He knew they'd all been highly skeptical of the fact that a student had helped teach defense this year and they'd voiced it, loudly. He got no small measure of satisfaction knowing that the entire school had not just PPUS'd their exams, they'd utterly shattered school records of high DADA scores. A very small bit of him wanted to stick his tongue out and go, "Na na 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 na," but he restrained himself as the examiners left and went to the headmistress' office. Instead he went in search of his lover, who he imagined was likely hanging round Hagrid's hut with his two canine parental figures. It was sunny and warm out and Harry had taken off his robes and rolled up the sleeves on his shirt as he sat in the GR pussy scratching Snuffles behind a black ear. There weren't many students out on the grounds but Remus still felt that it was safer for Sirius to remain in animagus form when they were out in the open. His protective streak grew steadily in time with Sirius' baby bump. Harry had just finished all of his exams and he was enjoying the sense of freedom, as short as it was. He looked up from the large dog and saw a tall black-clad figure walking towards them and his face split into a wide grin at the sight of his lover. "Hi, come join us," he called out and waved Snape towards them. Snuffles yawned and snugged his head more comfortably on Harry's lap as the dungeon bat came and sat just behind the 16-year-old. When Harry and Snape had returned after the trial he'd scented the change in their relationship and warned Snape about contraceptive measures again. That done he'd seen how much happier Harry was despite the impact from Dumbledore's death and so long as his pup was happy then so was he. But just let the bat make Harry cry and he'd have a grim on his pussy in a second. Snape looked down at the dog, eyebrow lifting in sarcastic amusement at the laziness while his gaze was measuring how well Sirius was filling out. He'd surprisingly grown almost fond of the wolf and Harry's dogfather in the time since the trial. Seeing Sirius have a minor breakdown in his lab in worry over the babe had helped that along. The medic in him appeased at the fact that the canine's ribs weren't showing, he nodded at Remus. "He's taking the nutrition potions every day, yes?" Remus nodded. "Oh yes, I haven't even had to remind him once." The werewolf's eyes shone with love for his mate and their unborn cub. "We felt it move yesterday." There was a note of pure pride in his voice. "Really? The baby moved?" Harry carded his fingers through black fur carefully. "I can't wait to be an uncle." He turned his head and placed a pussy on Snape's lips. "Exams finished." A smile flit around the professor's lips as he heard a soft rhythmic thump signaling that Sirius had started wagging his tail. Yes, the idiots looked like they'd been hit over the head with a troll club. He looked singularly pleased with this fact, prompting an amused snort from the dog in Harry's lap. He looked down at the animagus. "You do realize I saw you nearly bite the idiot who insulted Harry's abilities as a teacher, don't you, mutt?" Sirius raised his head and blew out a breath in Snape's direction. He'd seen the professor's hand twitch towards his wand while he'd nearly bitten the twit, so the man had no room to say anything. "My heroes," Harry said with a chuckle. "I hope that you both realize that I'm perfectly capable of defending myself." He leaned back against Snape and continued to pet Sirius. It had been difficult, returning to school after the trial and facing all the stares and whispers. The hardest thing to get over had been his own guilt, but his loved ones had helped him through it and he was finally starting to get back to his old self again. "Of course, but it's our job to get offended on your behalf." Snape stroked a hand down Harry's arm. He was happy to see the teen healing from the astronomy tower incident. He'd been worried for a while, especially just after the funeral and while reading when he'd been bequeathed a snitch from Dumbledore, but his lover had begun recovering as more and more of the students had come back around and seen how badly Harry was hurting over Dumbledore. Gryffindor and Slytherin surprisingly had both rallied immediately around Harry in an unwavering show of support. Padfoot lifted his snout and licked Harry's cheek. Harry was just as much his pup as the one growing in his belly, and he'd hated to see him so wounded. That was another reason he'd come to respect Snape. The potions master's constant affection and hovering over Harry had made him make a full 180 in his old opinion of the bat. As long as you know I can fight my own battles, you can be as offended on my behalf as you like." Harry continued to snuggle. He was happy, but a new problem was looming on the horizon, one he wasn't sure how he would address. The term was almost over and Harry had begun to worry where he would end up. He was still underaged and he guessed he was supposed to return to Privet Drive. The thought of having to spend another summer with the Dursleys kept him awake at night. Harry was determined not to let those dark thoughts ruin such a pleasant day. He smiled at Severus and reached into his trousers pocket, pulling out the old, battered snitch Dumbledore had left him. He placed it in his palm and watched how the tiny wings fluttered a little. Still something seemed to be off and the snitch couldn't make it in the air. Sirius hadn't yet gotten a good look at the snitch, so he nosed at it and caught an odd scent that made him whine curiously. "What is it, Siri?" Harry asked the large dog and fisted the snitch. "Hey Harry, do you mind if I look at that?" Remus asked softly. Harry shook his head and handed the snitch over. Remus looked at it closely as he turned it over in his hand. He too was smelling something that was not normal in a regular snitch. Snape lifted a brow at the werewolf. "What are you thinking? There's something off with this snitch. I was never much of a Quidditch player, but the balance is all wrong and there's a scent on it, a scent of something powerful." Remus shook the snitch harshly and was only mildly surprised when something rattled inside it. Harry raised a curious brow and took the snitch from Remus' hand, watching it intently. There was an almost invisible line running through it and Harry managed to get a fingernail in there, and after a little wiggling the snitch fell open like an egg, revealing an old ring with a cracked black stone. Snape looked closely at the ring, then his eyes widened. "Dear Merlin, the resurrection stone." Sirius' head whipped towards the ring so fast you could hear the wind from it. The resurrection stone. Harry picked the ring up from the shell of the snitch, watching the sunlight gleam on the cracked stone. "Didn't you say something about that ring being a Horcrux?" Snape nodded and took the ring from Harry, studying it. "Voldemort used it as one, yes, but I don't think the piece of his soul is in there anymore. I think Albus destroyed it. If he already destroyed the Horcrux, why on earth would Professor Dumbledore leave it to me hidden inside an old snitch?" Harry didn't understand it at all. Then again, the headmaster hadn't exactly been in his right mind during his last time. The potions master smirked. "To keep it out of Voldemort's hands. It's said that he who possesses all three hallows becomes the master of death. Can you think of anything he'd want more?" Harry shook his head. "No, that must be the most tempting thing ever for Voldemort. I do have another question though. What are the hallows?" "The Deathly Hallows are the three relics rumored to be able to command death when put together. You already own one, so I think Dumbledore knew the other would be safe with you too." Remus explained as best as he could. Already own one. Harry had no idea what he owned that could be such an important magical object. Remus nodded. "Your father's cloak." Snape handed the ring back to Harry. "The resurrection stone can bring the spirits of those the owner chooses back to our plane for a short time." A powerful object indeed. Harry could certainly understand the temptation of being able to bring back the spirits of anyone you chose to, even if it was only for a short time. He put the ring back in the snitch and closed it up before stuffing it into his pocket again. Tempting ability. And dangerous. I can see something like that becoming just as addictive as the mirror of her eyes. Severus slipped his arms around Harry's waist, proud of him for seeing the problem with the ring. The first man to use the ring killed himself when he couldn't bring his lover back in truth. It is a very dangerous artifact. Harry nodded. Let's just put it away somewhere and make sure that Voldemort doesn't get his scaly hands on it. Harry didn't feel completely comfortable carrying such an artifact on him. Agreed. Snape nodded. Speaking of dangerous artifacts, we have one to take care of before the summer. We do. Harry had managed to block out the locket for too long due to all that happened the last time they were going to destroy it, but he knew he couldn't ignore it any longer. I'll talk to Professor McGonagall about borrowing the sword after dinner tonight. No reason to put it off any longer. Remus patted Harry on his foot, which was as far as he could reach from where he was sitting. He saw that Harry had paled and guessed it was due to the memories of the last time. Everything will be okay, Harry. Harry nodded gratefully at the werewolf even though he wasn't sure he believed him. Sirius whined and nuzzled Harry's hand, adding his 2 cents in. Severus leaned close and murmured in Harry's ear. It will be okay, Harry. Never doubt that, pet. Hey, you're not having a meeting without us, are you? Severus looked over and smirked at the new Marauders and the Marauders' support as Luna, Pansy, and Ron had dubbed themselves. By all means join us. Draco spread his robes on the GR Pussy and invited Hermione to sit on them, causing Ron to quickly do the same so Pansy wouldn't have to sit on the GR Pussy either. Luna rolled her eyes and dug her bare toes into the green GR Pussy as she flopped down next to Neville. So what are we talking about? Ron looked around curiously. The discussion was about the Resurrection Stone, but we have since turned it to destroying a certain locket before summer arrives. Snape didn't remove his arms from around Harry's waist as the other teenagers had come to accept that he and Harry were together. Weasley's reaction the first time he'd seen them pussy had been amusing though. Neville sighed. I can't believe summer's nearly here. So much has happened, it's like the year has flown by. All the others nodded in agreement. It was difficult to imagine the people they had been just a year ago. Everything had been so different. Even with the bad things, I would not want to trade this year for anything. Harry said and leaned back against Snape, covering the older man's hands with his own. He couldn't imagine his life without Severus anymore. Hermione looked over at Draco with a smile on her face. None of us would, and if anyone tried to turn back time and change it, I'd hex them into oblivion. Pansy nodded. Too right. She leaned her head on Ron's shoulder. So what are the plans for summer, beside you two? She waved lazily at Draco and Hermione. Getting married. Not too much to do since you're holding off on the big wedding ceremony stuff until after graduation. Draco nodded. Pansy was right. Hermione and he would just have a small private ceremony this summer and then have their real wedding when school was over. We don't have any fixed plans yet, at least Mother and I don't. I'm almost afraid to make any plans. If this year has taught me anything, it is how fast plans can change. Ron said and leaned his chin on top of Pansy's head. Harry didn't say anything, still mulling his worries about having to go to the Dursleys in his head. Neville looked at him in concern. Harry. You, all right? Yeah, I'm fine, mate. Harry smiled at his friend and hoped that he was convincing. He had caused so much drama and problems already this year, and Harry did not want to be the cause of more. Besides, he really was fine. What was a summer at Privet Drive in the grand scheme of things? Absolutely none of the pussy-embled wizards and witches believed that statement, and Sirius even growled in disbelief. Snape squeezed Harry's waist. Don't lie to us. I'm not lying. Harry sighed at the disbelieving glares that were locked on him. All right. I just wonder where I'm supposed to spend the summer, that's all. No biggie. I'm still technically underage, so I suppose it's the Dursleys for me. Hermione grimaced at the very thought, but Snape interrupted her before she could say anything to try and make him feel better. No, it's not. You and I have a job to complete over the summer. He leaned in and whispered just below the hearing of the other students. I wasn't about to let you go back to their neglect in any case. Harry slumped back against Snape, not even trying to hide his relief. Thank you. He threaded his fingers together with Snape's feeling silly for making a fuss over something once again. If you weren't going with Professor Snape this summer, you would have been coming to the Burrow with us, no questions about it. Ron added. No bloody way any of us were going to let you spend another summer there. Neville nodded. If worst came to worst, McGonagall would have let you stay here. I heard from Gran that she's having a summer meeting with the Board of Governors to add a few CL pussies and adjust the curriculum of others. By contrast to Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were a little outdated. Gran said McGonagall made a proposal to allow students without proper wizarding homes to spend the summer living at Hogwarts. Really? That sounds brilliant. Harry smiled. I love Hogwarts, but some change is very much needed. I'm glad that Professor McGonagall is looking into it. Draco nodded. The times are changing even in the wizarding world, and the school needs to change with it. Listen to you guys. Taws to the core. Ron chuckled and ducked his head to avoid the fistful of GR pussy Draco hurled his way. Pansy poked her boyfriend in the side. They're right though. Change has been needed for a long time here. I mean, just look at everything that's gone wrong in the last 70 years. My great-grandmother's portrait told me that in her days the houses weren't nearly so divided. They had a healthy rivalry, but nothing like the outright hostility of now. Neville nodded. Gran told me that the term dark didn't used to be considered bad too. It was viewed as balance, not evil, but now dark has become synonymous with evil, and families whose magic leans naturally towards dark magic are shunned to the point they look for any escape. It makes them easy pickings for the evil wizards like Voldemort. House unity is needed. That's true, and so is unity between wizard-born and muggle-born, as well as more understanding for both sides. Harry agreed. I think more understanding is needed altogether. Remus added. Snape lifted a hand to run through Harry's hair. Minerva is starting the steps in that direction. You guide the minds of the youth and you guide the direction of the future. His gaze fell on Hermione and his lips twitched just a bit. And with so many new crusaders for equal rights for all, I believe things will change, for the better. Harry smiled too, especially when he saw Hermione's own lips twitch. Yes, I truly think that things are changing for the better. Just look at us, an odder group you'll have to search hard to find. You can say that again, odd but brilliant. Ron agreed with a wide grin of his own. Even Draco nodded. As weird as it was, all these ragtag people had become his friends. No more than, they had become family. A family he had chosen instead of been born into. The group had to give a collective laugh as Sirius made a bark of agreement before suddenly whining and bolting for the trees. Hermione looked at an amused Remus. Is he all right? He's just fine. The cub is pressing on his bladder. It happens in both his forms. He'll be back soon. Remus followed the dark shadow that was his mate with loving and watchful eyes. 3 times since I've been out here. Harry mouthed to his friends and held up 3 fingers. They all laughed again and let the subject turn to babies and happier things. Severus looked at Harry as they knocked on Minerva's office door. She'd not yet taken over what she considered Albus' office because she was still adjusting to the position of headmistress. Snape knew she'd move into the headmaster's office soon enough, likely over the summer, as she came to grips with Dumbledore being truly gone. One thing was certain, he'd never have to speak a candy pea pussy word to that bloody gargoyle ever again. Come in, come in. McGonagall called through the door, and Harry took a deep breath before he opened the door and stepped through together with Severus. He was happy and relieved that his lover had chosen to join him as he went to ask if they could borrow the sword. Mr. Potter and Professor Snape, what can I do for you? Minerva looked up from the seemingly endless amount of paperwork that littered her desk. Snape didn't seek to sit, though he knew Minerva wouldn't mind. Do you remember what I spoke to you earlier about? That Harry and I will be going to look for the remaining Horcruxes this summer. I remember, and you know that the offer to use any resources Hogwarts can help you with still stands. Minerva moved a wad of papers from one stack to another. Hogwarts is taking a clear stand against the evil that is spreading. Well, we've had one for a few weeks now, but things kept interrupting before we could speak to Albus about it. Harry and I feel that the Sword of Gryffindor is the best way to destroy this particular Horcrux. The Sword of Gryffindor. Minerva laced her thin, spindly fingers together in front of her chin. Of course I wouldn't mind you borrowing it to use it to destroy a Horcrux, but alas, it is no longer residing in the headmaster's office. Harry's stomach plummeted. What would they do if they couldn't get to the sword? He really did not want to chance Angui's safety. Severus frowned. What happened to it? I could have sworn I saw it earlier this year. Sadly, I don't know where the sword is at the moment. It disappeared shortly after Albus traveled to find the resurrection stone. She pursed her lips. I would suggest going to the headmaster's office and ask Albus, portrait. He always did like his secrets. Minerva's voice was filled with fondness as she thought of the man she had known. There was a lump in Harry's throat. What if the portrait wouldn't speak to him? It might resent Harry for killing Dumbledore. Snape placed a warm hand on the small of Harry's back. Have you changed the pea-pussy word, or is it still? He made a grimace of distaste. Cockroach cluster. It's still cockroach cluster. Minerva gave a sad smile. I haven't had the heart to change anything just yet. He nodded, a small, sharp pang slicing through him. He'd not yet really mourned the manipulative old bastard who'd become an odd sort of parental figure since his defection to the light, but there wasn't time for it now. Understandable. Do you wish to accompany us? No, go ahead, I have plenty of work left. She smiled and made a shooing motion with her hands. Best of luck to you, and if you find the sword, feel free to use it. Thank you, Professor, Harry said and bowed his head to his head of house. He still felt nervous about facing Dumbledore's portrait, but at the same time he wanted this over with and the Horcrux destroyed. Yes, thank you, Minerva. Severus stepped out of the room with Harry and they made their way to the headmaster's office. He sighed and drawled the pea-pussy word, making sure to put all his disgust with it in the words, and the stone beast leapt aside, letting them into the room. Harry was of half a mind to ask if he could stay downstairs while Snape spoke to the portrait, but he had never been a coward and he wouldn't start being one now. He followed his lover up the spiral staircase and entered the familiar office. Almost all of the previous heads of the school were sleeping in their frames, but, in the spot over his desk, Albus was wide awake and that damn twinkle was present even in the painted eyes. Snape walked forward with Harry. Albus, somehow I get the feeling you were waiting for us. Always was the clever one, Severus, almost too clever for your own good. The portrait beamed at them. And young Harry, clever too. I hope you're both all right. Yes, Professor, we're all right, thank you for asking. Harry replied softly. It was bittersweet talking to the portrait. Severus folded his arms across his. Yes, we're perfectly fine. The word was drawled sarcastically, after weeks of investigation and the trial. The astronomy tower, Albus. Of all places to finally lose your mind, you chose the astronomy tower. The sentence was irritable as he was still very upset over what Albus, death had put Harry through. The man in the portrait looked suitably chastised. It was not exactly something I had planned, Severus. No one is more ashamed of how I acted than I, and I'm deeply sorry for what you had to go through on account of it. I was not unduly inconvenienced, but what it put Harry through, his hand found the youths. I could have cheerfully done you in myself for that, Albus. Dumbledore bowed his head inside the frame. I do apologize and I wish it had ended differently. The portrait eyed their entwined hands. I am happy you have found each other. Treasure that and don't let it go no matter what. Love is precious. I don't intend to. Harry answered and squeezed Snape's hand. I'd offer myself up to Voldemort on a silver platter before I did that, Albus. Severus rubbed his thumb over Harry's knuckles. We did come for a purpose though, and it was not to take you to task. The sword of Gryffindor, we need to use it. Ah yes, I figured you would be on the lookout for it. Albus twinkled even more. I knew I was fading so I hid it. The Ministry have had their eyes on it for years, saying it belongs there, locked up instead of at Hogwarts. Boo, I say to that. It's a part of the school and should always be there for students in need. Harry had to chuckle at the grimace the portrait made as he spoke of the Ministry. It was just so utterly Dumbledore. Look behind me, Albus continued. Take care of it and bring it back once it had served its purpose. Severus lifted the portrait off the wall, smirking at the hole behind it and the sword nestled within. He angled his head towards it, indicating to Harry to get the sword. I suppose it would be too much to hope you might be aware of the location of the other two founders' relics. Even you have limits, Albus. Alas, I do not know where the cup or the diadem is. The portrait looked up at them from where it was leaned against the wall on the floor. Harry reached in and pulled the sword out from the narrow nook in the wall, its weight feeling kind of familiar even though he had only wielded it once. It's rumored that Voldemort entrusted the cup with his most dedicated servant, Bellatrix. Dumbledore continued. The potion's master almost twitched. Lovely. We can't bother hoping that she did what Lucius did and kept it anywhere but the most secure of places. I have to agree, None of the dark artifacts she was entrusted with were ever found when she was sent to Azkaban. Dumbledore nodded. I don't really fancy the idea of finding her to ask either, Harry said, and wrapped the sword in his robes since they would have to carry it down to Snape's quarters later and he didn't want any questions. Snape settled the portrait back over the hole. Perhaps Narcissa might have an idea. Bellatrix is mad and obsessively loyal to Voldemort, but she also always loved gossiping with her sister. In a very twisted way she does love her sister. Not enough to save her from Voldemort or enough to deliver the killing blow herself, but she does care, Dumbledore said, beaming at being back on his hook. That's a kind of love that I don't envy at all, Harry said. It was getting easier speaking to the portrait since it was clear that Dumbledore didn't hold any ill feelings. Severus reached out and ghosted his hand over Harry's shoulder. No, it's not. It always astounds and horrifies me how people can twist something like love. Harry nodded and stepped closer to his lover. He didn't understand it either. The really horrible things people could do and say it was in the name of love. You two should probably get going. It's getting late and you both are out after curfew. Albus chuckled at the two men. The potions master lifted a brow. I have not had a curfew for quite some time, Albus, but you are correct. We do need to get down to the dungeons and deal with the locket. I wish you luck, with all your endeavors. Come and visit me again if you have the time. Albus waved at them from the frame and Harry waved back. Come on then, let's go be heroes. Harry smiled a bit of a tense smile and reached for Severus' hand again. Snape took it and brought it to his mouth to brush a pussy over the knuckles as they walked out. Relax, pet. It will be fine. I hope so. Though the last time I destroyed a Horcrux Ginny almost died. I had to slay a basilisk, have said beast bite me, had to have fox heal me and have a book bleed poisonous ink as I stabbed it with a fang. Harry held on to Snape's hand as they made their way to the dungeons. That is only because you were taken by surprise. It will be fine this time. You not only are prepared for something unpleasant to happen, but you have backup. Snape opened the door to his quarters and nearly jumped back when Anguise fell from the doorway to curl around Harry's neck. Guardian, stop leaving me here with the fire bird. He disturbs my sleep. Disturbs your sleep? How, little one? Harry asked and stroked Anguise's head, looking over at Fawkes who was sitting on his perch. He is loud, always making bird sounds and wheezing. The Spussy tightened around Harry's neck slightly in irritation before loosening her coils and leaning into the petting. Severus went over to Fawkes as Harry spoke to Anguise and put some sugared figs in the phoenix's food dish. It was coming up on time for him to burn and be reborn, and the bird was looking a little tarnished around the edges. He stroked the plumes of the bird's head gently. Have you and Anguise been quarreling again? He recognized the Spussy's hissing as being agitated. I don't think he does it on purpose, but you know you're always welcome to go to the bedroom and sleep by the hearth there. Or I can take you up to the tower if you want. Harry said and watched how Fawkes shook his feathers and trilled at Snape. The Spussy made a crabby mutter. The fire bird needs someone to watch over him in this state. I will sleep on the bedroom hearth. Snape looked over his shoulder at Harry as Fawkes trilled again, an amused glint in his eyes. What did she say? Fawkes is keeping her from her sleep. He is apparently loud. And wheezes. She will sleep in the bedroom so that she can actually sleep. Harry hid his smile since he did have a very poisonous creature wrapped around his neck. The older man shook his head and gave Fawkes one last stroke, lips twitching. I see. Anguise shifted in interest. Is that the sharp stick to kill the evil piece? Yes it is. We're going to destroy the evil piece tonight so that it can't cause any more trouble. Harry answered and unwrapped the sword, tossing his robes onto the couch. Should we get it done? He turned to Snape. Snape nodded. Yes, I want this out of the way so we can enjoy the remaining 2 weeks of term. He walked with Harry to the lab, going over to the box he'd put the locket in so many weeks ago. He took it out and hissed, dropping it with a clatter as it burned his palm. Well, we know one defense now. It looked deceptively innocent as it lay on the floor, but you could almost feel the evil radiating from the locket. Just leave it there. Harry grabbed the sword in both hands and raised it. No time like the present, right? If something should happen, know that I love you. Severus narrowed his eyes and walked over behind his lover. Nothing will happen. I refuse to let it. Now open the bloody thing and let's get rid of it. Yes, sir. Harry smiled at the command in Severus' voice and crouched down to open the locket, hissing, Open, in Parseltongue. It burned his fingers, but Harry ignored the pain just as he ignored the black smoke billowing out of it when it finally cracked open. It was like the room darkened as the smoke curled around them. Harry unwrapped Anguise from his neck and told her to move away. She shouldn't be on him when he did this. Okay. Here goes nothing. Harry raised his sword again and brought it down on the locket just as a shadowy figure started to form. A loud crack sounded through the room and a shriek followed, making Severus shiver. It was inhuman and very nearly sounded demonic as light seemed to tear through the black smoke, obliterating it. All in all, it was over in barely a second, but it felt longer until everything cleared and the light faded, leaving only a broken locket behind. Anguise hissed in disgust. Nasty thing. Good, it's gone. Harry was a bit amazed at how easy it had gone. He was almost expecting something more to happen, but when the locket remained still and broken, Harry finally dropped the sword. Me too, Anguise. Very happy that it's gone. Severus pressed a pussy to the top of his lover's head. 2 more to destroy and a purification spell to work, then we can finally be rid of Voldemort. I can't hardly wait, Harry replied and leaned against his lover in relief that this Horcrux was finally gone. I hope that old Spussy is having a really bad night. The older man chuckled darkly. He's not a Spussy, Harry. He's a worm with delusions of grandeur. He swayed them lightly where they stood. Yes, there were still more Horcruxes to deal with and then Voldemort himself, but he felt somewhat like Celebrity, and since he knew Harry wasn't keen on dancing, they swayed. You're right. I don't even think he's a worm though. He'd be giving true worms a bad name. Harry wrapped his arms around Severus and swayed in place with him. Thank you so much for doing this with me, for being here. I wouldn't be anywhere else, pet. You're mine. I'm not about to let you face danger alone if I can help it. You know that feeling is very much mutual. Harry tilted his head up to look at Severus and to pussy him. You're stuck with me now. Like glue. The professor leaned down to better meet Harry's lips. I love you, my Merlin. He let himself sink into the pussy, the peaceful feeling of being safe and loved for once filling his being with contentment. They'd have to focus on battle again soon enough, but now was for them. I love you too, more than anything or anyone. More than I ever could imagine I was able to love. Harry continued to pussy and hold and touch. He was well aware that there was much that was left to do, but right now, at this moment, they had done something good and they were together to celebrate it. Right now it was perfect. Severus sighed in frustration as he questioned yet another of the Hogwarts ghosts. A talk with Narcissa had revealed that if Bellatrix had been told to guard the cup, she'd have put it in the Lestrange Gringotts vault, so at the moment they had no chance at getting to it. Now he was speaking to the ghosts, hoping one of them might have some idea of what had happened to Ravenclaw's diadem. It wasn't going well. He'd spoken to all but the Grey Lady, who seemed to be avoiding him, and Peeves, who was just difficult. Harry was in Slytherin's Leapousserie looking through the books there for spells to possibly break into Gringotts. Poor ickle Snape, asking and not knowing anything. Peeves was on top of a shelf juggling books before sending them hurling towards Snape. Even Peeves know more than you. He chuckled madly and sent more books flying. Snape raised a quick protega. Would you mind too terribly expanding on your meaning, Peeves? I mind very much. Peeves cackled and flew over the shelves. I'm not here to make things easier for you or anyone. Snapey is clueless. Snapey is clueless. The professor's brow twitched. He truly did not have the patience for Peeves at the moment, but he knew someone who could pussiest him. His lips quirked just a bit. Baron, are you nearby? The bloody Baron materialized through the wall. Did you need something, Severus? Yes, I'm afraid Peeves seems to know something regarding my search for the diadem. He paused delicately, relishing the throttled look on the poltergeist's face. Alas, I'm afraid he's not keen on sharing. The Baron turned his cold gaze on Peeves. Is that so? Peeves actually eeped and tried to look for an escape route. It's not that I don't want to share. I don't feel it's my place to share. Peeves can keep secrets. The headmistress has made it known that we are to pussiest Severus in any way in his search. I dislike that you may be hindering that search and disobeying the headmistress, wish Peeves. The Baron's soulless eyes glittered coldly, dangerously, much to Snape's amusement and satisfaction. Peeves fidgeted. He'd had so much fun teasing Snape, but he did not want to get on the Baron's bad side. Peeves knew what the man had done to the one he loved, so he could only imagine what he was capable of otherwise. I might have seen someone hiding a certain object away. An object you're looking for. Snape lifted a brow. Where would that be then? Peeves, consider something. The Dark Lord is not known to be a tolerating personality. Do you think he or any of his men would give you the leeway you enjoy at Hogwarts now? Knowing when he was beat, Peeved floated down to the floor. It was a long time ago. Riddle returned to the castle, and I remember thinking that strange. Peeves had not revealed himself to Riddle, not even back then had the man been very pleasant. He walked into the room of requirement and hid something away, then he just left again. Severus groaned feelingly. Wonderful. There are a few thousand possibilities if he used the room of requirements. He sighed and looked at the poltergeist. Thank you, Peeves. You're welcome. Peeves pouted. I do know exactly where he put that blingy diadem though. The Baron looked at Peeves. Where? It was nothing less than a demand for information with heavy consequences for refusal left unspoken. I can't explain it. Peeves sunk in on himself. I can show you, he added instead, just wanting this very uncomfortable situation over with. Then do. The Bloody Baron took the other Spectre's arm and, in a deceptively gentle way, pulled him to the room of requirements with Snape following in their wake. Peeves floated around looking at all the different shelves and items before he remembered where Riddle had hidden the diadem. Here it is. The Ravenclaw relic floated up from its hiding place as Peeves directed it towards Snape. Can I leave to torture the first years before they leave now? Severus took the diadem and waved his hand in Peeves' direction. Just make sure to hit the Gryffindors with extra water balloons. Aye aye sir. Peeves saluted and shot out of the room with a big farting noise. Harry and Anguise were down in the chamber again, going through Slytherin's journals as well as a few of the other books in the Lepus Serie. He had remembered to light the fire in the study this time so that Anguise's body temperature wouldn't drop. He was reading one of the last journals when something made his eyes widen. Anguise, if I read this to you, can you tell me if it is what I think it is? The Spussie lifted her head and yawned just a bit. She was quite happy at the moment. The Firebird had gone through its rebirth cycle and wasn't quite as loud as before, and now she was in the quiet chamber with her guardian, resting on a deliciously warm hearth. Perhaps, the mother's knowledge is only what she learned in her lifetime. Read Guardian and we will see. Harry read the P-Pussiage in the journal out loud to the little basilisk. To Harry it sounded very much like a purification spell, and a very strong one at that, but he wanted to be sure before he got too excited. What do you think, little one? It sounds like a purification spell, Guardian, but you should ask your mate to be sure. Translate it into human speak. Nodding, Harry fished out his quick quote quill from his bag and set out to translate the spell, hoping that he got everything right. He scribbled down the parcel version 2 underneath just so that he would be able to compare the two later and not make a mistake. When he was done, he packed everything away and placed the journals back in their place. It didn't matter that Harry and sometimes Severus were the only ones down here. It was proper respect to put things back where you found them. Are you ready to go back up, Anguise? The basilisk slithered over and up Harry's body, draping over his shoulders contentedly. Yes, Guardian. Harry smiled and stroked the sleepy basilisk over her shiny scales before putting the fire out and making his way out of the chamber and up to the castle again to find his lover. Summer was almost here, and it still felt like a dream not having to worry about going back to the Dursleys. Harry knew he would spend the summer looking for more Horcruxes and destroying them, but he would be with Severus, and that was all that mattered. Severus looked up from the cauldron he was stirring as Harry stepped inside, Anguise DD over his shoulders. Any luck regarding getting past the bank's defenses? Harry shook his head. Not really, no, but I did find something else. He thrust the paper slip towards Snape. What do you think of this? Am I just being silly? Harry bit his bottom lip as Severus read. The professor took the parchment and began reading, his brows slowly raising as he did. He lifted his gaze to Harry's, a soft excitement glittering within. You found this in one of the spellbooks. Actually, it was in one of Salazar's journals. The second to last one, I believe. Harry looked from the paper to Snape. Is it really a purification spell? I was so scared it was only in my head because I wanted it to be one so badly. Severus lifted his hand to play with the short strands of hair at Harry's nape. It is a better one than the 2 I know. You'll have to perform it in parcel, I believe, and it seems as though there are parcel runes and potions still involved, but though the potions are complicated, they don't need any near impossible to procure ingredients. This borrows heavily on the deep magic of Parseltongue and the summer solstice to enact it, where the others derive their main power from the runes and potions. Harry dared to smile. Let's just hope that I don't stumble on my tongue then and accidentally cast a completely different spell. Deep down Harry had still been very worried about walking around with a piece of Voldemort's soul within him, and if this was a spell that could help get the bastard out of his head, then Harry was all for trying it. You'll do fine, pet. Sometimes I'm certain you speak Parcel better than you speak English. A small alarm chimed and he turned his attention back to the cauldron to add chrysanthemum petals to the potion he had brewing. Today has been most productive. Hearing Snape say that in such tone of voice was almost equal to anyone else doing a happy little jig. Oh, did you have any luck gathering information from the ghosts? Did someone know anything about the Horcruxes? Harry walked over to Snape and looked at the bubbling, sweet-smelling potion. Surprisingly enough, Peeves knew. Snape poured in a measure of dandelion nectar. Peeves. Harry's eyebrows disappeared behind his bangs. Peeves knew. And he told you. It all seemed very out of character for the evil little git of a poltergeist. The potion's master's lips curved up slowly. It helps quite a bit when the Bloody Baron is your house's ghost. Ah, yes, I can imagine that it would. Harry chuckled. So what did you learn? Do you know where we should set off first to look for the Horcruxes? Actually, look over on the shelf. Snape tilted his head in the direction of the shelf he meant as he sprinkled in some anise seed. Harry followed Snape's nod and looked over at the shelf, his jaw almost dropping to the floor when he spotted the glittering diadem resting there. It was here, at school. Harry took a step closer. Unlike the locket, there didn't seem to be an evil aura surrounding the diadem. Voldemort left it here. What was he thinking? He hid it in the room of requirements, I think in some sort of secreted bauble room, as there were a great many items in there. From what I gathered, he did not have much time to find a better hiding place. He stirred the potion, nodding in satisfaction when it turned a pleasant light aqua. Now we only need to get our hands on the cup. Harry nodded. Somehow we are going to find our way into that cursed vault and snatch the cup too. For once luck seems to be on our side. Though I don't want to jinx it. Harry left the diadem on the shelf for now and walked back to Snape. What are you brewing? It smells wonderful. It's a skin salve Minerva likes to use. She's had eczema for years and this helps. I wanted to make plenty to last her the summer before we go. Still smells wonderful, but you kind of lost me with eczema. Harry scrunched his nose up and moved to sit on a stool where he could watch Severus work. Should we destroy the diadem now, or should we wait until we have the cup? Maybe if Voldemort senses one more Horcrux being destroyed, he'll increase the guard on the cup. He's running out of Horcruxes. I think we should destroy it now and then go to watch Gringotts. If his paranoia reaches an appropriate level, then he could very well want it brought to him. Snape began putting the potion into several phials methodically. Well, we still have the sword, so just say when and where and I'll get chopping. Or stabbing. Harry made a stabbing motion with his hands. The older man chuckled as the last of the potion was bottled and he sent the cauldron to be cleaned with a flick of his wand. Go right ahead, pet, but you might wish to use a different gesture next time. Dark eyes sparkled wickedly. What? Oh, ooh. Harry flushed when he realized what Snape meant. It's not my fault your mind is in the gutter, Harry said with a grin and got up from his stool. He walked into another room to get the sword and then placed the diadem on the floor. Here we go again. He brought the sword down on the Horcrux with a sharp blow. Another shriek was heard that prompted Snape to shiver. It was the most horrendous noise, and a very brief light flashed. But unlike the locket, nothing else really happened. He supposed it was because Voldemort hadn't been able to place any protections on the diadem before hiding it. He looked down at the shattered diadem. A pity that things the founders put so much effort into and value in must be destroyed. I was just thinking the same thing. Harry agreed and put the sword down again. These are objects that should be treasured and preserved, and instead Voldemort has poisoned them with his evil, forcing us to destroy them. It's so sad. Severus moved to gather up the pieces of diadem, placing them in a box. He'd deliver the bits to Minerva, as he had the remains of Salazar's locket. Even broken and shattered, they were pieces of Hogwarts, of her history, and they belonged in the school. He will get his comeuppance. I hope so. Harry answered and stifled a yawn. It was weird, but every time he destroyed a Horcrux he got really tired afterwards and his head ached. Hey, I think I'm going to bed. I know it's early but I'm really tired. Snape leaned in to press a pussy to Harry's brow. Go on then. I'll deliver this to Minerva and join you when I return. Harry leaned up and placed another pussy on Snape's lips. "Kay, don't be too long. I sleep better with you there." Harry hadn't slept in the Gryffindor Tower since they'd returned from the trial. He didn't want to be apart from Severus even when he was sleeping. He watched Snape go and got ready for bed before he slipped between the cool sheets and promptly fell asleep. Severus moved to take care of delivering the diadem pieces quickly so he could return to Harry and have a peaceful evening before they left to watch Gringotts. He smirked as he considered just how bad a mood Voldemort must be in at the moment. He certainly did not envy the Death Eaters. The Dark Lord sat on his throne in the unplottable manor house he'd claimed as his new residence and stared at his servants. He'd felt the agony of another of his Horcruxes being destroyed and had decided that Potter was having too much luck finding them. So he would take the remaining Horcrux back into his own custody. Rodolphus. Yes, my lord, what can I do for you? A man with a receding hairline walked forward towards the throne, his eyes firmly fixed on the floor. He wasn't worthy enough to gaze upon the splendor that was the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord had not been in a good mood lately and Rudy did not want to turn his wrath on himself. Dear Bellatrix, clever woman that she is, put an artifact I entrusted to her protection in the Lestrange vault. However, due to Potter's skill at doing the impossible, I no longer trust Gringotts to adequately guard it. You have irritated me of late as you have failed in more than a few of the tasks I have set you. This will be your last chance. Safely retrieve the cup of Helga Hufflepuff from the Lestrange vault and bring it to me. If you fail, he slid a look over at Bellatrix and smiled coldly, you will follow Lucius' fate. Rodolphus gulped loudly and bowed until his nose touched the floor. I will not disappoint you, my lord. He bowed again. I will go and secure the cup for you straight away. Go then. Use Polyjuice to change your appearance. Voldemort watched the pathetic man scurry away, even more of a rat than Wormtail. Speaking of, Pettigrew, follow him. Keep watch on him and pussiest if he runs into difficulty. As the animagus rushed to obey, the Dark Lord gestured Bellatrix over. She knelt at his feet, resting her head on his knee. Yes, my lord. He lifted his hand to pet her wild curls. You have always been my most faithful and brightest follower, dear one, and for that, for your intelligence in placing the cup in Gringotts, for your loyalty to me, I thank you. Her eyes were wide as praise was small and rarely given by her master, and she drank it in. My lord, I am but your humble servant. To pussiest you in any way is my honor and my privilege. And that is why, dear lady, you will occupy the highest post in the new order when I succeed in my goals. Bellatrix just pressed her brow to his leg. My master, I am not worthy, but I shall strive to live up to your faith in me. Yes, I know. He drew out the S as he knew well the weakness his faithful had to the sibilant sound. The others he would bind to him with fear, but Bellatrix would be gifted his rare gentleness, what remained of it, as she was the only servant he had who was worth it. Rodolphus had polyjuiced into a nondescript sandy-haired middle-aged man, and he looked around nervously as he went into Gringotts to get the cup out of the Lestrange vault. The vault was nasty, even he thought so, filled with traps and curses, making sure that no one that wasn't allowed could get their hands on what was stored there. Rudy followed a goblin down the winding tunnels and stopped at his vault, going through all procedures to gain access to it. When he finally had the cup and a few other knick-knacks he figured they could need in their fight, Rudy placed the items under his robes and looked around even more suspiciously when he exited the bank. Severus smirked as he followed the disguised Lestrange. Though he would fool most everyone, Snape had been a Death Eater so long that he knew the tells and quirks of most all of them well enough to see through a polyjuice transformation. Only Barty Crouch Jr. had succeeded in fooling him in those regards. It also helped that there was a familiar silver pod rat following him, which Harry was going after. This time Pettigrew would not get away. Severus slipped just ahead of Rodolphus and hid in an alley, using a "notice me not" charm. When the disguised Death Eater Ppus Syed by, he grabbed him and slammed him up against the wall. Good day, Rudy. Making a withdrawal. The Death Eater's eyes widened and he looked around for an escape frantically, almost groaning in fear when he couldn't find one. I don't have any idea what you're talking about, Severus, but you'd better get your dirty half-blood spy hands off me right now. The Dark Lord is not happy with you, and I doubt that you want a repeat performance of what happened at Malfoy Manor. This time your little kitties might not be in time to save you. The potions master tsked. Rudy, you forget something. I am not chained up right now. His fist drove into the other man's gut hard, but his grip on Lestrange's throat kept him from doubling over. Do kindly remember that I gained my reputation as one of the most dangerous of the inner circle, honestly. Rudy wheezed and tried to get some air into his burning lungs. It felt like his stomach had turned inside out from Snape's punch, and he was very close to getting sick. You might not be in chains right now, but the Dark Lord will get to you. He will destroy your very soul and everything that you hold dear, and when he does I will be there. Laughing. Oh, I don't think so. Snape rummaged under Rodolphus' robes and withdrew the bag he'd put the cup in. You see, I remember well how Voldemort handles failure of his servants, and you losing his final Horcrux to the man who is helping his greatest enemy destroy them is a big, big failure. He also divested the Death Eater of his wand before stepping away, his own wand pointing at Lestrange. I'd run far and fast and pray you aren't found if I were you, Rudy. I can just imagine how much your wife would enjoy having you at her mercy after so many years having to deal with you. The other man was trembling, all sort of chaotic thoughts running through his mind. He thought about pleading with Snape to switch sides again, but one look at his former comrade told him that he wouldn't have any chance succeeding. And without his wand he had no chance whatsoever to take the turncoat in a fight. Rudy paled and cold sweat broke out all over his body when he thought about what his wife had done to Malfoy. He did not want to end up like that. He cursed Snape with all his might, and then he took his advice. He ran. A questioning chirp came from just above him, and Snape looked up to see the Merlin perched on a windowsill with an unconscious rat in one talon. He shook his head. It's a much worse fate I've left him to pet. Much worse. Coming down from there. The bird swooped down from the windowsill and seemed to blur in the air until Harry could land on the street next to his lover. He picked up the rat by its tail. You were very forceful back there, almost made me all hot and bothered. Harry smiled, feeling relieved that they had the cup too. Now what are we going to do with this one? Maybe Snuffles want a rat-flavored snack. Give him to Kingsley. Or better yet, Mad Eye. Severus smirked. I can guarantee you your dogfather would be pardoned by the end of summer. I do love the way your mind works. Harry spelled Wormtail into a magic cage so that he wouldn't be able to transform and grab the handle of the cage. Do you mind if we deliver him before we go home and deal with the cup? Not at all, pet. He placed his hand on the small of Harry's back and walked out of the alley with him, looking just like any other wizarding couple out for a day of shopping. Speaking of the mutt, he and Lupin are staying at Hogwarts over summer, correct? Yes, they are. Remus wants Snuffles close to your potions and close to Madame Pomfrey in case anything would happen. Harry walked close to Severus, loving that they could walk together like this. Remus is growing more protective each day. If Snuffles wasn't madly in love with him, I think he would have bonked his mate over the head long ago. It's understandable, considering Lupin's condition as well as how intensely he feels for your godfather. Privately, Snape rather thought he wouldn't be much better than an overprotective werewolf, if only because he knew intimately of the evil that existed in the world. You're right, and I do understand Remus, but he can get rather intense in his protection at times. You know, last week he tried to convince Snuffles to let Remus carry him all day. Imagine how well that went over. Harry chuckled as he remembered the expression on his godfather's face when Remus had suggested that brilliant idea. Severus smirked. I imagine Lupin went over something, likely a low brick wall or a table. Harry chuckled even more at that image. Oh, wouldn't that have been brilliant? No, he just had to lock himself in the bathroom to avoid being bitten by a very upset Grim. Likely in a very painful place too, I would imagine. No, I would not have wanted to have been in Lupin's place after making that suggestion. If this piece of filth that gives vermin a bad name, Harry shook the cage with the rat in it, can get Snuffles a pardon now, then things would be practically perfect for them. They wouldn't have to keep running and hiding, and their baby would grow up free. He or she would grow up free regardless, pet. I told you, when you come into your lordship title on the 31st, you can push for a fair trial, and with 2 other noble families backing you in black, he would get a fair and honest trial. Pettigrew's presence now merely means your godfather will not have to be dragged through such a mess. I know that, I do, but you know me. I'm an impatient sort and want everything to happen as quickly as possible. Harry grinned sheepishly as he looked at Severus. I'm sort of reaching for reasons why Wormtail could be useful. I still think about how things could have been different if I had let Snuffles kill him sometimes. Cedric's face flashed through Harry's mind. Don't. Severus' hand tightened on Harry's waist. Do not dwell on what could have been done differently. The past is the past and should not be changed no matter how we might desperately wish to. You are right, I know that you are, but it is difficult to stop the mind from wondering. Harry leaned his head on Snape's shoulder briefly before pulling his lover with him into a shadowed alley. He pulled out his wand and sent a Patronus to Mad-Eye, asking the Auror to meet with them. I rather not go through all the song and dance that comes with going to the ministry. Harry explained. He didn't have any confidence in those who were supposed to govern the wizarding population of Britain. I do not blame you in the slightest. The older man reached up to play with the silky black strands of his love's hair. After we deal with the cup and after the purification ritual on the solstice, would you rather stay at Hogwarts or would you like to have a bit of a holiday? Sweet Merlin, a holiday with you sounds amazing. I can't think of anything I'd like more. Harry leaned into Severus' touch like a content kitten. I love Hogwarts, but it would be really nice to get away, even if for just a little bit. Are there any places you've wanted to visit, things you've wanted to see? Snape's expression was soft as he took in Harry's features. This may sound silly, but I've always wanted to go to Ireland. Harry smiled up at Snape. When I was little, Dudley got this storybook about Ireland and fairies. He hated it and threw it away. I got it and I fell in love with it instantly, the pictures and all the magical stories. I used to read it at night and dream of finding a fairy mound and just disappear into it forever. He chuckled somewhat sheepishly. I don't dream of disappearing anymore, but I would still love to see Ireland. The potions master smiled. Ireland it is then. You'd fit well with the Fae actually, though I wouldn't let them have you. Nor would I go with them, not now. I've found my haven with you and wouldn't trade it for the world. Harry smiled back and laced his fingers with Severus. Good. Snape cupped his cheek. Though if we meet you Dogfather's ancestor, I'm certain he'll insist upon driving us insane. Harry chuckled. You're probably right about that. The cage started to shake in Harry's grip as Wormtail woke up and panicked. I wish Mad-Eye would get here already. I'm not enjoying the rat company. Severus looked down at Pettigrew, an evil smirk on his face. Didn't Weasley once try to turn him yellow? A very appropriate color, I must say. I believe I know a spell or two that could do that. Before Harry could answer, they heard the clunk and shuffle of Moody's gate, and it wasn't long until the grizzled Auror came into view. Well, Potter, what's this about a captured Death Eater? Harry practically shoved the cage into the Auror's hands. Moody, meet Peter Pettigrew, unregistered animagus and devoted servant to Voldemort. He smirked when the rat made a terrified squeak and pressed up against the cage wall as far away from Mad-Eye as possible. The magic eye swiveled down and a grin stretched over the Auror's face. Good job, boy. Good job indeed. He took the cage happily, as if someone had just given him the finest gift they possibly could. Pettigrew and I are sure to have plenty to chat about once I get him back to HQ. I wish you the very best chat, filled with information and pleasantness. Harry's smile was on the wicked side as he waved goodbye to the Auror and watched as Mad-Eye apparated away. Phew, it feels like a weight has been lifted from me. And another plus is that I think we've made Voldemort have another bad day. We have the cup and he's lost his little rat. Snape chuckled and slid his arm around Harry's waist. Shall we top it off with a visit to Fortescue's and plan our holiday after June 21st? He began leading the youth towards the ice cream parlor. That sounds like an absolutely splendid idea. Harry smiled brightly and leaned against Snape as they walked out the alley and towards Fortescue's. He ignored all the looks tossed their way, being too happy to be out with Severus to really notice. Severus also ignored them, though the part of him honed by war and spy work was alert and wary should a threat present itself. He was more focused on the fact that things were going well and he was happy with his lover on a very nice summer day. Everything else could wait. Not long after receiving news of Pettigrew's capture, Bellatrix heard an agonized scream coming from her master's chamber and rushed to it. She knocked very lightly and heard a rough tone bid her enter. Her lord was sitting, half collapsed in a wingback chair by the fireplace. She hurried over and knelt at his feet. My lord, Pettigrew is in the Ministry's hands and Rodolphus is nowhere to be found. A corpse-pale hand reached down and cupped her cheek. He failed. The cup has been destroyed. Bella, have the others hunt Rodolphus down and, when they bring him to us, I want you to make him suffer, even more than you did Lucius. She beamed and pussied his hand in gratitude. As you wish, my master. Severus led Harry to a secluded part of the school grounds. It was nearing midnight on the summer solstice and was time to work the spell to remove the piece of Voldemort from his lover's person. He'd brewed the potions and Harry had practiced the runes to mark on the ground and memorized the incantations. Now it only remained to perform it. Anguise was wrapped around Severus' arm as Harry would have to cast the circle and remain in it by himself, and Fawkes glided silently in front of them, knowing where they were going. Once in the clearing, Severus took Harry's face in his hands and brushed a soft pussy over his lips. I cannot help you cast the circle or chant the spell, but I will be here, pet. That's enough, love. I know you're here and I draw strength from that. Harry cupped Severus' cheek lovingly before crouching to draw the runes where they belonged. He lit his candles and laid out the wool string that marked the circle. Harry took the 2 bottles of potion that Snape had brewed for him and drank them. Both. Surprisingly, they didn't taste very bad, just slightly bitter in the aftertaste. Harry stood in his circle, breathing deeply, trying to expel every thought and emotion that didn't have to do with the enchantment. It was easier if his mind was blank. When everything was in order, Harry looked up and smiled at Severus. Wish me luck. Harry closed his eyes again as he slowly started to hiss out the purification spell. Severus pet Anguise and opened his magical eye to see the threads of magic forming around Harry as he chanted in parcel. There was the deep violet of destruction, because at its core a purification spell destroyed what was corrupted, the pale blue of healing, the bright yellow of cleansing, and the strong red of power laced through the weave. Then the colorless threads of magic herself came, called easily to Harry in parcel as the summer solstice struck midnight. A bright aqua light gathered around Harry as he continued to hiss the chant and seemed to sink into him, seeking out that which did not belong to him. It converged on the cursed scar and the light suddenly burst from that spot, as if it had seized the dark piece of corrupted soul and exploded. Severus barely kept from rushing forward and breaking the circle as Harry hit his knees. The only thing stopping him was the youth's continued chanting. The ritual was not finished yet. It felt like someone had rammed an axe straight into his head. Everything exploded in pain and Harry shut his eyes tightly to be able to finish the spell. When he had hissed out the last words, he raised his arms and clapped his hands 3 times to signal that the enchantment was done. He struggled to open his eyes, and in a burst of power left over from the spell the candles went out. As soon as the candles were out, Severus was by Harry's side. He brought a soft cloth soaked with Dittany potion up and dabbed at the reopened scar, cleaning the blood off Harry's face gently. Are you okay? I have no idea. Harry blinked owlishly at Severus and tried to concentrate on anything except the terrible pounding in his head. It looks as if I'm still here though, so I'm taking that as a good sign. He smiled at his lover crookedly before his eyes rolled into his head and he promptly sighed out. Severus made a choked sound of concern and Fawkes fluttered down from where he'd perched in the trees to make a soft trill before flashing them to the hospital ward, where Madame Pomfrey made a soft shriek at the sudden appearance, then put her hands on her hips. Can't you two stay out of trouble for a single month? I swear. Put him on the bed. She pointed to the bed that she was starting to dub Harry's in her mind. What on earth were you two doing? Snape made a brief explanation that made the woman's eyes widen even as she began casting a diagnosis spell on Harry. She hummed, tapped her foot, and nodded. Well then, it's just magical exhaustion. Whatever spell it was took a lot of power, Severus. She met his eyes sternly. I doubt if, even in his prime, Dumbledore could have cast the spell you just described. I don't think I need to go into the implications for you. She glanced at the phoenix, which was now perched on the hospital bed's frame. I suppose I can't convince you or the bird to leave for the night. Transfigure a cot. He should wake in the morning. She clipped off, leaving Severus to reach down, letting Anguise slither to curl up next to Harry's head. He brushed the hair back from his lover's forehead and pussied it softly next to the healing scar. Sleep well, pet. He didn't bother to transfigure a cot. He just slipped into the bed with Harry, wrapping his arms around him protectively. Harry woke and blinked his eyes at the sunlight streaming into the room from the high windows. His head felt a bit fuzzy, but he was warm and comfortable. He buried his face into his lover's to escape the bright light when he finally noticed that they weren't in their bed. This bed was much more narrow and not nearly as comfortable as the one in Severus' quarters. The smells and sounds of the room made it clear where they were, and Harry almost sighed at the fact that he had apparently managed to land himself in the hospital wing once more. He spread his hand over Severus and felt the other man's heart beat beneath his fingers, debating if he should fall back asleep or not. The slight stirring of his lover had the older man awake in an instant. "Harry, how do you feel?" Tired." Harry rubbed his nose in the soft fabric of Severus' shirt and turned his face to look up at his lover. "As well as achy and sore, but okay, I still feel like me." Snape brushed a pussy over the bridge of his lover's nose. "Good. Poppy said that the spell would never have worked for Albus in his prime. Technically you shouldn't have been able to do it as you've not yet come into your magical inheritance." He ran his hand down Harry's back. "You know that the magical power you have will be increased exponentially on your 17th birthday. Considering the power you already have, we'll need to spend the week of your birthday underground to keep your presence secret from Voldemort. Otherwise your inheritance will be felt by the whole of magical Britain, and Voldemort will send his servants after you while you recover from it. Hold up underground with you. Somehow that doesn't seem so bad." Harry shifted so that he could prop himself up on his elbow and watch Severus. "Recover from it? Will it make me weak or sick?" Hermione didn't seem any different when she turned 17. Harry's mind was still a bit foggy and he rested his head on Snape's shoulder again. Reactions depend on the power and gender of the witch or wizard. Witches traditionally have less violent inheritance pussages because too violent could damage their ability to have children, as the cells of the body are flooded with power and create more. Also Miss Granger, for all that she is one of the strongest witches Hogwarts has seen in some time, is also a Muggleborn. It is called an inheritance because the lingering magic of those who have gone before you also floods your body along with your own, creating new abilities you may not have had before or strengthening those you already have. Miss Granger has no magical ancestors, so she did not receive that extra punch. You, however, have the Potter line behind you and may have others we are not aware of. Only arrogant prats like Lucius let the world know of their entire lineage, where most wizards keep it quiet if they have an ancestor of great power. It's considered a trump card if one is ever needed to be pulled. If you recall, Mr. Weasley had to sleep the entire day away after his inheritance. Yours, considering the power you already possess, will exhaust you even more than you are now as your body adjusts to the sudden increase in the reservoir for your magic and the surge that stretched it." Severus's fingers stroked through the youth's hair affectionately. "Even more exhausted than now. Right now that seems impossible." Harry purred under Severus' touch. "I swear it feels as if my body consists of noodle limbs." He stretched. "It worked though, right? The bastard is out of my head." The older man chuckled. "Well, it is your head. You tell me." Your scar burst open and light poured from it, but you'll have to poke at the part of your head he was connected to mentally to see if it worked. I didn't spend all that time teaching you occlumency for nothing. What? You mean it wasn't just to ogle? My sweet self. Harry gasped in mock shock but started to look inside himself. His mental net seemed untouched and safe, no ripples or tears. He went deeper and there was no pain, no sense of something that didn't belong there. "I think he's out." Harry breathed in relief. This meant no more visions and no more Voldemort peeking inside his thoughts. "I won't be able to feel when he's up to something any longer though, so absolutely no getting hurt or kidnapped. I have no intentions of doing either. Besides, I will not be more than 2 rooms away from you until Voldemort is eradicated." He scattered pussies over Harry's face. "You can't get yourself in trouble either, Mr. Potter, as I cannot save you by being a sneaky spying bastard any longer." "Well, both have to be careful then." Harry snuggled impossibly closer to the other man, leaving no air between them. "We'll stick together and kick Voldemort's ass, make him disappear once and for all so that we can all get on with our lives without fear." Severus nuzzled his lover's temple just as a barking was heard in the hallway coming closer to the infirmary. "Of course they're here. Don't they ever sleep in?" "Sleep in? I doubt they've gone to sleep yet." Harry chuckled just as a large black dog burst through the infirmary doors, followed closely by Remus Lupin. "Harry, how are you? Siri was worried sick when he heard you were here, but Poppy wouldn't let us in before now." Remus scratched the dog between his ears. "I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. Harry didn't lift his head from Severus as he spoke. He was very comfortable where he was. The animagus shifted to human form and leaned worriedly over them, one hand on his growing belly. What happened, pup? Why are you in the infirmary? I only overreached myself a bit, really it's no big deal. Harry reached up to pull gently on an inky black lock of his godfather's hair. We performed a purification spell yesterday and the backlash was a bit of a kick, that's all. Sirius-eyed Harry suspiciously then slid his gaze over to Snape, lifting a brow for confirmation. The potions master just met the gaze levelly. Yes, that is exactly what happened. Now would you mind backing off? Your dog breath is curling my nose hair. Sirius pouted as he stood straight again. I get no respect. Well, you did hover, love. Remus wrapped his arms around his lover's waist from behind and pulled flushed against his body. You sure you're all right, Harry? Spells like that shouldn't be taken lightly. I'm just fine and it was a very necessary spell. Everything is okay and I promise that there's nothing to worry about. Harry was still grinning like a loon at the nose hair comment. Why was it so necessary? Sirius leaned back against his mate. Severus lifted a brow. Were you aware that the cursed scar was Voldemort's sixth Horcrux? Sirius' eyes grew wide as silver dollars and all he could get out was a questioning wheeze. Remus, hands tightened minutely on top of his mate's stomach too. A Horcrux. Why didn't we know this and how did you know? The werewolf's usual calm intelligence seemed to have abandoned him. Were you at least successful in purifying it? No more bad guy in there. Remus ached when he thought that this was just one more thing Harry had to go through. I think that it worked, yes, and there was no reason to worry you by telling. What could you have done about it anyway? Harry asked. Severus nipped Harry's ear sharply. That is perilously close to Dumbledore thinking. Don't do it again. Oh Merlin, when you put it like that, I will tell you everything from now on. Come on, ask away, no secrets here. Harry gave his lover a wicked grin. Sirius grinned, the marauder in him automatically coming to the fore. So how high does Batty stand? His suggestive grin made it obvious what he meant and it just grew at the horrified look on Snape's face. Why Siri, aren't you satisfied with what you have? Remus tried to look hurt but he had to hide his grin. He's off the scale, Snuffles. Off the scale, Harry replied and reached up to place a pussy to the tip of Severus' nose. Severus growled and bit at Harry's lips. Your dogfather is Ember pussying. Sirius hooted. Go Harry. He turned and beamed at his own lover, and Moony, you know no one and nothing compares to you, baby. My belly is growing proof of that. Remus colored and nipped at the soft skin under his mate's ear. Tact is a truly foreign concept for you, isn't it? The pregnant man made a soft pleased sound and angled his head to let Remus have better access. Tact is just another word for saying things that aren't true, so why would I want to learn that language? I much prefer the language of love, mon amour. You are incorrigible. Remus nipped his way down Sirius' throat. And I wouldn't want you any other way. If you're going to continue them, maybe you should move it somewhere private. Don't scar my sensitive young eyes. Harry looked at the snuggling pair next to the bed. Yes, by all means, leave. I certainly have no desire to know how high either of you stand. Severus drawled icily. Take your rioting hormones elsewhere, Black. Sirius turned his head and stuck his tongue out at Snape, blowing a raspberry. Spoilsport. He looked back at Remus and nipped the werewolf's chin. Shall we, love? Don't want to horrify Batty's teeny mind now, do we? I think that might be best. Remus' hand disappeared from Sirius' belly to pinch a delectable behind. Let's go to our room, Siri. I want to take advantage of your rioting hormones. Remus waved goodbye to the couple in the sick bed and started to drag his mate towards the door. The animagus happily went with him, not bothering to transform, as even the students living on the ground now were all gathered down near Hagrid's hut gawking at unicorns. Severus shook his head, then looked at his own lover. Off the scale, Mr. Potter. Where are you getting material for comparison from? Oh, you have no idea the wild life I live in secret. Harry chuckled. No, all I know is that you rock my world, Professor Snape. What else could I ask for? He moved his hands so he could wrap them around Severus' neck and pull him down for a more heated pussy. The older man leaned over Harry, returning the pussy with interest, and things just might have gotten more interesting if Poppy hadn't chosen just that moment to come back in. A loud throat clearing had them breaking apart. None of that in my infirmary. Mr. Potter, you are to be resting, and Severus, you are to let him. No hanky-panky. Sorry, Madame Pomfrey. Harry flushed and ducked his head. I feel fine though. I don't think there's a reason for me to have to stay. Maybe if he was released, he and Severus could continue back in their own quarters. She put her hands on her ample hips and gave him a narrow-eyed look. You are not budging from that spot for 24 hours, Mr. Potter. Severus, get out of the bed, and if I catch you in it again, I'll freeze your libido for a month. Snape slipped out of the bed rather swiftly, as he did not doubt she'd follow through on that threat. Of course, Poppy. MMHMM. I am watching the two of you. She clipped off to arrange some things, leaving the two lovers looking sheepishly at each other. Snape cleared his throat. So, would you like me to explain some wizarding history and traditions, as you're a bit stuck there for the time being? Yes. Harry squirmed his way into a more comfortable position in the suddenly very lonely bed. I mean, yes, I would like that very much. He looked at his lover a bit forlornly but straightened up and smiled. I could listen to you recite your shopping list. Your voice gets to me always. Severus chuckled and shook his head at his own incorrigible lover, then began telling of the times before magical creatures were put down in wizarding society. Sirius padded towards Hagrid's hut as the sun went down. The friendly half-giant had requested some help feeding a new herbivorous creature, and Remus had been completely unconscious from the nearness of the full moon. It was only a day away. As Harry and Severus were gone off on a bit of a holiday, there wasn't anyone else who could help Hagrid with the creature, so Sirius, after being pussiered that it was a small creature and just being stubborn about its greens, had agreed to come down and help after dinner. A rustle in the underbrush caught his attention, and he sniffed the air, scenting a foul, almost rotten scent in the wind. He lunged aside just as a huge man made a grab for him. The Grim felt his blood run cold as he recognized Fenrir Greyback grinning at him. The large werewolf very nearly purred at him in a sickening tone. Hello there, pretty boy. You and that little cub are going to make such a nice addition to my pack. Sirius made a mad dash for the safety of Hagrid's hut, making a distressed howl, hoping for some pussy assistance, but his belly slowed him down, and suddenly he felt something hit him on the head, throwing him into darkness. Fenrir picked the pregnant animagus up and headed for the forest. This little piece smelled delicious, and once the cub was born he fully intended to get a good taste of him. Remus woke up feeling uneasy and worried. It wasn't the usual near-shift unease, this was something more, something dark and terrifying that clawed through his very being. He was out of bed and out in the corridors before he even could gather his wits about him. When he got out on the grounds to go to Hagrid's hut, he smelled it. It was strong and pungent, and the bastard hadn't even tried to mask his scent. Greyback had his mate, his very pregnant mate. Something tore and broke inside Remus as his wolf rose to the surface, vengeful and in search of blood. No one was allowed to lay their hands on his mate, his family. A loud eerie howl rose from his throat as Remus gave chase. Sirius whined softly as he regained consciousness, his head jerking up as soon as he remembered being chased by Greyback. The foul rotten scent caught his nose again, and he growled, getting up and backing away from its direction. His ears were pinned back and his teeth bared at the werewolf staring at him hungrily. There were other scents around, and Sirius took note of many females, some beta and omega males, and of course frightened children huddling behind the females. Greyback apparently had continued his sick game of turning children and stealing them away as he'd tried to do to Remus. The very thought made him snarl. Greyback slunk closer. Pretty boy, you don't want to do anything stupid. It'd be a pity if you lost your cub, wouldn't you say? The subtle threat just made Sirius back up further and growl deeper, even as the other werewolves all cringed at his defiance of their alpha. Let Greyback try and hurt his baby, he'd rip the bastard's arm off. Such fire. It will be so much fun to break that spirit of yours black, and as a bonus I get to screw with my child's head. Greyback chuckled and kept advancing as Sirius came back up against a tree. Poor Remus will know that I've claimed his mate as nothing but a whore and taken his cub as my own. He'll go mad, and all faith in werewolves' capability of being gentle will be completely lost. He was within arm's reach of Sirius now, and that cub is going to be strong. He'll make a perfect son. He stretched out his hand to touch the Grim's swollen belly. Sirius snapped, biting into Greyback's arm savagely, but the bastard knocked him off with a strong blow to the head. Pussy, I'll make you pay for that. Another fierce howl echoed through the air and a brownish blur flew out of the trees and latched on the huge werewolf. Remus growled and sank his teeth deep into the skin of Greyback's neck. He tossed the other wolf to the ground and was on him again in a second. You have no right to touch my mate. It will be the last thing you ever did. Greyback made a strangled snarl and swiped one clawed hand at Remus' face, squirming out of the hold. You think you can take me on, little one? I made you what you were and I'll take your little pussy for myself if I want. He's such a sweet morsel, of course I'm not going to let you keep him to yourself. His sharp teeth bared in a parody of a smile. And the cub, I'll take that too. He'll call me father and you won't even be a footnote in his mind. Remus stuck out his tongue and licked away the blood running down his cheek. You won't live to see my cub being born. You made me, yes, and it will be your greatest regret because I will take you out of this world right now. Greyback was huge and strong, but Remus was fast. He kept moving, clawing and biting at any exposed body part. Sirius and the baby was his entire universe and he would never ever give them up, never let a monster claim and twist them. With sharp teeth he severed the tendon at Greyback's heel, relishing in the scream that left the other. Remus wasn't fighting fair or noble, he fought to kill. Greyback twisted, catching the smaller, faster male on the shoulder with teeth and claws, ripping a chunk of flesh from it and growling in satisfaction at the soft yelp. Sirius watched, eyes wide, fear shaking his frame as the two werewolves tore into each other. Claws and fangs drew blood in a flurry of snarls, and each time Remus took a blow he had to exert a MPUSSYIVE amount of control to keep from making a distressed sound that could distract his mate and cost him his life. The larger male took a devastating blow to his leg, the knee wrenching in the opposite direction and making him fall to the ground. Seeing his chance, Remus pushed out all pity and humanity out of his mind and jumped on top of Greyback. It's over. You're not going to ruin any more lives, steal any more children or poison the world with your very being. Remus wished he could say that he felt bad for what he was about to do, but he didn't. With one more howl he wrenched the other wolf's head up by his hair, leaned in and ripped his throat out. Sirius watched as all the other werewolves around flinched at Remus' utter ruthless move and how they all cowered as if terrified the victor of that death match would come after them next. They were afraid, but Sirius was, strangely enough, a little bit turned on by his mate's primal side. He was more concerned for Remus' injuries at the moment though, and padded forward with a soft whine, licking at the claw gouges on his mate's cheek, not concerned about the infectious blood. It wouldn't affect him in his animal form. Sinking down to his knees, Remus petted the soft, black fur of his mate. Are you all right? You and the cub. Did he hurt you? Remus didn't care about his own cuts and aches. All that mattered was that he hadn't been too late to protect his family. He could sense the worry of the other wolves, but he was solely focused on Sirius. The animagus whined and leaned into his mate's touch. His head hurt like a mother pussier, but his stomach felt fine, so he didn't think the cub was in danger, but how was he to know? He was no medic. A soft rustle caught his attention and his head whipped up to stare at the middle-aged female werewolf who was creeping close, eyes downcast, the very picture of submission and non-threatening approach. A growl rose from Remus' throat before he could catch himself, and he placed himself between the other wolf and his mate. I'm sorry. Remus knew he was behaving badly, but adrenaline still rushed through him and the wolf had never left the surface. Can I help you? The woman glanced up and offered her throat to him, making sure to avoid eye contact. I was hoping that I could help you, Alpha, you and your mate. I was a medi-witch before I was bitten. Remus' eyes widened at Alpha. He had not thought that far. He had never wanted to be the leader of a pack. Please, if you can look at my mate, I'd be grateful. The blow to his head was strong. Remus bowed his head to the female wolf. And you're still a medi-witch. You don't need to change who you are because you're bitten. Greyback had everything all wrong. Sirius watched as the female crept forward towards him, offering her hand to let him catch her scent, knowing better than to just grab at a pregnant canine. Wrong about many things, I do not doubt, but not many are willing to have a medi-witch so afflicted treating them. I am just pleased that those of us who had wands were able to keep them. She slipped hers out with slow, steady motions and cast a diagnosis spell, then a healing spell to take care of the Grimm's concussion. The pregnant animagus nuzzled her arm in thanks, then yipped at Remus, giving him a stern look as he nudged the female at him. He wanted his mate healed. Those wounds were nasty. I must listen to my mate. Remus smiled at Sirius fondly. I would be very grateful if you could look at me too. I don't think it's too bad. A few more scars on this body won't make much difference. He held still as she looked him over. Can you tell me a little about the pack? How is it built up and what are you doing? How are you surviving? He may not have wanted to be alpha, but want or not, they were his responsibility now, and Remus wanted to make it better for them. Sirius sat next to his mate as the female healed Remus. We are not what you would call a healthy pack. There are too few of us who were ever in a healthy, functioning pack. Most were turned by Greyback and some were turned by betas forced into it. He has had us living in the Forbidden Forest, hunting what we can for food, eating meat raw, no fires allowed even in winter. Occasionally some of us will sneak into Hogsmeade to steal anything extra we need, such as clothes for the young ones. When the full moon rises tomorrow, we would have been made to hunt for more members to turn. She conjured bandages for the wounds too severe for immediate healing. It will be Michael's first full moon since being bitten as well. She turned to nod at a little blonde boy who was clustered with the other children in the pack. Remus swallowed around the lump in his throat. Things are going to change. He raised his voice so that he knew everyone could hear him. We are wolves, yes, but we are human too, and neither side should be ignored or forgotten. We'll get you proper housing, food, supplies and clothes. Of course you can have fires and warmth. The ones having a problem with change can take it up with me. He ran his fingers through Sirius' fur, feeling comforted by the closeness of his mate. If anyone wishes to leave, you are allowed to. This pack won't be a prison. There will be no more turnings. He looked at the little boy. I have Wolfsbane potion to help with the full moon. It will help the little one and make things lot less painful and scary for him. He won't lose himself. Remus cursed Greyback in his mind. The boy couldn't be older than 7. It can help others too. She closed her eyes and trembled just slightly in relief. Thank Merlin. Her voice was husky with restrained emotion. I cannot tell you how many times I've prayed for some kind of deliverance from Greyback's twisted ideals, if for no other reason than the children. Sirius whined and nuzzled her hand, then stretched his head up and took her jaw gently in his teeth with an affectionate growl. He knew that the wolves here would still be living at the instinctive level, and he was her new alpha's mate. His actions gave her comfort and repussierance. He turned and nipped softly at Remus' arm, then trotted over to the group of children, getting down on forepaws, rear end in the air, and gave a playful yip, inviting a bit of play while Remus spoke with the adults. Remus felt immense pride for his mate, for doing just the right thing and putting the children and thereby the pack at ease while he talked things over with the adults. He needed to get a feeling for the beta wolves. Remus wouldn't be able to spend all his time with the pack, and he needed betas he could rely on. He needed to know that they would do the best for the pack and not follow in Greyback's footsteps. Remus refused to look over where the dead werewolf lay. He didn't want to see his handiwork. He could hear the children laughing and Sirius' playful barks in the background though, and he knew he had done the right thing. Sirius watched from the corner of his eye as his mate spoke with the betas and noticed that the wolves relaxed more and more the longer he spoke. Relief was a living scent in the clearing, and it was clear that all the wolves were more than happy to be rid of Greyback's influence. He turned his attention back to the children, nuzzling and nipping and playing until the little ones were exhausted and all fell asleep in a great big puppy pile. A few of the Omega wolves came over to sit guard around the children and touched noses with Sirius, letting him know he could go rejoin his mate. He padded over and, since he was among wolves and in the Forbidden Forest, changed into his human form, sitting close to his Moony, a hand on the swell of his belly. They were discussing the shift during the full moon tomorrow, the Wolfsbane potion, and how there wasn't enough for 2 nights for the entire pack. Sirius leaned his head on Remus' shoulder. We'll send a message to Batty. He and Harry would happily come back to brew more. He poked Remus in the side when his mate tried to protest, much to the smiles and amusement of the pack. The pup will have our heads if we don't, and you know it. You're right. I really hate bothering them on their holiday, but this takes precedence. We really need more potion, at least enough for all the pups. They shouldn't have to be in pain when the change comes. Remus ran his knuckles over Sirius' cheek and pulled out his wand. He sent his Patronus, unsurprisingly a silvery shape of his mate's animagus form, in search of Harry and Snape, and he hoped that they would be quick to reply. Sirius nuzzled his mate's neck. If I know Harry, he'll demand the old bat apparate to Hogsmeade as soon as they get the message. He yawned a bit, the evening's events having taken a toll on his energy level. The Mediwitch female spoke up. Alpha, you should take your mate back to the school. He shouldn't be out here in his condition. We will remain here for your return. I will be back later to talk more with you and to arrange a few things, but you were right. My mate has been through a lot today and he should get back to the castle. Remus pressed a pussy to Sirius' temple and started to get up. He really did want his mate back in Hogwarts where he could rest up and where Remus would be sure that he would be safe. Let's go, baby. The animagus stood up, gave the wolves a smile and a wave, and pressed against his mate's side as they began heading back through the forest to Hogwarts. I really don't feel like taking Padfoot's form right now. Think an Obscuro charm should be enough to keep me under wraps. Remus nodded and wrapped his arm around his mate's waist. I think that should be all right. It's late and there's not many kids who stayed in Hogwarts to begin with. He pressed a pussy to Sirius's hair. You shouldn't change back and forward anyway, not with the trauma you've been through. Remus almost started to shake when he thought about what could have happened to his family. I was so scared, baby, so scared that I would be too late. Sirius cupped his Mooney's cheek. You weren't. I'm right here, safe and sound. He caught Remus' hand and brought it to the swell of his belly. We're safe and sound and all because Daddy saved us. You were just in time. He angled his head up and caught his mate's lips in a repussering pussy that both of them needed. He didn't intend to show it, but he was shaken by the events tonight just as much as Remus was. He didn't like thinking he could be vulnerable, but right now, with the baby, he was frighteningly so. That's all that matters, you and baby safe and sound. Remus caressed his mate's belly, feeling the energy of their cub inside. Let's get you home and pampered before I go back to camp. He pulled Sirius in for another pussy, cupping the other man's cheeks gently before they started walking again. Remus felt relieved when the glittering lights of Hogwarts Castle showed in the distance. He pulled his wand and cast a gently disillusionment charm on Sirius and they walked along up to the castle. Sirius didn't argue as a sudden wave of fatigue washed over him again. He was exhausted and all he wanted was to fall into their bed and sleep for a solid 12 hours. They got to their chambers and he stripped out of his clothes and went straight for the bed. Merlin, I'm tired. He reached up and smiled at Remus, who was hovering worriedly. Tell Minerva and Hagrid what happened, then head back to the pack. He yawned. You can pamper me until I'm a pile of useless goo tomorrow. He pulled Remus' hand to his belly again. We love you, Mooney. I love you too, both of you. Remus rubbed the swollen belly gently and leaned down to pussy Sirius. Rest now, and if you need anything at all, send me a Patronus. I'll be here in a flash. Remus made sure Sirius was snuggled down in their bed and that he was comfortable when everything he could need or crave within reaching range. He placed the bottles with Wolfsbane potion that he had in a bag and went to find Minerva and Hagrid to talk to them before he headed back into the forest. The animagus almost immediately dropped off to sleep, a smile on his face, secure in the knowledge that his Mooney would always be there for him. The next day, bright and early, Severus strode into Hogwarts alongside Harry and headed towards Black and Lupin's chambers. He wasn't pleased, per se, about the interrupted holiday, but he wasn't truly irritated either. I certainly hope that Lupin had the presence of mind to bring Black back to the castle. I really doubt that Remus let Sirius spend the night in the woods after having been attacked. Harry hurried his steps a bit, feeling worried about his godfather and Remus. He couldn't believe that Greyback had managed to grab Sirius off Hogwarts. Harry hadn't hesitated in the slightest to cut their holiday short when they received the Patronus. It was sad not to get to spend more time alone with Severus, but this was about family, that was always more important. They reached Sirius and Remus' door, and Harry raised his hand and knocked. Severus lifted a brow at the grumble from the other side and the muttered cursing as the door was unlocked and flung aside to reveal a rumpled and groggy Sirius Black. The dog animagus blinked at Harry and Severus, the gears in his mind slowly turning as a jaw-cracking yawn slipped out. Oh good, you're here. He moved aside and motioned for them to follow him into the chamber. He went straight to the long couch and curled up on it, summoning a house elf for some tea and a light breakfast. Are you okay, Siri? Harry walked closer and sat down on the armrest of the couch. And of course we're here, we came back as soon as we could. Maybe Sirius had been hurt worse that they were led to believe from the Patronus. He exchanged a worried glance with Severus. Where's Remus? Sirius snugged his head on Harry's lap and yawned again. I'm fine, just a little tired. Mooney's with the pack, sharing the wolfsbane he had here. His eyes looked over at Severus. "'S why we sent for you too. The whole pack is going to need a supply. Don't know just yet how we'll pay you for it though, Batty." Snape lifted a brow. "Dear Merlin, I've acquired a nickname from you." He sighed. "I'll send for Lupin. I'm certain he'll be more intelligible than an exhausted pregnant mutt." He cast his Patronus, narrowing his eyes at Black as if daring him to say anything about the fact that it was a doe. Harry blinked at the sight of his lover's Patronus. He hadn't seen it before this, and the shape was somewhat of a surprise. "Don't worry about payment. If need be, I'll pay for the ingredients." Harry petted his godfather's hair, much as he did when Sirius was in dog form. They didn't have to wait very long before the door slammed open and Remus stepped into the room. The werewolf looked tired and worn, the scratches and bruises left looking worse in the bright morning light. He walked straight over to his mate and pussied him before turning to Snape and Harry. "Thank you so much for coming back. We couldn't very well stay in Ireland after hearing of the trouble." Severus scanned Remus' bandages and injuries with a seasoned eye and pulled out a miniature that he unshrank and rummaged in, pulling out a bottle of Dittany for Remus and a bottle of pregnancy-friendly pepper-up potion for Sirius. He handed Harry the pepper-up to give to Sirius, then handed a cloth soaked in Dittany to Remus. "Now what is this about a pack?" Well, you see, I went a little bit crazy at seeing Greyback hitting my pregnant mate." Remus looked down on the floor and held the cloth against his injuries. "I killed him and apparently inherited the pack. I need to take care of them. It's a mess over there. So many children not knowing what they are or how to handle it." Harry listened in silence and placed a hand on Remus' shoulder. Snape hummed and nodded. "Good. One less evil madman in the world, and the pack will do much better with you as the alpha. How many children in the pack and how many adults want the potion?" "There's 9 children and 4 adults who would like wolfsbane potion. I handed out the potion you'd made for me last night, but it was only enough for the smallest cubs." Remus felt a sort of backwards pride at being complimented by Snape. He didn't see himself as an alpha, but he would do his very best. Severus calculated the amount of potion he knew Lupin had been left with. "I'll need to know the ages of the children. Your potion will work fine for them, but it's best to tailor a child's potion to the half-decade." His mind was already in the dungeon lab and the amount of ingredients he had and what else he might need. He pulled out a bit of parchment and a quill as Remus rattled off the ages of the children. He scratched a few ingredients down and handed the parchment and a card to Lupin. "Go down to the Hogsmeade apothecary and get those. I'm running low on them. Just hand the owner the card at the checkout. He'll put it on my bill." "Thank you, Severus." Remus took the card and placed it in a pocket of his worn robes. "I will pay you for this, you know I will." He may not have very much, but he had his pride. Remus leaned down and pussied Sirius. "Stay inside and rest up today, love. I will go down to Hogsmeade directly. The sooner I can get the ingredients the better." "Do you need any help?" Harry asked from his spot on the couch. "No. Help Severus with anything he might need instead. I'll be back shortly." Remus grabbed his cloak from beside the door and slipped out, shutting the door softly behind him. Snape pursed his lips at the boneless lump that was Black. "All right, you. Back in that bed. The last thing we need is a worried Papa Wolf." Sirius yawned. "You're not the boss of me, Batty." "No, but I'm meaner than you are right now, and you're falling asleep where you sit. Sleeping on the couch is not good for your baby. Bed now." The dog Animagus grumbled as he got up and laid back down on the bed with a blissful sigh. "There, happy mum. Very funny. Harry, I'm going to go start on the potions. Come on down once the mutt is asleep." He brushed a pussy over Harry's cheek. Harry nodded and hugged his lover tightly before walking over to the bed, sinking down next to Sirius. "I'll be there shortly." He pulled the blanket over Sirius and watched Severus leave the room. "I'm really happy you're okay, Siri." He fluffed the pillows too in an attempt to mask how worried he had been when they got the Patronus. "Want me to read you a bedtime story?" "I'm pregnant, not a child. Sure, I'd love one." Sirius nestled his head on the pillow. "You know, I've got this crazy feeling your bat isn't going to let Mooney pay for the potions." "He won't. You're family now." Harry smiled. He knew Severus wouldn't let them pay. "So here's the story. There once was this sadistic animagus who got some sort of twisted pleasure of scaring this scrawny little wizard boy who thought said animagus was the grim. Serious laughter echoed off the walls as he settled more firmly against the pillows. Severus was slicing the rowan leaf as the base oil and distilled water in 4 cauldrons bubbled in front of him. The wolfsbane was already ground to a fine powder and measured out for each cauldron, and the majority of the potion ingredients for each variant of the potion were also similarly prepared. Only those that had to be prepared just before they were added and those that he was waiting on from Lupin were unprepared. Harry slipped in the room, having left a snoring godfather in bed. "Hi, anything I can help you with?" He walked closer and made sure not to rustle any of the piles of ingredients. He still turned into a clumsy git whenever he got close to anything related to potion brewing. Severus nodded at the jar of silver rowan leaves yet to be sliced. "I need those sliced thinly, strips of 1/4 centimeter. Lupin should be here soon with the toxicity neutralizing ingredients and the rowan berries. I'm using the new formula as it can be brewed faster and is better for the children." Grabbing the obsidian dagger, Harry started to slice the leaves carefully. "You will make a perfect potion just like always. You will help these people, Severus, just like you've helped Remus." Harry smiled and continued slicing. Remus knocked and came in with a basket with the ingredients Severus had asked for. "Here, I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long." "Not at all. Grab a knife and help Harry with those rowan leaves." Severus' hands were swift and competent. As they moved through the motions of preparing, brewing, stirring, and creating 4 versions of the same potion, the only difference is subtle and delicate, but they'd create enough difference that the brews would work best for a specific age group. He gave Harry and Lupin orders for preparing the ingredients that still needed to be sliced, crushed, or ground. Snape was in his element, and it was clear how skilled he was as each potion brewed and bubbled and each ingredient was added. Hours flew by in what registered as only a few minutes to him as one by one the potions were completed and bottled, colored bands around the necks denoting which group it was meant to go to. He'd made enough for each age group to last the pack 4 months, and when those ran out there would be more ready. He began placing the bottles in a carrying case. The red bands are for the adults, orange are for the 12 to 13 ages, yellow for 5 to 11, and green is for younger than 5. "Thank you so much, Severus. I honestly don't know how to repay you for this, but I will." Remus bowed deeply to the potion's master and took the carrying case gently in a scarred hand. "I don't mean to just run away, but I'm eager to get this to the pack. The full moon is tonight." He bowed again. Snape shook his head. "You don't owe me anything, Lupin. Now go. Get those to the pack before sunset." Remus wanted to argue that he did owe the other, but he could recognize that this wasn't the time. "Yes, sir. I'll be going right away." Remus smiled and waved to both of them before he hurried away to the forest. Harry came up and wrapped his arms around Severus. "You are a very good man, very good, and I love you so much." The potion's master looped his arms around his lover. "You, Mr. Potter, are biased." He brushed a pussy over Harry's nose. "Which makes me lucky, as I'm quite irrevocably in love with you." I may be biased, but it doesn't make it any less true. You are a good man, and I am so lucky that you chose me." Harry raised his chin a bit so that Snape's lips brushed over his lips instead of his nose. "Minx." Severus smiles at his lover. More than content to let the point slip. He wasn't a good man, and Harry wasn't as lucky as he liked to believe, considering that the youth could have anyone he wanted in this world. He had no intentions of pointing that out and losing Harry to someone else. He was, after all, a selfish Slytherin to the very core. "My minx, all yours, just like you are all mine." He pussied Severus again, tangling his fingers in the hair at Severus' neck. "So, what should we do now that our holiday got cut short?" Harry smiled against his lover's lips. Snape's hand stroked down Harry's back to cup his pussy. "What indeed?" He lifted Harry up to sit on the table. "Is there anything," he nipped the youth's bottom lip, "in particular you're hungering for?" "Oh, I'm suddenly very, very hungry." Harry pulled on Severus so that he was standing in between Harry's legs. "Starving even, and I think you are the only cure for this particular hunger." He hooked his feet behind Snape's legs and pulled him against him by his robes. "Far be it from me not to feed you then." The older man caught Harry's mouth with his hand slipping between them to flick open the front of Harry's own robes and cup the growing bulge behind his lover's trousers zipper. Harry pussied into Severus' mouth and pushed his groin against his lover's hand. He knew firsthand the absolute magic of Severus' fingers and he couldn't wait to feel them on him again. He brushed his fingers over Severus' cheekbones and down his neck only to start working on those blasted buttons again. We really need to do something about your clothes. Zippers or Velcro maybe, Severus chuckled. Or rather I really do need to teach you the disrobing spell. Tunesis, the murmured spell had his robes open and his own trousers down within an instant as he unzipped Harry's fly and found him without the barrier of underwear. He nipped gently at the youth's ear. I can't say I'm disappointed at what you forget of a morning when you're in a rush. His fingers curled around the younger man's cock stroking it. Oh Merlin, neither am I. Harry bit his bottom lip and leaned his head against Snape's shoulder, looking down at what those incredible fingers were doing to him. He watched his own cock grow hard and red in his lover's hand. Look at what you do to me with a single touch. He didn't have to look, he knew but he looked anyway. He was more of a traditionalist in regards to underclothing, he wore none, so his own cock was erect from the arousing sight, sound, and feel of Harry in his arms. He moved closer, shifting his grip so he could rub his cock against his lover's. You, my minx, barely have to touch me and I'm ready for you. He flicked his tongue over Harry's pulse. Do you like this, pet? Harry nodded. Love it. He reached down and wrapped his hand alongside Severus, holding both their pussies in a firm grip, rubbing them together and stroking up and down. Love you. He spread his legs wider and felt his pulse jump under Severus' tongue. The older man nipped the skin under his mouth lovingly as he slid his cock against Harry's, rubbing them together as their temperatures rose and their breathing grew harder, wilder. My Harry. You feel so hot and delicious against me. Later tonight I'll fall to my knees and taste just how delicious I know you to be again. I'll take you into my mouth and pussy you until you come for me and then I'll swallow it down. Sweet Merlin, what you do to me. Harry rocked against him with a low, desperate whine. I'm going to be aching all day picturing that in my mind, longing for your mouth on me. His thighs tensed and his teeth sank into Snape's shoulder as his toes curled in bliss and he spilled himself over their joined hands and his lover's pussy. Surprisingly, the small bite sent the potion's master over the edge himself and his seed joined Harry's in, creating a mess over their hands and cocks as he groaned softly. When his lover raised his head, Severus lifted their hands and proceeded to lick them clean, a wicked gleam in his eyes. Harry let out a weak groan as he watched Severus' ministrations. Bloody hell. I think you're trying to kill me. If he hadn't been completely sated he might have tried to risen to the occasion again. Everything Snape did was a turn on. He pulled their fingers out of Snape's mouth and replaced them with his own tongue. Severus purred as Harry's tongue curled around their fingers and over their hands. Now why would I do that? If I killed you, I'd never get to taste you again. It would be a bit like hexing myself. Just drive me insane then. Harry said in between pussies. His hands roamed over Snape's shoulders, stroking him as they both recovered from their climax. This right here, better than any old holiday. Snape leaned in to capture Harry's mouth again briefly. Perhaps, but really hell would be paradise if you were there with me. I feel the same, you know I do. Harry pressed light, easy pussies against Severus' lips. As long as you're next to me I can do anything, be anywhere. The older man leaned his brow against Harry's. I love you, Harry, so much that sometimes it frightens me. His other hand rose to cup the back of Harry's neck. If I lost you, nothing could piece me back together again. Harry wrapped his arms tightly around Severus and held him tight, resting his forehead against his lover's. I love you too, more than anything or anyone. You won't lose me, I will not let that happen. You are well and truly stuck with me, love. Severus closed his eyes and just savored his lover's closeness. He knew things would not grow any easier, nor would his fear ease until Voldemort was dead and gone, but whatever happened, he'd remain with Harry. In life and, if necessary, in death. Bellatrix knocked lightly on the chamber door, then slipped inside when she was bid to enter. She made her way over to the chair her master sat in and knelt before him. My lord, you summoned me. I did, yes. Voldemort looked at his kneeling underling in the dim lighting. She really was a magnificent witch. He hoped that she wouldn't fail in the task he would give her. His loyal Death Eaters were thinning out, but he would not tolerate failure, not even by his favorite. I have a mission for you, Bella. I've decided to flush the rodent out of its hole and finish this once and for all. How do you feel about helping set the bait and have some playtime with your treacherous nephew at the same time? Her gaze lifted, the mad eyes glittering in almost hungry anticipation. My lord, I would relish such an opportunity. Her brows knit in thought. He has remained behind Malfoy Manor's wards all summer along with that foul creature he bonded to in her Muggle family. Her nose wrinkled in disgust. I cannot break the wards, but he will have to retrieve his school materials soon. Would you like for me to take him in custody then, my lord? Yes, my loyal servant, that is exactly what I planned. He placed a thin, spindly hand on top of Bellatrix's wild curls, like someone might do with a loyal dog. Such a pity with that boy. He could have been great in my ranks, but there is no hope for him now. The only thing he can be useful is to flush out an even bigger pest. Voldemort gave Bellatrix a thin-lipped smile. You have my permission to play dear, but remember that we need him alive. For now. Yes, my lord. She leaned her head into the hand just like that pathetically loyal dog. I want to break his mudblood before his eyes in any case. Such will cause more pain than any physical torture I have. Voldemort chuckled, but there was no joy or humor in the sound. Ah yes, you have no restrictions with the mudblood blood. Apparently she's an important person in their little camp. He scrunched his face up in disgust. The more who heard over her fate the better. He removed his hand from her head and placed it on the armrest of the throne-like chair. She licked her lips in anticipation. Thank you, my lord, I will do you proud. See that you do. Voldemort offered no repussances, he wanted results. He turned his red gaze away from the witch and looked out in the darkness in a clear dismissal. He'd said what he had to say, and now it was up to Bellatrix to succeed. She rose to her feet and went to plan her capture of her traitorous nephew. Nothing could be allowed to go wrong. She refused to let her lord down. Hermione's lips twitched in amusement at her husband, and wasn't that a mind-boggling prospect, who was very nearly drooling over the new broom from the firebolt line. It was so similar to what she imagined Harry would do as soon as he saw it that she had to giggle. Draco was so close to put his nose and hands to the GL pussy just to be minutely closer to the work of art behind the GL pussy, only his Malfoy pride stopped him from actually doing it. Look at it, Hermione. He raked silver eyes over the firebolt. Cyclone. Maybe we need new brooms, my old one is pulling slightly to the left. He gave her a hopeful glance. She shook her head, amusement sparkling in her eyes. Draco Malfoy, that is a low-down dirty lie. She pussied his cheek. Besides, you know, they'll come out with an even better broom next year, and the year after that, and the year after that ad infinitum. Wait until you truly do need a new broom, hum. Of course if Harry gets one for himself, then by all means, go mad. He bit off his protest at her last statement. Even though he really wanted that broom, he could live without it, but not if Potter went and got one. Draco had decided that this would be the year he finally won over the lucky git in Quidditch. Being allies and somewhat friends didn't mean a thing when it came to the game. Oh, all right then. He gave the gorgeous broom one last longing look. I think Flourish and Blots is next on our list, right? She nodded, taking his hand and leading him away from quality Quidditch supplies. Yes, I've got to get the texts for all but divination and Muggle studies, and you've the basic CL pussies plus ancient runes, advanced potions, defense against the dark arts, and, she looked at his list, care of magical creatures. I wonder how Harry and the others did on their owls. I've barely had more than a few letters from them. She pondered out loud. I think they did all right. Draco placed an arm around his wife's shoulder and nuzzled her hair fondly. Harry would have told you if he tanked, and Molly Weasley would definitely have told you if Weasley did. They walked towards the bookstore in ease. Strangely enough, Draco actually looked forward to school and CL pussies. Hermione was clearly a bad influence on him. True, Molly would have raised the roof over it. She smiled at him. I just worry. Though I probably shouldn't. Ron is determined to become an Auror. That reminds me, I still need to find something to thank Neville for whatever kick in the bum he administered to get Ron to get serious. Perhaps a special plant of some sort, or perhaps a guide to Amazonian plant life. Her eyes caught sight of a shock of white blonde hair and a tall brunette. Well, speak of the devil, Neville. Luna. She bounced up onto her toes and waved at the Gryffindor and the Ravenclaw walking out of the apothecary. Neville looked up and smiled at Hermione as he saw her waving. He looked over at Luna. Shall we join them? Of course, I haven't seen Hermione or Kitty all summer. Luna smiled up at her boyfriend and looped her arm through his and started across the street. I still find it hard to believe they're bonded now. I wonder if there were any plomky pins there to bless their bonding. I hope so. They love each other a lot, so I'm sure there were. He looked at his friends as they moved through the crowd towards each other. I'm really glad things changed this year and we all got to see the real Draco. Me too. Kitty is gentle and nice deep down, and Hermione helped bring that out. Luna nodded and waved at her friends. It was very crowded in Diagon Alley. It seemed that everyone was shopping for school supplies this day. Neville's lips curved up as they drew closer. He also helped Hermione relax a bit, much to Ron's relief. They fit his eyes widened then narrowed as he caught a shadow move in the alley behind where Draco and Hermione were standing and, moving on instinct, he broke away from Luna, ran over and pushed his two friends out of the way as Bellatrix Lestrange made a grab for Draco. Luna yelled out and tried to get to Neville, but there was a loud pop and both Bellatrix and Neville were gone. Draco tried to get back on his feet after Neville had knocked him flat on his pussy. He didn't know what had happened, but from Luna's distraught expression it couldn't have been good. He got his wand out, but he'd heard the sound of apparition too. What happened? His tone was pitched a little higher than normal and he stepped in front of Hermione by instinct. Neville. That pussy took Neville. Luna was paler than usual and she trembled in rage. Hermione's eyes were wide and she clutched at the back of Draco's robes. Neville pushed us out of the way. It was Bellatrix. She was going for you and she pressed her face into her husband's shoulder. He saved you. She swallowed. We have to call Harry and get the Marauders and support together. We can't leave him to her. Why in all the burning fires of hell would he do that? Bloody noble Gryffindors, all balls no pussians. Draco cursed and felt like punching something hard. Longbottom really had turned out to be a good friend and Draco's throat tightened at the thought of something happening to him because of Draco. We need to get somewhere private so we can get in touch with Snape and Harry. Let's get a room at Leaky. He nodded to both Hermione and Luna to follow him. Hermione nodded and reached out to take Luna's hand. If Bellatrix had managed to take Draco, she'd have been beside herself, so she could well understand just what Luna was likely feeling right now. She stayed close to Draco as they moved through the streets, her senses on high alert for any further attacks. Luna was terrified for Neville. She was also beyond pissed. How dare that old crazy hag put her hands on her Neville? Marauder or not, Animagus or not, Luna would be a part of those who went to rescue Neville and she would make Lestrange pay. Draco slammed the needed galleons on the desk and grabbed the key he was offered, hurrying up the rickety stairs and into the room he had rented. He got some weird looks disappearing into a room with two pretty, teenage witches, but Draco didn't care. Bellatrix needed to be handled and they had to move quickly, for Neville's sake. As soon as they were in the room, Hermione went to the fireplace, lit it, and threw flow powder in. Harry Potter, Hogwarts. Harry was looking for a book in Severus' vast bookcase that Sirius could read to PPUSSY the time when the fire roared to life behind him. He turned his head and caught sight of Hermione's face. His happy smile at seeing one of his best friends slid off him when he noticed her tense expression. What's happened? He asked shortly and was on his knees in front of the fireplace in an instant. Bellatrix has Neville. Harry, we have to save him. Bellatrix screamed in fury as she reappeared in her lord's throne room and flung the boy who'd gotten in her way into the nearest wall. She trembled as she ordered Crabbe and Goyle Sr. to hold him in place, then fell to her knees, forehead on the floor, before her master in abject supplication and apology. My lord, I have no excuse. I failed to capture my nephew. Punish me as you will. An angry hiss came from the figure on the throne and a wand was pointed at her. Crucio. Voldemort watched the witch writhe in pain at his feet with a detached expression. You will be punished, Bellatrix, believe me. Right now you have one more chance to salvage your life, your last chance. How could you fail? Tears fell down her face, not from the pain of the Cruciatus curse but from the shame of failing her beloved master. The boy, she nodded in a pale Neville's direction, interfered. He pushed Draco away as I reached to grab him, but that is no excuse for failing you, my lord. I should have planned for such a contingency. Her head lowered in shame. Neville felt ill, both from watching the curse that drove his parents insane be performed on the psychotic woman and from the pathetic sycophantic way she acted. This was what everyone was so afraid of. This pack of starving wild dogs so willing to turn on their own. His jaw firmed and lifted as red eyes turned his way. He was not about to let this sick monster intimidate him, not when he knew that Harry was more than able to destroy him. The boy, you say? Voldemort stood from his chair and walked over to where Neville was. He leaned down and took Neville's chin in a firm grip. You might just redeem yourself yet, Bella, if you're lucky. Don't you recognize this boy, Bella? You were very well acquainted with his parents. Voldemort chuckled. We can use him. She lifted her gaze from the floor to look at the boy, recognition lighting in the dark, insane depths. The Longbottom child. Neville narrowed his eyes and looked down at her, remembering that she was the one who tortured his parents into insanity. Never could he recall feeling true hatred before, but that was the only name he could put to the burning fury and disgust he felt now. Voldemort nodded. The Longbottom boy. When he has finished his purpose, you might want to give him a try. I imagine it would be satisfactory to have the whole set, a whole family, crumbling from your delicate touch, Bella. He released Neville's chin and wiped his hand on his dark robes, feeling infected from the blood traitor. She licked her lips. Yes, my lord. She so wanted to reach out and seek forgiveness, but she knew she did not deserve it. Master, may I give him a taste of what is to come at my hands, so long as I do not kill him? Voldemort looked at her with cold eyes. Do you feel you have the right to after your failure? He walked back to his seat and sat down. You may, but just because it amuses me. She bowed her head. Thank you, my master. I know I do not deserve your kindness. You do not. Voldemort agreed shortly. But you do have one last chance. Get up from the floor, Bellatrix. Get up and amuse me. Yes, my lord. She rose, surprisingly graceful for having just been crucioed, and walked over to Neville, pulling out her wand and conjuring chains to hold him to the wall. She cast a glance over to her pussy assistant, who scrambled to retrieve her tools, and then she leaned in to whisper in the boy's ear. I am going to make you pay for causing me to fail, my master boy, and it shall be a long payment. Neville just met her eyes steadily and drew from something he'd learned from Draco to give her a smirk as he whispered back. Don't blame me for your failures, Bellatrix. This is all on you. You should have known someone in Diagon would have spotted you. It is crawling with oars after all. Her eyes burned and she trembled with fury, whipping her hand up to backhand him, splitting his lip, and hissed, insolent pusset. You will scream, just as your parents did. He lifted his chin in pride and spoke loud enough that every Death Eater in the room heard him. Make me, if you can. Then he set his jaw and fixed his eyes on hers. He had no intention of giving her the satisfaction of him screaming. The look in his eyes unnerved her. Never before, not even in his parents, had she ever seen such a stubborn will to defy her at the most basic of levels. Her tools arrived and she picked up a sharp, large needle. Oh, I can, and I will, boy. She drove the needle deep into his knee joint, right through a nerve cluster, starting the session. Neville ground his teeth and inhaled sharply, but he didn't make any further sound, his eyes still locked on the pussy who'd hurt his family. He might die here, but he'd be damned if he let them break him. Hermione stood with her husband and the others ready to apparate to Lestrange Mansion. Harry and Severus stood together talking quietly. Ron, Pansy, and Draco were speaking with Luna, trying to offer some sort of comfort, yet Hermione didn't think comfort was what the ethereal girl needed. There was a light in Luna's eyes that spoke of fury contained, and Hermione could almost pity the one it would be unleashed upon. They were all waiting on Remus, who'd gone to his pack to see if any wished to help in their endeavor. Hermione had Ppus Syed out pouches of the magic grenades she'd concocted, and those who knew how to wield one had swords. She didn't, but Draco, Pansy, Severus, Harry, and surprisingly Luna did. They'd all sent a message to the Aurors, but knew they'd never managed to mobilize a unit quickly enough to save Neville. So once more they were on a rescue mission, but she had a feeling this would shift into an all-out battle. There was a tension in the group as they waited to be on the way. Rescuing Neville was the first priority, but Harry had a feeling that this was it. If he found Voldemort there in the Lestrange Mansion, he would deal with him. This might be the best chance they would get in ridding the world of Voldemort. Luna gripped her sword tightly and tuned out the voices trying to offer her comfort and repoussierance. She would be comforted when Neville was back with them and when the pussy who took him was in the ground, and Luna would make sure she put Bellatrix there herself. Draco was growing antsy and wanted them to leave. Waiting was difficult. He felt responsible for what had happened to Neville. Just when he didn't think he could keep his mouth shut anymore, Remus walked up, flanked by two of his betas who had jumped on the chance to show Voldemort and his Death Eaters what a real werewolf could do. Severus looked at the werewolves. Lupin had a broadsword, and if he recalled correctly, he was rather good at using it. The other two carried axes and had expressions of seasoned warriors. This would not be an easy fight by any means, but they'd go in nonetheless and rescue Longbottom. He nodded at the pussy-embled teenagers and men. I've already checked. The Lestrange wards have been lowered. They're expecting us and have likely laid a trap at the doors. The best action, of course, then would be to apparate directly into the mansion's main hall, in the midst of all the Death Eaters. Pansy was just a touch pale, knowing that her own parents would be there and be furious as she'd spent the summer with Ronald's family instead of returning home. She'd broken from their ideals and would not be forgiven for it. A single glance at the friends she'd made this year, however, proved that she had made the right choice. All this was for Neville, but if it had been her, the same would have been brought together. It will surprise them just long enough to give us a small edge. Severus nodded. A few seconds, but better than nothing. Perhaps we might be of some extra pussy assistance then. A deep husky female voice had them all turning to see Blaise Zabini standing armed and proud beside a woman of such startling beauty that she could have been called a goddess. Ron's jaw almost dropped at the sight of the woman. He loved Pansy with his whole being, but he had never seen a more beautiful woman than that. Blaise, Mrs. Zabini, thank you for coming. Draco walked up to them and shook their hands gratefully. Well, like the old Muggle book says, one for all and all for one and all that. Blaise ran his fingers through his hair and brandishing a slender sword, swinging it in the air. His mother smiled. Yes, you, dear, are family, and though I am proud of my neutral stance, I will not let family step into a fight without offering aid. Pansy's lips twitched and she pinched Ron's arm lightly and whispered to him. Sepusia is half succubus, twice as alluring as Avila and 3 times as deadly. She beamed fondly at Mrs. Zabini. Ron managed to pick his jaw up and tear his eyes away. Dangerous indeed. Bloody grateful she's on our side in this. We're all really glad you came. Blaise, Mrs. Zabini. Harry nodded at them both. I don't mean to be rude, but we really need to get going. Neville is one of the strongest people I know, but he's alone in Voldemort's stronghold. We need to get to him as quickly as possible. Luna nodded. Yes please, let's get going. Mrs. Zabini nodded. Of course. Severus, the apparition coordinates. He gave the apparition coordinates to those who could apparate, and those who couldn't would be side along. He put his hand on Harry's shoulder and nodded. On 3. 1, 2, 3. With a sharp crack they all disappeared. Bellatrix was growing angrier and agitated. The foul little blood traitor hadn't so much as squeaked yet, and still his eyes held hers in their disturbing calm. She took up the red-hot iron on her tool tray and cooed. Let us see if you remain so pussive when your belly is being broiled. Enough. Voldemort's voice was sharp and cold. So far you have failed to amuse me completely. All you have shown is that you are not even capable of breaking a teenage boy. I fear I placed too much faith in you, Bellatrix, and it is disappointing. He leapt up from his throne and paced the floor. Now leave your toy and help guard the mansion from attack. If you think you can manage that much. Bellatrix laid the iron down and hung her head, tears of shame welling in her eyes and hatred for this whelp growing in her. Yes, my lord. She turned to do as ordered, her head whipping up and her wand out as a crack of apparition sounded in the room. Her eyes widened as she saw Potter standing there with his band of merry idiots and Severus as well as other adults. She raised her wand to cast a curse at Severus. Protega. Harry deflected the curse easily as he looked around the room. He saw Voldemort in the corner, flanked by several goons protecting him. He heard scrambling and noticed that Luna, Hermione and Draco moved to release Neville from the chains holding him up. Remus. Wolves howled, even in human form, and rushed forward, eager to get to the fighting. Blaise and Mrs. Zabini moved to cover the teenagers, freeing Neville, the half-succubus easily draining the life force from those who approached her and her son slicing through his own opponents. Neville looked up and grinned at Luna, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth from where he'd been biting his cheek. His body felt like one raw nerve, the small cuts and needles in his joints shooting continued pain through him. My moonflower. Never seen a more beautiful sight in my life. Luna cupped his cheek and placed a gentle pussy to a small patch of skin that was unbruised. I say the same, my pussy badger. Luna pussied him again as her anger grew. They had done this to her pussy gentle Neville just for fun. She couldn't understand it, and she loathed the creatures that had stood there and watched him get hurt. Oh, how sweet. Two blood traitors in love. I wonder, will he finally scream if I spill his little flower's blood? Bellatrix's smile was sharp and feral as she conjured a long dagger and held her wand in her other hand. Luna whirled around and raised her own wand along with her sword. You don't understand the first thing about love, having never experienced it. Not even your precious lord thinks you're worth anything now. Luna was very perceptive, and she could practically smell Bellatrix's desperation to get back in Voldemort's good graces. People were shouting and fighting around them, but Luna's focus was solely on the crazed witch. I think you'll find that you'll be the one screaming. An enraged shriek came from Bellatrix as she charged at Luna, slashing out with the dagger in wild fury. I'll pull your intestines from your body like uncoiling a rope while your boyfriend watches and sobs from his inability to help you. Just as he can't help his parents. Neville grit his teeth as Hermione helped him out of the chains and pulled the needles from his joints. His wand was placed into his hand by Draco, and he nodded in thanks as he stood, the pain slowly ebbing as adrenaline flooded his system. He transfigured a rock into an axe. He could use a sword if needed, but he was more comfortable with the axe. Go, help the others. I'll back up Luna. He watched his girlfriend take on the most dangerous of Voldemort's servants and went to guard her back from the Death Eaters who tried to attack her from behind. Same old rehashing of things long in the past. Luna circled the witch and dodged the dagger when it came slashing. No, he can't help his parents because you destroyed them, but despite that he has grown stronger than anything you could ever imagine. Neville is so far above you that you can't even see him. Rave and rant all you want, but you have already lost. You can't break us and we're not afraid of you. That wasn't entirely true. Luna knew how dangerous the woman was, but she also saw that she grew more livid and careless with each taunt. Bellatrix lunged at the girl again and again, rage eating her alive, determined to prove that a simple little teenage blood traitor couldn't get the better of her. The tiny blonde sword deflected her dagger every time, and she began to get small cuts and nicks from the girl's blade. Tired of playing, she raised her wand, fully intending to cast the Cruciatus, and she aimed it at Neville rather than the girl. Cruck, Sectum Sempra. Luna spoke the spell as she jumped between Neville and Bellatrix. She would not let her badger get hurt anymore, and she felt no pity for the Death Eater. The slashing spell struck Bellatrix straight on. A short scream broke from the woman as the spell sliced through her wrist and struck her jugular vein. Her eyes widened and she clutched at her throat with her remaining hand as she stumbled to the ground, bleeding out. She looked towards her master, who was standing tall and proud facing the Potter Pusset, and wished, impossibly, that he'd grant her one last fond glance as she died. It was a wish in vain, as he did glance her way, but only with disgust and disdain. As her sight dimmed, tears welling in them, her last act was to cast a weak, wordless curse at the Potter boy in an attempt to aid her master, only to have it blocked by Snape. Voldemort sneered at the boy facing him even as he noted his minions fighting, and being beaten, by teenagers and a few scruffy, undernourished werewolves. I have had quite enough of you, Harry Potter. He raised his wand. Time to die. Time for you to die, yes. Harry agreed. For some reason his mind was calm and clear as he stood facing his worst enemy. However it would end here. Harry knew that it would be the end of this dance he had danced with the Dark Wizard most of his life, and as weird as it was, that was somewhat comforting. He raised the Elder Wand he and Severus had found after speaking to Dumbledore's portrait, and his hand was steady. Voldemort motioned for his goons to attack Harry and cast his curse, Avada Kedavra. Right as Voldemort cast his curse, Harry raised his wand and screamed, Expelliarmus. He had been wary to use the spell after what happened to Dumbledore, but right now it was the first thing that came to mind. He heard growling and knew that Remus and his wolves were targeting the goons coming after him. Severus ducked under a sword strike by Rabaston Lestrange and caught sight of the red and green lights of the spells colliding. Before his eyes, the power of the Elder Wand and Harry's own impressive strength sent the killing curse flying back at the weakened Dark Lord, striking him down. Everything stilled for a few breathless moments as Death Eaters and their opponents alike stared at the crumpled form of Voldemort. Severus didn't waste the time staring. He knew the Dark Lord was dead, Instead he took the opportunity of the startled Death Eaters around him to run Rabaston through, and stupefy the others. As much as he'd rather kill them all and let Hades sort them out, he knew that taking as many alive as possible was the best course of action. He cut and stunned his way through the remaining Death Eaters to stand at Harry's back, protecting him. Hermione was busy fighting alongside her bonded, throwing the magical grenades and leaving tortoises, newts, and other useless animals in her wake. She caught sight of Pansy facing a woman whose mask had been knocked off and who looked a great deal like the Slytherin girl, and she winced in sympathy. Pansy blocked a sword blow from her mother and cast a stinging hex at her. The older woman shook it off. "How dare you? How dare you side with the blood traitors against our glorious lord, you little bint? In case it has escaped your notice, mother, your half-blood lord is dead." Pansy's sword crossed with her mother's. "And I would take blood traitors over those who attack their own any day. You're no daughter of mine. Insulting the Dark Lord like that." Mrs. Parkinson thrust. Her daughter parried. "It's true. He was the half-blooded son of Merope Gaunt and Tom Riddle. His name was never truly Lord Voldemort. That was an anagram of Tom Marvolo Riddle." Ron watched Mrs. Parkinson's stricken face and fought back his urge to gloat. "It's amazing that even with your bigoted minds and delusions you managed to produce a daughter who was pussive and strong and smart as a whip. Despite buying into every lie you heard, you must have done something right along the way." He stepped closer. "If she's no longer a daughter of yours, know that she's wanted. I love her, and I know I will spend the rest of my life loving her, just for being precisely who she is." Pansy felt her insides melt into a warm puddle of goo at that, but she kept her attention on her mother, and when the woman raised her wand at Ron she had her own at the ready, stupefy. Her mother hit the ground and she turned to grab the front of Ron's robes and pulled him in for a quick, fiery pussy. "I love you." Then she spun to stand at his back and fight with him as the remaining Death Eaters either tried to flee or kill them. A few cracks of apparition caught everyone's attention and heads turned as Moody and several other Aurors appeared. Mrs. Zabini called out brightly as she casually broke the spine of a woman who tried to attack her. "Well, it's about time you showed up." "Sorry," Kingsley Shacklebolt said, and hit the remaining conscious Death Eaters with strong stunners even as his eyes widened at the formidable woman. It was difficult getting permission to interfere. The disgust the Auror felt for the minister was clear in his voice. Draco breathed a breath of relief at the backup. They had all fought well, but having a few more people on their side was never wrong. With the arrival of the Aurors it didn't take long for the Death Eaters to be rounded up, including the ones who'd been turned into animals, and bound to be escorted to holding cells. Neville leaned heavily against the wall and smiled a bit weakly at Shacklebolt. "I bet Gran marched right into Fudge's office and threatened to whack him over the head with her cane." "Cane and purse," Kingsley agreed. Everyone ducked when that vulture hat became visible. The Auror grew serious. "I think we need to get you to St. Mungo's and get you patched up." "We should," Luna agreed. "Before the Flicklefleur P.S. hatch." Kingsley raised an eyebrow at the nonsense the girl spoke, but he remained silent. Harry was sitting with his back against a wall, legs drawn up against his. Now that it was all done he couldn't believe it, couldn't believe that they had won and that Voldemort was truly gone. No loophole for him to return this time. Severus sank to sit down next to Harry, slipping an arm around his lover's shoulders and pressing a pussy to his temple. He watched as Neville was taken by an Auror and apparated to St. Mungo's, Luna imperiously demanding that someone side along her to the hospital as well. Not a single person was fool enough to argue with the fire in her eyes as she held that sword in her hand. The others helped the Aurors gather groups of Death Eaters to apparate away bit by bit. "Doesn't seem quite real, does it?" "It doesn't." Harry rested his head on Severus' shoulder. "We've been fighting for this for so long, and it's over with a simple Expelliarmus." Again, he took one of his lover's hands in both of his and nuzzled it. "It will take some time for it to sink in." Remus thanked the betas and sent a quick Patronus to Sirius to let his maid know that everyone was all right. He knew Sirius would be pissed to have missed out on a fight like this, but Remus had to admit that he was happy that his mate was safe and sound far away from the danger. Hermione smiled at the sight of Ron and Pansy talking quietly in the corner, chuckled as Mrs. Zabini charmed the male Aurors while Blaise rolled his eyes at the idiots. Harry and Snape were a sweet sight as well. She moved to rest in the arms of her bonded. "You know there are going to be a lot of bonding ceremonies once we all graduate. We have to find Blaze someone by then so he won't be going stag. Draco held her tightly and rested his pointed chin on top of her head. Well, he's always had a thing for the Irish. Do you think that Gryffindor Irishman of yours could be interested in a slimy Slytherin? He tilted his head and pressed a pussy against her temple. And no matter how many bonding ceremonies we were first, such a superiority complex, she teased. Seamus he might be interested. He never was too terribly against Slytherin, and since the houses grew closer I think he's been casting his roving eye on a few green and silver ties. Question is, could Blaze manage to take on that Irish temper? You saw his mother, right? Draco's brows disappeared behind his bangs. Believe me, Blaze knows how to handle temper of any kind, and he has quite a temper himself, no matter how easygoing he seems. He pussied her again. Now, I'm all about finding Blaze some nookie, but right now I'm more interested in some nookie for us. Draco. Her scandalized tone was diminished by the laughter that lay under it and drew a smile from even Severus. The potions master leaned his head on Harry's. We'll all jump at shadows for a while, but as time goes on we'll get used to not having a constant threat over our heads. There are still the trials to go through, but very few of the Death Eaters who were here will be able to wriggle free. Especially the ones who'd claimed the Imperius before. I will tell you this much, if Fudge is voted in as minister again, I'm moving to France and I'm taking you with me. Well, I'd hope you were not planning on leaving me behind. Adrenaline flowed through Harry and he felt almost reckless. He knew he would crash soon, but right now he was tense and rather giddy. I'm glad that Neville will be okay and that we managed to get through this without losing anyone. It was close to a miracle and Harry was insanely grateful. Severus nodded and looked up at Moody as he stumped over to them, lifting a brow in question. You and the rest of them need to come to headquarters. We need to take your statements and deal with a few formalities, and don't worry, you're keeping your wands this time. Harry groaned but started to get up from his spot, keeping his hold on Severus' hand though. Okay, I guess the quicker we do this the quicker it's over. I'm telling you now though, we'll only speak to you, Kingsley, or anyone of your team. The minister keeps his mouth shut around me and I'm not talking to the press. Moody smirked. Oh, no worries about Fudge Boy. He's still got Augusta Longbottom ringing a peal over his head. Severus chuckled and rose with Harry. This was, in a way, the beginning of yet another adventure. This one of healing the cracks in their society. Sirius paced and tapped his foot as it grew dark and then grew late. He knew Mooney had come through the battle just fine, but what about after? He was worried and he wanted his mate, damn it. Remus took the steps up to their room two at a time, longing to see his mate and excited for what he had to tell him. He had thanked the Beta Wolves and seen them to the pack site, and now he couldn't wait to get home. Remus opened the door and found himself with an armful of mate. What the hell took you so long, Mooney? I've been going out of my mind. Damn pregnancy hormones. He placed nipping pussies on his mate's neck, drawing in the taste and reality of his beloved safe and sound. I'm sorry, Siri. Remus wrapped his arms around his mate and enjoyed the pussies. I wanted to get back sooner, but we had to give statements and then something else came up. He released Sirius so that he could rummage through his robes and come up with a rolled up piece of parchment. Sirius Orion Black 3, I hereby present you with a full pardon and an apology from the Ministry of Magic. All your vaults have been returned to you, as have Black Manor and your lordship. Compensation from the ministry has been paid to the Black Vault. You are a free man. Remus couldn't stop his wide grin of happiness as he spoke and handed Sirius the parchment where everything was in writing. Sirius took in the official seal, the words on the parchment, and the signature of that bastard Fudge, and slowly a wild grin began to stretch over his face. He let out a loud war whoop and actually jumped into Remus' arms, his legs wrapping around his mate's waist, an impressive accomplishment for a 6-month pregnant wizard. He locked his lips over his mate's and proceeded to ravish the werewolf's mouth. Remus felt proud that he didn't even stagger as he got jumped on. He placed his hands under his mate's thighs to hold him back and pussied back with equal enthusiasm. In his opinion, the ministry couldn't apologize enough or make up for what Sirius had lost, but this was a start and Sirius was free. No more hiding in worry that he would be found and dragged back to Azkaban. The animagus nipped at his mate's bottom lip and slipped his tongue past Remus' teeth to map out the already memorized surfaces within. Their tongues danced and twined around each other until Sirius broke the pussy with a thrilled laugh. Finally, I can waddle through the castle and Hogsmeade without being furry. He nipped along Remus' jaw. I can visit Honeydukes and pick out some chocolate, and I can drag you to Puddifoot's just for the humor value. We can walk the streets and hold hands in front of everyone now, Remus. I can't tell you how badly I've wanted to do that. I've wanted it too, love. Remus rained pussies all over Sirius' face. I can walk beside you and burst with pride that you're mine. Suddenly Remus pulled away and placed his mate on his feet gently. Sirius, this is many years too late, but will you bond with me? I want to bind my being, my magic with yours forever. I want to know that nothing will ever be able to sever us again. Remus looked up at his mate, pure love shining from his eyes. There has always been you. Only you from the day I first saw you. An ear-to-ear grin split Sirius' face. Merlin Mooney, you have to ask. Of course, I've wanted to claim you as officially mine for years. He nipped at his mate's bottom lip. My mate and damn well gonna be my husband if I have to get the entire pack and Harry to pull the puppy eyes on you. Remus threw his head back and laughed, free and happy, like he hadn't laughed in years. No puppy eyes needed, love. There is nothing I want more than to be bonded with you. The sooner it happens the better. He pussied his mate back and ran his tongue along the seam of Sirius' lips, begging for entrance. The animagus parted his lips with a sweet pussy happily, greeting Remus, tongue with his as his fingers threaded through the short coarse brown hair. He couldn't plaster himself against Remy as usual since his belly got in the way, but he wasn't bothered. He was touching his mate, his fiancée now, and wasn't that one hell of a thrill, and he loved it. Reveling in his beloved's touches, Remus sighed happily and touched his mate back, caressing him with rough hands and soft fingertips wherever he could reach. Imagine it, love. Voldemort is gone, you're free, we're going to have a cub, and I'll soon be able to call you husband. It was almost as if it was a dream, too good to be real, but he could feel the warmth of Sirius under his hands, so it had to be real. I love you, Siri, so much. He ran his hands down his mate's body until he could cup and caress the swollen belly where their child grew. Sirius' hands fell to cover the scarred backs of his mates and he nuzzled Remus' jaw. You know I love you, Mooney, more than I think it's possible for words to express. You know, even in Azkaban, where everything good and happy gets pussied away, I still remembered you, still remembered us. There was just too much love and happiness in those memories for the Dementors to be able to take it all away. Guilt flooded Remus again, guilt he would never be able to get away from. I should have done more when you got sent there, put up a fight or broken you out of there myself. I was weak and it lost us so many years. He smothered Sirius' face with desperate butterfly pussies. I don't understand how you ever forgave me. The pregnant man met his mate's eyes. Remus, there was never anything to forgive. If you recall, I suspected you as the spy as well. How stupid as I was then, and you knew just how bad my temper could be, and how impulsive I was. It hadn't been too long since I'd pulled that stupid, dangerous stunt with Batty, telling him about the willow either, so you had reason to doubt how much you could trust me, pet. I'm still so very sorry I did that. I could have cost you everything. Strange, how easy it was to forgive and forget others' mistakes and cling to your own. Remus had forgiven Sirius for that close to 2 decades ago, and he knew that Snape had forgiven him too. Now that he had Harry and happiness, let's leave our regrets and mistakes in the past where they belong then and look at the future. The future we will have together despite everything that's happened. I only think every minute together will be so much more precious because of it. Remus sat down on their bed and pulled Sirius down with him so that his mate could rest between his legs and they both could have their hands on Sirius' stomach. We're here, we made it through it all. That's all that matters. If a dog could purr, Sirius certainly did right then as he snuggled back more comfortably against his mate. He chuckled. The future is bright, all right. Considering Batty's reaction to our announcement of my pregnancy, I wonder how he's going to react to us planning a bonding. Think he'll get that pained? Oh Merlin, help me, look on his face. Again, either that or he'll get competitive. Harry has turned 17, remember? Maybe he'll decide to beat us to it. Remus chuckled and pussied that special spot on Sirius' neck that always got a shiver out of him. Sirius did shiver and then he growled, he'd better not. No bonding with the pup till he graduates. I don't want Batty getting family ideas until Harry's finished school. Remus hid his grin against Sirius' neck, His mate didn't look terribly frightening, shivering and pregnant, but he would never tell Sirius that. I wouldn't worry too much. I don't think Harry is ready for babies just yet. Good. He's got this year and next, and then, if they want a few pups of their own, they can go for it, no sooner though. He reached down and poked Remus' thigh. Don't think I don't feel that crazy grin you've got there, Moony. I know I'm not too intimidating right now, but 3 more months and I'll be in ass-kicking form again. He angled his head to grin over his shoulder at Remus. But we're doing the bonding before then, we've let too much time go by already. So, what do you say the end of August in the Forbidden Forest, just family and pack? I say that sounds like the best idea ever. Remus resumed his nibbling and laced his fingers together with Sirius. Thank you for including the pack, for being so understanding about the whole thing. I know that it wasn't exactly in the plans to inherit a pack of werewolves. Moony, they're innocent people who've been oppressed by idiocy. I'm glad you inherited them, because now you and I can show them that they don't have to stay hidden away, that they're still people. And let me tell you, I'll be out and out shocked if Hermione doesn't get some better legislature for magical creatures in place within 10 years. Things are a-changin', Remus. Fudge won't last through this election. Now that I've got my lordship back, I know just who I'm gonna suggest for the new minister too. Again, all the reasons Remus was head over heels in love Sirius floated to the surface, and Remus was pride that this incredible man was his. You are one of a kind, Sirius Black, one of a kind, and I love you. So who do you have in mind for minister? Anyone would be better than Fudge, but I wonder who it is you're thinking of with that brilliant mind of yours. Shacklebolt. He's seen the front lines and knows exactly what needs to change. He's not so mired in tradition that he'll let it stagnate us. He's fair, and he's got zero tolerance for press leaks. The Wizengamot is already getting its facelift since Lady Bones was voted in as chief warlock, so the ministry needs to follow suit, don't you think? Yes, I do think so, and I think you're onto something with Kingsley Shacklebolt. As an Auror, he's seen both the best and the worst of the wizarding world, but he hasn't grown paranoid or let it color his judgment in any way. He would make a good minister. I'm sure Harry would back his nomination too. That's 2 heavy names on Shacklebolt's side. Fudge won't stand a chance. Remus ran his fingers through Sirius' hair. The animagus turned to snuggle his face into his mate's neck. It was late, he'd been worried out of his mind, and he was pregnant. It made for a very tired Grim. Batty'll probably back him too, and Neville's Gran, and Malfoy. He trailed off as sleep stole up and drew him down into her waiting arms. Remus spelled their clothes off with a fond smile and maneuvered them into a more comfortable position before pulling the covers over them and turning off the lights. Good night, love, sweet dreams, he whispered, wrapped his arms tightly around his mate and fell asleep as well. Augusta Longbottom clipped sharply down the halls of St. Mungo's, the vulture on her hat bobbing, and her face set in fierce, stony determination so intense that everyone gave her a wide berth as she headed for her grandson's recovery room. She swung the door open and stepped in, pausing and taking in the sight of the delicate pale blonde girl holding Neville's hand. She'd heard of Luna Lovegood from her grandson over the summer but had yet to meet her. Now it appeared that she would. Not releasing Neville's hand, Luna turned her head towards the older woman and met her gaze steadily. You must be Lady Longbottom. Neville has told me so many things about you. She gave a little smile. And what a wonderful hat you have. It must give the Nargles a great home. Augusta blinked, then scowled as she stumped over, her cane clacking on the floor as she inspected the ethereal blonde. She hadn't the slightest idea what a Nargle was, but Neville had told her that this girl believed in many things not yet heard of, proven, or generally well known. That didn't particularly bother her, as she'd lived long enough to see new species, spells, and techniques develop that had previously been deemed unbelievable. She studied the soft blue of this young woman's eyes shrewdly and saw a spine of pure steel hidden by that delicate exterior. The Grande Dame moved to sit in a chair across from Luna. You're Xenophilius and Cressida's girl, are you not? It was a rhetorical question as she nodded to herself. Yes, Neville spoke of you quite a bit this summer. Her gaze lit on the sword still strapped to Luna's side. So girl, you like my Neville, do you? Yes, I do. I love him even. Luna looked from Neville to his grandmother. What's not to love? He's kind, funny, pussive and loyal. When you talk to him he really listens and makes you feel like the most important person in the world. She squeezed his hand gently. You have done an excellent job raising him, Lady Longbottom. I truly believe he's the best person I've ever met." Lady Longbottom settled back and looked over at her grandson. "You know, until this last year I had quite despaired of him ever finding his feet and growing into himself. My Neville has always been rather shy and uncertain, but he changed last year at Hogwarts. He finally came into his own in more than herbology. I do believe I can thank you for that, dear." She reached out and brushed some of Neville's hair off his forehead. Oftentimes one cannot see their own worth until it is shown through another's eyes. I believe you may be right about that, but I also believe Neville would have grown into the man he is without me. I am glad and humbled to have been a part of it, though. Luna looked at Neville's sleeping face, feeling relieved that he was resting peacefully and without pain. Even when he was shy and insecure of his path, he has always been a grandson to be proud of. He's always done his very best. Yes, I know. I always pushed him so hard because I knew he could do more if he could break out of the self-deprecation, but I did always think he made a wonderful Gryffindor. He's always been pussiever than most believe. Strong at heart where many others are not. She looked back to Luna. I am quite pleased to see he's chosen a L pussy who matches him well. Thank you, Lady Longbottom. Luna didn't flush or blush easily, but she did appreciate what the older woman said. Both of us only want what's best for Neville, and because of that I think we'll get along just fine. She smiled at the older witch. That, and I really want to know where you got that hat, it's really striking. She fiddled with her radish earrings and leaned in to give the hat a closer look. Augusta chuckled. Oh, this old thing. I've had it for years, child. It was a gift from Neville's grandfather. I think he got it out of a Christmas cracker, truth be told, but it is, of course, the thought that counts. Neither woman noticed, as they spoke, Neville's lips turning up in a smile before his breathing deepened. Severus carried his and Harry's swords used in the battle to the case and set them inside, having cleaned and sharpened them for when they were to be used once more. His lips had a faint upward tilt to them, as they'd had since the Wizengamot had castigated Fudge for his handling of the abduction of Neville Longbottom. It had been a beautiful sight to see the old fool backed into a corner and unable to offer a true logical reason for his actions. Harry turned when his lover walked into the room. He'd been trying his best to calm a very irritated Anguise down. The basilisk had not been happy to be left behind while her people were out fighting. You look like a cat who swallowed the canary. Harry smiled at Severus' very pleased expression. Snape turned to look at his lover. I was just thinking of how Fudge's carefully built nest of tradition and hiding his head in the sand is falling apart from under him. It's glorious. Harry chuckled. It is rather delicious, isn't it? I shouldn't be so happy to see someone's life's work crumble, but Fudge has brought everything on himself. In a way he's just as deluded as Voldemort was. More, I think. Voldemort recognized the stagnation of our culture and, as wrong and sick as he was going about it, would have forced change. Fudge tried to stop change at all costs and never once saw that he was doing more harm than good. Well, he won't have a choice now. Change is coming and he can't stop it. Harry gave a sulking Anguise one last caress and stood to slip into Snape's arms, wrapping his own around his lover's waist. After what happened today, change is bound to come. He nuzzled his lover's temple. Yes, and it will flatten any of those who are too set in stone to move with it. Things will be upheaved and shifted, and one by one they'll fall back into place, a better place. It's probably going to be both difficult and chaotic, but if everyone comes together I really do believe that it's going to be a better world. Harry rolled his eyes at himself. And now I sound idealistic and corny, feel free to slap me. Severus chuckled. I seem to recall you saying something similar not long after Draco defected from his father's path. He pressed a pussy to Harry's brow. I'm not going to slap you. We need idealists now. Corny just comes with the territory. He stroked his hand through the inky black silk of the younger man's hair. You're supposed to be corny. You're a Gryffindor, remember? Harry almost purred. He loved to have his hair played with. I'm lucky. I can be corny and you'll balance me out. Snarky and corny, that's us. Harry smiled and nuzzled his nose along Severus' jaw. Harry was aware that he was very close to starting spewing utter nonsense, but he couldn't seem to help himself. He still found it difficult to take in that the day had actually happened, that Voldemort was gone. He was gone, would return no more. Harry could finally start to focus on his own future without worry that he would live to see it. The older man pressed a pussy to the corner of Harry's lips. Let's go to bed. Tomorrow is soon enough to deal with everything else, don't you agree? Yeah, that sounds like a brilliant idea to me. Harry leaned up and pussied Severus' lips lightly before taking hold of his lover's hand and leading him towards the bedroom. Bed and sleep sounds wonderful right now. Severus murmured a couple of spells that had them cleaned and in nightwear, then tugged Harry down onto the bed with him, pulling the thin comforter up over the both of them. I love you, Harry. Harry scrambled closer and rested his head on Snape's, and his right arm slung over his waist. I love you too, Severus, always will. Harry rubbed his cheek against his lover's and felt his eyes grow heavy. He felt loved, safe and comfortable. In Severus he had found his dreams, his love and his future. He wouldn't want for anything as long as they were together. Sirius sat in the stands, watching as Harry and the rest of the new Marauders walked across the stage one by one and accepted their Hogwarts degrees. A fussy noise and a squirm from the little one in his lap had him shifting the amber-eyed, black-haired little boy and murmuring quietly. Shish, just a little longer, Hyperion, and then we'll go see Daddy and your Uncle Harry. The toddler looked up with wide eyes. Unca Hawi. That's right, just be good a little longer and we'll go see Uncle Harry. That was enough to placate Hyperion James Black Lupin, who popped his thumb back into his mouth and resumed staring at the stage as the rest of the Hogwarts graduating CL Pussy of 98 received their diplomas. Sirius grinned as he looked up at his mate and bonded wearing the official robes of the History of Magic professor. Minerva had forcibly expelled Binns as he had been deeper entrenched in tradition than Fudge himself, and she'd hired Remus knowing how much the children had enjoyed his teaching style, and no longer had it been considered the most boring CL Pussy at Hogwarts. The TA system had been refined and extended to every CL Pussy. The best 7th-year student in each subject was offered the TA position for what they excelled in, and the abilities of the students had grown incredibly thanks to that. Minerva had also added new CL Pussies and changed a few other things around, catching Hogwarts up with the times, and things were all the better for it. Sirius grinned at the sight of Snape looking balefully at the crowd. The Bat had announced this to be his last year teaching, for the time being, saying that he had a young fiancé to show the world. The entire Weasley clan was there, cheering for Ron, Pansy and Hermione loudly and joyfully. Even Charlie had come home from Romania to celebrate Ron and his new sisters. Ron and Pansy hadn't bonded yet, but Molly had taken the girl firmly under her wing after the battle and Pansy's parents being sent to Azkaban. Remus smiled down at his husband and son, and his smile widened when he saw his pack on the rows behind them. He had several of his cubs in Hogwarts as students now, and more would come as soon as they turned 12. Harry grinned as Hermione Granger Malfoy straightened the collar of his ceremonial robes and tried to straighten his hair before he was about to take the walk and get his diploma. Easy, my own, this is as good as it's going to get with me. True, your hair has always been a disaster. She beamed at him widely. So, when is the ceremony? She glanced down at the simple ring on his hand. And how's the hyphenation going to go? Harry beamed back at her, taking in her appearance. Married life suited her, and Malfoy was willing to bend over backwards to keep her happy. The ceremony will take place on the summer solstice, and from then on we'll be Severus and Harry Potter Snape. It was almost ridiculous how excited Harry was to be bonded with his beloved. He'd been waiting for years now, and he was truly ready to claim the other completely as his own in the eyes of everyone. She hummed and started ticking off on her fingers. Okay, let's see. Summer solstice for you two. Samhain for Ron and Pansy. January 12th for Neville and Luna. Draco and I are having our big ceremony at the end of next month, and fortunately Blaise and Seamus already did their thing 2 months ago. Good thing is there's no way Seamus would have been able to get down that aisle now. She looked over at the heavily pregnant Irishman who was sitting catching his breath after getting his diploma. When Blaise had first admitted to having knocked Seamus up, both she and Draco had rung a peal over his head for being careless. They'd repeated that after learning the poor Gryffindor carried twins. Hermione had demanded to know what Blaise's intentions were and had softened when he'd admitted to trying to convince Seamus to marry him, but that the Irishman was having none of it until he knew for certain Blaise wasn't doing it out of obligation. A little Veritaserum had straightened that up fortunately. Neville came up behind them. Weddings and babies all round these days. Did you hear about Lavender Brown? No, what about Lavender Brown? The blonde Gryffindor girl had sort of faded into the background the last couple of years, and Harry had no idea what had happened to her. Well, she was seen visiting the maternity ward at St. Mungo's, and not 2 days later her father marched Dennis into the registrar's office at the ministry at Wandpoint. Dennis and Lavender came out married an hour later. Dennis. Harry's eyes widened comically. The thought of that scrawny little twig of a boy even capable of producing a child was staggering. Looks can certainly deceive. I hope they will be happy together though, for the baby if nothing else. Harry was suddenly extremely happy that he and Severus were always very careful with protection. He wanted a family with Severus, but not yet. Right now he wanted to travel the world with his soon-to-be husband and have some time alone with him. He was greedy that way. Hermione pursed her lips. Dennis and Lavender. Oddly enough, I think that may be a very good combination. If not a little amusing. Pansy came over with Draco and poked at Harry's arm. You're up, Potter. Thank you, Pansy. Malfoy. Harry chuckled when Malfoy's eyes immediately went to his wife. It was almost amusing to see how in love the git was. Harry thought he was as presentable as he was going to get and stepped out on stage, grinning at the woots that rose from the Weasleys, and waved at Sirius and his godson. Then he caught the eyes of his lover, and from there on Harry saw nothing else, even as he accepted his diploma and hugged Headmistress McGonagall tightly. He had done it, graduated from Hogwarts. There were times when he had doubted he would. Severus nodded at his lover as the younger man went back into the wings as the final students were called. With Zabini receiving his diploma, a 7-year journey came to a close and many new ones began. The graduating CL Pussy raised their wands into the air and shot off celebratory sparks before scattering and finding family and friends. He moved to where Harry had gone and was now holding the amber-eyed Hyperion, talking to Sirius and Remus. Remus was standing with his arms slung around his mate's waist, chuckling as Hyperion babbled excitingly at Harry, petting his godfather with sticky fingers. You've been sneaking him sugar quills again, I see, he told his husband with laughter in his voice. Harry caught sight of Severus and lit up like the sun. He walked over with the toddler still in his arms to give his lover a pussy. So how does it feel to be a man of leisure all of a sudden? Glorious. I believe I have a promise I made nearly 2 years back about sequestering you away to fulfill. Now I get to do that. The potion's master leaned into the pussy until sticky little hands grabbed a hank of his hair. Unca Tebby. Snape lifted a brow at the child Harry held, then lifted him from his lover's arms. You little miscreant, just got sugar and drool in my hair. What do you have to say for yourself, him? Sirius chuckled as his son burbled and laughed at Severus. Serious tone. Absolutely did sneak him sugar, Moony. It's worth it for this sight, don't you think? Well, it is an amusing sight, I'll give you that. Remus grinned. No matter how serious Snape sounded, Hyperion had him wrapped around his finger and everyone knew it. Batty is going to make a great father when the time comes. Harry struggled to untangle tiny fingers from Severus' hair without the help of his wand. Hyperion was a bit too young for handling a wand yet, and Harry knew he would grab it instantly. I can't wait for you to make good on that promise. Just you and me, a secluded cabin somewhere. Maybe a beach nearby. Harry smiled softly. Oh, and a basilisk and a phoenix, of course. Imagine if we were to leave them behind. Severus chuckled. There would be destruction as far as the eye can see, followed by petulant hissing. Hyperion's hands were freed from his hair and he tickled the boy's side before handing him back to Remus. Your cub, sir. I do believe he needs to be cleaned up in thanks to his mother's bribery. Sirius just grinned unrepentantly. You look good with sugar in your hair, Batty. He always looked good, Snuffles. It's about time you realized that. Harry grinned at his godfather and Hyperion bounced happily in his daddy's arms as Remus wiped him off with a moist towel he had conjured. Sirius wrinkled his nose even as Snape stepped behind Harry and wrapped his arms around his lover's shoulders and murmured in Harry's ear. He was happy for his godson. After so many years of hardship, things were good and looked to stay that way. He turned to usher his mate and child off and give Harry and Severus a little privacy. Severus chuckled. As annoying as he is, your dogfather is strangely perceptive. When he wants to be. Harry agreed and leaned into Severus' emphasis. And annoying and blockheaded as Merlin's used knickers when he feels like it. I'm glad he chose perceptive right now. He turned in his lover's arms so that he could see Severus' face. Imagine it, love. Less than a month until the ceremony and then we're off to see the world. To start a pussin' new adventure. Gods, I love you. And I love you. I don't know what power finally decided to give us all a new chance, but I am eternally grateful it did." He leaned down and captured Harry's mouth for a soft, slow that spoke of future happiness to come. The end continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.